The beautiful CEO at the beginning of the game, high martial arts, female CEO, starting flow, signing in, system, passionate, urban meeting a prestigious female master student. During a blind date at noon? With the principle that they would never see each other again, Luo Yuntian intended to shock her and leave. However, he soon realized that not only did they meet again that afternoon, but she also became his direct boss. Fortunately, he activated a god-level signing-in system at the beginning, with various rewards constantly emerging. Luo Yuntian, beautiful lady, come over and let me sign in. Prestigious female master's student. Chapter 1. Pocket money of 100 million. At the end of August, the summer vacation is not over yet. The weather is still hot. In Jinghua City, inside a Starbucks CAF, a man and a woman walked in. Immediately, the entire CAF was abuzz. Wow, what a handsome guy. He's really handsome, even more than my favorite star. Seeing this guy makes my idols seem less appealing. The beauty beside him is also stunning. Simply too beautiful. Woo, why isn't it me by his side? With the arrival of this man and woman, countless girls were smitten. It was all because of the man. He was so handsome it was almost unfair. A perfect face, unimaginably handsome. His features were sharp and distinct, as if sculpted with utmost care by the creator. He was definitely over 185 meters tall, making him appear extremely tall and handsome. His eyes, eyebrows, ears, nose, lips, everything was just so perfect. He radiated a sunny charm. Such looks and charisma would undoubtedly overshadow many popular young stars. And the woman beside him was also very beautiful. However, compared to his divine looks, she seemed slightly inferior. Many people couldn't help but think perhaps this is the true handsome man and beautiful woman combination. But unfortunately, it was not as many thought. The two were not a couple. Instead, they were, since we're here for a blind date, let's be a bit more direct. The beautiful woman put down her bag, her expression cold and proud. Xiao watching, height 172 centimeters, age and weight confidential, master's degree from Jinghua University, employed at Jinghua University. Monthly income of 25,000, no bad habits like smoking, drinking, or clubbing. No romantic history, has a car but no house. That's right, the two were indeed here for a blind date. Xiao watching looked at the man across from her, Luo Yuntian. To be honest, even she felt her heart flutter numerous times during the journey, because he was just too handsome. But in today's society, looks had already become secondary. Without matching conditions, she still wouldn't consider him. Luo Yuntian looked at Xiao watching. To be honest, he was a bit surprised. After getting used to the divine looks of his 10 sisters, there weren't many women who could stand out to him. He didn't expect today's blind date partner to be not unattractive. Luo Yuntian thought for a moment, then spoke honestly. Luo Yuntian, height 187 centimeters, age and weight are also confidential. As for education, let's say high school for now. Strictly speaking, I currently don't have a job. No bad habits like smoking, clubbing, or drinking. They'll only drink a little when necessary. No romantic history, personally. No house or car. After comparing their conditions, at a glance, Luo Yuntian was almost completely overshadowed in every aspect except for looks. After Luo Yuntian spoke, sure enough, Xiao watching's calves moved slightly, as if she instinctively wanted to get up. But after thinking about it, leaving like this would be a bit inappropriate. Well, your looks are still decent, but I believe a man's age and weight shouldn't be confidential. As for education, other things can be lacking, but at least a college degree is necessary, right? Nowadays, the entry barriers are so high that if you don't meet the requirements, you can hardly make any progress. Xiao watching tried her best to use reasonable arguments to reject Luo Yuntian. As for work, even with a high school education, you should find a job. At the very least, you shouldn't be unemployed, right? My future partner should at least have ambition. And considering you've worked hard until now, not having a car or house is a bit of a failure. After finishing, Xiao watching realized she had been a bit too direct. But her personality had always been like this. Sorry, I might have been too straightforward, but the facts are indeed like this. My requirements for a future partner are not high locally in Jinghua City, a house of at least 150 square meters. My income is over 20,000, so my future partner's income should at least not be lower than mine, not below 50,000. In reality, this shouldn't be too hard. Anyone who works hard can achieve it. Even many recycling factory owners can reach this monthly income, unless you are not working hard enough. As for the car, one car isn't enough. For two people, you should at least have a car worth hundreds of thousands. You don't meet many of the standards, so we.A.'s shout Ruoqing spoke. She felt that just saying this was still too direct. After thinking for a moment, she finally spoke again. I've said about all I wanted to do. You have anything to say? Luo Yuntian looked at Xiao Ruoqing across from him. The conditions you mentioned, I indeed don't meet most of them. Xiao Ruoqing nodded. Since that's the case, then we. However, I have 100 million in pocket money. Xiao Ruoqing. Luo Yuntian's words caught her off guard as she was about to continue speaking. He has 100 million in pocket money? Why didn't he say that earlier? Xiao Ruoqing was a bit stunned. She instinctively felt that Luo Yuntian was lying. But she had studied psychology and educational psychology. Years of study told her that Luo Yuntian across from her was not lying. Now Xiao Ruoqing felt speechless. Having 100 million in pocket money and not buying a house or car, just keeping in hand? By the way, it seems you wanted to say something earlier. Are you implying that we are not suitable for each other? Luo Yuntian smiled with a deep meaning at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Xiao Ruoqing held back for a long time and finally spoke. No, actually I feel we're quite suitable. Chapter 2. 10 Spoiling Sisters. Xiao Ruoqing's reaction. The smile at the corner of Luo Yuntian's mouth deepened with a hint of meaning. But didn't you just say that a gentleman's age and weight are not enough to be kept secret? I didn't tell you my age and weight. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xiao Ruoqing could only speak up. No, I didn't tell you my age and weight either. So it's only right for you not to tell me, and besides, it's good to maintain a bit of mystery between us. But my education only goes up to high school. You just said that at least a university diploma is necessary. Otherwise, it's hard to get by in today's society. Xiao Ruoqing braced herself to speak. Having a high school diploma now doesn't mean you'll always have one. Perhaps in the future, you can continue your studies at university. That's not a problem. But I currently have no job. I'm unemployed. Not having a job is not a big deal. Rather, someone like you should save your limited work efforts for more meaningful pursuits. You can't let some existing interests hinder your longer road. But I don't have a 150 square meter house or a car worth hundreds of thousands under my name. Luo Yuntian's words left Xiao Ruoqing at a loss for words. You don't have a house and a car, but you have money, right? Why not buy them? Upon hearing this, why didn't you say it earlier? Not having a car and house is actually not a big deal. I have a car. It's usually enough for two people. As for the house, I can buy one, and we can pay the mortgage together. We can work hard together. Luo Yuntian smiled at this moment. It does sound good. It seems we are really quite compatible. However, it seems like you've completely overturned what you said before. Xiao Ruoqing didn't speak, only feeling a bit flushed. Indeed, she had overturned her previous statements. It was almost as if she had slapped her own face. But none of that mattered anymore. So, since that's the case, are you satisfied with me? Xiao Ruoqing asked with difficulty. Luo Yuntian's smile grew wider. That is still up for discussion. Let us not mention it for now. I'll ask you one last question. Do you prefer single-player games or online games? Single player. Oh, I like online games. It seems we aren't compatible. Goodbye. After saying that, Luo Yuntian stood up and left. He had already settled the bill. Xiao Ruoqing was a bit dazed. Preferring single-player games or online games? Is this really a reason to reject her? Perhaps it could barely count. But Xiao Ruoqing could imagine that even if she said she liked online games, Luo Yuntian might still say he preferred single-player games. In any case, Luo Yuntian was clearly determined to reject her. With Xiao Ruoqing's looks and figure, it was the first time she had tasted such rejection in her life. What is this? After Luo Yuntian left, the neighboring table of two began to whisper quietly. Did you hear? That man just said he has 1 billion in pocket money. But that should be fake, right? I think it looks real. That kind of confidence and composure can't be faked. Compared to that gold digger girl is really pitiful. Yeah, if she weren't so materialistic, maybe she would have married into a wealthy family by now. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Amidst the discussions of those around, the term gold digger made Xiao Ruoqing clench her fists tightly, deeply piercing her heart. But it must be said that she indeed felt endless regret rising in her heart. After Luo Yuntian walked out of the Starbucks CAF, the people inside, including Xiao Ruoqing, did not notice a luxury car parked at the entrance of the Starbucks CAF. Passers-by looked on stunned. Lamborghini Centenario. Lamborghini's Centenary Limited Edition. Only 40 units worldwide. Priceless. The ones who can buy it, besides having terrifying wealth, undoubtedly have an equally terrifying identity. How could someone like that drive to the entrance of Starbucks? The car door opened, and a long leg wrapped in black silk extended out first. Soon after, an incredibly beautiful woman walked over. A glance could captivate a city. Another glance could captivate a nation. Nothing could surpass this. Her stunningly beautiful face was as cold as eternal ice, exquisitely carved like a snow sculpture, breathtakingly beautiful. Oh my God, it's Wenren Ziyue, the richest person in Huagua, the president of Ziyue Group, Wenren Ziyue. So beautiful. Wenren Ziyue is even more beautiful than the rumors say. Why would Wenren Ziyue come here? Is there something in this little Starbucks CAF that she cares about? The appearance of Huagua's richest person. Wenren Ziyue stunned countless passers-by, and what shocked them even more was yet to come. Luo Yuntian walked over to Wenren Ziyue. A smile that could overshadow the heavens appeared at the corner of Wenren Ziyue's lips as she and Luo Yuntian got back into the car. Then, the two of them drove away at high speed. From the positioning of the two, it was clear that Wenren Ziyue was driving Luo Yuntian. Those who witnessed this scene were all equally stunned. They couldn't help but speculate about what kind of identity Luo Yuntian had. Inside the Lamborghini Centenario, Wenren Ziyue drove towards the villa with Luo Yuntian. When facing Luo Yuntian alone, she completely changed her demeanor. Little brother, how was today's blind date? What else could it be? Just like that. Luo Yuntian shrugged. Wenren Ziyue chuckled. Getting to know such a gold-digger girl will benefit your university life ahead. You should cherish your university life. Otherwise, you might often encounter such women in future blind dates. What Wenren Ziyue said was not wrong. Today at noon, she arranged this blind date for him to let him see this side of society in advance, so he would cherish relationships in university. After all, girls in university are relatively less pragmatic. But once they enter society, they tend to be more realistic. Is it materialistic? It feels okay. At least her own conditions are good, and some requirements are still somewhat appropriate. It's not really materialistic, just a bit materialistic. It's much better than those who have no salary, no job, and even no conditions of their own, only fantasizing about a small bourgeois life, hoping to latch onto a rich man. Luo Yuntian said this, and indeed, shower watching's own conditions were quite excellent. Wanting to find a man stronger than herself is reasonable. It's not materialistic, but being a bit materialistic is certain. Perhaps, just as Wenren Ziyue said, once they leave society, they all become realistic. Little brother, you're just too kind-hearted. Forget about this. Sister will take you home. Mentioning going home made Luo Yuntian shiver slightly. Shiji, can you not go home for now? Luo Yuntian referred to Wenren Ziyue as Shiji. In fact, he really had 10 sisters, and all 10 of them were dazzling to an extraordinary degree. The eldest sister, an international superstar. The second sister, a special forces god of war. The third sister, a peerless singer. The fourth sister, a divine doctor of the mysterious sect. The fifth sister, the great calligrapher. The sixth sister, a world-renowned chef. The seventh sister, a platinum author. The eighth sister, a famous streamer. The ninth sister, a best-selling comic artist. The 10th sister, a wealthy CEO. As for his master, she was as elusive as a dragon, shrouded in mystery. Indeed, Luo Yuntian and Wenren Ziyue were not biological siblings. This was evident from their surnames. To be precise, they were senior and junior disciples of the same master. All were orphans picked up and raised by their master from a young age, learning their craft together with no blood relations. It felt a bit distant to call her Shiji, and it wouldn't be appropriate if others heard. Luo Yuntian always referred to them as sisters, and they called him brother. In theory, having such 10 sisters would be a very happy thing. But ironically, all 10 of them were doting on him like crazy. From childhood to now, they completely spoiled him to the heavens, and the various ways of pampering really made it a bit overwhelming for him. Not going home? That won't do. Little brother has to get ready for school this afternoon, no matter what. One run, he said, a very enchanting curve appearing at the corner of her lips. By the way, little brother, have you forgotten something? Now, there are only the two of us, and little brother Shun Ti call me Shiji. Got it, Ziyue Jia. Luo Yuntian replied. When there were others around, he usually referred to his sisters as 8th sister, 9th sister, and 10th sister. But when it was just the two of them, he had always been asked to call them by their names. Luo Yuntian didn't quite understand why they were so particular about it. But in reality, for them, calling each other 8th sister, 9th sister, and 10th sister felt like a constant reminder that there were other sisters, all of whom were Luo Yuntian's sisters. And when Luo Yuntian called them by their names, even if he added sister after the name, it made them feel like they uniquely possessed little brother. Little brother is really obedient. Oh, it seems you shouldn't call little brother either. It should be Yuntian, right? Isn't that right, Yuntian? When alone together, his sisters preferred to call him Yuntian. Luo Yuntian felt it was nothing. After all, it was just a title. Just as he was about to say something, ding. Congratulations, Master, for activating the divine level sign-in system. Chapter 3, Touch, or Not to Touch. A voice echoed in Luo Yuntian's mind. Luo Yuntian was slightly taken aback. Was he hearing things? The Master wasn't hallucinating. The system was a God-level sign-in system. When the Master completed the sign-in, he could receive generous rewards. The system's voice sounded again, confirming to Luo Yuntian that he was indeed not imagining things. He had read about such systems in his 7th sister's novels. After all, his 7th sister was a platinum author. System, what will happen if I fail to complete the sign-in task? Luo Yuntian was clear on this. It was impossible to have only rewards without punishments. The best-case scenario would be that the task fails and the next one starts automatically. The worst-case scenario, however, might involve being erased by heavenly lightning. Replying to the Master, if the sign-in task is not completed, the Master will randomly lose one sister. Luo Yuntian nearly jumped out of his seat, even while in the car. Randomly lose a sister? This punishment might not erase him, but he felt it was far worse than being erased. 10 sisters were his life. Losing any one of them would surely be unbearable for him. Moreover, the system said it would be a random loss. The term loss carried significant weight. Perhaps one of his sisters would never speak to him again. There was even a possibility that something unfortunate might happen to one of them. System, even if I fail a task, shouldn't I bear the consequences myself? Why should my sister suffer for me? Replying to the Master, this is a programmed regulation of the system. The system cannot change it. Once the Master completes enough sign-in tasks and gains higher authority, he can modify the system's programming according to his wishes. The Master need not worry. The sign-in tasks issued by this system are relatively easy to complete. Is that so? Then when will the system task be triggered? Replying to the Master, the task will automatically trigger when the Master meets the conditions for triggering it. At this moment, the Master has met the conditions for the first sign-in task. Luo Yuntian did not say anything further. It was better to trigger the task and complete more tasks to modify the system's programming. Otherwise, the punishment of randomly losing a sister was indeed unbearable. Ding. Congratulations to the Master for triggering the sign-in task. Touching with your hand will complete the sign-in. Luo Yuntian secretly gritted his teeth. As long as he was discreet, his sister Ziyue wouldn't notice. Ziyue, I feel so tired from the blind date today. Luo Yuntian yawned and stretched. Yuntian, wait a little longer. We'll be home soon. At that moment, as Luo Yuntian stretched, ding. Sign in progress. 20 seconds remaining until completion. Ding. This sign-in was interrupted. You can sign in again. The system's prompt startled Luo Yuntian. If the system had a physical form, he would really want to punch it. Luo Yuntian made up his mind. Touch. Ding. Sign in progress. 20 seconds remaining until completion. The system's prompt sounded again, and the sign-in was in progress. At that moment, Luo Yuntian's actions caught Wenren Ziyue by surprise. Yuntian, what are you doing? Oh, it's nothing, Ziyue. The outfits of his 10 sisters were all designed individually. Even those that weren't custom-made were quite costly. They were designed by Master Frank Milan. Yuntian, why are you interested in this now? The materials and designs were all exquisite. Luo Yuntian engaged in casual conversation with Wenren Ziyue. That's true. Luo Yuntian was indeed a top student. Wenren Ziyue didn't suspect anything at first. Of course, Luo Yuntian responded, feeling that this 20-second wait was unexpectedly long. At that moment, Wenren Ziyue seemed to think of something. her beautiful eyes narrowing. Yuntian, asking if the clothes are comfortable, you wouldn't want to dress as a girl, would you? Luo Yuntian? He had only asked to buy time, and now he was being accused of wanting to dress as a girl. Wenren Ziyue's thought process seemed reasonable. This system task is so annoying. Ziyue, no way, you're overthinking it. I would never think about dressing as a girl. Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes curved slightly. Luo Yuntian. No matter what accusation, it seemed hard to bear. Ding. Congratulations to the master for completing the sign-in. Rewards have been placed in the system backpack. As the system's prompt sounded, Luo Yuntian hurriedly removed his hand. Wenren Ziyue stared at Luo Yuntian for a few moments, her lips curling slightly. Then Ziyue will take it that way. Seeing that he couldn't explain himself, Luo Yuntian decided to say nothing. It was all this damned system's fault. Yuntian, Ziyue, I suddenly want to hug you. Can you let Ziyue hug you, okay? Wenren Ziyue's words made Luo Yuntian's heart skip a beat, and he quickly replied, No, Ziyue, you should. Drive safely. Luo Yuntian said this, but in reality, that wasn't the reason at all. It was just an excuse. The truth was that each of his 10 sisters had their own characteristics, but when it came to looks, his eldest sister, the international superstar, was undoubtedly the most beautiful. The other sisters were breathtakingly beautiful, but his eldest sister was a woman so stunning it was almost terrifying, even solely judging by her beauty. She could influence a person's mind, nearly captivating their soul. Each of his 10 sisters had their own traits, just like how his eldest sister's characteristic was her otherworldly beauty. Luo Yuntian often felt that his 9th sister was a waste goddess. As for his 10th sister's clothes, perhaps because of this, every piece was specially customized. Every time Wenren Ziyue hugged him, Luo Yuntian always felt he was taking advantage of her, making him extremely embarrassed. It wasn't just her. All his sisters loved to hug him. We can talk when we get home. There's plenty of time. Wenren Ziyue's charming voice made Luo Yuntian feel weak in the knees, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The two walked toward the villa. With the speed of a Lamborghini, they quickly reached their destination, a 7-story villa. The main door opened automatically after identity verification. Wenren Ziyue drove inside, passing by 4 luxurious swimming pools before parking in a lavish garage filled with countless supercars. Stretching as far as the eye could see, Ziyue, I'll go into the villa first. Luo Yuntian hurriedly escaped, fearing Wenren Ziyue would truly take the opportunity to hug him. Yuntian is just shy. Wenren Ziyue's lips curled slightly as she parked the car and walked into the villa, swaying her hips. Looking at Luo Yuntian, who had already entered the villa, a glint of mischief flashed in Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes. 9th sister, we're back. Wenren deliberately spoke in a charming tone, and as soon as her voice fell, a room in the villa suddenly burst open with a bang. Yuntian, an incredibly beautiful figure, appeared. Then, with immense excitement, she ran towards Luo Yuntian. Chapter 4, Enjoying the Torment from the 3 Sisters? The one who pounced on Luo Yuntian was none other than his 9th sister, Muxue Yao. As a best-selling manga artist, she could be considered a pure homebody at home. But when facing Luo Yuntian, she was simply a crazy younger brother fan and a doting sister maniac. 9th sister, stop. With Muxue Yao kissing him all over the face, Luo Yuntian could only speak up. Muxue Yao looked a little pouted. Yuntian, at home, don't call me 9th sister. Got it, Shui Yao Jie, you can stop now. However, Muxue Yao had no intention of stopping at all. No, Shui Yao Jie will not stop. Shui Yao Jie wants to smother Yuntian. Luo Yuntian felt overwhelmed. Having a doting sister was indeed nice, but he happened to have 10 such sisters. And they were not just doting sisters. They were simply sister maniacs. At that moment, Luo Yuntian suddenly pointed behind Muxue Yao. Shifu, you're here. But Muxue Yao showed no reaction, still kissing Luo Yuntian's face. Yuntian, don't trick me. Master and Shifu just left for their honeymoon date. They won't be back for a while. Luo Yuntian was momentarily stunned. Master and Shifu went on their honeymoon? It's over. Even the last person who could restrain my sisters is gone. So, does that mean I can only let them torment me like this? Shui Yao Jieyu. You get up first. It was completely impossible to expect Muxue Yao to get up by herself. Luo Yuntian wanted to push her away. But with her pressing down on him like this, he was worried about accidentally touching something inappropriate. He could only choose to push her waist. And what Mu Shuiyao had was a genuine small waist, so delicate that it was beyond belief. If his 10th sister, Wenren Ziyue, had a figure that was simply out of this world, then his 9th sister, Mu Shuiyao, was like a waist fairy. Luo Yuntian only realized with his Shuiyao Jia that there was such an incredibly slender and beautiful waist in the world. Just as Luo Yuntian was trying to push Mu Shuiyao away, another stunning girl rushed out of the kitchen in a flurry. Ah, 9th sister, let go of Yuntian. The girl ran over with her beautiful long legs and pulled Mu Shuiyao away from Luo Yuntian. Ah, 8th sister, I want to duel with you. After leaving her beloved Yuntian, Mu Shuiyao looked all pouted, like an angry little lion that wanted to bite her 8th sister. 9th sister, you're too much. The stunning girl, with her hands on her hips, seemed to be scolding Mu Shuiyao. Luo Yuntian let out a sigh of relief. His 8th sister was great. Facing the one who saved him, Luo Yuntian smiled and said, "This stunning girl who came out of the kitchen is my 8th sister, Xia Mengyin." Fortunately, his Mengyin Jia helped him out. Otherwise, 9th sister, you're really too much. How come you didn't call me while being close to Yuntian? Luo Yuntian. Something seemed off. Before he could react, Xia Mengyin directly pounced on Luo Yuntian. Her beautiful long legs wrapped around him, hanging on him like a koala. Yuntian, Mengyin Jia misses you so much. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Xia Mengyin kept kissing Luo Yuntian's face, making him feel like he was in a world of awkwardness. I just escaped the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's lair. Mengyin Jia, you get down first. Xia Mengyin hung on Luo Yuntian like a koala. At least it wasn't like before when he was tackled by Mu Shuiyao and he could still move freely. Luo Yuntian took a few steps back, trying to shake her off, but unexpectedly, the more he retreated, the tighter Xia Mengyin hugged him, feeling her alluring body close to him. Luo Yuntian was practically dying of embarrassment. He almost couldn't even move. Mengyin Jia won't get down. Yuntian, you can't shake off Mengyin Jia. Xia Mengyin continued to cling to Luo Yuntian, almost sticking to him, refusing to let go. She kept kissing his face, leaving Luo Yuntian feeling helpless. He could only think of ways to push Xia Mengyin down. The way Xia Mengyin wrapped her legs around him made it most effective to push her legs away from the ground. But when Luo Yuntian touched Xia Mengyin's legs, feeling those slender, fair, beautiful legs, he felt even more embarrassed. If his 10th sister, Wenren Ziyue, was a chest fairy, and his 9th sister, Mu Shuiyao, was a waist fairy, then his 8th sister, Xia Mengyin, was definitely a leg fairy. Her pair of incredibly beautiful, long legs was simply otherworldly. In fact, everyone who looked at her would first notice her legs. Tall and slender, they were as fair as if covered in cream, like the purest jade, shining with captivating luster. Compared to her, even professional leg models would seem weak. Ah, 8th sister, get down quickly. Mu Shuiyao rushed over, trying to pull Xia Mengyin down. But Xia Mengyin clung to Luo Yuntian tightly, making him feel incredibly awkward. It should be known that although his sisters each had their strengths in terms of figure, such as Wenren Ziyue's chest, Mu Shuiyao's waist, and Xia Mengyin's legs, it didn't mean that their other body parts were not perfect. To be precise, all 10 of his sisters were disasters waiting to happen. Their figures were stunningly perfect, and the most noticeable features were just their standout advantages. For instance, Mu Shuiyao's most beautiful part was her waist, but her figure was also incredibly curvy and alluring, especially her upper body size, which was an exaggerated 36D. Although it couldn't be compared with Wenren Ziyue, it was enough to leave most girls in the dust. And Xia Mengyin's best feature was her legs. But her upper body size was even more exaggerated than Mu Shuiyao's, already at 34E. With her hanging on him like this, clinging tightly and refusing to let go, their bodies were pressed closely together, making Luo Yuntian feel incredibly embarrassed, almost turning red. Hee, 8th sister, why don't you get down first? Yuntian still has to go to school later, don't delay him. Wenren Ziyue giggled lightly and also gently pulled Xia Mengyin. Seeing his 10th sister come to pull her, Xia Mengyin finally reluctantly got off Luo Yuntian. Oh my! As she left, she didn't forget to give Luo Yuntian another kiss on the face. Luo Yuntian could only smile wryly in his heart. As Xiao Mingyin got down, Wenren Ziyue gracefully moved, seemingly walking toward Luo Yuntian. Stop! Luo Yuntian hurriedly stretched out his hand to block Wenren Ziyue's steps. Seeing her like this, he was afraid she was going to hug him again. If he was tackled by Mu Shuiyao and then hung on by Xiao Mingyi, if Wenren Ziyue hugs him again, he fears he won't be able to escape the torment of his three sisters. Their closeness makes Luo Yuntian smile bitterly. Sister Mingyin, Sister Shuiyao, Sister Ziyue. I've grown up. I'm not a child anymore. So what if I've grown up? Yuntian is still Yuntian. Xiao Mingyin spoke first. Luo Yuntian felt helpless again. Then he thought of a terrifying threat. No. What I mean is, you treat me this way, and we aren't really siblings, just senior and junior disciples. Aren't you afraid that one day I might really lose control and have certain thoughts about you? When a man turns into a big bad wolf, it can be quite terrifying. After Luo Yuntian finished speaking, this self-proclaimed terrifying threat made the beautiful eyes of Xiao Mingyin and the others subtly shine. Yuntian would have thoughts about me? Mu Shuiyao seemed a bit excited. That would be great. Luo Yuntian? Mu Shuiyao's words left Luo Yuntian full of question marks. What does she mean by that would be great? They say to guard against fire, theft, and senior brothers for junior sisters. For me, it seems I need to guard against fire, theft, and sisters. Mu Shuiyao also felt she had misspoken. Yuntian, Sister Shuiyao was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Just joking? Luo Yuntian felt a bit relieved. Sister Shuiyao, you can't make such jokes casually in the future. All right, Sister Shuiyao understands. Mu Shuiyao said playfully. But whether it was a joke, only she knew. Mu Shuiyao secretly regretted it, looking at how clever the other sisters were. They didn't speak at all in that situation. She should learn to be more reserved too. Although for her, in front of Yuntian, what reservation seemed to have been thrown out the window. Xiao Mingyin giggled, seemingly enjoying watching her ninth sister embarrass herself. Wenren Ziyue blinked her beautiful eyes. Sister 8, the food should be ready, right? Don't delay Yuntian from going to school. With this reminder from Wenren Ziyue, Xiao Mingyin suddenly remembered something. Oh, my food. She hurriedly moved her incredibly long, beautiful legs toward the kitchen. Mu Shuiyao hadn't even had time to gloat. Ninth sister, come help me serve the dishes. The voice of Xiao Mingyin came from afar. Mu Shuiyao could only angrily head to the kitchen. She didn't want to help Xiao Mingyin serve the dishes. Rather, her innate doting on her younger brother told her that no matter what, she couldn't let Yuntian go hungry. Moreover, she was also afraid that if she stayed here any longer, Luo Yuntian would bring up her earlier joke. It was better to leave a bit sheepishly first. After Xiao Mingyin and Mu Shuiyao went to the kitchen, Luo Yuntian sighed in relief. However, at this moment, Wenren Ziyue leaned over again. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Yuntian, you let Sister 8 and Sister 9 hug you just now. Why didn't you let Sister Ziyue hug you? Does Sister Ziyue not compare to Sister 8 and Sister 9 in your heart? Luo Yuntian. This is bad. As they say, it's not the lack of love, but the unevenness that troubles one. His Ziyue's sister is jealous. Luo Yuntian understood that among the 10 sisters, their relationships were incredibly good. Although they were not blood-related siblings, they were closer than real sisters, always referring to each other as sisters. However, when it came to matters concerning him, they would not tolerate any imbalance. Just now, he let Mingyin and Shuiyao hug him, but didn't let Ziyue hug him, which broke that balance. That's not it. In my heart, Sister Ziyue is actually the most special. Even if I were to let Sister Ziyue hug me, it would have to be when it's just the two of us. At this moment, Luo Yuntian displayed a strong desire to survive. Wenren Ziyue's slightly narrowed, beautiful eyes immediately brightened. Sister Ziyue knew it. Yuntian is the most understanding. Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes sparkled, with a hint of charm radiating from them. Her voice was soft and enticing to the extreme. Sister Ziyue, remember this. Yuntian must not forget that Yuntian owes Sister Ziyue a hug. A very tight hug. Luo Yuntian. Under the incredibly enchanting tone, Luo Yuntian felt he could barely stand. A fairy. A fairy. His Ziyue sister is definitely a born fairy. He could hardly imagine which man would be able to conquer his Ziyue sister in the future. Chapter 5. Could it be him? I won't forget. Luo Yuntian could only speak. Wenren Ziyue was finally satisfied. She turned around, swaying her waist and hips as she left. She went outside the kitchen to meet Mu Shuiyao, who was bringing out the dishes. All that was left for Luo Yuntian was an incredibly captivating silhouette. Luo Yuntian let out a heavy sigh of relief. When they had all the dishes ready and it was time for lunch, Mu Shuiyao thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Luo Yuntian. Come on, Yuntian, sit here. Xiao Mengyin had prepared chopsticks and knives and forks for him. Wenren Ziyue, with her incredibly enchanting eyes, stared at him without blinking. Living this sort of small emperor life at home every day made Luo Yuntian feel quite unaccustomed. Come on, Yuntian, Sister Shuiyao will serve you some dishes. Yuntian, Sister Mengyin will give you some tenderloin. Hee, Yuntian, eat more beef to replenish your nutrients. During the meal, the three sisters helped him serve food. Then, they stared at him with their beautiful eyes, seemingly wanting to see which piece Luo Yuntian would eat first. In response, Luo Yuntian could only laugh bitterly in his heart. He picked up his bowl, pushed the rice around, and finally ate the dishes served by the three sisters, not favoring anyone in particular. Only then did Xiao Mengyin and the others relax their gazes. Sister Mengyin, Sister Shuiyao, Sister Ziyue, can we discuss something? Sure, of course, no problem. Just say what you need. Yuntian, Sister Mengyin will make the decision for you. Yuntian rarely has something to discuss with his sisters. Facing the three easygoing sisters, Luo Yuntian spoke. How about I go to university and be completely boarders? No way. As soon as Luo Yuntian finished speaking, Xiao Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao both exclaimed in unison. Completely boarders? That means our Yuntian will have to stay in the dorm at night and can't come back at all. How can they torment their Yuntian then? Oops. How can they get close to their Yuntian? Not seeing their most beloved Yuntian would drive them crazy. Xiao Mengyin had a bigger reaction. Woo-woo. Yuntian doesn't he want to come back at night? He must be tired of Sister Mengyin, and doesn't he want to eat the dishes I made? Luo Yuntian. He was secretly complaining in his heart. Sister Shuiyao, you need to act. At least be a bit more genuine. Okay. You didn't shed a single tear. ISNT that too fake. However, he had to admit Luo Yuntian was actually falling for this. He sighed in his heart. Actually, I was just joking. Anyway, Jinghua University is so close to home. I'll just eat at school for lunch. I'll still come back at night. Really? Sister Mengyin knew Yuntian is the best. Xiao Mengyin instantly brightened up, clearly having not shed a single tear. She found it acceptable that Luo Yuntian would eat at school for lunch. After all, compared to Yuntian not coming back at night, letting him stay at school for a while at noon was really nothing. Mu Shuiyao had no objections to this either. However, Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, setting up premises and bottom lines. Yuntian is indeed clever. She thought to herself. Wenren Ziyue could tell that Luo Yuntian's initial aim was to stay at school for lunch and come back at night. If he said it directly, it would definitely provoke resistance from Xiao Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao. So Luo Yuntian first said that he wouldn't come back at night, and then lowered the standard to staying at school for lunch. This way, Xiao Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao would accept it. But in reality, Luo Yuntian's initial goal was just that. Although Wenren Ziyue understood this, she didn't point it out. After all, she probably wouldn't come back at noon, and the 8th and 9th sisters often stayed home at noon. Luo Yuntian staying at school for lunch was something she had no issue with. Otherwise, wouldn't returning just give the 8th and 9th sisters more opportunities to get close to Yuntian? Alright, then it's settled. Seeing that the three sisters had no objections, Luo Yuntian said this and continued eating his meal. Meanwhile, Xiao Waking was feeling gloomy as she returned to her rental apartment. Today's blind date made her more and more angry as she thought about it. Unable to hold back, she dialed a number. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang was the introducer for Xiao Waking's blind date. Is it Xiao Qing? Was today's blind date smooth? Not smooth at all. Haha, it's okay. Your conditions are so good, it's normal to not be interested in someone. After all, you two aren't really a match. It's not that I'm not interested in him. It's clearly that he is not interested in me. Huh? Aunt Zhang was a bit stunned. This plot doesn't seem right. His pocket money is already $1 billion. How could not be interested in me? $1 billion in pocket money? How is that possible? P.S. Just an ordinary student who graduated from high school and is about to go to university. Where would he get $1 billion in pocket money from? No way. This. Xiaoqing, you've been deceived. Since Luo Yuntian was going on a blind date, the information arranged by his family was naturally all fake. Aunt Zhang had no idea about Luo Yuntian's true background and thought he was deliberately deceiving Xiao Weiqing. This little brat. Xiao Weiqing felt a bit gritted teeth. She didn't expect to misjudge someone. All right, Aunt Zhang, I understand. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Weiqing thought. Yes. She had learned from years of psychology and educational psychology that Luo Yuntian might be telling the truth. It was indeed possible that she misjudged him. Maybe Luo Yuntian was just joking, and his subsequent deliberate rejection of her was probably to save face and leave. Right? Little brat, don't let me see you again. But after recalling something, Xiao Weiqing felt a bit uncertain. It seemed this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination was also named Luo Yuntian. Could it be him? Remembering the name of this year's top scorer, Xiao Weiqing felt increasingly uncertain. However, she still thought it shouldn't be that coincidental. Changing her clothes, she headed to Jinghua University. After all, today was the day for new students to enroll. In the villa, while Luo Yuntian was eating, he studied his system. The system was very simple to use. It was merely about completing tasks to obtain rewards. Failing to complete tasks would result in a random penalty of losing one sister. The tasks were divided into check-in tasks and punch-in tasks. Punch-in tasks were mostly spatial, meaning they had specific locations. Like the punch-in task, he completed on one run Ziwa as black stockings on her legs. Check-in tasks were mostly time-based, like checking in once a day, several times a day, or even every few days. This was not fixed and depended on when the check-in task would trigger. The rewards obtained would sometimes be given directly, and sometimes stored in the system backpack, which could then be punched in with intention. Right now, there was a system gift pack glaringly placed in Luo Yuntian's mental system backpack. Open the system gift pack, whether there's a gift package or not. Luo Yuntian doesn't care much. However, he had previously been misunderstood by Sister Ziwa, who thought he wanted to cross-dress, and she also believed he was trying to sneak a touch of her leg. He had already taken the blame for these misunderstandings. He felt he needed to open this gift package to soothe his soul. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you've unlocked the system gift package. Reward, God-level strength. Luo Yuntian opened the system gift package. Instantly, he felt a surge of power filling his entire body. His original strength was already considerable, and now it had improved even further. I'm full, so I'm heading to school now, he said, wanting to fully understand the system's functions. After finishing his meal, Luo Yuntian put down his dishes. At that moment, when Ren Ziyue spoke softly, Yuntian, are you going to school? I've hired 7 special bodyguards for you. They will protect you and accompany you to school. Luo Yuntian was taken aback. Going to college with bodyguards? Was he going to school, or was he a young prince? Having bodyguards for college, and 7 of them at that. Luo Yuntian felt a bit helpless. Sister Ziyue, that's unnecessary. With my innate divine strength, no one could possibly harm me. Luo Yuntian was right. He possessed innate divine strength. Even without the system's rewards, his power far exceeded that of ordinary people. Given his current overall physical condition, how could anyone hurt him at college? Not to mention, he had now obtained the system's God-level strength. Although Yuntian is very strong, it's still necessary to have precautions. And these special bodyguards are not hired by me, when Ren Ziyue giggled. Not hired by Sister Ziyue? Could it be? Luo Yuntian seemed to realize something and chose not to say more. In his heart, he couldn't help but mutter, if only my eldest and second sisters were here. Among all his sisters, the eldest and second sisters were undoubtedly the most authoritative. If they were around, his other sisters wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Unfortunately, one was filming and the other was on a mission. Besides the eldest and second sisters, the other sisters were also busy with their own matters and were not at home. Currently, only his 8th, 9th, and 10th sisters were at home. For the time being, he was unlikely to escape their affectionate torment. In fact, being pampered and tormented by them wasn't so bad. It's just that Luo Yuntian smiled bitterly in his heart. Living with them every day was fine, but now he was already an 18-year-old young man. Each of them was so stunningly beautiful. Moreover, he was just their junior. If this continued, would he one day actually do something to them? Well, I'm off to school. Yuntian, be careful on the road. Yuntian, do you want Sister Mingyin to take you to school? Yes, I want to send Yuntian too. Mu Shuiyao and Xia Mingyin spoke one after another. Luo Yuntian hurriedly waved his hands. No, I'll go by myself. When Ren Ziyue didn't offer to send him off, her gaze shifted slightly, and she softly said, Yuntian, your 7 special bodyguards are already waiting outside the villa. You can refer to them as 001 to 007. All right, Sister Ziyue. Luo Yuntian nodded, took his luggage and set off. After walking outside the villa and a few hundred meters away, once he was completely out of the villa's range, Luo Yuntian saw his 7 special bodyguards. He knew that they were there because they couldn't stay around the villa. The villa had infrared scanning devices on every wall. Anyone whose identity was not registered would be forcibly expelled. If they refused to leave, they could even be directly eliminated. Young Master. The 7 special bodyguards saluted Luo Yuntian. Each of them had hidden numbers on their clothing, allowing them to identify each other. Young Master. That's a nice title. 001. 006. Luo Yuntian counted in his heart. When he reached 006, his gaze paused. Each of them was wearing a mask, making it hard to see their faces, but 006 and the subsequent 007 were clearly 2 women. 2 female bodyguards. Chapter 6, I must find you. Although there were 2 female bodyguards, Luo Yuntian didn't mind. He casually glanced at one of them. 001, you seem quite strong. You should have some power, right? Replying to the young master, I am 001. I once killed a bear with my bare hands abroad. 001 spoke respectfully, with a hint of pride, clearly showcasing his skills to Luo Yuntian. All right, no need to say so much. That means it's you. Luo Yuntian yawned. Since you're strong, I'll leave my luggage to you. 001. 001 felt confused. He's someone who can kill a bear with his bare hands. How can he be asked to carry luggage? Isn't that a waste of talent? However, he didn't dare to say anything against the young master's words. Yes, young master. 001 took the luggage. At that moment, Luo Yuntian spoke again. Since you're all special bodyguards, you should know how to hide your tracks, right? I don't like having people constantly around me. During normal times, you should keep yourselves hidden. Come out only when I give you instructions. Luo Yuntian said this casually, but his tone carried a subtle pressure that made 001 and the others feel a chill. Yes, young master. The 5 responded in unison. Although 006 and 007 didn't respond, they both nodded slightly. Then the 7 disappeared from the surroundings. Luo Yuntian felt relaxed. At home, his 10 older sisters were overly protective. He couldn't hit or scold them, so he could only endure it while suffering and enjoying at the same time. But outside the house, it felt like the sky was high and the birds could fly. He could finally be completely free. He wouldn't let these 7 bodyguards disturb him. It seemed they were quite obedient. In fact, according to Luo Yuntian's original plan, it didn't matter if they didn't obey him. If they disobeyed, he would just beat them until they did. Luo Yuntian walked towards Jinghua University, humming a little tune along the way. As he approached the school, he was almost at a small alley when he suddenly heard a voice. You, don't come over. To his surprise, on his first day of school, he encountered such a situation. Luo Yuntian thought for a moment and walked over to the alley. Little beauty, if you keep retreating, you'll soon have nowhere to go. How about playing with the brothers? In the alley, several rough-looking delinquents were blocking a girl. From their voices, it was clear they had ill intentions. The girl was holding a wooden stick, her delicate hands trembling slightly as she tried to defend herself. But she was being forced to retreat. The delinquents were like cats playing with mice, trying to corner the girl. You guys are bullying a girl with so many of you. Are you even men? Luo Yuntian's somewhat casual voice appeared here. The girl was slightly taken aback. The delinquents were even more stunned. When they turned their heads and saw Luo Yuntian, their faces instantly turned ugly. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. Luo Yuntian, unfazed, continued walking toward them, leisurely putting on a pair of white gloves. You're asking for it. One delinquent picked up a solid brick without any hesitation and threw it directly at Luo Yuntian. The girl exclaimed. Just when she thought Luo Yuntian would be splattered on the spot, bang, Luo Yuntian casually extended his hand, caught the thrown brick, and with a simple squeeze, he crushed it into 2 pieces with his godlike strength. The delinquents were left dumbfounded. But that was not all. Luo Yuntian directly held one half of the brick in his hand, casually squeezed it, and it turned into powder scattering from his hand. It seems you're not only not men, but your way of greeting is also quite rude. The delinquents. All the delinquents shared the same thought. Mamma mia, can we run away in time? The sudden appearance of Luo Yuntian not only surprised the delinquents, but the power he displayed also stunned them. Crushing such a big brick into 2 pieces was already shocking, but turning it into powder? How much strength did that take? Especially the delinquent who threw the brick at Luo Yuntian. He was completely dumbfounded. He had just tried it. It was pure solid brick. It wasn't some old brick. This kind of power was terrifying. What are we afraid of? He asked just one person, and we have several. Let us go together and teach him a lesson. One of them shouted. The others nodded, but not a single one of them stepped forward. Even though they relied on their numbers, thinking they might win, no one wanted to be the first to take a punch from Luo Yuntian. This was someone who could truly break bones. Kid, you got guts. Remember this today? The remaining delinquents shouted threats before all of them ran away. Delinquents. We agreed to go together, didn't we? Why is everyone running away? The delinquent who spoke earlier could only hurriedly follow as well, fearing that Luo Yuntian would find trouble with him. Boring, too boring. Luo Yuntian shook his head, feeling quite uninterested. He then looked at the white gloves on his hand with disdain. He had only worn one glove, and since he crushed the brick into powder, his hand didn't get dirty. But that glove was undoubtedly soiled. Luo Yuntian casually took it off and tossed it aside. He glanced at the girl, who was still dazed and hadn't regained her senses. I have to say, this girl was indeed beautiful, with willow-like brows and apricot-like eyes, a jade nose and lotus-like mouth. Her small face, unadorned with makeup, looked like the rosy glow of dawn against the snow. Her slender waist was delicate, and her skin was as white as snow. She was truly a living little beauty. No wonder those delinquents had ill intentions toward her. Even someone seeing her for the first time would be amazed. However, for Luo Yuntian, who had grown up surrounded by the beauty of his 10 older sisters, he was already accustomed to beauty. If there is nothing else, you should leave quickly. This place is still not safe. After dropping a few words, Luo Yuntian turned to leave. The earlier delinquents were all incredibly dirty, while the girl's pure white dress was still clean. It was obvious that the delinquents had merely been toying with her and hadn't actually done anything serious yet. Otherwise, her clothes would definitely be dirty. He happened to arrive just in time. Seeing Luo Yuntian about to leave, the girl finally came to her senses. You, wait. The girl wanted to chase after Luo Yuntian and hurriedly grab her luggage from the corner where she had been cornered to follow him. However, Luo Yuntian didn't wait for her. After all, he had just casually saved this girl and would not have any further interactions with her. So why wait? However, Luo Yuntian's gaze lingered on the luggage she was dragging. She is also a student at which school in Jinghua City? Luo Yuntian stands at a full height of 1.87 meters. As he strides away, the girl can't catch up despite running all the way. By the time she runs out of the alley, Luo Yuntian's figure has already disappeared. The girl breathes lightly. In the end, she didn't catch up to Luo Yuntian. She stamps her foot in frustration, not at Luo Yuntian, but at herself. Why couldn't she run faster? She glances back at the distant alley and feels a bit of lingering fear. If she had known, she wouldn't have taken this shortcut. Thankfully, nothing happened. She came to Jinghua University today to check in and took this alley to save time. She didn't expect to encounter those ruffians. If it weren't for meeting Luo Yuntian, she can hardly imagine what would have happened to her today. At this moment, she remembers something and cautiously returns to the edge of the alley. After confirming that those people have indeed walked far away, she steps into the alley, takes out a clean packaging bag, and puts the white glove that Luo Yuntian discarded into it. Looking at this white glove and recalling Luo Yuntian's heroic act of saving her, her little face turns a bit red. Just wait. Mu Xiaodai will definitely find you. Chapter 7. Is there anything weirder than this? Rescuing Mu Xiaodai in the alley was just a small episode for Luo Yuntian. After leaving the alley and on his way to Jinghua University, Ling Lingyi appeared beside him. Young master, do you need us to take care of those people? Ling Lingyi asked in a low voice. No need. And I've said before, I don't like people like that appearing around me, unless it's when I give you instructions. Ling Lingyi quickly replied, yes, young master. I remember. This won't happen again. Luo Yuntian yawned and glanced at the luggage in Ling Lingyi's hands. We're almost at the school now. You don't need to carry the luggage anymore. Luo Yuntian took the luggage from Ling Lingyi's hands and walked towards Jinghua University. As soon as Luo Yuntian entered the university, he caused a stir at the school gate. Oh, what a handsome guy. Wow, he's so handsome. I've never seen such a handsome guy. I can't take it anymore. I wonder if such a handsome guy has a girlfriend. Give it up. Even if he doesn't have a girlfriend, he wouldn't look at you. Luo Yuntian's stunning looks caused many girls to scream. He was already used to this kind of attention. After all, everywhere he went since childhood, he would cause a stir. The discussions among the girls made many boys envious. There was nothing they could do. Luo Yuntian was indeed tall and handsome. They couldn't compete. Luo Yuntian walked to the orientation desk and found his class, Civil Engineering Class 1. Classmate, you are, ah? The girl in charge of the orientation exclaimed upon seeing Luo Yuntian, her eyes sparkling with stars. Luo Yuntian was already accustomed to such scenes. Excuse me, is this the orientation desk for Civil Engineering Class 1? Luo Yuntian asked with a faint smile. Oh, this guy is so good-looking when he smiles. The girl was almost fainting from Luo Yuntian's handsomeness. She barely managed to control her racing heart. Why, yes. The girl took out a card. The front had the dormitory location and a simple campus map, while the back had the homeroom teacher's phone number. I think you might have trouble finding the dormitory. How about I take you there? The girl volunteered. Many people around were green with envy. Being handsome really does allow one to do as they please. No, I can go by myself, Luo Yuntian politely said, taking the card and walking away. After he left, the girl's heart was still racing. Regretting that she couldn't accompany Luo Yuntian, Luo Yuntian glanced at both sides of the card, memorized all the details, and then tossed it into the trash bin. He had always been a pure academic prodigy. He could remember everything at a glance. Having memorized the information, keeping the card was unnecessary. Ling Lingyi, the luggage. Luo Yuntian said casually in front of the number 3 dormitory building. Ling Lingyi quickly appeared, handed the suitcase to Luo Yuntian, and soon disappeared. Luo Yuntian walked into the dormitory building and made his way to room 666. Hurry up, let us go. Attack him. Use your ultimate. Haha, we won. That was a great play. Room 666 was a 4-person room, and at that moment, 3 people were busy typing on their keyboards. Luo Yuntian's lips curled into a slight smile as he pushed the door open. The 3 were stunned when they saw someone enter. Not because someone walked in, but because Luo Yuntian was just too handsome. Are you our new roommate? Nice to meet you. I'm Lu Gaoyang. Zhou Junjia. I am Qi Minglang. Facing his 3 roommates. Luo Yuntian nodded with a smile. I'm Luo Yuntian. They chatted for a bit and quickly became familiar. Qi Minglang, being quite sociable, soon asked Luo Yuntian, do you like playing League of Legends? Luo Yuntian glanced at their running computers. I know a little, he said, but only he knew how much he actually knew. Great. Let's play a few rounds together when we have time. But we don't have enough time right now. After the 3 closed their computers, Luo Yuntian simply dropped off his luggage and left the dormitory building, heading to class. Qi Minglang leaned closer, winking. Yuntian, I heard our teacher is a big beauty. Are you looking forward to it? Qi Minglang was a bit too close for comfort. Luo Yuntian could sense the hidden Ling Lingyi, and the others behind him were a bit restless. He gave them a gesture to quiet down before slowly speaking. It's fine. You don't need to have too many expectations. I also feel like it's mostly hearsay, but it doesn't hurt to look forward to it. Qi Minglang continued to wink, while Lu Gaoyang and Zhou Junjia chimed in occasionally. When the 4 arrived at the class, Luo Yuntian's stunning looks undoubtedly caused another stir. He was already used to it. After most students had arrived, Luo Yuntian heard the sound of high heels outside the door. Then, a tall woman in workplace OL attire with a cold expression walked in. The woman was stunningly beautiful, but her demeanor was somewhat aloof, giving her an air of cold beauty. The moment she walked in, all the boys in the class held their breath. They had heard their homeroom teacher was beautiful, but they didn't expect her to be this stunning. As for Luo Yuntian, he was slightly taken aback, his expression even a bit strange. "Hello everyone, I am." The cold woman just started speaking when her tone faltered. She had noticed Luo Yuntian sitting below. After a moment of surprise, she managed to calm her emotions and continued. "I am your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years of university. Shower watching." Luo Yuntian's heart was filled with question marks. And internally he was like, what? The blind date from before became my university homeroom teacher? Is there anything weirder than this in the world? Chapter 8. The top scholar of the college entrance examination. A pure academic overachiever. The aloof woman who walked in had no resemblance to anyone else. She was none other than Luo Yuntian's blind date from before, shower watching. Luo Yuntian was completely taken aback. He never expected to encounter his blind date at school. Furthermore, she had become his homeroom teacher. This coincidence left him utterly speechless. Indeed, she had mentioned before that she held a master's degree from Tsinghua University and was employed there. Luo Yuntian remembered all the conditions shower watching had mentioned during their blind date, thanks to his academic prowess. He had known that she worked at Tsinghua University, but he had never thought much of it. Who would have guessed that she would become his homeroom teacher now? Shower watching's gaze was cold as she pretended to be indifferent, glancing around the classroom briefly to introduce herself to everyone. Most of the new students had already enrolled, and there would be a general assembly for all freshmen under the national flag shortly. "Everyone, please line up," she said before walking out of the classroom. Once outside, she felt an overwhelming wave of emotions. Not only was Luo Yuntian surprised, but she was even more astonished. The blind date who had played tricks on her, the scoundrel who lied about having $1 billion in pocket money, had actually become her student. Was this all just a dream? He had claimed to have only a high school education, and it turned out he hadn't lied about that. When Luo Yuntian had been on their blind date, he had said he had a high school education, and she had thought he was deliberately deceiving her. But based on what Aunt Zhang had told her in the current situation, it was clear that Luo Yuntian had been telling the truth. After all, he hadn't been in college at that time. If he wasn't a high school graduate, then what was he? Yet, Luo Yuntian had still managed to pull a fast one on her during their blind date. Even so, this little scoundrel is unforgivable. Now, he has finally fallen into my hands. The corners of shower watching's lips curled up as if she had made a decision. For her, Luo Yuntian's current identity was that of her student. Everything that followed would be interesting. Shower watching's mood improved, but deep down, she felt more uncertain. He couldn't possibly be the top scholar of this year's college entrance examination. Could he? During their blind date, she had learned Luo Yuntian's name, but at that time, she thought he was a member of society and didn't consider him a student. Now that she knew he was indeed a student, and a new freshman at that, with the same name as this year's top scholar, it was hard for her not to overthink. She still hadn't obtained the list of her students' grades, so she couldn't clarify anything yet. Forget it. There's no point in thinking about this now. I refuse to believe that this little scoundrel is really this year's top scholar. Shower watching stopped dwelling on the matter and, in her high heels, left the classroom. After she completely exited, the students in the classroom didn't immediately line up. Instead, the atmosphere was about to explode. Wow, was that our homeroom teacher just now? She's too beautiful. Many boys were excitedly discussing. The civil engineering major typically had a high male-to-female ratio, so having such a stunning homeroom teacher made the class erupt with exclamations. Qi Minglang was particularly excited. "Hey, Yuntian, did you see that? Our homeroom teacher is actually a beautiful woman." He chuckled. "Looks like the rumors I heard before were true." Luo Yuntian had a slight reaction. He was somewhat surprised, but as for how beautiful shower watching was, he had seen her before, after all. Moreover, shower watching's looks couldn't compare to his 10 sisters. "Yuntian, why aren't you excited at all? What do you think of our beautiful homeroom teacher?" Qi Minglang asked. "She's okay," Luo Yuntian replied lazily. Qi Minglang was taken aback. "Just okay? How high are your standards? Do you have a bunch of heavenly beauties around you?" It's worth mentioning that Qi Minglang's casual thoughts were actually spot on. After the initial excitement, all the boys in the class lined up to leave the classroom as per shower watching's instructions. "Yuntian, Minglang, let's go line up," said Luo Yuntian's other 2 roommates, Lu Gaoyong and Zhou Junjie. "Right, we can't keep the homeroom teacher waiting," they chimed in. Luo Yuntian stood up from his seat and walked outside with them. They made their way to the national flag, where many students had already gathered. On the platform, there was a table and chairs for the school leaders. Once seated, Qi Minglang, ever curious, said, "Yin Tian, do you guys know that this year's top scholar of the college entrance examination is also here at Jinghua University? Do you think such a scholar is just a bookworm who only knows how to study and wears thick glasses?" Luo Yuntian. He cleared his throat slightly. "I think there's another possibility. Perhaps he is actually a genius?" "Haha, a genius? Don't joke around. True geniuses are extremely rare." Qi Minglang dismissed. After a while, a voice came from the stage. "Now, let's invite our student representative, this year's top scholar, Luo Yuntian, to give a speech." Qi Minglang. He was momentarily stunned. "Luo Yuntian? Isn't that the name of my new roommate? Could it be?" As the announcement concluded, Luo Yuntian stood up, slightly shaking off his lazy demeanor, and walked up to the podium. This scene left Qi Minglang, as well as Lu Gaoyong and Zhou Junjie beside him, in shock. "No way, he really is the top scholar," Qi Minglang exclaimed, regretting his earlier words and wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Standing on the other side of the stage, Shower Watching was also taken aback. She hadn't expected Luo Yuntian to actually be the top scholar. However, she quickly scoffed softly. "So what if he's the top scholar? He's still a little scoundrel." At that moment, a voice called out from the civil engineering class. "Excuse me, is this the first class? I'm late, I just arrived." A girl's voice made Qi Minglang and the others turn around, and they were instantly captivated. Such a beauty was also in their class. First, they had a beautiful homeroom teacher, and now another cute girl had appeared. They couldn't help but doubt whether they had chosen the right major. Yes, Qi Minglang hurriedly replied. "This is the first class position. You can sit in the back." "Thank you," Mu Xiaodai said, taking a seat at the back. At this moment, Luo Yuntian had already stood up and walked to the podium. Mu Xiaodai couldn't see his face, only feeling his back, which seemed somewhat familiar. Before long, Luo Yuntian was standing on the podium. "Hello, everyone. I'm the student representative this time. Luo Yuntian." Mu Xiaodia's lovely big eyes widened slightly, unable to believe the scene before her. "Ah, he. Mu Xiaodia's reaction made Qi Minglang and the others sigh, feeling a bit sour in their hearts. Being handsome is great. So quickly, he could catch the attention of such a cute girl. Moreover, Luo Yuntian was not just ordinary handsome. But they didn't know that Mu Xiaodia's strong reaction wasn't solely because Luo Yuntian was handsome. It was also because of the heroic scene of him saving her in the alley earlier. His name is Luo Yuntian? What a nice name, so powerful. Mu Xiaodia's heart was about to fly away, firmly remembering Luo Yuntian's name in her heart. After the heroic rescue, she thought that since she didn't catch up to Luo Yuntian at first, it would probably be difficult to find him again. After all, the entire Jinghua city was so big. She didn't expect that not only did she meet him again, but they were also in the same school. From the way Luo Yuntian walked up just now, it seemed they were even in the same class. This must be a chance given to me by heaven. I definitely won't miss it. Mu Xiaodia secretly vowed to herself. The commotion caused by Luo Yuntian going on stage was not only in Mu Xiaodia's heart. "Ah, what a handsome guy. Oh my, is this the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination? Truly talented and good-looking. I'm going to be mesmerized. Sobi. I finally understand my mom's good intentions in making me study hard. I'm so lucky to be in the same school as such a male god." Compared to the students who had seen him when Luo Yuntian entered the school, those sitting under the national flag were all new students. Undoubtedly, Luo Yuntian would cause a huge stir. If it weren't for the many school leaders present, the girls below would probably be screaming. The boys, on the other hand, felt a bit sour. How could someone be this good-looking? Among the students sitting in the civil engineering department, a tall boy named Yang Wei turned his head out of jealousy. However, this turn made his eyes light up because he saw Mu Xiaodai sitting in the last row of Class 1. "Hello, I'm Yang Wei from Class 3 of Civil Engineering. May I ask if you are?" Yang Wei wanted to strike up a conversation with Mu Xiaodai, but she didn't hear his words at all, her attention fully on Luo Yuntian on stage. Her sparkling, beautiful eyes were filled with little stars, making Yang Wei feel extremely frustrated, and he could only swallow back what he wanted to say. Luo Yuntian's speech continued. I hope we all have a bright future ahead. After Luo Yuntian finished his speech, the audience erupted into warm applause. Mu Xiaodai, in particular, was so excited that her delicate hands turned red from clapping, even more excited than if she had gone up to speak herself. Come down, come down. After Luo Yuntian's speech, Mu Xiaodai eagerly awaited him to come down, but Luo Yuntian simply sat down in the student representative seat, making Mu Xiaodai feel a bit deflated. However, the other girls were in for a treat. Luo Yuntian, sitting in the student representative seat, meant that countless girls could gaze at him like this, making them feel incredibly happy. At this moment, Qi Minglang realized something. Wow, they let Yuntian speak first, and then it's the school leader's turn. Yuntian's status is really high. He only just realized that today's freshman meeting had Luo Yuntian speaking first, followed by the school leaders. That's quite impressive. There's no way around it. Who told Yuntian to be the top scorer? Yeah, it's normal to give Yuntian such importance, said Lu Gaoyong and Zhou Junjie. They couldn't think of deeper reasons at that moment, like Luo Yuntian's terrifying background. When it was the turn of the school leaders to speak, it became a bit drowsy. However, since Luo Yuntian was still sitting in the student representative seat, all the girls were in high spirits, not feeling drowsy at all. The school leaders were very satisfied, seeing that this year's students were very energetic. Chapter 9, I saved you. But you want to come on to me? During the opening ceremony, Yang Wei tried several times to strike up a conversation with Mu Xiaodai, but each attempt was completely in vain, leaving him feeling extremely frustrated. After the freshman assembly finally ended, Luo Yuntian and the school leaders left through another route, presumably heading back to their classes. This made Mu Xiaodai even more anxious. Could you take me back to class? I just came to school, and I'm not familiar yet. Mu Xiaodai plaintively said to Qi Minglang and the others, which only made her seem more endearing. Qi Minglang and the others could hardly refuse. No problem. Just stay close to us. By the way, I haven't asked your name. My name is Mu Xiaodai. After Mu Xiaodai finished speaking, Qi Minglang and the others introduced themselves one by one. They then returned to their class with the tide of students. Yang Wei, at that moment, lost another opportunity to strike up a conversation. He finally learned Mu Xiaodie's name, but it was still through someone else's mouth. Mu Xiaodie. Yang Wei, must win you over. Yang Wei silently vowed, as he could only head back to class first. After Qi Minglang and the others returned to the classroom, they happened to run into Luo Yuntian, who had just come back. At that moment, Qi Minglang's gaze became somewhat awkward. Yuntian, I didn't know you were this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. The nerd I mentioned earlier with thick glasses was just talking nonsense. So don't take it to heart. Luo Yuntian didn't care at all. Don't worry, I didn't take it to heart. At this point, Mu Xiaodai had already excitedly approached. Luo Yuntian, do you remember me? My name is Mu Xiaodai. We met earlier in the alley. Luo Yuntian simply nodded. He had noticed Mu Xiaodai during the speech on stage, and aside from being surprised that things could be so coincidental, he was no longer particularly surprised now. Seeing that Luo Yuntian didn't react much, Mu Xiaodai felt slightly disappointed. However, she didn't lose heart, and with a slightly flushed face, she spoke up. Thank you, Luo Yuntian, for saving me in the alley earlier. Otherwise, I might really have been in big trouble. Qi Minglang and the others looked on with envy, realizing that this was a classic hero saving the beauty scenario. Just a casual act. To you, it might be casual, but for me, it was life-saving. I must repay you. Luo Yuntian was somewhat taken aback. Why is this girl so stubborn? After thinking for a moment, he threw her a difficult question. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than gold. Since you say it was life-saving for you, how much gold do you think your life is worth? Mu Xiaodai gently bit her lip, and then her starry eyes lit up. Her exquisitely delicate face turned even redder. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Just right, Luo Yuntian. He was now filled with question marks. I saved you, and you want to come on to me? Everyone says I treat you as a friend, and yet you want to come on to me? Now that he had saved Mu Xiaodai, she was instead lusting after him? Was this not a case of gratitude turning to resentment? Meanwhile, Qi Minglang and the others were already filled with envy and jealousy. Being handsome and a top student really made a difference. Someone was already throwing themselves at him so quickly, and it was such a beautiful girl. Moreover, the beautiful girl in their eyes was merely due to Mu Xiaodia's petite figure. If it was solely about looks, Mu Xiaodai could definitely be considered a great beauty. Looking at Luo Yuntian, Mu Xiaodia's little face turned red. Luo Yuntian, I fell for you at first sight. Will you be my boyfriend? Yes. Mu Xiaodai had fallen for Luo Yuntian. Throughout her life, she had never liked anyone else. She had never even been in a relationship, not even holding hands with a boy. But in the alley, the scene where Luo Yuntian, like a hero descending from the heavens, saved her, made her completely fall for him. She liked him so much that it was hopeless, so much that it was illogical. Perhaps love itself is just that, illogical. Mu Xiaodia's bold confession made Qi Minglang and the others envious of Luo Yuntian. However, Luo Yuntian was uninterested. I refuse. Mu Xiaodai was stunned and then looked somewhat wronged. Why? Her pitiful expression made her even more lovable. Moreover, there was a naturally rising intonation at the end of her words, making her sound even cuter, like a little cat scratching at one's heart. Because I don't like children, Luo Yuntian said this, leaving Qi Minglang and the others at a loss for words. Yuntian, could you be any more insensitive? Moreover, wasn't this somewhat hurtful? Luo Yuntian was naturally aware of this. However, such words would make her retreat. Sure enough, after Luo Yuntian finished speaking, Mu Xiaodia's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Just when Luo Yuntian thought she would give up, Mu Xiaodia's starry eyes lit up again. Then, with a slightly flushed face, she spoke up. Don't worry, I'll be careful not to let us have children so soon. Luo Yuntian? He had just said he didn't like children, meaning her petite figure, but Mu Xiaodai had turned the topic to ordinary children. However, it must be said that this girl had a high emotional intelligence. Her adaptability was quite impressive. For her to bring up such a topic was indeed a challenge for her. Now, many students had returned to the classroom. They had all heard Mu Xiaodia's words and were momentarily stunned. Our class has such a beautiful girl? It seems she has already fallen for our class's top scorer. Such a beautiful girl is already taken. I don't accept this. I don't accept this. What good is it to not accept it? Can you match up to him in terms of grades or looks? The voices of discussion in the classroom gradually increased. Mu Xiaodia's little face turned even redder. Having never been in a relationship, saying such things to Luo Yuntian in front of so many people required immense courage. Yet her gaze remained firm, looking at Luo Yuntian without any deviation. Qi Minglang and the others were also somewhat overwhelmed by this explosive topic. Seeing Mu Xiaodai being so proactive, Qi Minglang couldn't help but speak up. Yuntian, the beautiful girl, is so proactive. Why not get to know her first instead of rejecting her so directly? Mu Xiaodai felt a sense of gratitude towards Qi Minglang in her heart. She didn't dare to say much, but this was also a sort of assist for her. At that moment, Luo Yuntian stood up directly, causing Mu Xiaodai to take a step closer. Smelling the pleasant scent on Luo Yuntian, Mu Xiaodai couldn't help but feel flustered inside and instinctively took a step back. Luo Yuntian advanced again, and Mu Xiaodai retreated again until she was backed against the wall. When Mu Xiaodai had no retreat left, bang! Luo Yuntian stretched out his arm and propped himself against the wall. Mu Xiaodai was directly blocked inside. Mu Xiaodai was stunned. Qi Minglang and the others were also stunned. The other students in the classroom were also stunned. This is wall slam? Mu Xiaodia's little heart was about to jump out. She felt a bit dizzy in her little head. Qi Minglang and the others were surprised as well. They were astonished that Luo Yuntian had really opened up. The other boys in the classroom felt a bit sour. It was hard to have such a little beauty in the class. It seemed that she was going to be taken away on the first day. The few girls in the class were also a bit worried. Their exam champion male god wouldn't be easily taken away, right? Just when everyone had their own thoughts and Mu Xiaodai was extremely nervous, Luo Yuntian's lips curled slightly. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. After saying that, Luo Yuntian walked directly to his seat. Mu Xiaodai was a bit confused. Is that all? Did she only catch his attention? Qi Minglang and the others were even more at a loss. What is with the strong CEO vibe? Mu Xiaodai came back to her senses, her little pink fists clenched tightly. Sure enough, it wasn't going to be that easy to succeed. However, she wouldn't give up. Luo Yuntian. At this moment, Mu Xiaodai cupped her hands to form a trumpet shape and shouted at Luo Yuntian's back. I will definitely make you like me. After declaring her feelings, Mu Xiaodia's little face turned even redder. Just then, the sound of high heels approached. Shower Watching happened to walk into the classroom. With her entrance, the entire classroom instantly fell silent. Shower Watching's gaze also turned towards Mu Xiaodai. Mu Xiaodia's little face felt even hotter. She was sure that Shower Watching had heard her words. However, she didn't feel guilty at all. After all, college doesn't prohibit dating. Even if the homeroom teacher heard it, it wouldn't matter. Shower Watching retracted her gaze. Students who are still standing, please return to your seats. I have something to announce. The only one still standing in the classroom was undoubtedly Mu Xiaodai. She could only obediently return to her seat at this moment. Shower Watching then spoke directly. Next, there will be 3 days of military training. To maintain order, I will select a class monitor. The other class committee members will be decided after the military training. Shower Watching's gaze glanced at Luo Yuntian. The class monitor for our class will be Luo Yuntian. The students in the class had no objections to this. After all, Luo Yuntian was the exam champion. If he didn't become the class monitor, who else would? At the very least, he would be a study committee member. Otherwise, letting someone else take the position would probably make that person too embarrassed to accept it. Additionally, everyone's grades in the class were generally good. However, there was a student who came in just below the admission line and needed to pay attention to their grades. Mu Xiaodai, you need to work hard. By the end, Shower Watching's tone became slightly stern. Mu Xiaodai suddenly felt a bit deflated. Grades were indeed a hurdle she found hard to cross. All right, that's all for now. Class monitor, come out with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Shower Watching took the lead and walked out of the classroom. Luo Yuntian followed her out. Once outside the classroom, they walked quite a distance to the side before stopping. Luo Yuntian walked up to her with a playful expression. Shower Watching had a blank expression, pretending to be aloof. Starting today, you are the class monitor. I hope you will cooperate with my work. No problem. Luo Yuntian agreed. Shower Watching nodded, wanting to leave. At this moment, Luo Yuntian spoke up. Can I ask you a question? Shower Watching stopped. You can ask. Luo Yuntian had a playful look on his face. Just now in the class, your remarks targeting Mu Xiaodai were deliberate, weren't they? Were you jealous? Shower Watching. Chapter 10, why does it seem so much like that person? Just now, Shower Watching asked the standing students to return to their seats. At that time, the only one standing was Mu Xiaodai. This statement was undoubtedly directed at Mu Xiaodai. If this was a coincidence, then later when Shower Watching told Mu Xiaodai, who barely made it over the admission line, to pay more attention to her grades and work harder, her intention became very clear. She had no need to bring this up at that moment. It was obvious that there was a hint of targeting Mu Xiaodai. As for the reason, Luo Yuntian found it quite amusing. Perhaps it was really because of jealousy? Meanwhile, Shower Watching was about to go crazy. This little brat actually thought she was jealous? Scumbag. Shower Watching snorted directly. What a joke. How could I be jealous? Don't forget, I am your homeroom teacher. Of course I know that, Luo Yuntian said with a meaningful smile. But I also know that you're my blind date this morning. I have been thinking, if I had clearly stated my conditions early on and agreed to you, what would it be like now? At this moment, Shower Watching snorted again. Little brat, are you still trying to deceive me? I have already found out. That business about you having 1 billion in pocket money is all nonsense you made up. Shower Watching looked as if she could see through everything. Luo Yuntian raised his eyebrows. So, she thought he was just making things up before? She must have believed the fake news released by the sisters. Little brat, don't talk about the past. The matter from this morning has already become a thing of the past for her. Luo Yuntian looked indifferent. If she didn't want to talk about it, then so be it. It was no loss to him. Seeing that Luo Yuntian had nothing more to say, Shower Watching couldn't help but speak up again. Do you think I'm a gold digger? Although the blind date this morning failed, she initially thought that Luo Yuntian had completely deceived her, filling her heart with anger. The discussions from others about gold diggers had deeply hurt her. Now, she realized that apart from that 1 billion pocket money, Luo Yuntian didn't deceive her about his other qualifications. At that time, Luo Yuntian indeed only had a high school education. He hadn't lied to her about any other conditions. At most, he had concealed some information. What shower watching cared about now was only Luo Yuntian's opinion. She wanted to see if Luo Yuntian also thought she was a gold digger. No, Luo Yuntian said without hesitation. Shower watching stared at Luo Yuntian without blinking. Try to read something from his eyes. Soon, she confirmed her thoughts. Luo Yuntian wasn't lying. She had a high level of expertise in psychology and educational psychology. When Luo Yuntian claimed he had 1 billion in pocket money before, she indeed misjudged him once. But this time, she was confident she wouldn't misjudge again. What Luo Yuntian said now was genuinely from his heart. Why? Shower watching wanted to know the answer. Luo Yuntian shrugged. The conditions that gold diggers demand are usually much higher than their own. Moreover, they're often extremely harsh conditions. But your requirements, while high, are generally proportional to your own conditions. So you aren't considered a gold digger. He had always thought this way in his heart. When he was chatting with Wenren Ziyue before, he had also said similar things. It was fine to tell her. The corners of Shower Watching's lips finally curled into a slight smile. All right, you little brat. I'll take your word for it. Now, for the position of class monitor, you better perform well. Shower Watching's mood clearly improved. Stepping in her high heels, she gradually walked away. Luo Yuntian didn't mind. Even if Shower Watching wasn't a gold digger, she was still somewhat materialistic. He didn't like materialistic women, so he never thought about developing anything with Shower Watching. After a while, Mu Xiaodai cautiously peeked her cute little head out from the classroom door. Luo Yuntian, has the homeroom teacher left? Luo Yuntian simply nodded. Mu Xiaodai then jumped out cutely. Let's go have dinner. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Luo Yuntian turned and walked away. I'm not staying at school tonight, nor am I having dinner at school. Other students also came out at this time. Seeing this scene, they were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. At the same time, they were also surprised by Luo Yuntian's lack of romantic sentiment. Many boys even shouted in their hearts, "If the class monitor doesn't choose you, I will. Come confess to me. I will definitely be the first to agree." But unfortunately, Mu Xiaodie's gaze didn't linger on any of them. At this moment, Yang Wei from Class 3 ran over with a smug look. "Xiaodai, let's go have dinner." Yang Wei raised his head proudly. "I have already been elected as the class monitor of Class 3. However, Mu Xiaodai showed no interest at all. "No, thank you." After saying that, she chased after Luo Yuntian. This scene made Yang Wei clench his fists tightly, secretly hating Luo Yuntian. Mu Xiaodai chased after Luo Yuntian. But with Luo Yuntian's height of 187 meters, his strides were much larger than hers. Plus, he was in a crowd. Before long, Mu Xiaodai was left gasping for breath and lost sight of Luo Yuntian. She silently vowed in her heart, "I will definitely make you like me." After watching for a long time, in the end, she went to the restaurant alone. Luo Yuntian walked out of the school gate. As he approached the gate, his stunning looks undoubtedly caused a stir. Luo Yuntian had long since gotten used to this as he gradually walked out of the school gate, heading in the direction of the villa. When he reached the alley where he had saved Mu Xiaodai before, Luo Yuntian sensed something. However, he didn't stop and continued walking forward. "Kid, stop." At the entrance of the alley, a voice rang out. The small gangsters who had been scared off by Luo Yuntian before had surprisingly returned. There were more than a dozen of them, wielding sticks and exuding arrogance, clearly having waited for Luo Yuntian for a long time. Slap! Luo Yuntian ignored them and simply snapped his fingers. 01 to 07 appeared right in front of him. The gangsters were immediately stunned. Where did these 7 people come from? Fortunately, there were only 7 of them. They might be able to handle it. 01, however, nervously spoke to Luo Yuntian. "Young master, we have been targeted by Longya, so our actions might be somewhat inconvenient." Longya? The small gangsters were even more stunned. Longya is the most powerful organization in Huagua. They are the guardians of Huagua. The members are all the top fighters in Huagua. How could Luo Yuntian's 7 bodyguards be targeted by Longya? If that were the case, how dangerous would his 7 bodyguards be? Are you kidding me? A gang leader-like figure swallowed hard. And soon, a fully armed team has surrounded this place. This group of little thugs is about to faint. Guns. These are the real deal. And that distinctive emblem on their shoulders. Could it be anything other than Dragon Tooth? I didn't expect them to encounter the legendary Dragon Tooth today. All the little thugs are now terrified. What? What kind of situation is this? The scene before them has completely bewildered the thugs in the alley. At this moment, the entire Dragon Tooth team has raised their guns, all aimed at the 7 bodyguards of Luo Yuntian. Even Luo Yuntian's 7 bodyguards are feeling a bit tense. Only 006 and 007 seem not to react much. A man who looks like a captain from the Dragon Tooth team walked over. When his gaze swept over the bodyguards, he too showed signs of nervousness and vigilance. "Hello, I am Captain Xiang Tianyi of the 67th Squad of Dragon Tooth. May I ask who these people beside you are?" "They're my bodyguards," Luo Yuntian said casually, without any tension. Xiang Tianyi's expression darkened. "Do you know their identities?" "No, why?" "Many of them are notorious killers. They are wanted at level 1. Xiang Tianyi's words nearly made the gangsters wet their pants. Notorious killers? Wanted at level 1? Good heavens! Who are they really facing? Especially the level 1 wanted status. Just a moment ago, they even thought about causing trouble for Luo Yuntian's bodyguards. They must be seeking death. Xiang Tianyi thought that his words would shock Luo Yuntian. He was ready to find an opportunity to pull Luo Yuntian to his side, while notifying the other members of the Dragon Tooth team to prepare for shooting. But unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, Luo Yuntian still showed no reaction. "Is that so? Well, at least I can rest assured about their abilities." Xiang Tianyi. This situation seems too unusual. He thought Luo Yuntian's nonchalant demeanor was due to ignorance of the identities of 001 and the others. But now that Luo Yuntian knows, why isn't he shocked or scared? For Luo Yuntian, he truly didn't know the original identities of 001 and the others. But so what? What he cares about is their strength and capabilities. Xiang Tianyi's thoughts have completely changed. He is now wondering if Luo Yuntian and these notorious killer bodyguards are accomplices. Xiang Tianyi's expression darkened further. "May I ask, did you hire these bodyguards?" "No." "Then do you know who hired them?" Luo Yuntian thought for a moment. "It should be my family." "Family?" With that, Luo Yuntian must definitely be connected to these notorious killers. "I'm sorry, but we now suspect that you're colluding with these notorious killers. Please come with us." "What about my bodyguards?" "Execute them on the spot." 001 and the others were on high alert, almost ready to fight to the death with the Dragon Tooth team. But Luo Yuntian merely smirked slightly. "I can go with you, but before that, can I make a phone call?" "Sure." Xiang Tianyi wasn't so unreasonable. Besides, Luo Yuntian might not necessarily be related to this matter. It wouldn't hurt to let him make a call before taking him away. Luo Yuntian picked up his phone and dialed a number. On the other end of the line, a stunningly beautiful, poised woman with a cold and proud expression was gazing into the distance. The moment the phone rang and she saw the number, she instantly became extremely excited. The pride on her face completely faded away. "Little brother, why did you think to call your second sister?" "Second sister, I miss you." "Little brother, your second sister misses you too." The spirited woman was incredibly excited. "Look, little brother took the initiative to call me and even said he misses me. This is the victory of a doting sister." What was supposed to be a scene of deep sibling affection left Xiang Tianyi a bit stunned. This voice, why does it sound so much like that person? Chapter 11. Cheer up, my little brother, or you'll go to Dragon Tooth Prison. Xiang Tianyi felt a tightening in his heart, constantly reminding himself, it wouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. At that moment, he heard Luo Yuntian speak. "Sister, I have one more thing to tell you." "Okay, little brother, just say it." "Oh, it's nothing major, just that the Dragon Tooth team has come looking for me. They want to kill my bodyguards who are protecting me and take me away." "What?" The confident woman on the other end of the phone immediately changed her expression. "The Dragon Tooth team? They want to kill her brother's bodyguards? And take her little brother away? That's audacious, especially the latter. It was simply intolerable. Little brother is her reverse scale. Anyone who dares to harm her little brother will face her wrath. Little brother, turn on the speaker. Which Dragon Tooth team is this? And who is in charge?" Luo Yuntian activated the speaker. It was Captain Xiang from the 67th Division. "Give the phone to him. Sister wants to talk to him." Luo Yuntian had a knowing smile as he handed over the phone. "Captain Xiang, my sister wants to speak with you." Xiang Tianyi felt like he was falling into an icy cave. When Luo Yuntian activated the speaker, he clearly heard the last sentence from the woman. That voice. He would definitely not mistake it. This is... Normally, Xiang Tianyi wouldn't even answer this phone. With his status, how could just anyone's sister talk to him? But at this moment, he trembled as he took Luo Yuntian's phone with a sense of deep reverence. Hello, Xiang Tianyi. Your audacity is quite impressive. Xiang Tianyi had a glimmer of hope in his heart, but at that moment when the woman spoke again, his heart completely sank. No matter what, he would not mishear that voice. Moreover, Luo Yuntian hadn't mentioned his name on the phone, only saying he was Captain Xiang. Yet the woman directly called him by his name. Everything shattered the last bit of hope in Xiang Tianyi's heart. Yin war god. Xiang Tianyi spoke with a trembling voice. The woman on the other end was the leader of their entire Dragon Tooth, the war god of Hua country, Yin Aoshan. The members of the Dragon Tooth team behind her were also completely stunned. The hands that were raised with guns subconsciously lowered. Yin Aoshan's voice was incredibly cold. You want to take my brother away? Brother. The term sister used by Luo Yuntian had made Xiang Tianyi hesitant to think about it. He never expected that it would be confirmed now. Cold sweat began to pour down Xiang Tianyi's back. No, Jian. Yin war god. We found out that your brother's bodyguards are all desperate killers. We are worried they might pose a threat to the public. So we want to take your brother too. Before Xiang Tianyi could finish, Yin Aoshang raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that the bodyguards I found for my own brother would pose a threat to the public? Xiang Tianyi was completely dumbfounded. Luo Yuntian's bodyguards were provided by Yin war god? Xiang Tianyi's face was nearly in tears, looking even worse than crying. Mommy, why didn't you say so earlier? These bodyguards were arranged by Yin war god for Luo Yuntian. If he had known earlier, no matter what, he would have dared to bring people to trouble Luo Yuntian. A threat to the public? How could people hired by Yin war god possibly threaten the public? She is the war god of Hua country. It seems that perhaps she is giving these killer bodyguards a chance to atone for their sins. But he couldn't find out any of this and had no authority to investigate what Yin Aoshan was doing. This is just too unfair. 01 and the others were also a bit confused at this moment. In fact, not only Xiang Tianyi was unaware of their employer, but even they themselves didn't know. Our employer is actually the war god Yin of Hua country. 01 gulped hard in awe, considering protecting Luo Yuntian as an unparalleled honor. Moreover, he now didn't dare to entertain any thoughts of betrayal. Otherwise, wouldn't he be finished by Yin war god? No, Yin war god. Xiang Tianyi's hand, holding the phone, trembled continuously, but he focused all his energy on it. If he dropped Yin war god's brother's phone, or the call got cut off due to a damaged phone, he wouldn't need Yin war god to say anything. He would probably just hang himself. Yin war god, I don't know. All right, no need to say more. When you return, you will spend a month training in Dragon Tooth Prison. You small fry should have trained long ago. Dragon Tooth Prison. Xiang Tianyi nearly fainted. Anyone who could stay in Dragon Tooth Prison for a day was an elite among Dragon Tooth. If he stayed for a month, even if he didn't die, he would be skin alive. The members of the Dragon Tooth team behind him also began to tremble. For them, Dragon Tooth Prison was an absolute nightmare. Captain, we must not be implicated by you. Many members of the Dragon Tooth team silently thought. Although Dragon Tooth was known for its loyalty, at this moment, they could only heartlessly abandon their captain. Sister, there's no need to be like this. Luo Yuntian said lazily at this moment. Captain Xiang didn't mean it. If we clear up the misunderstanding, it will be fine. With the phone on speaker. As soon as Luo Yuntian finished speaking, Yin Aoshan's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. All right, since my little brother said so, Xiang Tianyi, I'll give you an opportunity and a task. You say, Yin war god. Xiang Tianyi hurriedly spoke, throwing a grateful glance at Luo Yuntian. If Luo Yuntian hadn't said that, he would have been finished today. Xiang Tianyi, listen carefully. This opportunity and task is to cheer up my little brother and not let him be angry. If you can't cheer him up, you'll go to Dragon Tooth Prison. Xiang Tianyi was stunned for a moment. What? Cheer up Luo Yuntian? As a member of Dragon Tooth, even when facing hundreds of enemies, he wouldn't frown. but cheering someone up was completely outside his area of expertise. Chapter 12. Jinghua Police Station, a stormy sea. Soothing Luo Yuntian, making sure he doesn't get angry. Xiang Tianyi was a bit confused. He had no idea what to do, but he didn't dare to refuse. Nor could he. He could only accept it. Yin Zhanshun, Xiang Tianyi. Accepts the mission. All right, give the phone back to my little brother. Yin Aoshuang's tone softened. Xiang Tianyi carefully handed the phone back. Luo Yuntian took the phone and directly turned off the speaker. The next moment, a very indulgent voice from Yin Aoshuang came through. Little brother, there's still many things for your second sister to handle. Once I'm done with my task, I'll come back to accompany you. Is that okay? This indulgent voice was completely different from how she spoke to Xiang Tianyi just moments ago. Okay. Second sister is the best. Please be safe. Yin Aoshuang was quite excited in her heart. Her little brother said she was the best. It was another significant victory for her as a doting sister, right? Don't worry, little brother. Besides you and Master, no one can threaten your second sister's safety. The siblings exchanged a few pleasantries. Finally, Luo Yuntian hung up the phone. After he hung up, the atmosphere in the room remained somewhat strange. It was incredibly quiet. Whether it was the Longya team or the small gangsters in the alley, even Ling Ling, Yi, and the others at this moment were somewhat bewildered. In the end, it was Xiang Tianyi who cleared his throat first. Ahem, Luo, young Master Luo, it was all a misunderstanding. Please, don't take it to heart. Luo Yuntian's lips curved slightly. Captain Xiang, I didn't take it to heart. Saying this, Luo Yuntian stepped away and walked into the distance. Ling Ling, Yi, and the others followed, as if waking from a dream. Xiang Tianyi, however, was still a bit dazed. The Yin Zhanshun gave him a task to soothe Luo Yuntian and make sure he wasn't angry. Now, that Luo Yuntian was walking away like this. Was he still angry or not? He had no idea how to soothe someone. Young Master Luo, just now. Thank you for speaking up for me. Looking at Luo Yuntian's back, Xiang Tianyi said gratefully. His gratitude was genuine. After all, what Luo Yuntian said just now could truly determine his life and death. Captain Xiang, it's nothing. It was just a misunderstanding. Luo Yuntian didn't turn around, but a deeper meaning appeared on his lips as he walked further away. In fact, he knew in his heart that his second sister never intended to send Xiang Tianyi to Longya prison. After all, these were her own soldiers. How could she bear to lose even a bit? What Yin Aoshuang just said was intentionally playing along with him. One played the bad cop. The other played the good cop. Yin Aoshuang's purpose was to make Luo Yuntian gain Xiang Tianyi's gratitude. With Xiang Tianyi in Jinghua City, and with him feeling grateful towards Luo Yuntian, if Luo Yuntian encountered any trouble next, it would undoubtedly be much easier to handle. This kind of act, the siblings had practiced many times when they were younger. After Luo Yuntian left, Xiang Tianyi was still somewhat unsure. Did this count as soothing him? Or not soothing him? Captain, we now. A member of the Longya team approached. Xiang Tianyi thought for a moment. He really didn't know how to soothe someone. However, looking at those small gangsters in the alley, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. These small gangsters had just tried to harm young Master Luo, who was also the brother of Yin Zhanshun. If he punished them, wouldn't young Master Luo possibly not be angry anymore? Xiang Tianyi made up his mind. Longya team, listen up. These people are disturbing the social order. Next, take them all away. Xiang Tianyi said deliberately loudly, hoping that Luo Yuntian in the distance could hear. Upon receiving the order, the members of the Longya team armed themselves and marched towards the group of small gangsters. This group of small gangsters had already been scared silly. They were almost limp as they were taken away by the Longya team. The small gangsters were taken away by the Longya team. Their leader, Zhang Ming, was now trembling, nearly losing his front teeth. Everything that happened today was just too surreal. Zhang Ming's heart was racing. He was the leader of this group of small gangsters, but in reality, saying he was their leader was somewhat diminishing his status. He was a retired boxing champion with considerable influence in the entire Donghai city. Today, he had reluctantly come here because his little brothers kept asking him to come, and he couldn't ignore it when they were bullied. He never expected to encounter such a dreamlike event. Those bodyguards were wanted criminals, and they even met the legendary Longya. Not to mention that young Master Luo, whom they initially wanted to deal with, was Yin Zhanshin's brother. Each piece of news was enough to knock them out cold, let alone when combined. Young Master Luo is someone they completely cannot afford to provoke. Zhang Ming gasped in shock. Now, even if he had the guts of a lion, he wouldn't dare to provoke Luo Yuntian again. The other small gangsters were practically scared to death. However, Zhang Ming was still managing to hold it together. After all, he had heard that Lanya was the most just and righteous. From the looks of it, they probably didn't intend to carry out any extrajudicial actions, but were going to take them somewhere. Zhang Ming's thoughts were indeed not wrong. Xiang Tianyi and the members of the Lanya team directly escorted Zhang Ming and the others to the Jinghua City Police Station. Inside the Jinghua City Police Station, Director Zhou Zhengxiong was reading a newspaper when suddenly a police officer rushed in a panic. Director Long, Lanya is here. Why are you so excited? It's just Long. Lanya, Zhou Zhengxiong said to calm down. But once he realized what was happening, he was more excited than anyone else. Where are they? There, right outside the police station lobby. Zhou Zhengxiong hurriedly tidied up his appearance and almost dashed out of the office. Arriving at the police station lobby, the other officers had already lined up nervously. Each person was inevitably a bit tense. Zhou Zhengxiong saw the fully armed Lanya team and instantly gasped. At the same time, his heart was filled with deep respect. This is Lanya, the guardian organization of Huagua. Excuse me, comrades of Lanya, what brings you here? Zhou Zhengxiong's voice was filled with respect amidst the tension. Every member of Lanya was a hero protecting Huagua. Without them, Huagua could not be so stable. He had to admire them. Hello, I am Captain Xiang Tianyi of Lanya's 67th Squad. It's nothing much, just that these people violated social order. We brought them here for you, Director Zhou, to handle. Zhou Zhengxiong's expression instantly became serious. He looked at those being escorted by the Lanya team, his gaze filled with vigilance. These are criminals that require Lanya to escort. The violation of social order in Lanya's words should be different from what they meant by it. I'm afraid this is already a serious crime that threatens national security. Yang Songmin, inform the others to prepare the handcuffs. Zhou Zhengxiong stood on guard. At the same time, he respectfully asked Xiang Tianyi, "Excuse me, Captain Xiang, what exactly did they do?" They gathered to cause trouble, surrounding a young man in an alley with sticks. Zhou Zhengxiong was completely bewildered. What? Gathering to cause trouble, surrounding a young man with sticks. This is really just a common violation of public order. Is such a charge even worthy of the Dragon Tooth team escorting them? The officers pointed out by Zhou Zhengxiong were all confused. Do we still need to get the handcuffs? Zhou Zhengxiong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Captain Xiang, you Dragon Tooth team are indeed diligent in your duties. I didn't expect you to personally handle such matters. What else could Zhou Zhengxiong feel but deep respect? The Dragon Tooth team personally escorting such criminals is a model for everyone in their police station. Many officers lowered their heads in shame at this moment. They asked themselves, many times when seeing such incidents, perhaps they would just stop it with a few words. But the Dragon Tooth team personally escorts them. It truly sets a worthy example. Looking at the expressions of Zhou Zhengxiong and these officers, Xiang Tianyi was somewhat puzzled. I just stated a fact. What are you all overthinking? Xiang Tianyi didn't take credit for himself. If it were just that, it wouldn't be so serious. But in fact, they have provoked someone they shouldn't have. Zhou Zhengxiong and Yang Songmin and the other officers were shocked. What kind of existence could make the Dragon Tooth team say they shouldn't be provoked? Zhou Zhengxiong hesitated several times before finally asking, Captain Xiang, may I ask, who did they provoke? Zhou Zhengxiong felt he had to ask. Otherwise, how would he deal with these people? Whether the handling was appropriate. If he had no certainty in his heart, he feared he wouldn't even be able to sleep well at night. Xiang Tianyi thought for a moment. After all, this wouldn't violate Dragon Tooth's discipline and wouldn't expose the whereabouts of Yin Zhanshin. He wouldn't name Luo Yuntian's identity, so it wouldn't hurt to say it. They provoked Yin Zhanshin's brother. Boom! Zhou Zhengxiong and the other officers felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were completely stunned. Then they all took a deep breath. Yin Zhanshin's brother. If the Dragon Tooth team is the guardian organization of Huagua, then Yin Zhanshan is the absolute guardian of Huagua. How dare these little thugs provoke Yin Zhanshan's brother? This is no different from provoking the crown prince. No wonder the Dragon Tooth team came to personally escort these people. Sending more people to escort them wouldn't be excessive. Captain Xiang, I understand now. I will handle these people properly. Zhou Jingxiong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead even more. But Xiang Tianyi gave him another look. Director Zhou, how do you plan to deal with these people? Remember, it must be fair. Xiang Tianyi's voice became stern. Zhou Jingxiong felt a bit troubled. These people really have provoked someone they cannot afford to offend. But unfortunately, what they did was just a common violation of public order. Zhou Jingxiong thought for a moment. I plan to detain them for 12 hours, provide criticism and education, and leave a record. Captain, do you think that is acceptable? Zhou Jingxiong asked cautiously. Xiang Tianyi nodded in satisfaction. Good, let us do it this way. They escorted Zhang Meng and the others over. In itself, to some extent, it was also meant to be seen by Luo Yuntian. Moreover, with the discipline of their Dragon Tooth team, they also didn't want Zhang Meng and the others to be treated unfairly. Zhou Jingxiong's handling of the situation was still considered fair. All right, that's it, we're leaving. Xiang Tianyi led the Dragon Tooth team to prepare to leave. Captain, you, take care. After Xiang Tianyi and the others left, Zhou Jingxiong's heart had not yet calmed down. The arrival of the Dragon Tooth team today undoubtedly brought a deep wave of shock to the entire Jinghua City Police Station. Chapter 13. How about Water Yao's sister being your girlfriend? The entire Jinghua City Police Station was anything but calm at this moment. The Dragon Tooth team, the brother of the war god Yan. Every incident was an unimaginable existence for them. Zhou Jingxiong managed to force himself to calm down. Take them away. Zhang Meng and his group were taken to the interrogation room. At this point, the expressions of many small gangsters had improved somewhat. After all, they had just heard the measures that would be taken against them. Detention for 12 hours, criticism and education, leaving a record. Such treatment was already much better compared to losing their lives. Since Zhang Meng and others had only violated public security, the entire interrogation process was relatively simple and was completed quickly. Zhou Jingxiong personally took charge of the interrogation. After it ended, he couldn't help but ask Zhang Meng one more question. Do you know what identity the brother of the war god Yin has? If you confess, you'll be treated leniently. If you resist, you'll be treated harshly. He really had to pay attention to this mysterious brother of the war god Yin. This was truly an existence they couldn't afford to provoke. I can only tell you, his surname is Luo. Other than that, I really don't know. Zhang Meng replied. After all, he had only heard someone call him young Master Luo Tianyi, and he indeed hadn't heard the name Luo Yuntian. Surname Luo? Zhou Jingxiong was somewhat surprised. It seems he is not a biological brother. The war god, Yin, has the surname Yin, while this mysterious young Master Luo has the surname Luo. No matter how you look at it, they can't be biological brothers. But even if he is recognized as a brother by the war god Yin, it's still not something they can afford. Zhou Jingxiong nodded and quickly left the interrogation room. After Zhang Meng and the others were detained, slap. Zhang Meng directly slapped a small gangster on the head. Wang Wu, this is all your fault. You dared to provoke the brother of the war god Yin. You really have guts. This Wang Wu was the one who had led the provocation against Luo Yuntian and even threw bricks at him in the alley. Wang Wu's face turned pale, still unable to recover from the previous shock. For a long time, he couldn't say a word. In the end, he spoke up in great embarrassment. Boss, I didn't know. If I had known, with my little courage, I wouldn't have dared. Zhang Meng angrily slapped him again while coldly looking at the others. Everyone, listen up. No one is allowed to provoke the brother of the war god, Yin, in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unmerciful. Did you hear that? The other small gangsters didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly agreed. Even if Zhang Meng didn't say it, they wouldn't dare to provoke Luo Yuntian again. After all, he was a king of hell that they couldn't afford to mess with. Today, they had already walked through the gates of the king of hell. After Zhou Jingxiong quickly left the interrogation room, he gathered all the police officers. The brother of the war god, Yin, has the surname Luo, but with his identity, it will be very difficult for us to find his information. From now on, everyone be more careful. No one can provoke this mysterious young Master Luo. Did you hear that? Zhou Jingxiong said sternly. The other police officers all agreed. Who would dare not to agree? Moreover, the war god Yin is the guardian deity of Huagua, and they held him in great respect, let alone provoking the brother of the war god Yin. They would not let it go with anyone who dared to provoke him. After the Dragon Tooth team left the police station, they quickly walked to a hidden place, far away from the crowd. Captain, what should we do next? A member of the Dragon Tooth team asked. Xiang Tianyi thought for a moment. The war god Yin gave me a task to win over young Master Luo. I don't know if young Master Luo is satisfied yet. Just right. We don't have any other tasks recently, so we will stay in Jinghua City during this time until we confirm that young Master Luo is satisfied. The others all nodded. Also, everyone must not offend young Master Luo. This is a death order I'm giving you. Xiang Tianyi's expression turned stern. Yes, Captain. All the members of the Dragon Tooth team stood up straight, fully accepting the order. After doing all this, Xiang Tianyi led the Dragon Tooth team to their base. Luo Yuntian still didn't know that this small incident today had already caused such a huge reaction. It had left Zhang Ming and his group, the entire Jinghua City police station, and the Dragon Tooth team in a state of turmoil. Now he had returned to outside the villa. Snap! Luo Yuntian snapped his fingers, and 001 and the others vanished again. Luo Yuntian could feel that their expressions were much more respectful towards him. After all, besides shocking Zhang Ming, Zhou Jingxiong, Xiang Tianyi, and others, how could it not have shocked them? Now their respect for Luo Yuntian was deeply ingrained. They absolutely dared not defy Luo Yuntian's orders. They even finally realized who their mysterious employer was, the war god Yin of Huagua. Luo Yuntian didn't mind the reaction of 001 and the others. It was fine if they were more respectful. At least it could ensure their obedience. After passing the infrared scan, Luo Yuntian walked into the villa. He walked past the impressively large swimming pool. When he entered the villa and walked toward his room, he seemed to sense something. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Luo Yuntian's mouth. Creaking, he gently pushed open his bedroom door, and in that instant, a stunning figure dashed out. Yuntian, the one who rushed out, was Mu Shuiyao. Mu Shuiyao directly lunged towards him, and Luo Yuntian opened his arms to embrace her, directly catching her in a warm embrace. Due to her momentum being too strong, she even pushed Luo Yuntian back a few steps. Yuntian, Sister Shuiyao misses you so much. Mu Shuiyao wanted to kiss Luo Yuntian's face, but Luo Yuntian swayed left and right, avoiding her kisses. Stinky Yuntian. Why don't you want Sister Shuiyao to kiss you? Mu Shuiyao pouted, her beautiful snow-white face slightly drooping, looking as if she was sulking and wanted Luo Yuntian to coax her. All right, Sister Shuiyao, how did you end up in my room? Need I say? Of course. I'm waiting for Yuntian. Mu Shuiyao chuckled. Now the 10th sister has gone to the company, and the 8th sister is live streaming outdoors. No one will disturb our personal time. Luo Yuntian could only helplessly think that his 10 sisters, who were all doting on him, seemed impossible to change. Yuntian, today is your first day of school. Tell me, did you get a girlfriend? Mu Shuiyao looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Luo Yuntian shrugged. What else to ask? Of course not. You know my personality, Sister Shuiyao. Seeing Luo Yuntian say this, Mu Shuiyao felt satisfied in her heart, but a hint of mischief flashed in her beautiful eyes. Yuntian, how about Sister Shuiyao being your girlfriend? As soon as Mu Shuiyao finished her sentence, Luo Yuntian felt unsteady on his feet and nearly fell over. Sister Shuiyao being his girlfriend? His own Sister Shuiyao. Truly, you won't stop until you've shocked everyone with your words. Sister Shuiyao. Actually, the bed at home is much more comfortable, Luo Yuntian said casually. Mu Shuiyao looked a bit confused. She mentioned wanting to be Luo Yuntian's girlfriend. What does that have to do with the comfort of a bed at home? The bed at home is definitely more comfortable than a hospital bed, Luo Yuntian added. Mu Shuiyao continued to blink her big, sparkling eyes, looking puzzled. I mean, I'm not in a situation where my leg has been broken and I'm being sent to some orthopedic ward. Mu Shuiyao paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, Yuntian, you think too much. We're just senior and junior disciples, not really siblings. How could you possibly be in a situation where your master broke your leg? Luo Yuntian remained expressionless. Then I won't agree. Mu Shueiyao stopped laughing. Yuntian, if Sister Shueiyao really wanted to be your girlfriend, would you want that? Absolutely not. Huh. Mu Shueiyao's eyes suddenly became sharp. You don't want your sister Shueiyao? Do you want another sister to be your girlfriend? Luo Yuntian felt a bit speechless. Sister Shueiyao. What I mean is, out of the 10 of you, I wouldn't want any of them. Even a rabbit wouldn't eat the grass next to its burrow. Mu Shueiyao chuckled again. Hee, Yuntian, don't speak too soon. If you set up a flag, you might end up in a situation that aligns with the law of true fragrance. Look at our master and mistress. They keep letting us live together. Maybe they want to facilitate one of us becoming your wife. Luo Yuntian felt a headache coming on. His sister Shueiyao really had a vivid imagination. Mu Shueiyao was joking, but after saying that, she gently tapped her lips with her finger, seemingly deep in thought. Hey, maybe it's possible that our master and mistress really think like that. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but gently tap Mu Shueiyao's head. All right, Sister Shueiyao, stop your wild imagination. Mu Shueiyao pouted, looking like she was about to turn into a little lion ready to pounce. You dare to tap Sister Shueiyao? She placed her hands on her waist. Yuntian, do you think what Sister Shueiyao guessed has no merit? Or do you think our master and mistress want us to live together to make all 10 of us your girlfriends? Luo Yuntian felt he couldn't evaluate his sister Shueiyao's wild thoughts, but he couldn't help but be drawn to her waist. His sister Shueiyao really was a waist beauty. Just as he was about to say something, Mu Shueiyao tilted her head slightly, her finger tapping her lips again, looking adorable. Oh, maybe our master and mistress really want all 10 of us to be your girlfriends. Luo Yuntian thought to himself. His sister Shueiyao truly deserved to be a comic artist. Her imagination was just too strong. Did she really think he was Master Yi? Ready to shout, I want to fight 10? Even if he had 10 fists, he didn't have 10 kidneys. All right, Sister Shueiyao, stop talking about this. I have no intention of dating anyone, whether it's one of you or someone else. Luo Yuntian said lazily. Even if he starved to death, jumped off the top of the villa, he wouldn't date anyone right now. Chapter 14. Those who offend my sister will be punished, no matter how far. Yuntian, if you haven't gotten a girlfriend, did you meet any beautiful girls at school today? I did meet 2 beauties, Luo Yuntian said honestly. He was referring to Xiao Ruoqing and Mu Xiaodai, both of whom he knew before enrolling. It was indeed a coincidence. How do they look? Not as good as Sister Shueiyao. Mu Shueiyao's heart blossomed instantly. Yuntian's words are really sweet. Sister Shueiyao didn't love you for nothing. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but smile in his heart. His sister Shueiyao, after all, still had a child's nature. Just a compliment from him could make her happy for a long time. Of course, he wasn't purely flattering. His 10 sisters were truly stunning beauties. Yuntian, what do you think of Sister Shueiyao's figure? Mu Shueiyao turned around in front of Luo Yuntian, showing off. Not good. Stinky Yuntian. You think Sister Shueiyao's figure is not good? Luo Yuntian purposely teased her. Oh, Sister Shueiyao, is there anything noteworthy about your figure? Isn't it just ordinary at first glance? Oh, too much. No, it's too much for a little fairy. Mu Shueiyao couldn't hold back her anger and said angrily. Of course there is. Who said Sister Shueiyao's figure is not noteworthy? I'll prove it to you. Mu Shueiyao's words made Luo Yuntian realize something. However, before he could stop her, Mu Shueiyao directly took off her outer clothing in front of him. At that moment, Luo Yuntian felt like crying without tears. Mu Shueiyao undoubtedly brought out her trump card. Growing up, Luo Yuntian thought his personality should be like a domineering CEO. In fact, when he was outside, he indeed acted like a domineering CEO. But at home, facing his 10 sisters, he could never be domineering. He could endure crying, throwing tantrums, and even threats. But when disagreements arose, like Mu Shueiyao who would suddenly take off her clothes, who could withstand that? He had no choice but to yield. The moment Mu Shueiyao took off her outer clothing, Luo Yuntian had already covered his eyes. Sister Shueiyao, I'm wrong, isn't that enough? You. Please put your clothes back on. Faced with Mu Shueiyao's trump card, Luo Yuntian ultimately chose to give in. Stinky Yuntian, why are you so nervous? Sister Shueiyao is still wearing clothes underneath, Otherwise, open your eyes and take a look. Luo Yuntian hesitated for a moment, then parted his fingers slightly to take a look. Sure enough, Mu Shui Yao was still wearing a short top underneath. What she had removed was just her outer clothing. Luo Yuntian breathed a sigh of relief and finally removed his hand. Mu Shui Yao looked a bit smug. Stinky Yuntian, what are you thinking? Sister Shui Yao just took off her outer clothing to show your waist. What? Are you thinking something unhealthy? Luo Yuntian. Fine. She turned the tables on him. Mu Shui Yao said somewhat proudly. So how about it? Look, Sister Shui Yao's waist is beautiful, right? Saying this, Mu Shui Yao turned around again, so Luo Yuntian could see her from all angles. Although he knew his sister Shui Yao was bragging, Luo Yuntian really couldn't refute it. Mu Shui Yao's waist was as slender as a willow. Just looking at it made one doubt whether such a slender waist could support her upper body. The skin around her waist was as white as snow. How could I not know that Sister Shui Yao's waist is beautiful? You know, your waist fairy. Luo Yuntian thought helplessly in his heart. Hee. How about it? Sister Shui Yao's waist is beautiful, right? Mu Shui Yao giggled, looking like she wanted praise. Oh, it does look quite good. Hee, I knew it. But, what do you mean? Mu Shui Yao's gaze instantly became sharp, just that it's still quite average. Luo Yuntian deliberately said insincerely. Mu Shui Yao. Mu Shui Yao instantly exploded with anger. Stinky Yuntian is bullying the little fairy too much. Let us see how Sister Shui Yao teaches you a lesson. Mu Shui Yao wanted to teach him a lesson, throwing little punches at his chest. And Luo Yuntian was laughing in his heart. Sister, your trump card has already been used. Now you're giving up your advantage to counter my advantage. ISNT that's self-destructive? Bang! Luo Yuntian easily caught one of her little fists with one hand. When her other little fist came at him, Luo Yuntian grabbed that one as well. With just one hand, he easily subdued both of her hands. Mu Shui Yao found her hands immobilized. Stinky Yuntian. Let me go. Oh, I won't let go. What will you do about it? Seeing her hands were restrained, Mu Shui Yao tried to use her legs to resist. Noticing this, Luo Yuntian pushed her onto the bed. Mu Shui Yao screamed. Stinky Yuntian, let me go. She was still unconvinced, her delicate little legs kicking around. Not being obedient, huh? Luo Yuntian directly grabbed her delicate wrist, pressing it over her head. He was almost completely on top of her, preventing her from kicking her legs. At this moment, Mu Shui Yao finally realized that how could she compete with the naturally strong Yuntian in strength? And she didn't know that Luo Yuntian had already gained godlike strength from a system package. His strength had truly reached a terrifying level. Stinky Yuntian, I won't dare anymore. Mu Shui Yao softened at this moment. Really softening? Then what did you just call me? Luo Yuntian not only didn't let her go, but pressed down even more. At this point, he finally realized that his sister Shui Yao's figure was indeed quite nice. Stinky. No good. Good Yuntian. Mu Shui Yao weakly said. Call it again for me to hear. Good. Good Yuntian. Call it 100 times for me to hear. Seeing her looking like she was about to explode, Luo Yuntian stopped teasing her and directly let her go. Whoa, Stinky Yuntian, you're bullying me. I'm going to tell the other sisters, tell the master and mistress. Mu Shui Yao pretended to look wronged. This threat was indeed somewhat formidable. For Luo Yuntian, Mu Shui Yao's trump card was undoubtedly crying, throwing tantrums, threatening, taking off clothes, and reporting. Various tactics were simply endless. I'm sorry, Sister Shui Yao. Isn't that enough? Luo Yuntian said helplessly. There was no way. Faced with his 10 sisters, he could never be domineering. Even if he could be domineering, he wouldn't choose to be. His 10 sisters, who were also his 10 senior sisters, were all protective of their younger brother, each one a pampering fanatic. And isn't he also a crazy brother who spoils his sister? His own sister must be pampered. Anyone who offends my sister will be punished, no matter how far they are. At this moment, Luo Yuntian noticed something. Sister Shui Yao, did you bring your drawing paper and sketchbook with you? In his room, there was still Mu Shui Yao's drawing paper and sketchbook. Yeah, I'm waiting for you here. I didn't know when you'd be back, so I just drew comics while waiting for you. Mu Shui Yao shuruk her sore shoulders. It's really tough to either be hunched over the desk or lying down to draw comics all day. My arms are always sore. Just after saying that, she suddenly thought of something. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. Yuntian, why don't you help Sister Shueiyao with a massage? Luo Yuntian? Mu Shueiyao's words left Luo Yuntian completely confused. You want me to give you a massage? My own sister? How come there are so many unexpected requests? How could I possibly know how to massage? As Luo Yuntian thought about teasing her or directly refusing, in the end, his heart softened. Okay, Sister Shueiyao, I'll help you with a massage, but you have to take care of your health. There was no other choice. Since others don't cherish his Shueiyao sister, he still cares. Besides, he actually owes Mu Shueiyao a favor. In fact, Luo Yuntian has a strange condition, prosopagnosia. It's not severe, at least he doesn't have it for men. But for women, he is face blind to most of them. This all started from when he was little, influenced by his 10 beautiful sisters. Because of the stunning looks of his 10 sisters, he truly can't distinguish whether other women are pretty or not. In his eyes, they all look the same. Only Xiao Ruoqing and Mu Xiaodai, who are somewhat close in beauty to his 10 sisters, he can tell apart. His prosopagnosia is serious enough that even his 4th sister, a renowned healer, couldn't cure it. It's not just in reality. Even if photos of other women are handed to him, he can't tell them apart. In this situation, Mu Shueiyao firmly spoke up. Yuntian, since you can't tell what those people look like, then Sister Shueiyao will learn to draw well. When you want to see them, I'll draw them for you. Mu Shueiyao originally didn't like drawing at all. She started learning just for him. At that time, Luo Yuntian thought his passionate sister would probably give up after a while. But unexpectedly, his sister persisted for years. She transformed herself into a best-selling comic artist. Her sketching skills are quite strong, even when walking down the street. If Luo Yuntian wants to know what a woman looks like, Mu Shueiyao would quickly draw it for him. He has always remembered her friendship. What's the big deal about giving her a massage? Mu Shueiyao was taken aback. She didn't expect Luo Yuntian to really agree. Her beautiful eyes became even brighter. Sister Shueiyao knew Yuntian is the best. It's worth it for Sister Shueiyao to care for you. Then come and massage Sister Shueiyao. Wait a minute, Luo Yuntian suddenly spoke. Mu Shueiyao was a bit puzzled. Then, she saw Luo Yuntian open his phone and search for ancient and modern massage methods. His eyes quickly scanned, memorizing all their movements. Luo Yuntian, being a pure academic, thought that since he was going to do it, he had to give his Shueiyao sister the best massage. All right, Sister Shueiyao. Then it's hard work for you. Yuntian. Mu Shueiyao casually laid down on her bed without caring about her image. Luo Yuntian's hands gently rested on her shoulders and began to massage her. Mu Shueiyao couldn't help but let out a soft moan because it felt so good. Yuntian, when did you learn to massage? You're actually so good at it. Mu Shueiyao was quite surprised. Just now, I was only joking, trying to make you happy, Sister Shueiyao. Really? Really? Luo Yuntian calmly nodded. Just now I watched all the movements and understood the essence, so I can do it. Mu Shueiyao. Chapter 15. The competition between the 8th sister and 9th sister. Mu Xiaodai's call. Now Mu Shueiyao. She was simply a loss for words to express her shock. She knew that Yuntian had always been a top student with an extraordinary memory. But this was just too exaggerated. He could remember everything after just one glance. Moreover, the massage techniques that Luo Yuntian was using were not just exceptional. Even the world's top massage therapist she had previously found couldn't match his skills. Yuntian, you really are a little pervert, Mu Shueiyao said sincerely. Luo Yuntian, however, was somewhat speechless. A little pervert? Was that a compliment? Well, he might as well take it as one. He didn't say anything and continued to massage Mu Shueiyao. So comfortable. Yuntian, harder. Harder. Mu Shueiyao was so comfortable that she could hardly keep her eyes open. Meanwhile, Luo Yuntian couldn't help but smile wryly. Sister Shueiyao, can you not move around? He thought to himself that her words were quite misleading. Stinky Yuntian, Sister Shueiyao, moving around. You're just really good at massaging, Mu Shueiyao said, somewhat pouting. Really comfortable. Luo Yuntian could only suppress his helplessness and continue massaging her. He had initially planned to just massage her shoulders, which should be enough to help her relax, avoiding any further physical contact with Mu Shueiyao. However, at that moment, the system's notification suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a check-in task. Touching with your hands can complete the check-in. Check-in location, Mu Shueiyao's slender waist. Luo Yuntian was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect that a check-in task will be triggered at this time. In that case, he might as well massage Mu Shueiyao's waist. As he continued down with his massage, when he reached her waist, touching her smooth skin, he couldn't help but smile wryly again. He had to admit that Sister Shueiyao's figure was indeed good, and she was truly a perfect hourglass. Ding! Check-in is in progress. 40 seconds remaining. 40 seconds. This time, the check-in time was twice as long as the last time. Seeing that it required such a long time, Luo Yuntian wouldn't dare to take his hands away. He continued to massage her. So comfortable. Yuntian, harder, a bit harder, Mu Shueiyao said. Her little legs were also restlessly swaying left and right, making Luo Yuntian smile wryly in his heart. Sister Shueiyao, please don't move around. He knew that when Mu Shueiyao was at home, she never cared about her image. Just now, she had casually laid down without tidying up her appearance. Her skirt was also not properly arranged. Plus, with her moving around like that, Luo Yuntian suddenly felt that massaging her was more of a torment for him. Sister Shueiyao isn't moving around. I'm just lying here, Mu Shueiyao said to herself, yet her little legs continued to sway, leaving Luo Yuntian feeling even more helpless. He could only keep massaging her. However, during the process of massaging Mu Shueiyao, Luo Yuntian was constantly calculating the time. Sister Mengyin and Sister Ziyue will be back soon. If he messed up, it would be a disaster. While massaging Mu Shueiyao, he didn't do much. After all, it was just from her shoulders to her waist. Aside from her beautifully exposed, slender waist, the rest of her body was covered by clothing, so there was hardly any contact. But even though there was no issue with the movements, the nature of it was completely different. His 10 sisters were all pure sistercon and doting on him to the extreme. If they found out he was massaging Mu Shueiyao, they would probably hold a public trial against him. They would definitely ask him why he only massaged the 9th sister and not them. Was he favoring the 9th sister? They would say something about a mixed doubles match, and he would probably end up being beaten up. In any case, if he was discovered, it would be a complete disaster. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the check-in task and received a reward. Intermediate massage technique. The system's notification sounded. Luo Yuntian had completed the check-in task. The reward surprised him. It was actually a skill related to massage. Seeing that he had completed the check-in, the massage for Mu Shueiyao was also about done. Sister Shueiyao, that's enough. We can go out now. If Mengyin and Ziyue come back and find out, you should know the consequences. After all, if he was found out to be favoring Mu Shueiyao, he wouldn't be the only one facing the wrath. Mu Shueiyao's delicate body trembled slightly, as if she had already imagined the terrible consequences. Wah, I'm so scared. But at this moment, she didn't want it to end just like that. This was her first time being massaged by Yuntian, and it felt so good. She didn't want to go out. Seeing her reluctant to get up, Luo Yuntian directly withdrew his hands. If you're not going out, then I will. Wait, I'll go out right now. Mu Shueiyao put on her clothes, but she still seemed to be dragging her feet. At that moment, Xiao Mengyin's supercar stopped outside the villa. Just back from an outdoor live stream, she was quite exhausted and wanted to rest well. However, taking a look at the villa's main entrance, she found it strange. The infrared scanning at the villa's door clearly indicated that it had been opened. The 9th sister had been inside the villa, and with her homebody nature, she definitely wouldn't come out. In that case, the one who returned would only be Yuntian. Xiao Mengyin exclaimed in surprise, then quickly drove into the villa. After all, the 10 of them were all pure sistercon and doting on him. Nothing was more important than Yuntian. After parking the car, Xiao Mengyin rushed into the villa. Yuntian. As she rushed into the villa, Xiao Mengyin called out in surprise. However, she didn't see Luo Yuntian in the living room on the first floor. She didn't mind and glanced upstairs at Luo Yuntian's room, then happily rushed up the stairs. Xiao Mengyin's voice made Luo Yuntian somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to be a step late. However, Since he wasn't massaging Sister Shui Yao anymore, it shouldn't be a problem if Sister Mengyin saw him. Full of joy, Xiao Mengyin rushed upstairs, but as she passed by Mu Shui Yao's room, she noticed it was completely empty. Where could the ninth sister go? Being such a homebody? A hint of vigilance flashed in Xiao Mengyin's eyes as she looked towards Luo Yuntian's room not far away. Could it be? The ninth sister is going too far? Xiao Mengyin angrily walked over. Ninth sister, what are you doing in Yuntian's room? Hurry up and come out. She and T even reached Luo Yuntian's room. Xiao Mengyin was already sulking. When she reached the door of Luo Yuntian's room, she happened to run into Luo Yuntian and Mu Shui Yao coming out of the room. Upon seeing Luo Yuntian, Xiao Mengyin's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Yuntian! Xiao Mengyin jumped up, wrapping her long, beautiful legs around Luo Yuntian's waist like a koala hanging on him, and then directly started to kiss his face repeatedly. Muma! Muma! Luo Yuntian could only dodge left and right, internally laughing bitterly. Meanwhile, Mu Shui Yao was on the verge of exploding. Mengyin, get down from me. Mu Shui Yao pulled Xiao Mengyin, finally managing to drag her away from Luo Yuntian. Eighth sister, you are too much. You won't let me stay with Yuntian. Yet you act so close to him. Mu Shui Yao's hands were on her tiny waist, looking fierce like a little lion, incredibly frustrated, coupled with her already stunningly beautiful waist. She appeared even more imposing. Xiao Mengyin seemed a bit guilty, but quickly retaliated by deliberately stretching her long legs to showcase her most advantageous features. After countering Mu Shui Yao's body pressure, she lightly huffed, "Humph, ninth sister, how can you still have the face to say that? What were you and Yuntian doing in a room?" I and Yuntian didn't do anything. Really not? Xiao Mengyin asked suspiciously, gently pushing Mu Shui Yao aside and walking into the room, searching around. She found no suspicious signs or any packaging for something. In fact, she even sniffed around to check for any suspicious smells. Mu Shui Yao's pretty face was a bit flushed. How could she not know that Xiao Mengyin's actions indicated she was suspecting something? Luo Yuntian's expression was also uncomfortable. Sister Mengyin, what is she thinking? Even if he was a beast, he wasn't that much of a beast, right? I'm not a beast. Ninth sister, consider yourself lucky. Get down and come to the kitchen with me. Why is it that dinner has always been your responsibility, Sister Mengyin? Just wanted to eat for free. Come help me. Xiao Mengyin forcefully dragged Mu Shui Yao away. Whether or not Mu Shui Yao helped her was secondary. The main thing was she couldn't leave her ninth sister alone in Yuntian's room. Seeing the two of them bickering, Luo Yuntian felt somewhat helpless. When Xiao Mengyin and Mu Shui Yao went downstairs, Wenren Ziyue returned as well. Xiao Mengyin didn't ask Wenren Ziyue to help, but she undoubtedly made sure Wenren Ziyue stayed on the first floor, not allowing her 10th sister to go upstairs to find Yuntian. Ding ding. Luo Yuntian took the opportunity to close the door. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and saw an unfamiliar number. However, this number seemed to be one he had memorized when he casually scanned the new student report on the desk earlier. Luo Yuntian thought for a moment and answered the call. Hello, little boyfriend. A sweet voice came from the other end. Luo Yuntian's tone was flat. I don't have a girlfriend. You dialed the wrong number. On the other end, Mu Xiaodai immediately panicked. Don't hang up, Luo Yuntian, it's me. I'm Mu Xiaojie. Oh, it's you. Luo Yuntian said deliberately. Luo Yuntian, why don't you ask how I got your phone number? How did you know? Luo Yuntian asked knowingly. Because it's on the new student report on the desk. I'm clever, right? Mu Xiaodai said with a hint of pride. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Don't hang up. Mu Xiaodai became even more flustered. After a while, she finally spoke up on the phone, her face flushed. I just missed you. Luo Yuntian's lips curled slightly, wanting to tease the girl. MHM. Luo Yuntian casually responded. Mu Xiaodai was not discouraged, but instead asked expectantly, what about you? I'm Fine. Not really thinking about myself. After all, I could just look in the mirror every day. Mu Xiaojie? Chapter 16 Things from that year. 10 Indulgent Sisters. Mu Xiaodai's heart was filled with question marks. Her little face looked slightly dazed. I'm asking if you want me, not if you want yourself. Luo Yuntian's reply choked her up a bit. However, She quickly realized that Luo Yuntian was being intentional. Previously, when Luo Yuntian said he didn't tea like kids, she deliberately changed the topic, saying she would be careful not to let them have kids. Now, Luo Yuntian was clearly reversing the tactic. No wonder he is the one I like. He is so smart. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Mu Xiaodai thought to herself, her starry eyes shining even brighter. He was asking if you wanted him. Of course you don't. Why? You only met today. My memory isn't that bad. Mu Xiaodai bit her lip. But he misses you every second they're apart. Luo Yuntian didn't respond immediately. They say there's a thin line between a girl chasing a boy. But this little girl really doesn't care at all. Luo Yuntian, can I ask you a question? Before Luo Yuntian could answer, Mu Xiaodai rushed to ask, afraid he would deliberately not let her ask. Are you single? Mu Xiaodai asked cautiously. Luo Yuntian's lips curled slightly. I'm not single. Can I be double? Mu Xiaodai. Stunned, Mu Xiaodai was completely taken aback. Not single, can I be double? That makes sense. No problem. But she couldn't respond. What kind of logic is this? Seeing her silent, Luo Yuntian suddenly found it quite amusing to tease such a little girl. How about you? How long have you been single? Luo Yuntian casually asked. Oh my, who asks a person their age like that? Luo Yuntian? Mu Xiaodai's answer surprised him a bit. Their conversation clearly proved what it means for experts to spar. Each move deadly. This little girl probably shifted all her IQ to her EQ. Luo Yuntian remembered shower watching saying that Mu Xiaodai barely made it in, but looking at her emotional intelligence. You really couldn't tell at all, but does that mean she has been single since birth? Mu Xiaodai's earlier words, though playful, indirectly indicated that she had never been in a relationship. So when Luo Yuntian asked her how long she had been single, it was equivalent to asking her age. This little girl is indeed quite interesting. Just as Mu Xiaodai was eagerly anticipating what Luo Yuntian would say next, she suddenly heard him say, I have something to do. I'll hang up first. Hey, but I still... Before Mu Xiaodai could finish her sentence, Luo Yuntian had already hung up. She felt slightly disheartened, but quickly became motivated again. No wonder he is my future boyfriend. He is definitely not easy to chase. But I, Mu Xiaodai, will not give up. Mu Xiaodai clenched her little pink fist. I must work hard. After being saved by Luo Yuntian, she thought she wouldn't see him again. But they ended up meeting so quickly and even the same class. This is fate and opportunity from heaven. She would definitely not give up. Mu Xiaodai even took out a small notebook and wrote a line of beautiful characters. Countdown to catching my boyfriend. 100 days. The more she looked, the more satisfied she felt. Once they are together, under the flowers and the moonlight, and then... Hoo-hoo-hoo. How embarrassing. While Mu Xiaodai was lost in her thoughts, Luo Yuntian had already put away his phone. Right now, Mu Xiaodai only had his attention at most. As for whether he liked her or not, there was still a long way to go. And the reason he hung up earlier was not because he was looking for an excuse. It seemed dinner was ready. Luo Yuntian heard Xia Mengyi's footsteps and went straight to the door to open it. At this moment, Xia Mengyi was about to knock. Sister Mengyi, is dinner ready? Yes. Xia Mengyi was still a bit dazed, not expecting Luo Yuntian to suddenly come out. And she wasn't the only one coming calling for dinner. Mu Shuiyao was also there. The two were clearly counterbalancing each other, keeping an eye on one another, afraid that if one went up alone, something would happen. Luo Yuntian secretly found it amusing. Sister Mengyi, Sister Shuiyao, I'm going down now. Luo Yuntian walked downstairs. Seeing Luo Yuntian go down without saying anything, the doting and indulgent Mu Shuiyao and Xia Mengyi couldn't help but compete with each other again. Eighth sister, it's all your fault. You must have scared Yuntian away. What do you mean? It's obviously you. Yuntian didn't want to see ninth sister. Look, Yuntian's face changed when he saw you just now. The two turned their heads away from each other, refusing to look at one another, but hurriedly followed him downstairs. At this time, Wenren Ziyue was already on the first floor. During dinner, Xia Mengyi enthusiastically served Luo Yuntian some dishes. Yuntian, try the stir-fried meat that Sister Mengyi made. And Mu Shuiyao and Wenren Ziyue didn't fall behind either. Here, Yuntian, Sister Shuiyao will give you some fish. Yuntian, Sister Ziyue will give you some vegetables. Eat more vegetables for balanced nutrition. After the three sisters served him, they all temporarily put down their chopsticks, watching him with sparkling eyes. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. His sisters were indeed as doting as ever, and they all wanted to compete for his attention. Luo Yuntian had no choice but to pick up his bowl and eat the food they served him equally. Delicious. The three felt somewhat satisfied, but thinking that Yuntian treated the other two sisters the same way and didn't favor anyone. They couldn't help but feel they hadn't won much. I'm full. I'll go back to my room first. I'm a bit tired from school today, so I want to work out after dinner. After saying that, Luo Yuntian headed upstairs. Xiao Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao quickly began to bicker again. Eighth sister. It's all your fault. Yuntian doesn't want to see you. He just walked away. What do you mean? It's obviously Yuntian doesn't want to look at ninth sister. Haha. You two sisters chat slowly. I'll head back to my room first. After Luo Yuntian returned to his room, washed up, and lay on his bed, he thought about his three stunning sisters, each with their own unique charm. Luo Yuntian felt somewhat helpless. They really are as doting as ever. Everything has to be a competition. Luo Yuntian naturally understood where all of this stemmed from. He and his 10 sisters were essentially senior and junior siblings, raised together by their master and mistress since childhood, spending every moment together, which made each of them overly doting on him. The root of it all, however, was due to an incident from their childhood. Let each of them feel guilty towards him. Once when he was a child, his sisters, being playful, stole some reagents that their teacher's wife was researching. Afraid of being discovered and punished by her, they secretly gave the reagents to him. At that time, he was even more playful and directly drank all the reagents. This nearly cost him his life. His master and his master's wife had to rescue him for several days. Meanwhile, his 10 senior sisters, cried continuously, their eyes swollen from tears, fearing they might lose him forever. In the end, miraculously, Luo Yuntian not only survived, but his physical condition showed no decline. Instead, he experienced further enhancement. Previously, he only had innate strength, but after the enhancement from the reagents, his speed, agility, endurance, physique, and other aspects of physical quality were far superior to others. Seeing the few sisters who spoiled him to the heavens in front of him, Luo Yuntian felt both helpless and touched. Sisters, I really don't blame you for that incident. Although the reagents were given to him by his sisters, it wouldn't have happened if he hadn't drunk them. Ultimately, it was still his own playfulness. Even if he had drunk them, the outcome was good, right? In a way, he benefited from the misfortune. But his 10 sisters, because of this, felt guilty, just because he liked watching dramas. His eldest sister directly went to act and became an international superstar, just because he liked listening to music. His third sister practiced singing for him and became an extraordinary singer, although his physical quality far surpassed others. His second sister always felt that the reagents might one day fail, saying she would use her strength to protect him, eventually becoming a special forces warrior, mastering the dragon tooth. His fourth sister, worried about the hidden dangers of his condition, learned medicine and became a renowned healer. His sixth sister became a world-class chef, just to make the best food for him. His ninth sister became a best-selling manga artist, just to draw girls that made him feel less face-blind. His 10th sister became a wealthy CEO, just to ensure he would never face any financial obstacles. And then there were his 5th sister, 7th sister, 8th sister. Each of his sisters spoiled him in their own way. But in reality, Luo Yuntian didn't care at all about the past incident. However, after that event, his 10 sisters completely spoiled him to the heavens. Faced with the current choice, when Luo Yuntian was feeling very troubled, even though he had no blood relation with his 10 sisters, and they were just siblings raised together by their master and his wife. Who knows what could happen if they crossed boundaries? His master and mistress seemed to have no objections to them living together, nor to anything that might happen between them. But Luo Yuntian really didn't want to act impulsively and do something to them. Of course, what he feared even more was that if he really did something, it would ruin their relationship, and they would no longer even be able to act as siblings. His 10 sisters had already become an inseparable part of his life. If he lost any one of them, Luo Yuntian could hardly imagine what he would be like. Sister. Luo Yuntian softly murmured, not knowing which sister he was thinking of, or if he was thinking of all 10 of his sisters, and thus fell into a dream. Chapter 17. $5 to smash? The next morning, after Luo Yuntian got up and washed up, he once again felt the warmth of his 3 sisters during breakfast. Come on, Yuntian, eat a piece of rib. Yuntian, Sister Mengyin will give you a piece of this. Giggle, Yuntian, eat a piece of beef for extra nutrition. Faced with the enthusiasm of the 3 sisters, Luo Yuntian finished all the dishes they served him. After finally finishing breakfast, he said, I'm full, so I'm going to school now. After he put down his chopsticks, he added, Sister Ziyue, why don't you give me a ride? No. Luo Yuntian waved his hand to refuse. Letting his sister Ziyue take him? Who knows what might happen? Then I'll head to school first. After putting down his bowl, Luo Yuntian left the villa. Once Luo Yuntian left, Mu Shuiyao felt a bit dispirited. Without Yuntian, even the food didn't taste good anymore. Then I'll go upstairs. Mu Shuiyao walked up to her room to draw comics. After Luo Yuntian went to school, Wenren Ziyue also went to the company. Seeing Mu Shuiyao going upstairs to draw comics again, Xiao Mingyin couldn't help but snort. Ninth sister is really lazy. Xiao Mingyin had planned to tidy up her things and go live outdoors. But then she recalled the scene from yesterday when she went upstairs and saw Luo Yuntian and Mu Shuiyao coming out of the room together. The more she thought about it, the more it felt wrong. It seemed necessary to find a way to investigate everything. Xiao Mingyin thought to herself. After doing something in the villa, she left. Once Luo Yuntian left the villa, he felt a bit relieved. Facing the overly enthusiastic sisters at home was really a bit much. Young Master, 01, and the others appeared around him. I told you, don't come out without my instructions. Yesterday was like this, today is like this, and it will be the same in the future. Luo Yuntian glanced at them. And you don't have to follow me where you're not supposed to. I don't want my life to be disturbed all the time. 01 and the others hurriedly lowered their heads. Yes, young master. After that, they all disappeared from around him, hiding themselves. Now, they certainly didn't dare to violate Luo Yuntian's orders. After all, he was the brother of the war god Yan. And judging by how Luo Yuntian crushed that solid brick into powder in the alley yesterday, it seemed he was not an ordinary person. With 01 and the others out of sight, Luo Yuntian walked directly towards the school. If it weren't for 01 and the others being the bodyguards his second sister found for him, he might have thought about getting rid of them. After all, he didn't like being disturbed, and with his strength, he didn't need any protection. Just as Luo Yuntian was about to reach the school gate, a Porsche Cayenne suddenly sped up from behind. The crowd gasped and hurriedly avoided it. When the Cayenne reached behind Luo Yuntian, it made a sudden stop, honking madly. Hey, kid in front, do you want to die? Hurry up and get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll run you over. Luo Yuntian turned around. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could see a very arrogant young man sitting in the Porsche Cayenne who even dyed his hair red to look non-mainstream. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. With such a wide road and not many people early in the morning, he just had to walk on this side. If that is not looking for trouble, what is? Are you sure about what you just said? Of course. If you don't get out of the way, I'll run you over. This red-haired young man was clearly used to being arrogant. Bang! Luo Yuntian snapped his fingers, receiving his command. 01 to 07 appeared next to him from the crowd. The young man in the Cayenne, Shi Jinxiang, was stunned. Where did these 7 people come from? Young master, what is the order? 1 minute, I want all his information. 01 to 07 quickly found out this person's information. Shi Jinxiang, the young master of the Shi Xiang group. Bullying people with his power. Many dare to be angry, but don't dare to speak. Not a student of Jinghua University. Likes to race. After glancing at the information, Luo Yuntian realized he was just a rich second generation who only knew how to bully others. And not even a student of Jinghua University, just a racer. Then the rest, nothing more to say. Luo Yuntian pointed at the Cayenne. Smash it. Smash? Shi Jinxiang was stunned for a moment. Did Luo Yuntian really dare to let his 7 bodyguards smash his car? Kid, I don't believe you dare. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, 01's fist, the size of a sandbag, came down, smashing the front of the Porsche Cayenne into a wreck. What the? Shi Jinxiang was stunned, then hurriedly cursed as he got out of the car. Meanwhile, 01 and the others had already begun to rain down punches, turning the Qian into a heap of scrap metal. Luo Yuntian glanced at the many discarded bricks in the flower bed nearby. Don't use your hands to smash it. That's too tiring. Use bricks instead. Yes, young master. 01 to 07 picked up bricks and started smashing the Qian. Shi Jinxiang, stunned, finally came to his senses. You dare to let people smash my car? He yelled, his heart bleeding. You're finished. Just wait out. Before Shi Jinxiang could finish speaking, a check appeared in front of him. A full one. 5 million. Shi Jinxiang was dumbfounded. I don't like this car, so I'm buying it. This money should be enough, right? Luo Yuntian's nonchalant voice came through. Shi Jinxiang swallowed hard. His Qian wasn't even the latest model. He bought it several years ago for less than $1 million. 150,000. He was making a killing. In the end, Shi Jinxiang took the check from Luo Yuntian's hand. Now, this is my car, so you have nothing to say. Smash it hard. In no time, the bricks in 01 and the others' hands were smashing the entire Qian with loud bangs. In fact, the bricks limited their power, otherwise with their terrifying strength. The Qian would have been completely wrecked by their fists. But since this was the young master's wish, they naturally wouldn't say anything. At this moment, many pedestrians watching the scene were completely stunned. Shi Jinxiang raced and provoked Luo Yuntian, only to buy his car and smash it with bricks? Did it have to be this intense? Seeing that many people were watching, Luo Yuntian's lips curled into a faint smile. Suddenly, he got a good idea. 01, you guys stop for now. Yes, young master. 01 and the others immediately halted their actions, and Luo Yuntian spoke to the crowd around them. Is anyone interested in smashing a Porsche? Just 5 yuan a hit. No age limit. Huh. The passers-by around are practically short-circuiting. Smash a Porsche? For just 5 yuan a hit. For a moment, many people exchanged glances, unsure if Luo Yuntian was joking. Finally, a relatively strong man boldly stepped forward. Really just 5 yuan a hit? That's right, no deception. Okay, then I'll start with 10 yuan. The man handed over 10 yuan. 002, you collect the money. 002. They were all powerful special bodyguards. How could they now live like tools? Yes, young master. 002 accepted the 10 yuan. Bang, bang. The man smashed twice. He immediately felt exhilarated. What a thrill, too thrilling. I've disliked this Shi Jinxiang for a long time. Come on, I'll add another 50 yuan. The man handed over 50 yuan to 002. The tool for collecting money, 002, could only accept it again. Bang, bang, bang. Watching this man smash the car with a brick, Shi Jinxiang looked extremely frustrated. Just minutes ago, this was still his beloved car. But now, not only was it being smashed, but it was also just 5 yuan per hit. Luo Yuntian was clearly using this method to completely humiliate him. Yet he felt so frustrated that he couldn't say anything. After all, he had already accepted Luo Yuntian's check, which meant he had essentially sold the car to Luo Yuntian. At this point, what could he say? If it can really be smashed, then I'll do 10 yuan. I'll do 20. I'll do 100. Seeing that it was indeed possible to smash the car for just 5 yuan a hit, many passers-by who were previously hesitant surged forward. Many of them were locals who had long been oppressed by Shi Jinxiang, especially frightened by his Porsche Cayenne racing around. They had always dared to be angry, but not to speak out. Now that they had the chance to smash the car, how could they let it go? Countless people handed their money to the tool for collecting money, 002, and started smashing the car with bricks. In their hearts, they felt an immense thrill. After a while, when they saw that the Cayenne had been smashed to the point of almost being unrecognizable, and the crowd had had their fill, Luo Yuntian finally dispersed the crowd. Shi Jinxiang was still standing there. Although his car had been smashed, at least he had received a check for 1,500,000. Shi Jinxiang felt somewhat frustrated and wanted to leave. Snap! Luo Yuntian snapped his fingers. 001 and the others directly blocked Shi Jinxiang. What? What do you want? Shi Jinxiang stammered. Nothing much, just that the car matter is settled. But the issue with certain people who provoked me hasn't been dealt with yet, Luo Yuntian said casually. Shi Jinxiang felt an ominous premonition in his heart. At this moment, Luo Yuntian directly took out his phone and dialed a number. He was calling Wenren Ziyue. At this time, Wenren Ziyue had already gone to the group. In the top office of the Ziyue group, Wenren Ziyue, with her cold and elegant demeanor, was handling documents in front of her. When she saw her most cherished little brother calling, her cold expression instantly melted away. Yuntian, what made you think of calling Sister Ziyue? Sister Ziyue, what else could it be? Of course I miss you. The corners of Wenren Ziyue's lips curved slightly. Her Yuntian said he missed her. Too bad the other sisters didn't hear it. This was a victory for the brother complex. Yuntian, you really know how to sweet talk. How's school going? Oh, school is going pretty well. It's just that Shi Jinxiang from Shi Xiang Group just raced and almost hit me. What? Wenren Ziyue's eyes turned icy. How dare Shi Jinxiang from Shi Xiang Group race against her Yuntian and almost hit him? This was simply intolerable. Don't worry, Yuntian, Sister Ziyue will handle it. After they talked for a few more minutes, they hung up. Shi Jinxiang felt even more uneasy. You, don't think that by bluffing like this, I'll be afraid of you. Luo Yuntian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Shi Jinxiang. Ring ring. Soon, Shi Jinxiang's phone rang. He looked and saw it was his father. Now, he felt even more anxious. Hello, Shi Jinxiang cautiously answered. You little brat, what kind of trouble have you gotten into? Our Shi Xiang Group is going bankrupt, and your father is now left with nothing. On the phone, the furious roar of Shi Jinxiang's father, Shi Taixiang, echoed. Chapter 18, The Commotion at the School Gate. Scam call? The roar of his own dad on the phone left Shi Jinxiang completely stunned. Their Shi Xiang Group went bankrupt. Now he and his dad have nothing left? Slap. Shi Jinxiang's phone slipped from his hand and shattered completely on the ground. But Shi Jinxiang didn't have time to care about his phone anymore. His attitude toward Luo Yuntian changed dramatically in an instant. Brother, I was wrong. I'm not a human. I'm a little beast. Please spare me this time. However, Luo Yuntian completely ignored him and turned to walk into the campus. Shi Jinxiang wanted to cling to Luo Yuntian's leg, but Ling Yi and the others blocked him, preventing him from getting close. The young master doesn't want to talk to you. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we want to be polite. The money-collecting tool Ling Linger spoke at this moment. Shi Jinxiang could only leave in embarrassment, like a puppet, not even knowing how he got away. His heart was now filled with deep regret. He and his dad had completely lost everything. And that one, 5 million yuan check was not enough to pay off the huge debts. He had always been arrogant, not expecting that today he would provoke someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Before, he had even boasted about wanting to run over Luo Yuntian. In the end, he truly brought this upon himself. Snap! Luo Yuntian snapped his fingers, and Ling Yi and the others instantly returned to his side. Young master, what are your orders? Send a few people to move that scrap Porsche Cayenne away, so it doesn't affect the pedestrians later. Yes, young master. Ling Yi and Ling Linger quickly went to the scrapped Porsche Cayenne and lifted it up, walking aside. This scene made many pedestrians nearby gasp in shock. What? Those two just lifted that Cayenne? A Cayenne is not a small sedan. How strong must they be? And they're just that handsome guy's bodyguards. Oh my God. That little brother is so handsome. I'm dying from his good looks. Various voices of discussion erupted from the crowd. After all, considering the size and weight of the Cayenne, it was indeed astonishing to see Luo Yuntian's two bodyguards lift it so easily, especially since everyone could see they were just bodyguards. What terrifying identity must Luo Yuntian have to command them? Amidst it all, there were many girls squealing. After all, Luo Yuntian was indeed stunningly handsome. Why did the scene I just recorded turn black? Yeah, how come I didn't capture it earlier? I didn't even record any video. It was impossible that no one took a picture of the commotion caused by Luo Yuntian. Many girls especially wanted to sneak a shot of his handsome face. But no matter how everyone filmed with phones or cameras, or even those wanting to record videos, the images they captured were all gray, as if there was some high-tech shielding device on Luo Yuntian. This left everyone completely dumbfounded. As he walked to the school gate, Luo Yuntian noticed something and couldn't help but smile slightly as he casually walked inside. A girl who had been hiding behind a big tree by the gate saw Luo Yuntian coming, and her starry eyes lit up. Mu Xiaodai hurriedly ran out from behind the tree, trying not to appear too obvious, blending into the crowd as if she had just walked through the school gate. Moving closer to Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian, what a coincidence. We ran into each other at the school gate. Mu Xiaodai said excitedly, standing next to Luo Yuntian, her delicate snow-white face making her undoubtedly a little beauty. Oh, it does seem quite coincidental. With so many people, what are the odds we would meet like this? I thought you were deliberately waiting for me at the school gate. Mu Xiaodai paused slightly, then felt a bit guilty. No, it's not like that. We just happened to run into each other. Mu Xiaodai had to feel guilty because Luo Yuntian had hit the nail on the head. She had been waiting here for over an hour, not knowing when Luo Yuntian would arrive at school, and it was so cold in the morning that she was shivering. But waiting for the person she liked made it all worthwhile. Luo Yuntian, I'm so happy to see you. Mu Xiaodai said cheerfully. Luo Yuntian, however, glanced at her. How happy? Mu Xiaojie? She had just said she was very happy to see him, and he asked her how happy? Isn't that just a common greeting? How should she respond to that? There's so much happiness. Mu Xiaodai adorably gestured with her small hands. Luo Yuntian's lips curled slightly. Oh, then you're too early to be happy. Mu Xiaojie? After she had finally expressed how happy she was, he said she was too early to be happy. Why is her future little boyfriend so good at teasing? Let's not talk about this anymore. Mu Xiaodai changed the subject, otherwise she would really get caught in Luo Yuntian's tricks. Luo Yuntian, are you alone? Mu Xiaodai said with bright eyes. Yes, I'm alone. Mu Xiaodai's eyes sparkled. Before she could say anything, Luo Yuntian had already spoken. I'm afraid half a person will scare you. Mu Xiaojie, oh. Alone. Afraid. Afraid half a person will scare me? So annoying. Why is her future little boyfriend so good at throwing shade? Is this how a top student teases people? So special. It's clear he is not that easy to pursue. At the same time, she understood that Luo Yuntian was doing it on purpose, undoubtedly reflecting back on what she had said to him in the classroom. Even if she had shifted some of her intelligence to emotional intelligence, how could she possibly compete with Luo Yuntian, who was high in both IQ and EQ? I'm having such a hard time. Mu Xiaodai, will never give up. My little boyfriend, is indeed a top student and a college entrance exam champion. He is really impressive. Mu Xiaodai quickly perked up, even a bit infatuated with thoughts about him, and her demeanor brightened Luo Yuntian's mood as well. Teasing this little girl is sometimes quite interesting. At the very least, it makes university life less boring. While Mu Xiaodai was lost in her infatuation, Luo Yuntian took a step forward, and seeing him about to leave, Mu Xiaodai hurriedly stopped her thoughts and followed him. Luo Yuntian, since you're alone, why don't we walk together? Mu Xiaodai completely ignored his comment about being afraid of half a person scaring her, focusing entirely on the main point. Luo Yuntian is alone now. Then she had a chance. Luo Yuntian didn't say anything. If you don't speak, people will take it as your default agreement. Mu Xiaodai said, carefully observing Luo Yuntian's reaction. Seeing that Luo Yuntian showed no sign of opposition, she felt relieved and skipped alongside him. As the two walked together, Luo Yuntian's stunning looks caused quite a stir at the school gate. What a handsome young man. He is really handsome, Mom. I'm in love. Is he the top student of this year's college entrance examination? But what about the girl next to him? Could it be that she is his girlfriend? No way, no way. Boo-hoo. I went from being in love to heartbroken in just 1 second. With Luo Yuntian's looks, many girls were nearly screaming. Luo Yuntian alone was enough to cause such a commotion, let alone being with Mu Xiaodai. Mu Xiaodia's beauty could easily overshadow other girls. Even at this moment, her looks seemed secondary. Just walking alongside Luo Yuntian was enough to make many girls envious and jealous. It was practically making them feel sour to the point of losing their teeth. Misunderstanding. Let it be a misunderstanding as much as possible. Mu Xiaodai was not shy at all. On the contrary, she thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. These people mistook her for Luo Yuntian's girlfriend. Yay, this is so great. It's a misunderstanding now, but sooner or later, it will become real. In her heart, Mu Xiaodai couldn't help but fantasize. She even started to imagine her romantic scenarios with Luo Yuntian. In the future, when they were together, holding hands, Her little boyfriend would buy her the first cup of milk tea in autumn, when the trees shed their leaves. He would gently help her remove a leaf that accidentally fell on her head. He would gently hold her little face and say, "Baby, you look the most beautiful." And then, "Boo-hoo-hoo. So romantic, right? Keep your distance from me." Just as Mu Xiaodai was getting deeper into her fantasies, Luo Yuntian's words pulled her back to reality. Luo Yuntian, keep your distance from me to avoid misunderstandings," Mu Xiaodai said, feeling wronged. Luo Yuntian's expression, however, was one of no negotiation. Mu Xiaodai cautiously shifted to the side, observing Luo Yuntian's reaction, and continued to move until she finally stopped when he showed no reaction. 1 meter, probably about 1 meter. Mu Xiaodai estimated that 1 meter of distance, according to her countdown to catching a little boyfriend in a 100 days plan, meant that if she could get a centimeter closer each day, it would be a big step forward in their love. A centimeter a day for 100 days would equal 100 centimeters. By then, they could be in close contact. Mu Xiaodai couldn't help but fantasize again. After close contact, it might even lead to negative contact. Thinking of this, her little face turned a bit red. Ring, ring, ring. However, at that moment, a phone ringing interrupted Mu Xiaodia's thoughts, pulling her back to reality. This ringtone wasn't hers. It could only belong to Luo Yuntian. As expected of a little boyfriend, even the ringtone is so pleasant. Mu Xiaodai thought dreamily. In her eyes, Luo Yuntian had become her everything. Everything related to him became beautiful. Yet, at the same time, she felt a bit anxious. Who could be calling him? Could it be a girl? Mu Xiaodia's heart raced with unease. When she cautiously glanced at Luo Yuntian's phone screen, she immediately found out the answer. But at the same time, it left her momentarily stunned. On Luo Yuntian's phone screen, a few red words were clearly displayed. Scam call. Undoubtedly. This was a scam call flagged by the phone's security software. A scam call? Why didn't he set up a block? Mu Xiaodai felt puzzled. Although many scam calls can't be blocked even if you set up a block, this one, flagged by security software, could definitely be prevented with a block. Why didn't her future little boyfriend set up a block? Seeing the red alert on his phone, Luo Yuntian smiled slightly and directly answered the call. Chapter 19. Can't stand at the dominant sister Ziyue. Hello, sir. I'm a customer service representative from XX Bank. We detected that your bank card was used to make a 3 million transaction in Taigua. May I ask if this is you? Sounds like a scam. It even seems quite formal. Mu Xiaodai has had good hearing since she was young. Plus, she is close enough to Luo Yuntian to catch some of the conversation. Luo Yuntian replied directly, "Yes, I bought more than a dozen elephants in Taigua. What's the matter, scammer?" Luo Yuntian's voice left the scammer a bit confused. You bought more than a dozen elephants in Taigua? That's impressive. The scammer customer service was obviously a bit embarrassed. Do you need to know about stock investments? The return rate is 90 guaranteed profit. Oh, if it's that profitable, why aren't you investing? I don't have as much capital as you. The scammer customer service seemed to have adjusted their mood at this point. Oh, so you don't have capital. Luo Yuntian said directly, I can help you with a small loan here. Do you want to know more? Scammer. I'm asking you about stock investments, and you're talking to me about small loans? Am I encountering a fellow scammer? Can we not play properly anymore? In this day and age, is it so hard to be a scammer? Can't even answer basic questions. Definitely a scammer, Luo Yuntian said, and hung up the phone, leaving the scammer group on the other end in disarray. Mu Xiaodai was also stunned for a moment, thinking about the conversation between Luo Yuntian and the scammer just now. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. After realizing something, she hurriedly covered her little face, wondering if he would think she was not ladylike. Surely not, right? Mu Xiaodai thought to herself. Luo Yuntian had seen her energetic and proactive personality long ago, and thought she was far from being ladylike. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yuntian couldn't help but curl his lips. The scammer he encountered today was too low-level. There was no challenge at all in confronting him. At this moment, he directly opened WeChat and sent a message to Wenren Ziyue. Sister Ziyue, Ziyue Group, top floor office. Wenren Ziyue had just arrived at the group and was handling documents in her office. Her stunning face showed no emotional fluctuations. However, when she checked WeChat, she suddenly became unable to remain calm. Yuntian, are you messaging Sister Ziyue now? Of course I miss Sister Ziyue. Seeing Luo Yuntian's reply, the The charming Wenren Ziyue felt a rush of satisfaction. Look, Yuntian said he misses me. This is a major victory for a brother complex. Yuntian's words are really sweet. Sister Ziyue also misses Yuntian. Sister Ziyue, I have a small matter that I would like your help with. Please go ahead, Yuntian. Wenren Ziyue on the other side of the screen was already giggling. Well, it's not a big deal. It's just that I received another scam call targeting you, my brother. What? Wenren Ziyue's expression changed instantly. Another scam call targeting her Yuntian? This audacious scammer was simply intolerable. A scam call had reached Luo Yuntian? This made the brother complex and doting sister Wenren Ziyue absolutely furious. Assistant Wang, she coldly said, her face already clouded with frost. In the group, she had already taken on the demeanor of a domineering CEO. Assistant Wang hurriedly rolled in. President, let me take down a scam group. Lock the IP through the phone number, gather evidence, contact the local police, and arrest them immediately. Yes, Assistant Wang replied repeatedly, hurriedly rushing to take care of it. Not long after, the scam group that had just been choked by Luo Yuntian was about to randomly dial the next number through the system, when suddenly, the police broke in. They were directly taken away in a daze, wondering who they were, where they were, and what they were doing. After receiving feedback, Wenren Ziyue's icy expression finally softened. In the office, when she was alone, her charming face regained its allure. Yuntian, it's all taken care of. She sent a message to Luo Yuntian. Thank you. 10th sister, I like 10th sister the most. Upon seeing Luo Yuntian's message, even Wenren Ziyue felt a bit excited. Look, Yuntian said he likes me the most. This is yet another major victory for a brother complex. Yuntian's words are really sweet. Sister Ziyue also likes Yuntian the most. At this moment, Wenren Ziyue was no longer so concerned about the issue of titles. The two chatted for a while before closing the chat window. Thinking about Luo Yuntian's words just now, a charming smile lingered at the corner of Wenren Ziyue's lips, believing she had achieved another significant victory. However, she did not know that every time Luo Yuntian asked a sister for help, he would either say that sister was the best or that he liked that sister the most. At this time, Luo Yuntian's chat history was lined up with messages, like the eldest sister the most, like the second sister the most, all the way to like the 10th sister the most. If Wenren Ziyue knew about this situation, she would probably join forces with the other sisters to give Luo Yuntian a mixed 10 hit. Well, just finished dealing with one, Luo Yuntian felt incredibly relaxed. Clearly, confronting this scammer and taking down a scam group made him feel very good. As for whether he would flip the car or whether this chat history would be seen by the sisters, it was not within his consideration. As a skilled driver who had the steering wheel firmly in his hands, he would definitely not flip the car. Luo Yuntian, what were you doing just now? Seeing that Luo Yuntian seemed done with his tasks, Mu Xiaodai asked curiously like a little inquisitive baby. Luo Yuntian glanced at her and replied, nothing much, just confronted a scammer and took down a scam group. Mu Xiaodai's starry eyes sparkled. Luo Yuntian, you are so just and noble. Although she didn't see the chat history between Luo Yuntian and Wenren Ziyue regarding that scam group, she naturally believed every word Luo Yuntian said about someone she liked. Mu Xiaodai's heart began to flutter with infatuation again. As expected of the person I like, so outstanding. You think too much. I just did out of boredom. But you still did a good deed. I also want to be like Luo Yuntian. Mu Xiaodai, full of energy, canceled the block on scam calls on her phone. Luo Yuntian looked at her a bit more. This girl seemed to be truly born to be an optimist, always radiating such a vibrant energy. Along the way, Mu Xiaodai continued to excitedly talk to Luo Yuntian, while Luo Yuntian responded to her only a few times. The two walked together to the classroom. When they arrived in the classroom, the students were calling out, "Class monitor! Class monitor!" Chi greeted Luo Yuntian, who nodded in return. Upon seeing the two enter together, Qi Minglang in the class couldn't help but exchange glances with Lu Gaoyong and Zhou Junjie. Hey, do you think Yuntian has really taken a liking to the beautiful Xiaodai? What Yuntian? Shouldn't we call him class monitor? Just call him Yuntian. It's much friendlier. Who cares about class monitor? Well, Minglang, you do have a point. As for whether he likes her or not, I think it's still Xiaodai who's pursuing him. The three whispered to each other. Luo Yuntian walked over and sat beside them, while Mu Xiaodai directly and unceremoniously took a seat next to Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian glanced at her, causing Mu Xiaodai to feel a bit guilty and shift over seat. After seeing that Luo Yuntian had no further reaction, she felt overjoyed. "Hello, everyone." Mu Xiaodai greeted Qi Minglang and the others. Hello, Mu classmate. Hello, beautiful Mu." The three looked at her with envy and jealousy. With such a high-value and cute girl pursuing him, Yuntian, just give in. If you don't want her, pass her to us. But they only thought about it, knowing that Mu Xiaodai's gaze would not linger on them. Luo Yuntian, did you have breakfast? Mu Xiaodai opened her small backpack. I bought soy milk and buns. Do you want some? She had been waiting for Luo Yuntian early in the morning and had bought breakfast for him, carefully wrapped in a special towel. Afraid it would cool down, she checked with her hand, and sure enough, it was still warm. No, I don't like soy milk and buns. Luo Yuntian declined outright. Qi Minglang and the others felt that Luo Yuntian was being too insensitive, and such a response should hurt a girl's feelings. Would their beautiful Xiaodai give up just like that? Unexpectedly, Mu Xiaodai didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, she was already smiling. Then what do you like to eat? Tell me, and I'll buy it for you tomorrow. No need. Luo Yuntian said this. But he felt an odd sensation in his heart. Even as a genius, he had never thought that in his university life, just starting out, a girl would be pursuing him. Moreover, it was Mu Xiaodai, a girl full of energy who seemed to not know what giving up was. At that moment, Shower Watching walked in and saw Luo Yuntian and Mu Xiaodai sitting together, with just one seat between them. Her gaze lingered a bit longer before she withdrew her gaze. Next is a 3-day military training. Everyone go back to the dorms to change clothes and prepare to gather on the playground. The follow-up matters will be handled by the class monitor. After saying this, Shower Watching left. The class monitor she referred to was naturally Luo Yuntian. Let's go change clothes. Sigh. I really don't know what kind of instructor we will encounter. Qi Minglang stood up, and at this time, everyone had already stood up and walked out of the classroom. As Luo Yuntian walked out, Mu Xiaodai hurriedly followed him. Just then, a voice came from outside the classroom. Haha, Luo, the class monitor, finally met you. Hearing this voice, Luo Yuntian turned to look and saw a boy with a seemingly friendly smile, but with a different depth of meaning walking towards him. This person was Yang Wei, who had previously taken an interest in Mu Xiaodai. Xiaodai, can I have a few words with Luo, the class monitor, alone? Is that okay? Yang Wei said to Mu Xiaodai, although he concealed it well. The fiery desire in his eyes was something Luo Yuntian could see at a glance. Mu Xiaodai glanced at Luo Yuntian and could only temporarily step away, but inside, she felt quite annoyed. Why is this Yang Wei so annoying? He just made the time I can spend next to my future boyfriend a few seconds shorter. Or even a minute. After Mu Xiaodai moved a little further away, Yang Wei finally spoke. Luo, the class monitor, I'm the class monitor of class 3, Yang Wei. His tone was such that no matter how well he tried to conceal it, it exuded a sense of boasting. Luo Yuntian simply replied with a hum. Yang Wei felt a bit irritated. After he finished speaking, Luo Yuntian, shouldn't he ignore him, right? Shouldn't he think of himself as being on the same level? What did this reaction mean? However, he didn't know that wanting Luo Yuntian to regard him as an equal was far from reality. Chapter 20. Different Channels of Thought. Beginning military training, Yang Wei tried his best not to get angry. After all, he wasn't here to show off to Luo Yuntian. Class leader Luo, I see that Xiaodai seems to like you quite a bit, but you probably don't like her that much, right? Yang Wei said directly. I would appreciate it if class leader Luo would keep your distance from her. His tone carried a hint of subtle threat. Luo Yuntian shook his head. Boring. Such childish tricks are really too boring. After saying that, he left without a care, appearing very casual. Yang Wei's face darkened at that moment. Luo Yuntian actually said he was boring. Moreover, it seemed that Luo Yuntian was clearly ignoring him. This made Yang Wei's expression turn grim. How dare you ignore me? If you don't take the initiative to stay away from Mu Xiaodai, you're really ungrateful. At this moment, Yang Wei had a cold smile. Luo Yuntian, you probably don't know that there are people I know among the instructors for this military training, right? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. The instructors for this military training were not directly from the army, Most of them were outsourced, mostly retired coaches and the like. Yang Wei had already made up his mind to deal with Luo Yuntian properly. However, he didn't know that when he told Luo Yuntian to stay away from Mu Xiaodai and spoke those subtly threatening words, the members of Team Zero, hidden in the shadows, had already begun to stir. If it weren't for Luo Yuntian casually signaling them to stop, Yang Wei might have been standing there talking to Luo Yuntian and then ended up lying down after. Seeing Luo Yuntian leave Yang Wei's side, Mu Xiaodai hurried over to him. Luo Yuntian turned around and looked at Mu Xiaodai. Her little face turned a bit red, unsure why Luo Yuntian was looking at her like that. Could it be that her dream was about to come true? Luo Yuntian's lips curled into a playful smile. I'm going back to the dormitory to change into military training clothes. Are you coming along? Mu Xiaodai was momentarily speechless. In fact, she really wanted to say that if the dormitory aunt allowed it, she could go in too. Seeing the little girl fall silent, Luo Yuntian slightly smirked and left. Seeing that Luo Yuntian was still a bit distant from her, Mu Xiaodai felt a little down. But soon, she became energetic again. No matter what, I won't give up. Mu Xiaodai jogged towards the dormitory, attracting the amazed gazes of people along the way. The reason she wanted to hurry back to the dormitory was not only to change into military training clothes, but also because there was her military advisor there. Upon running back to the girls' dormitory, she greeted the dormitory aunt. Hello, Annie. As soon as Mu Xiaodai entered the first floor, she waved at the dormitory aunt. Hey, Xiaodai. It's only been a day, and the dormitory aunt already recognized Mu Xiaodai completely. The little girl was cute, tall, polite, and always had an optimistic demeanor, making it hard not to like her. Goodbye, Annie. Mu Xiaodai ran back to her dormitory, room 520. At that time, there were 2 girls in the dormitory who were changing into military training clothes. Hey, our little Xiaodai is back. One girl teased. The dormitory was a 4-person room, but due to the hardcore civil engineering major, there were fewer girls, leaving only 1 bed empty. Only Mu Xiaodai and her 2 roommates remained. Qingxue, I failed. At this moment, the little girl felt a bit deflated in front of her 2 closest roommates. I knew it. I could tell in the classroom, Qingxue teased. Our handsome and outstanding class leader is definitely not that easy to pursue. As she spoke, Qingxue had a longing look on her face. If possible, even I would want to pursue the class leader. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaodai looked nervous. Hey, Qingxue, you can't do that. He is mine. Mu Xiaodai even pulled her comrade. Ninyu, you tell her, is Qingxue's behavior right? It's simply a betrayal. Mu Xiaodia's other roommate, Zhao Ninyu, was a bit more gentle and not as outgoing as Qingxue. Xiaodai, Qingxue is just teasing you. Qingxue stopped teasing the little girl. All right, Xiaodai. I was just joking. If you can't even do it, then I definitely won't have a chance to pursue the class leader. In terms of looks, Qingxue and Zhao Ninyu together couldn't compare to Mu Xiaodai. Although the little girl always gave off a cute vibe, she was definitely at the level of a stunning beauty. Mu Xiaodai naturally knew her advantage. But even so, she couldn't understand. They say that girls chasing boys are like a layer of gauze, and she had been pursuing him like this, so why hadn't she succeeded yet? She had obviously waited for him early in the morning and even bought him breakfast. Seeing the confused look on the little girl's face, Qingxue felt a bit defeated. Xiaodai, even though girls chasing boys are like a layer of gauze, you can't chase too tightly. Just imagine, if a guy you just met for a day confessed to you while you were pursuing him so intensely, would you agree? The little girl argued back. But I've only known him for a day too. If he confessed to me, I would definitely agree in the first second. Qingxue was momentarily speechless by Mu Xiaodia's words. She suddenly felt that her thoughts and this little girl's thoughts were not on the same channel. Mu Xiaodia's words left Qingxue unsure of what to say. In the end, she could only helplessly comment, "Little infatuated girl. What is wrong with being infatuated?" Mu Xiaodai sat on the bed, resting her arms on the desk, cradling her face with a dreamy look. Even if I'm infatuated, it's only for him. Qingxue covered her forehead, truly feeling a bit defeated. But there was nothing she could do. Who would have a crush on such an outstanding boy like the class leader? If she weren't aware of her lack of hope, perhaps she would have pursued him too. Xiaodai, do you still want to hear my advice? Of course. The The little girl quickly became serious. Qingxue, hurry up and tell me. Give me some tips. Nianyu, you both have to help me. Zhao Nianyu chuckled and, together with Mu Xiaodai, looked at Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue pretended to clear her throat. Xiaodai, the first trick I'm going to teach you is very important, but also very simple. Just 4 words. Cater to his preferences. Mu Xiaodai was slightly taken aback, then pouted adorably. Qingxue, what kind of important trick is that? Isn't this important? Xiaodai, even if you won't work hard, you need to have a direction for your efforts. What if you work hard for a long time, and in the end, the class leader doesn't like girls like you? What will you do then? Mu Xiaodai was a bit flustered. But what if he really doesn't like girls like me? What? What should I do? Silly. First figure out what kind of girl he likes. Then find a way to transform yourself in that direction. Right? Mu Xiaodai's starry eyes lit up. That makes sense. It makes so much sense. Qingxue, slow down. Let me jot this down in my little notebook. Mu Xiaodai took out her little notebook to write, looking like a serious good student. She wasn't even this serious during class. You see, if the class monitor likes glamorous types, then you should transform into a glamorous type. If he likes gentle types, then you should transform into a gentle type. And there are shy types. So many options. Just figure out the class monitor's preferences first. Although she said this, Li Qingxue tried to imagine the traits of glamorous, gentle, and shy. None of them seemed to fit Mu Xiaodai well. She couldn't help but cough lightly. Of course, you don't have to be that extreme. If you really can't transform, at least don't have a counterproductive effect. It's always good to first understand the class monitor's preferences. Right, that's so true. Mu Xiaodai was seriously taking notes. Zhao Nianyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. The second tip is distance. You need to maintain a sense of distance from the class monitor. Huh? Why? I want to pursue him hard. What if he gets taken away by another girl? The little girl looked confused. Li Qingxue could really see it. The little girl was so innocent and pure, it was almost excessive. Besides knowing the ancient saying that girls chasing boys are like a layer of gauze, she didn't seem to know anything else. Xiaodai, what I mean by distance has some overlap with the first point, right? Think about it. Unless the class monitor happens to like cute types and girls who pursue him, otherwise, if you chase him so tightly, won't it have the opposite effect? Li Qingxue tapped the bedboard. Key point. Before figuring out the class monitor's preferences, you must maintain a sense of distance from him. Even after figuring it out, it's best to keep a certain distance. If you cling too much, he won't cherish you as much. Oh, the little girl seemed to understand a bit, but still noted everything down. As for your concern about whether the class monitor will be taken away by other girls, don't worry, he's not that easy to take away. Even if it really happens, to you, it might be a good thing to some extent. Huh? Mu Xiaodai tilted her head, even more confused. Silly, if the class monitor is taken away by another girl, you can study that girl's appearance and personality. Won't it be easy to figure out the class monitor's preferences? Li Qingxue, guga legally. As for whether you can win the class monitor back, as the saying goes, as long as the hoe is wielded well, no corner can resist being dug up. This matter will depend on you then. Zhao Nianyu, who was quiet, blushed slightly at Li Qingxue's words. However, Mu Xiaodai still looked clueless. As long as the hoe is wielded well, no corner can resist being dug up. Qingxue, what does that mean? Li Qingxue. The little girl is really excessively innocent. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. It's time for military training. Li Qingxue jumped down from the bed. She realized that after teaching Mu Xiaodai so much, the little girl's head couldn't absorb all this at once. Xiaodai, you just need to remember the second thing for now. Maintain a sense of distance. And then figure out the class monitor's preferences during this process. Okay? I got it. Distance. Mu Xiaodai wrote an entire page on her little notebook. Suddenly, she felt a great sense of achievement. Qingxue, you're truly my great strategist. When I really get to pursue him, I'll give you a big red envelope. Oh, how big? Li Qingxue zhuka. So big. Mu Xiaodai gestured cutely, making Li Qingxue laugh. And Nianyu, you're both my good sisters. My future lifelong happiness depends on you. Let's go. It's time for military training. Chapter 21, I prefer to win people over with virtue. Mu Xiaodai changed in her military training uniform. Her exquisite figure was incredibly beautiful. She held the hands of 2 people and headed towards the playground. The 3 of them arrived at the assembly area for Class 1 of Civil Engineering. Mu Xiaodai, dressed in her military training uniform, immediately attracted countless gazes. She was simply too beautiful. However, everyone in the class knew that Mu Xiaodai had a crush on Luo Yuntian and had boldly declared her feelings long ago. The classmates were also well aware of how big the gap was between them and Luo Yuntian. At this moment, they naturally had the sense to not make any moves on Mu Xiaodai. But many from other classes were getting a little restless. As soon as Mu Xiaodai arrived here, she looked around for Luo Yuntian's figure. Unfortunately, he had not arrived yet. After a while, Luo Yuntian appeared with Lu Gaoyang and the other two, walking towards the playground. Luo Yuntian, dressed in the military training uniform, made Mu Xiaodai's eyes light up. So handsome. No wonder he is the man Mu Xiaodai like. Mu Xiaodai almost rushed straight towards Luo Yuntian. Xiaodai, have you forgotten what Qingxue taught you before? Zhao Yinyu gently reminded her. Distance. Li Qingxue added. Only then did Mu Xiaodai manage to hold herself back. But it was so hard to resist, seeing Mu Xiaodai, who almost seemed ready to pounce from afar. Qi Minglang chuckled. Yintian, I'm tying my shoelaces, you go ahead. Gaoyang, Junjie, I don't really know how to tie shoelaces. Can you stay and teach me? The two felt a bit speechless. Minglang, your excuse for helping out is really lame. However, they understood Qi Minglang's intention to stay back. Luo Yuntian slowly walked forward. Distance. Mu Xiaodai kept repeating in her mind. She even secretly took out her little notebook filled with notes on maintaining distance. Her mind was completely filled with thoughts about distance. As Luo Yuntian approached her, for Mu Xiaodai, resisting until now was already a great victory. Luo Yuntian was almost in front of her. It should be okay to greet him now, right? Excited, Mu Xiaodai waved her hand to say hello. Distance, hello. Li Qingxue. Zhao Yinyu. Realizing what she had just said, Mu Xiaodai froze. Oh no, how embarrassing. With her mind full of distance, she had accidentally called Luo Yuntian distance. This made her realize something, and she instantly froze, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu were also stunned. Even Li Qingxue herself wanted to bang her head against the wall. Mamma mia, can this silly and cute roommate be sold? 50 cents a pound. Someone come and take her away. Meanwhile, Qi Minglang, who was making excuses about tying his shoelaces, was also a bit confused. Distance? What is that? A term of endearment? Dino. Luo Yuntian. Mu Xiaodai snapped back to reality and hurriedly stammered, fearing that Luo Yuntian would be angry. At the same time, she wanted to scold herself internally. How stupid, with her mind filled with thoughts of distance. She even messed up how to address Luo Yuntian. How could she face anyone after this? How could she see Luo Yuntian again? At the same time, she felt a bit uncertain. Would her future little boyfriend be angry because of this? She didn't care about maintaining distance anymore and hurriedly ran towards Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian, you're not angry, right? Mu Xiaodai cautiously watched Luo Yuntian's reaction. Luo Yuntian just looked at her and said nothing. It's over. He must be angry. Mu Xiaodai's heart sank. Oh no, it's all her fault. Usually, she was a girl with high emotional intelligence in Luo Yuntian's eyes. But now she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Luo Yuntian could tell that if he didn't say something, the little girl might really cry. Just as Mu Xiaodai was at a loss, Luo Yuntian spoke up. No. Mu Xiaodai immediately perked up. You're not angry? Really not angry? Hee. They'll take it seriously. Mu Xiaodai beamed with energy. Luo Yuntian didn't say anything further and turned to walk ahead. The corners of his mouth also curled up slightly. The little girl is quite cute. Mu Xiaodai bounced back to Li Qingxue and the others, joyfully like a child who had just received a beloved toy. Qingxue, Ninyu, look, he is not angry. I was so scared just now. Mu Xiaodai said happily, but she also felt a bit of lingering fear. Luckily, Luo Yuntian wasn't angry. Otherwise, she would have scolded herself to death. All right, just make sure you don't say I taught you this. Li Vingu mockingly scolded her. As a teacher producing such a silly student, she felt embarrassed. Zhao Yinyu chuckled softly, but Mu Xiaodai didn't care at all. Her gaze towards Luo Yuntian was still filled with affection. All of this was seen by Yang Wei from Class 3, making him feel almost jealous enough to burst into flames. Looking at Luo Yuntian not far away, he sneered. Let you jump around for a while longer. When a military training starts, just wait and see how I deal with you. Thinking of the instructor team that had been outsourced, one of whom he knew very well, Yang Wei had a cold smile in his heart. By then, Luo Yuntian would be in for a tough time. It wouldn't be long before he would be lying down and taken out. Not long after, students from various classes began to gather on the playground. Luo Yuntian also called for the students in his class to assemble. After a while, when the instructor arrived, Luo Yuntian noticed that one of the instructors had originally been walking towards their class, but stopped midway after talking to another instructor and went back. The other instructor then walked over to replace him, and his gaze was intentionally or unintentionally directed at Luo Yuntian. So that is how it is. Luo Yuntian's lips curled slightly. Seeing the instructor who had switched halfway and noticing the way the instructor looked at him, especially when he glanced in Yang Wei's direction, seeing the malicious gaze from Yang Wei, how could he not know that this was all arranged by Yang Wei? But such a trick was not only childish, but also far too obvious. Hello everyone, I am your instructor, Zhang Li. The instructor arranged by Yang Wei appeared to be quite normal at the start. Who is the class leader? I am, Luo Yuntian replied. Zhang Li was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that Luo Yuntian would be the class leader. However, since he was entrusted by Yang Wei, it didn't matter to him whether Luo Yuntian was the class leader or not. He glanced around and noticed Mu Xiaodai in the crowd, and his eyes lit up slightly. He didn't expect to find her here. There are such beautiful girls. However, his primary goal now is still to punish Luo Yuntian. Developing a relationship with this little beauty can wait for later. It just so happens that by punishing Luo Yuntian, he can establish his authority. Who knows? He might win Mu Xiaodai as admiration. All right, let's start our first training session. Stand at attention. Zhang Li directly spoke up. Everyone, straighten your backs and stand at attention. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the class straightened their backs and began to stand at attention. Although Mu Xiaodai was completely focused on Luo Yuntian, she also stood up properly at attention. Zhang Li walked around, suddenly stopping in front of Luo Yuntian. Squad leader, why can't you stand straight? You can't even stand at attention properly. How did someone like you become squad leader? Zhang Li's words caused Qi Minglang and the others to frown. This instructor is looking for trouble, right? No matter what, he shouldn't say that Luo Yuntian can't stand straight. They could tell that Luo Yuntian was standing at attention perfectly straight, and his posture was much more standard than theirs. What does it mean to say Luo Yuntian can't stand straight? Luo Yuntian did not respond to the question about whether he was standing straight. He just casually said, I became squad leader because the teacher appointed me. Zhang Li raised an eyebrow. It seems you're quite unhappy with me. Zhang Li had an obviously confrontational look. In here, I am the authority. No matter what position you hold in the class, you have to obey me here. Zhang Li stopped in front of Luo Yuntian. Just right, I have a profound fighting technique to teach everyone. So, let the squad leader demonstrate for me. As Zhang Li spoke, he suddenly swung his fist and fiercely aimed for Luo Yuntian's chest. Zhang Li's sudden punch was aimed at Luo Yuntian. There was no doubt that he used considerable force. Mu Xiaodai screamed in shock, almost rushing up instantly. And now, even if she reacted quickly, it would be completely too late. Qi Minglang and the others were also stunned. Li Qingxue and Zhao Nianyu were dumbfounded. The other students in the class were completely bewildered. They never expected that Zhang Li would suddenly attack like this. Meanwhile, Yang Wei, who had been paying attention from distance, felt a deep sense of joy rising in his heart. He seemed to have already seen Luo Yuntian being knocked down by Zhang Li. However, in the face of this scene, Luo Yuntian merely curled the corner of his mouth slightly and snapped his fingers. Snap! Bang! After Luo Yuntian snap, Zhang Li immediately felt someone grab his fist. Everything felt like hitting a solid wall. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward. Following Luo Yuntian's command, the suddenly appearing 01 directly grabbed Zhang Li's fist. And that wasn't all. From 02 to 05, they had completely restrained Zhang Li. Arms, thighs, throat. It was as if at Luo Yuntian's command, they would directly snap those parts of Zhang Li. 06 and 07 even held daggers. One on the left and one on the right, against Zhang Li's neck. Zhang Li's body instantly stiffened. Where did these people come from? Not only Zhang Li, but even the surrounding students were completely frozen. Where on earth did these people come from? Had they been secretly hiding around here before? You, what do you want? Zhongli was not a regular military officer, just an outsourced instructor. Faced with this situation, he was instantly terrified. Who was the Luo Yuntian he wanted to teach a lesson to? How could there be so many bodyguards to protect him? You were a student. You brought bodyguards to school without permission. Aren't you afraid of violating school rules? Zhongli spoke somewhat bravely, but 01 had already asked Luo Yuntian, young master, how should we deal with this? The moment he shouted young master, 01 caught Luo Yuntian's gaze and, seeing so many students around, quickly changed his words. I, for one, prefer to win people over with virtue. Luo Yuntian said casually. Since this instructor Zhang wants to teach me some fighting techniques, then you should also teach instructor Zhang a lesson in fighting techniques according to his method. 01 understood Luo Yuntian's meaning. Just now, Zhongli wanted to punch the young master, and the young master was letting him give Zhongli a punch back. As soon as Luo Yuntian finished speaking, the 02 and the others who were holding Zhongli tightly all stepped back, leaving only 01 and Zhongli. Do you still want your people to beat the instructor? Chapter 22. What is his identity? Zhongli was fierce on the outside, but timid on the inside. He tried to threaten Luo Yuntian, but before he could finish his sentence, 01 acted directly. Zhongli wanted to resist. After all, he was a retired coach. It was one thing to be controlled by so many people earlier, but now in a one-on-one situation, he didn't believe he would lose to a bodyguard like this. Bang! Before Zhongli could react, 01's fist had already slammed hard into his chest. Ah! Zhongli immediately lost his voice. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. He never expected 01's punch to be so fast. Before he could even react, it had already hit him. Moreover, this punch was unimaginably heavy. Crack! Crack! 01's fist struck Zhongli's chest, and the residual force shattered his ribs. This was still under the condition that 01 had held back a little. Just now, in front of so many people, when Zhongli wanted to call Luo Yuntian young master, he had already caused Luo Yuntian to be somewhat displeased. If he really killed Zhongli with one punch in front of so many people, Luo Yuntian would definitely deal with him harshly. Only then did 01 hold back a bit. Otherwise, given his level that earned the Dragon Tooth squad a classification of first-level danger, one punch could directly kill Zhongli. Zhongli wanted to say something, but before he could utter a word, he completely rolled his eyes and fainted. The surroundings fell into silence. Everyone couldn't believe the scene before them. Mu Xiaodai's starry eyes sparkled. As expected, he was the one I liked. I knew he would be fine. Li Qingxue and Zhao Nianyu were stunned. Their class leader seemed truly extraordinary. At the very least, he had such a bodyguard protecting him. Qi Minglang and the others, while shocked, also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Luo Yuntian was fine. Only Yang Wei's expression was extremely difficult to look at. He never expected Zhang Li to actually lose. Moreover, he didn't even block anyone's punch. Sure enough, these outsourced instructors were unreliable. Yang Wei told Chris and fully, what a great opportunity to teach Luo Yuntian a lesson. But unexpectedly, it was missed. At this moment, many people in instructor uniforms walked over in unison. What is going on? The leading person spoke directly, their imposing manner making many people afraid to speak. This voice seemed to awaken Zhang Li on the ground. He struggled to open his eyes, filled with surprise. Class leader, it's me. Some students had the bodyguards beat the instructor. You must deal with him. Help me deal with him. Zhang Li seemed to see a lifeline and hurriedly spoke. His class leader was his big brother. His strength was far beyond his own. Moreover, his big brother was a retired boxing champion. No matter what, he could not possibly be a match for Luo Yuntian's bodyguard. With so many people on their side, even if Luo Yuntian's bodyguards came at once, they definitely had nothing to fear. Zhang Li, someone dared to have a bodyguards beat you? Some students really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Zhang Li's big brother snorted coldly, and his developed muscles and robust body left no doubt about the power hidden within. Luo Yuntian's mouth slightly curled up. Today's events were indeed becoming more and more interesting. Big brother, it's him. He is the one who had the bodyguard beat me. Zhang Li, filled with joy, no longer called him class leader, directly calling him big brother, and struggled to point at Luo Yuntian. Following the direction of Zhang Li's finger, his big brother's gaze suddenly froze. Just when Zhang Li thought his big brother would definitely stand up for him, Zhang Li suddenly let out a miserable scream as his big brother directly kicked him down. He kicked him right in the chest, causing him further injury, nearly making Zhang Li faint again. Zhang Li was completely confused now. Why did his big brother suddenly kick him? However, he didn't see that his big brother was now trembling all over. And this big brother of Zhang Li was none other than Zhang Meng, the thug leader who previously wanted to make things difficult for Luo Yuntian in the alley, but was almost scared out of his wits by the Dragon 2 squad. Zhang Meng felt like he had nothing left to live for. While his legs trembled, he wanted to curse. He even had thoughts of killing Zhang Li. Why did Zhang Li provoke Luo Yuntian? Why provoke the brother of the god of war Yan? It was simply seeking death. Everyone was now a bit bewildered. How? How could Zhang Li's big brother kick him down to the ground? Qi Minglang whispered. Lu Gaoyang and Zhou Junjie were also in a daze, completely unable to understand why Zhang Meng did this. And the one most puzzled was undoubtedly Zhang Li. Big brother, what are you doing? I'm Zhang Li. I'm Zhang Li. I know you're Zhang Li. I'm kicking you. Zhang Meng said, still feeling unsatisfied, and went up to kick him twice more. Zhang Li couldn't help but scream. His ribs had already been shattered by 01's punch earlier. Now, how could he withstand Zhang Meng's kicks? Big brother. What? What did I do wrong? Now, no matter what, Zhang Li just wanted to get some clarity. Also paying attention to this was Yang Wei. His heart was also a bit unsettled. Could it be that Luo Yuntian was truly someone even Zhang Li's big brother couldn't provoke? Zhang Meng cautiously glanced at Luo Yuntian, but found that Luo Yuntian's mouth was filled with a playful smile. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but think. According to the punishment standards of the Dragon 2 squad, Zhang Meng should have just come out of the police station not long ago. Unexpectedly, he ended up being the class leader of their military training instructor, indirectly provoking me. Interesting. Luo Yuntian's gaze made Zhang Meng's body tremble even more. He kicked Zhang Li hard again. You little brat. I knew you were deliberately looking for trouble. Bullying students. Don't you embarrass us instructors? Kicking you is deserved. Zhang Meng was kicking Zhang Li hard, practically trying to show off in front of Luo Yuntian, afraid that Luo Yuntian would blame him. Yang Wei felt relieved at this moment. So it turned out that Zhang Li's big brother was only kicking him because he thought Zhang Li was bullying students, not because Luo Yuntian had any background. Zhang Meng's words made Yang Wei think Zhang Meng was a decent person, punishing Zhang Li for bullying students in front of so many people. As long as Luo Yuntian didn't have any deep background, then he could be at ease. However, Zhang Li now understood clearly after being kicked by Zhang Meng. Yang Wei didn't understand Zhang Meng, which is why he thought Zhang Meng was a person of integrity. But Zhang Li knew Zhang Meng. His big brother would never be the kind of person who would teach him a lesson just because he bullied students. It was obvious that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Even his big brother didn't dare to speak plainly about it, and could only use this as an excuse. What kind of identity does he have? Zhang Li's heart was also a bit frightened. Zhang Meng was kicking Zhang Li hard. Luo Yuntian didn't say anything, so he didn't know Luo Yuntian's attitude. He didn't dare to stop for even a moment, kicking Zhang Li until he was almost out of breath. All right, this instructor, Luo Yuntian, said casually. Instructor Zhang has already learned enough of a lesson. I think that's enough. Only then did Zhang Meng stop. Yes. Since you forgive him, then of course there's no problem. I will definitely regulate the behavior of my subordinates from now on. I welcome your supervision. Is that all right? Zhang Meng said very cautiously. Okay, let's do it this way. After Luo Yuntian finished speaking, Zhang Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This statement not only concerned Zhang Li, but also meant that Luo Yuntian had already let him off the hook. Zhang Meng hurriedly directed the other instructors to carry Zhang Li away. Since the military training instructors were outsourced, many of his subordinates were actually those little hooligans from the alley before. On the way to carry Zhang Li away, many of them were trembling in their steps. Many were aware of the kind of existence Zhang Li had provoked today. Fortunately, they didn't end up all being implicated. After Zhang Li was carried away, a new instructor was quickly brought in. This new instructor was extremely polite, even to the point of being in awe. However, he didn't dare to show his awe towards Luo Yuntian too obviously. As soon as he arrived, he directly gave Luo Yuntian's entire class a long break. Meanwhile, Team 001 had already received Luo Yuntian's instructions and hidden themselves again. Yuntian, you're too fierce. Who were those people just now? Qi Minglang couldn't help but ask. Luo Yuntian casually smiled. My family was worried that I would be bullied at school, so they found me a bodyguard. So that's how it was. Qi Minglang thought. At this moment, Mu Xiaodai bounced over. Luo Yuntian, you're amazing. Even without a bodyguard, you wouldn't be bullied. Her starry eyes sparkled. She still remembered the moment Luo Yuntian saved her in the alley. When she was at her most desperate, Luo Yuntian appeared before her like a god, rescuing her. From childhood to adulthood, she had never liked anyone, but at that moment, she completely fell for Luo Yuntian. She was utterly captivated, hopelessly so. I am quite impressive, but my family says I'm too handsome. If I didn't have bodyguards for protection, there would always be some little girls with ulterior motives towards me. Mu Xiaodi's little face froze for a moment. Some little girls with ulterior motives towards him. That wouldn't be referring to her, would it? As she thought of something, Mu Xiaodai quickly became full of energy. Wow, Luo Yuntian, this is the first time you've said so much to me. Hee, I'm really happy. Luo Yuntian, this little girl really has a different way of thinking. A small matter can make her so energetic. And all of this was seen by Yang Wei. In his eyes, he was practically burning with jealousy. Thinking of something, Yang Wei quickly snared coldly. Even if Zhang Li's instructor and class monitor doesn't pursue it, but Luo Yuntian, you indulge your bodyguard to beat up the instructor. That's a fact, right? Just wait and see how I deal with you next. Yang Wei thought in his heart. However, he still didn't know how ridiculous and self-important he was at this moment. Chapter 23. Catering to preferences. Mu Xiaodai, with a shocked tension. While Yang Wei felt jealousy and sneered in his heart, Mu Xiaodai was still bouncing around, standing in front of Luo Yuntian. It was rare that she remembered the 3 winning secrets that Li Qingxue had taught her. Classmate Luo Yuntian, can I ask you a question? No. Mu Xiaodai. Luo Yuntian's answer made her feel a bit wronged. Just one, okay? Her voice was as pitiful as a little kitten abandoned by its owner. Whenever she spoke, she naturally added a tone at the end, making it even more endearing. Qi Minglang couldn't help but speak up. Yuntian, just answer one question from the beautiful Xiaodai. Mu Xiaodai shot a grateful glance at Qi Minglang, still looking pitifully at Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian nodded lightly. Go ahead. Mu Xiaodai perked up but nervously asked. Classmate Luo Yuntian, what kind of woman do you like? She hadn't forgotten the first lesson Li Qingxue taught her. Cater to preferences. At the very least, she needed to figure out what type of girl Luo Yuntian liked, so she could develop in that direction. Mu Xiaodia's small hands were tightly intertwined, anxiously waiting for Luo Yuntian's answer. Under her expectant gaze, Luo Yuntian slowly spoke. I don't like women. Mu Xiaojie, oh, Qi Minglang, Lu Gaoyong, Zhou Junjie. Luo Yuntian's words left Mu Xiaodai dumbfounded. The 3 of them, Qi Minglang and the others, were equally confused. Luo Yuntian didn't like women. This was a shocking blow. Even if he was trying to reject Mu Xiaodai, this rejection was a bit too thorough. And what if it was true? Qi Minglang even felt a bit insecure, wondering if the many conversations he had with Luo Yuntian had caught his attention in that way. Mu Xiaodai didn't know how to respond at first, but soon she became lively again. It's nothing, I haven't been in a relationship yet. And I haven't even held hands with a boy. Not having experienced that kind of thing, of course. She could only be considered a girl, not a woman. Mu Xiaodai said honestly, feeling a bit more hopeful as she asked. Then, classmate Luo Yuntian, what kind of girl do you like? Luo Yuntian glanced at her. I don't want to answer that question. Why not? Mu Xiaodai looked wronged. Because you just said one question. This is the second one. Mu Xiaodia's little face froze for a moment. It seemed it was indeed like that. In this case, she had blocked her own way out. Then, can I ask another one? Luo Yuntian didn't speak. Seeing this, Mu Xiaodai realized that this time it was hopeless. She couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. At this moment, Zhang Ming was already directing his men to carry Zhang Li to the infirmary. Zhang Li had first received a punch from Ling Ling that broke his rib, and then was beaten by Zhang Meng. Now, he was undoubtedly seriously injured. Zhang Li, don't blame your big brother for being heavy-handed. You really provoked someone you shouldn't have. What just happened was to save me, and it was also to save you. Zhang Li gritted his teeth. Big brother, just tell me, what kind of person did I provoke? I need to understand. Zhang Meng thought for a moment, deciding it was better to clarify things with Zhang Li to prevent him from being resentful and looking for trouble with Luo Yuntian later. Yesterday, Wang Wu and the others blocked a girl in an alley. It was the prettiest girl in young Master Luo's class. You should have seen her. Zhang Li nodded. There is no doubt that this referred to Mu Xiaodai. If he hadn't been planning to deal with Luo Yuntian first, he might have been tempted to get closer to Mu Xiaodai. In the end, it was young Master Luo who appeared to save her. According to Wang Wu and the others, young Master Luo could crush a solid brick with one hand. Wang Wu awkwardly smiled, not daring to refute. Zhang Li gasped. Such a statement indicated terrifying strength. But even so, big brother, you shouldn't be afraid of him, right? Zhang Li still couldn't understand. His big brother was a retired boxing champion. Even if Luo Yuntian could crush solid bricks, it shouldn't make Zhang Meng so wary, right? If it were just that, it would be nothing. But do you know that when I later brought people to find trouble with him, I found out that the 7 bodyguards around him were all wanted at level 1. Zhang Li was taken aback. One at level 1? Are those bodyguards around Luo Yuntian that dangerous? Big brother, you're not joking, are you? How can I joke about this? The one who said this is the Dragon Tooth Squad. Dragon Tooth Squad? Zhang Li was even more confused. Dragon Tooth. That's the strongest organization in the whole Huagua. The protector of the entire Huagua. How could this matter involve Dragon Tooth? The Dragon Tooth Squad wanted to deal with those dangerous bodyguards and even wanted to take young Master Luo away for questioning. But do you know that in the end, even after Dragon Tooth learned about young Master Luo's identity, they had to be polite to him? Zhang Li was bombarded by this series of revelations, feeling dizzy. Even the pain from his injuries felt less real. He gulped hard and trembled as he asked, Big brother then? What is his identity? Zhang Meng looked around. Although there was no one around, for safety's sake, he still leaned in and whispered something into Zhang Li's ear. What? He is Yan. Zhang Li was so shocked that he almost shouted. Zhang Meng shot him a glare, and Zhang Li quickly swallowed the rest of his words. But in his heart, a storm had already arisen. Now you know why I said that earlier, right? I was saving you. I understand. Big brother, you saved my life. Zhang Li gulped hard. Unintentionally, he had provoked such a character. If it weren't for his big brother, he might have really been in deep trouble. Well, as long as you understand. After recalling this, Zhang Meng couldn't help but say, everyone should know that not only can you not provoke young Master Luo, but the girl beside him seems to have a good relationship with him now. No matter what, do not provoke her. Do you hear me? The others responded in unison. Today's events had unknowingly added a protective charm to Mu Xiaodai. At this point, Zhang Meng was still furious. He slapped Wang Wu on the head again. Speaking of that girl, it's all Wang Wu's fault. He almost got me killed. Wang Wu smiled awkwardly. Big brother, I didn't know who young Master Luo was back then. Once I found out, I wouldn't dare to mess with him again. I bet you wouldn't either. Zhang Meng said irritably. Let's go. Carry Zhang Li to the infirmary. The group carried Zhang Li to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Zhang Li's heart was still unable to calm down. In his mind, there was only one belief left. A person as godlike as Luo Yuntian. No matter what, he couldn't provoke him. Mu Xiaodai didn't follow her strategy of trying to please him to ask anything from Luo Yuntian. Not long after, the newly assigned instructor came over, allowing the class to continue with military training. She could only return to Li Qingxue and Zhao Ninyu's side. Qingxue, Ninyu, I failed again. Mu Xiaodai looked somewhat frustrated. Xiaodai, didn't I tell you before? Didn't I say to keep a distance from the class leader? Li Qingxue said helplessly. Yeah, I tried my best to keep my distance. And I just went over there, following your advice, to ask him about his type of girls. Mu Xiaodai defended herself. Li Qingxue was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect your little head to have some clever moments. So what did you ask? Mu Xiaodai's head immediately drooped a bit. Nothing, I wasted the opportunity myself. Huh? What happened? Mu Xiaodai could only recount her conversation with Luo Yuntian to them. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Xiaodai, you were too embarrassing. You missed such a good opportunity. Zhao Ningyu also chuckled lightly. Xiao Dai, the class leader, is so emotionally intelligent. If you miss this chance, it might be hard to find another one. Mu Xiaodai felt a bit regretful. Yes, I know. But soon, she thought of something and became a bit more energetic. However, I didn't come away empty-handed. At least I know he doesn't like women. That can help me filter out a large batch of competitors. Mu Xiaodai had a beaming smile. Li Qingxue couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Silly girl, when the class leader said he doesn't like women, he was just brushing you off. Don't you understand? I don't care. He said that, so I believe it. Mu Xiaoye giggled. Besides, even according to his standard, I still meet the requirements. He still has his first time waiting. In the future, his first time must be reserved for. So embarrassing. Mu Xiaoye blushed. Seeing this, Li Qingxue and Zhao Ningyu couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. This little girl has truly fallen hard. Just thinking about how Luo Yuntian was surrounded by 7 bodyguards earlier. It was likely this background was not ordinary. Plus, Luo Yuntian was so outstanding. Catching up to him would probably not be that easy. After training for a while, the new instructor spoke again. All right, everyone take a break. After not training for long, he clearly eased up, allowing Luo Yuntian's class to rest. There was no way. Their big brother couldn't provoke Luo Yuntian. So how could he dare to impose heavy military training on Luo Yuntian's class? As soon as the instructor finished speaking, Mu Xiaodai directly told Li Qingxue and Zhao Ningyu, I'm going to the supermarket. After saying that, she ran towards the supermarket in the distance. Li Qingxue nodded repeatedly. The child can be taught. Mu Xiaodai finally didn't rush to Luo Yuntian right away. It seemed that she had taken in what she said about maintaining a sense of distance. Not long after, Mu Xiaodai returned, holding 3 bottles of water and drinks. Not bad, Xiaodai. You even know to buy us drinks. Li Qingxue instinctively wanted to take them, but Mu Xiaodai spoke up. Qingxue, these drinks aren't for you. They're for my future little boyfriend. Chapter 24. The Bewildered Ma Pijing. Grandpa's thoughts? Li Qingxue was a bit stunned. She looked at the 3 bottles of water and drinks in Mu Xiaodai's hands. But no matter what, 3 bottles can't be used up, right? I don't know what he likes to drink, so of course I bought a few more bottles. Let him choose. If 1 bottle isn't enough, he could drink a few more. Li Qingxue was speechless. This little girl really thinks things through. Li Qingxue couldn't help but say, Distance. Didn't you say you wanted to maintain some distance from him? Mu Xiaodai nodded. Yes, I've maintained a distance of 23 minutes and 43 seconds with him. Li Qingxue. Zhao Ningyu. 23 minutes and 43 seconds. You little girl, you even remember the exact time? And 23 minutes and 43 seconds. Is that really maintaining a distance for a while? Isn't our understanding of distance a bit different? At that moment, Mu Xiaodai had already run over to Luo Yuntian like a fluttering butterfly. Luo Yuntian, are you thirsty? I bought water and drinks. Pick one. I'm not thirsty. Upon hearing Luo Yuntian's words, Mu Xiaodai didn't get discouraged. Still smiling, she said, It's okay. I'll leave them here. Drink when you're thirsty. Before Luo Yuntian could say anything, a student from a neighboring class came to notify him. Class leader Luo, the dean wants to see you. Everyone around was stunned. The dean? What does the dean want with Luo Yuntian? Qi Minglang and the others undoubtedly had no idea. Luo Yuntian noticed that Yang Wei was secretly looking over here with an unkind expression. At this point, he quickly understood. The corners of Luo Yuntian's mouth curled up slightly. All right, I'll go see the dean. I don't know the way, so please lead me. Sure, no problem. The two quickly headed to the dean's office. Mu Xiaodai felt a bit at a loss and was also somewhat worried. The dean looking for Luo Yuntian at this time definitely didn't seem like a good thing. Luo Yuntian arrived at the dean's office. The student who brought him and left directly. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking, Luo Yuntian walked in. You're class leader Luo Yuntian, right? I've received reports that you secretly brought bodyguards into the school and even allowed them to beat up the instructor. This is a serious offense. The dean was a middle-aged man in his 40s named Ma Pijing. As he spoke, Ma Pijing sighed lightly. Moreover, other students have reported this. Such matters are not easy to resolve. His fingers seemed to unconsciously tap on the bank card on the desk. Teacher, I don't have money. Being directly exposed like this made Ma Pijing quite embarrassed. What do you mean? Do you think I'm asking you for money? Students like you must be given a serious demerit and dealt with sternly, Ma Pijing said, looking as if he was going to give Luo Yuntian a serious demerit. Teacher, before you make a decision, I want to tell you something first. What is it? Go ahead. No matter what you say, I will definitely give you a serious demerit today. The look in Luo Yuntian's eyes took on a deeper meaning. Actually, my grandpa is the principal. Ma Pijing. Luo Yuntian's words left Ma Pijing momentarily stunned. Luo Yuntian's grandpa is the principal? This. For a moment, Ma Pijing was completely choked by Luo Yuntian, not knowing what to say. The earlier assertion that he must give Luo Yuntian a serious demerit suddenly became hard to say. Ma Pijing forced himself to speak. Phew, you must be joking. How could your grandpa possibly be the principal? The corners of Luo Yuntian's mouth curled up slightly. Teacher, at the opening ceremony, I was the one who spoke first. And then it was the turn of the school leaders to speak. Don't you think that represents something? Ma Pijing was taken aback. Yes, during the opening ceremony, it was indeed Luo Yuntian who spoke first before the principal and other school leaders. He and T thought much about it at the time. Could it be that all of this is because Luo Yuntian's grandpa is the principal? Ma Pijing gritted his teeth and said, that only proves that the principal values you as a top student in the college entrance examination. It doesn't necessarily mean that the principal is your grandpa. Ma Pijing found a good reason. After all, Luo Yuntian was originally a top student in the college entrance examination, so it's normal to be valued more. Luo Yuntian's mouth held a playful smile. Teacher, our principal at Tsinghua University has the surname Luo. I also have the surname Luo. Do you really think there is no connection between the two? Ma Pijing was once again at a loss for words. The principal of Tsinghua University really does have the surname Luo. Could it be? There are many people in the world with the same name, not to mention the same surname, which doesn't prove anything at all. Ma Pijing looked determined to stick to his point. But deep down, he was also a bit uncertain. Luo Yuntian looked at Ma Pijing with a hint of amusement. In that case, I'll just give my grandpa a call. You can go ahead. If Ma Pijing were to admit defeat to a student like this, he really couldn't do it. He had a kind of determination to not turn back until he hit a wall. Luo Yuntian directly took out his phone. In front of Ma Pijing, he dialed a number. He even deliberately put it on speakerphone. The call was quickly connected. Yuntian, what made you think to call Grandpa? A kind and indulgent voice came through. Ma Pijing's face turned a bit pale, because that voice truly belonged to the current principal of Tsinghua University. Of course, I miss Grandpa, so I called. Yuntian is so sweet. Grandpa misses you too. The conversation between the grandfather and grandson made Ma Pijing feel weak in the knees. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him next. In reality, the grandpa Luo Yuntian was referring to as not his biological grandfather, but his mentor. Calling him a mentor seemed a bit distant. Just like how he referred to his 10 senior sisters as sisters, he called his mentor grandpa. As for the surname, it just happened that his mentor shared the same surname Luo as him. Yuntian, are you getting used to life at school lately? Do you need me to arrange anything for you? If you need anything, just let me know. Listening to Principal Luo's tone, which was almost spoiling Luo Yuntian, Ma Pijing's heart completely sank. It's over. The principal actually spoils Luo Yuntian like this. I dared to offend him before. This could cost me my job. Oh, Grandpa, I don't need anything. Luo Yuntian glanced at Ma Pijing, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Grandpa, I'm currently in Director Ma Pijing's office. He said he has something to report to you. Why don't you have a chat with him for a while? Luo Yuntian's mentor. It was clear that something was off. What kind of director of the college was Ma Pijing? How could he possibly have something to report to him? Soon, he figured it out. This was Ma Pijing making things difficult for his good apprentice, for his good grandson. Ma Pijing was also taken aback. He didn't expect Luo Yuntian not to take this opportunity to directly report him. For a moment, he felt somewhat grateful. But if it came to reporting to the principal, regardless, it was not his place. He was just the director of a college, not the dean or the secretary. How could he have the authority to report directly to the principal? But at this point, he could only bite the bullet. Principal, I am Ma Pijing from the College of Civil Engineering. That student Luo Yuntian has performed very well. He has organized the military training in the class very well and has gotten along harmoniously with the instructors. At that moment, Ma Pijing was practically giving a deep interpretation of what it meant to change one's face, especially since, just a moment ago, he was still saying that Luo Yuntian should be punished for allowing his bodyguards to beat the instructor. Now it had all changed to getting along harmoniously with the instructor. Truly a case of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Luo Yuntian found it somewhat amusing, particularly because Luo Yuntian had a considerable degree of cleanliness when it came to outsiders. He always kept white gloves in his pocket. How could he possibly let Ma Pijing touch his phone? Anyway, he had the speakerphone on, and his master could hear it too. Luo Yuntian simply placed his phone far away on the table. This resulted in Ma Pijing being far from the phone while talking to his master. This shouting across space scene looked even more ridiculous. After excessively praising Luo Yuntian, Ma Pijing reported some relatively important matters from the college, forcing himself to get through it. "Okay, I understand," said the voice on the other end of the phone. "Director Ma Pijing, a position like that is not so easy to come by, right? I hope you think things through carefully about certain matters." Cold sweat broke out on Ma Pijing. Yes, principal. I understand. I won't misjudge." From just this remark, Ma Pijing realized that the principal knew everything. Seeing Ma Pijing's nervous demeanor, Luo Yuntian took his phone back at this moment. "Grandpa, it seems teacher Ma has finished reporting to you." Yes, just some trivial matters. I believe teacher Ma won't be reporting to you again in the short term." Ma Pijing shivered at that. What short term? It would be never again. If he provoked Luo Yuntian again and was forced to report to the principal, he would really be a fool. Luo Yuntian glanced at Ma Pijing and then turned off the speakerphone. "All right, Grandpa, take care of your health. If I have time, I'll go see you with my sisters." Good. Then Grandpa will wait for my good Yuntian." Just as Luo Yuntian was about to hang up the phone, a voice came from the other end again. "Yuntian, speaking of your sisters, actually don't forget, you and your sisters are not blood relatives. Why don't you quickly choose one of them?" You're so smart. You should understand what Grandpa means, right?" Luo Yuntian. His master's words left Luo Yuntian at a loss for how to respond. His master and mistress had always let him live with his 10 sisters, and it seemed that there was a vague idea behind that. How could even his master have such thoughts? Fortunately, he had just turned off the speakerphone. Otherwise, Ma Pijing would have heard all this. I will consider it, Grandpa." Luo Yuntian could only say this. Yuntian, you must think carefully. Your master has done well. He married your mistress, who was originally his senior sister. Grandpa couldn't be happier. Luo Yuntian was speechless. Indeed, his mistress was originally his master's senior sister. He had often complained his heart about how his master was worse than a beast for even pursuing his senior sister. But now it seemed like it was his turn. Is this considered doing well? The more he looked, the more like a beast he seemed. Chapter 25. You should work harder? Luo Yuntian murmured to himself. The voice on the other end of the phone was warm and gentle. "Yuntian, I have always regarded your master and mistress as my own son and daughter. Their union and their offspring make me feel like I have both a grandson and a granddaughter. I am truly the happiest father. Yuntian, you must work hard." How could Luo Yuntian not know that his master regarded his master and mistress as his own children? Their union could indeed be seen as a marriage between son and daughter, and their descendants, if counted from his master, meant that his master had both a grandson and a granddaughter. If counted from his mistress, it meant that his master had both a grandson and a granddaughter. To have both a grandson and a granddaughter, it would be a lie to say he wasn't happy. Master, I will work hard." Luo Yuntian could only temporarily respond to his master. "Haha, as long as you understand that working hard is good. I have always regarded you and your sisters as my own grandchildren. If you can get together, it means I would have both great-grandsons and great-granddaughters, making me the happiest grandfather." As he spoke, the voice on the other end changed slightly. "And Yuntian, your sisters are all extraordinary, stunning beauties. You must have been moved by them at least a little, right?" Luo Yuntian. "They say that good water shouldn't flow to outsiders. Yuntian, you should hurry and choose one of your sisters to marry. If you want to marry a few more, well, let me think about it." Luo Yuntian quickly coughed. "Cough, master. Let's leave it at that for now. If I have the chance, I'll bring my sisters to see you." The voice on the other end paused slightly. Haha, good. Then we'll leave it at that for now. However, Master still hopes that when you bring your sisters to see me next time, their identities will have changed to your wives. Luo Yuntian. It seems that my master is really crazy about wanting great-grandsons and great-granddaughters. It's no wonder he is so eager to matchmake me with them. Luo Yuntian chatted with his master for a few more minutes before finally finding an opportunity to hang up the phone. Thinking back to what his master had just said, he felt a somewhat strange sensation in his heart. Oh, young Master Luo, please take a seat. Take a seat. Ma Pijing's flattering words interrupted Luo Yuntian's thoughts. Ma Pijing, with a fawning smile, brought over a chair for Luo Yuntian to sit down. Young Master Luo, you said your grandfather is the principal. Why didn't you say this earlier? If you had said it earlier, there wouldn't have been any misunderstanding. Ma Pijing was exceedingly eager to please Luo Yuntian, especially since Luo Yuntian hadn't directly reported him, allowing him to keep his job. He felt immensely grateful. This was a leg he had to cling to. Luo Yuntian looked at Ma Pijing with some amusement. Teacher Ma, I remember I seem to have mentioned it from the beginning. It's just that you, Teacher Ma, didn't seem to believe it. Ma Pijing continued to flatter him. My head is slow. I really can't compare to young Master Luo. Luo Yuntian didn't sit down. Teacher Ma, I remember you previously said that if I indulge my bodyguard in beating up the instructor, I would definitely get a serious demerit? That is not true. Absolutely not. Ma Pijing's face was extremely thick-skinned. Young Master Luo and the instructor get along well. How could there be any behavior of indulging a bodyguard to beat up the instructor? It's a rumor, definitely a rumor. Ma Pijing's sudden reversal was like a performance of changing faces. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but chuckle at this scene and casually asked, Teacher Ma, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Yang Wei who reported me to you, right? Ma Pijing immediately felt a surge of anger. That's right, that little brat. This time Ma Pijing was not pretending. He was genuinely angry. When Yang Wei reported Luo Yuntian, he thought he could gain some benefits from it. As a result, Yang Wei nearly got him killed. He should know how to handle this. Yes, young Master Luo, don't worry. I will handle it well. Ma Pijing said with flattery, unable to help but add, you don't have to call me Teacher Ma. You are really embarrassing me. Just call me Xiao Ma. Xiao Ma will do. Luo Yuntian looked at Ma Pijing with some amusement. This Ma Pijing really lived up to his name. Truly a sycophant. No need for that. But in the future, it's best not to let me know if Teacher Ma is soliciting benefits from students. Otherwise, yes, this is certain. Ma Pijing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then I will take my leave first. Young Master Luo, please take care. Ma Pijing hurriedly nodded and bowed as he spoke. After Luo Yuntian left the office, his expression immediately turned unpleasant. Yang Wei, just wait and see how I deal with you. Yang Wei nearly got him killed, and he certainly wouldn't let him off easily. After Luo Yuntian left the office, he saw a figure outside the office and was slightly surprised. What are you doing here? The person outside the office was none other than Mu Xiaodai. Muxiodius arrival surprised Luo Yuntian. Upon seeing Luo Yuntian come out, Mu Xiaodia's starry eyes instantly sparkled. Classmate Luo Yuntian, are you all right? What could happen to me? Luo Yuntian replied. You still haven't told me why you came here. Mu Xiaodia's pretty lips pouted slightly. I was worried about you. You just came here and skipped military training? It's okay. I came when it was break time. Besides, military training or whatever, isn't it less important than my future boyfriend? Mu Xiaodai said with a smile. Luo Yuntian, however, withdrew his gaze. I'm not your future boyfriend. Mu Xiaodai was undeterred. In her view, it was only a matter of time. Just wait. Mu Xiaodai, will definitely win you over. Mu Xiaodai thought cutely to herself. However, she didn't see that when her words came out, the corners of Luo Yuntian's mouth had momentarily curled up. This was certainly not because Luo Yuntian had already developed feelings for her, but rather he thought it was quite interesting to have this girl accompany him and tease her. So, classmate Luo Yuntian, what did the director want you for? Mu Xiaodai asked curiously, her words revealing obvious concern. It's nothing. The director just wanted to chat with me about life. Let's chat. Talk about life. It's strange that Mu Xiaodai would believe it. Does she really think of herself as a little fool? However, looking at Luo Yuntian's calm demeanor, it seems like nothing happened. In her heart, she can finally feel at ease. Luo Yuntian, since you see how worried I am about you, and specially came over, could you answer me one more question? Mu Xiaodai revealed her small, delicate teeth. Clearly, she wanted to take this opportunity to implement her strategy to win his favor. First figuring out what type of girls Luo Yuntian likes. Maybe once she figures it out. No. Luo Yuntian's single sentence cut off Mu Xiaodai's subsequent fantasies. Why? Mu Xiaodai said with a hint of pitifulness. One thing at a time. If you want me to answer your question, you need to offer something in return. Luo Yuntian's words left Mu Xiaodai confused. What does he mean by offering something? The words of a top student are always so hard to grasp. But she somewhat understood that. It's about being fair, right? Then you can ask me a question. Mu Xiaodai lifted her little face. I will definitely answer your question, and then you can answer mine. This way, isn't it a fair trade? Mu Xiaodai thought to herself. I'm so smart. Luo Yuntian glanced at her. Just as Mu Xiaodai was filled with anticipation, I'm not interested in your personal questions. Mu Xiaodai. So frustrating. This future boyfriend of hers is really too hard to pursue. Plus, he always seems a bit sharp-tongued. What's going on? But who made her like him so much? Don't think I'll just give up like that. Mu Xiaodai will not give up. Mu Xiaodai thought to herself, still full of energy, chasing after Luo Yuntian. As Luo Yuntian headed back to the playground, he casually glanced at the office of the dean behind him. He had let Ma Pijing off this time for a purpose. If Luo Yuntian wanted, it wouldn't be difficult for his mentor to directly dismiss Ma Pijing, making him lose his job. However, rather than getting new dean, it's better to keep Ma Pijing, who is easier to control. Previously, Ma Pijing thought his job was definitely going to be lost, and since Luo Yuntian didn't report him, Ma Pijing undoubtedly felt grateful to him. This method can easily win over Ma Pijing's loyalty. Simply put, it's about giving a slap and then a piece of candy. Plus, now that Ma Pijing knows that Luo Yuntian's grandfather is the principal, he will surely try to curry favor with him. In the future, there will be many opportunities to use Ma Pijing. If Ma Pijing still doesn't listen, the worst that could happen is that his mentor can dismiss him again. Luo Yuntian and Mu Xiaodai returned to the military training location on the playground. Seeing Luo Yuntian come back safely, Yang Wei's expression stiffened. How could this be? How could he come back just fine like this? He couldn't believe it. Shouldn't Luo Yuntian at least be given a serious demerit? The academy should issue a notice, and even his class leader position should be revoked, right? Why is he back so safely? And he asked with Mu Xiaodai, his goddess. Just as Yang Wei was confused, the student who called Luo Yuntian to the dean's office walked up to Yang Wei. Class leader Yang, the dean is looking for you. Yang Wei. Yang Wei felt a bit dazed. He even thought to himself, did he unintentionally get himself into trouble this time? Yang Wei could only follow the student in a daze. Luo Yuntian, wait a moment. Oof. Mu Xiaodai was almost jogging to keep up with Luo Yuntian. At a height of 187 meters, his strides were long. Previously in the alley, Mu Xiaodai couldn't catch up. But that time, it was mainly because she hadn't reacted at first and was a bit scared, making her legs feel weak. This time, she managed to barely keep up with Luo Yuntian. Fortunately, she is 170 meters tall, and her legs are not short. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult. I've been walking slowly enough. Luo Yuntian continued forward. Don't think you can shake me off. Mu Xiaodai still followed behind. Her stunning lips involuntarily curled up slightly. Chapter 26, Giving a Chance? Mu Xiaodai's bargaining chip. The two of them made their way back to the playground. When they saw the two of them returning together, neither Qi Minglang nor Li Qingxue felt surprised. Earlier, Mu Xiaodai had made an excuse to go to the bathroom. But everyone knew she must have gone to find Luo Yuntian. Yuntian, are you okay? Qi Minglang asked as they approached. Of course I'm fine, Luo Yuntian replied. That's good to hear. Minglang, what did you do in military training just now? Qi Minglang shook his head. Nothing. Since you left, the new instructor has just let us rest. What a joke. If Luo Yuntian isn't here, that new instructor wouldn't dare to start military training with the class. If he let Luo Yuntian miss any movements and made him unhappy, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Luo Yuntian understood this and walked aside to take a break. Luo Yuntian, do you want to rest? I'll keep you company, Mu Xiaodai said, looking full of energy. Luo Yuntian thought of something and smirked slightly. Considering you followed me all the way, I'll give you a chance. Luo Yuntian's words left Mu Xiaodai momentarily stunned. Give her a chance? Was Luo Yuntian finally going to answer her question? Or was he going to directly give her a chance to date him? If it was the latter, so embarrassing. Qi Minglang and the others also felt a bit surprised. Could it be that Luo Yuntian was going to accept the beautiful Xiaodai? I'll give you a question. If you can answer it correctly, I'll consider answering your question. Luo Yuntian's words pulled Mu Xiaodai back to reality. So it was conditional. All right, Luo Yuntian. You go ahead, I will definitely answer it. Mu Xiaodai said with determination, though she felt a bit lacking in confidence. She wasn't as academically gifted as Luo Yuntian. In fact, Luo Yuntian could be called a genius. What if he asked her a really difficult question? What would she do then? While Mu Xiaodai was nervously contemplating, Luo Yuntian found a question online and held his phone in front of her. All right, it's this question. As soon as Mu Xiaodai looked at it, her eyes lit up. The question was very simple. Add size adjectives and name the following small animals. Such an easy question was practically a gift. I knew he must like me too. He just wanted to find a way to make it easier for himself. Of course, who wouldn't like such a cute girl? Mu Xiaodai began to fantasize, feeling quite narcissistic. In her view, this question was deliberately given by Luo Yuntian. But she quickly noticed that above the question, there was a note. Intelligence test for kindergarten students. What does that mean? Does he think she's at the kindergarten level? Whatever, if she can answer it correctly, that's all that matters. Luo Yuntian, I'm starting to answer now. The answers are small squirrel, big tiger, small butterfly, big dolphin. After Mu Xiaodai finished, she felt quite proud and hopeful. How about it? Did I get it right? Can you answer my question now? Sorry, that's not correct. Mu Xiaodai was taken aback. Impossible. How could I possibly get that wrong with such a question? No way. I definitely got it right. Mu Xiaodai was quite indignant. Luo Yuntian looked at her with amusement and scrolled down the page on his phone, gently holding it in front of her. Then you can check the answer yourself. Mu Xiaodai glanced at the answer and was immediately confused. The answer was little fierce, big brain axe, little fortune butterfly, big sea pain. Mu Xiaodai. She was now filled with question marks. What was wrong with the person who made this question? How could anyone answer such a homophone question? Moreover, there was another question about butterflies below it. The flower butterfly in a question was noted as fat butterfly. This was simply impossible to guess. Luo Yuntian, this question doesn't count. Let's try another one. No, wrong is wrong. Mu Xiaodai felt a bit wronged. But this question was problematic in itself. Luo Yuntian showed no signs of leniency. Since it's a kindergarten question, you should adjust your thinking to that of a kindergarten child. The mistake is yours, not the question's. Mu Xiaodai had nothing to say now. So frustrating. A chance to get close to her future boyfriend was ruined by this question, and she ruined it herself. However, Luo Yuntian's words rekindled hope in Mu Xiaodai's heart. But what? She asked eagerly. But looking at your intelligence, it's indeed stuck at the kindergarten level. This title suits you quite well. Why not just call you Little Fortune Butterfly from now on? Little Fortune Butterfly? What kind of title is that? Mu Xiaodai first complained a bit, then thought of something and instantly became full of energy, her beautiful eyes shining even brighter. Of course that's fine. But Luo Yuntian, since you've called me that, I also want to ask you a question. Luo Yuntian glanced at her again. Why? Because this is my bargaining chip. She had already let him call her that. This little girl is quite quick-witted. But you also call me Luo Yuntian, right? That's different, Mu Xiaodai argued. I can call you Luo Yuntian, and others can too. But Little Fortune Butterfly is clearly a title only you would use for me. Since I've given you such an exclusive title, I have to exchange for something in return. Looking at the smiling Mu Xiaodai, Luo Yuntian really felt that she must have channeled all her limited intelligence into emotional intelligence, especially in communicating with him. However, what she said was entirely wrong. All right, go ahead and ask. Mu Xiaodai immediately became a bit excited. Appeal to his interests. The first step of the strategy is finally going to be completed. She wanted to ask Luo Yuntian what type of girl he liked. This time, Mu Xiaodai deliberately emphasized what kind of girl Luo Yuntian liked. Now, Luo Yuntian couldn't use the topic of not liking girls to dodge the question. The corners of Luo Yuntian's mouth lifted slightly as he leaned in closer to Mu Xiaodai under her expectant gaze. All right, I'll tell you. I like girls who have good grades. Mu Xiaodai was momentarily stunned. Good grades. At this moment, the little girl felt a little deflated. Such a term was really hard to apply to her. Although it is currently about catering to his preferences, knowing what type of girl Luo Yuntian likes. It is really difficult to make her change in that direction. Then I will work hard, Mu Xiaodai said, biting her small silver teeth. Before I reach this standard, you cannot be hooked away by other girls. This kind of thing is not certain. Mu Xiaodai suddenly became a bit anxious. No way. If she worked hard for a long time and her future boyfriend was snatched away by another girl, she would really want to hit her head against a wall. Watching the little girl get so anxious, Luo Yuntian's mood improved. This little girl is really interesting. Little butterfly, why don't I give you another chance? We can make a small agreement. Agreement? As soon as Luo Yuntian finished speaking, Mu Xiaodai hurriedly spoke. Classmate Luo Yuntian, you say. After all, this is her chance. This agreement is very simple. After the military training at school, there will be a baseline exam for high school knowledge, right? Luo Yuntian's mouth curled slightly. As long as you, little butterfly, achieve a ranking in the top 50 of that baseline exam, I will promise you that I won't be easily snatched away by other girls. Anyway, Luo Yuntian didn't plan to date anyone in the short term, so agreeing to this little girl wouldn't be a loss for him. He also wanted to see how determined this girl really was. Mu Xiaodai was taken aback. Baseline exam? Top 50? That is not a simple agreement at all. It's really difficult. There are more than 200 people in the entire major. She has to beat so many competitors to reach the top 50, and she originally came in just above the admission line. Studying high school knowledge is completely her weak point. Not agreeing? If you don't agree, then forget it. Anyway, no, I agree. Mu Xiaodai agreed without thinking, instantly becoming full of energy. Classmate Luo Yuntian, I will definitely reach the top 50 in our major. You must remember that if I achieve this, you cannot be taken away by other girls before I meet your inner standards. Luo Yuntian's mouth slightly curled up. Okay, it's a deal. Soon, the new instructor saw that the break was about over and continued the military training. Mu Xiaodai could only obediently return to Li Qingxue and the others. Little butterfly, distance, have you forgotten? Li Qingxue reminded her again. Next time for sure. Li Qingxue. Mu Xiaodia's response left Li Qingxue speechless. Next time for sure. Little butterfly, have you watched too many shows? Next, are you going to come out with a line like, Oppo Master? Little butterfly, what were you talking about with the class leader just now? Zhao Yinyu asked curiously. Mu Xiaodai felt a bit proud. This time I achieved a huge strategic success. Before long, the military training began. Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu didn't ask much at the moment. Meanwhile, Yang Wei had already gone to the director's office. Director Ma, I'm here. Yang Wei gently knocked on the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, Ma Pijing had a very unpleasant expression and spoke. You're Yang Wei, the class leader of Civil Engineering Class 3, right? How dare you slander other students and condone bodyguards beating the instructor? This is too much. Yang Wei was a bit confused. Slander? Director Ma, but Luo Yuntian really? No, but I've already investigated. Class leader Luo from Class 1 of Civil Engineering has a harmonious and friendly relationship with the instructor. There are none of the issues you mentioned. Ma Pijing had a displeased look. A student like you who spreads rumors and slanders must be punished. A serious demerit. Yang Wei was first met with a barrage of scolding from Ma Pijing. Ma Pijing even wanted to give him a serious demerit. This left Yang Wei even more confused. He could hardly imagine what had happened during the time Luo Yuntian was in the office. After the morning military training ended, it was lunchtime. Mu Xiaodai almost immediately fluttered over to Luo Yuntian like a butterfly. Li Qingxue covered her forehead, no longer wanting to remind her. Next time for sure. Just like tomorrow and tomorrow again. Next time after next time. How many next times are there? Hoping Mu Xiaodai maintains a sense of distance from Luo Yuntian is completely out of the question. She could only hope that she could remember the other few tricks she taught her. Classmate Luo Yuntian, it's noon. Let's go have lunch together. Chapter 27. Accompanying Sister Ziyue to do yoga, Mu Xiaodai bounced over to Luo Yuntian, wanted to have lunch with him. No way. Why not? Because I'm going to have lunch with my roommates. Then can I join? No. Mu Xiaodai pouted her lips, feeling a bit down. Her cute expression undoubtedly attracted the affection of many. Luo Yuntian merely glanced at her. Don't forget our agreement. I won't forget. Mu Xiaodai raised her little face. Then I'll start now, just wait. Saying this, she unexpectedly stopped bothering Luo Yuntian and walked over to Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu. Yuntian, why don't you just go have lunch with the beautiful Xiaodai? Qi Minglang suggested at that moment. Yeah, Yuntian, it's really nothing to have lunch together. Lu Gaoyang and Zhou Junjie chimed in to persuade him. No need, let's go. Seeing Luo Yuntian's firm attitude, the three of them stopped insisting and walked toward the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaodai returned to Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu. The first thing she said was, Qingxue, Yinyu, I'm not going to the cafeteria. Can you bring some food back to the dorm for me? Xiaodai isn't going to the cafeteria. The two were somewhat surprised. What should I bring you? Zhao Yinyu asked. Anything is fine, just something to fill my stomach. After Mu Xiaodai finished speaking, she picked up her little backpack and ran toward the girls' dormitory. Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu could only stop thinking about it and headed to the cafeteria. When Luo Yuntian and Qi Minglang arrived at the cafeteria, they undoubtedly caused a stir. It was simply because Luo Yuntian's looks were too extraordinary. In an instant, countless girls screamed. Qi Minglang and the others could only find a relatively less crowded place to eat with Luo Yuntian. Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu, not intending to eat in the cafeteria, decided to pack food to take back to the dorm since they were getting food from Mu Xiaodai. However, when they opened the dorm door, both of them froze. Because Mu Xiaodai was seriously reading a book in the dorm, it seemed she was even seriously doing exercises. Xiaodai, what? What are you doing? Li Qingxue asked, somewhat dazed. Doing math problems. Mu Xiaodai frowned slightly. Qingxue, Yinyu, you guys came back at the right time. I can't solve this problem. Can one of you explain it to me? Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu stood frozen in place, not moving. At that moment, both of them had nearly the same thought in their minds. Oh my god, it's so hard to be in a relationship. Just look at her Xiaodai. She's gone crazy. Although Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu hadn't known Mu Xiaodai for long, they understood that she was the type who would nearly doze off after just a few glances at a book. How could she start studying at this moment? Hurry up, come over and see if you can help me. Mu Xiaodai was still seeking assistance. Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu could only walk over. When they got closer, they were even more stunned, because what Mu Xiaodai was looking at wasn't advanced math from college, but high school math. Oh my god, what is this if not crazy? Xiaodai, what is this? Zhao Yinyu couldn't quite understand. After the initial shock, Li Qingxue suddenly thought of something. Qingyu, did you start studying like this? For our class monitor? Yeah. Mu Xiaodai cutely tilted her head. Qingxue, how did you know? Li Qingxue let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, she guessed it. That's good. The little girl hasn't gone crazy. Isn't this very simple? Besides our class monitor Luo, who else could motivate you this much? Mu Xiaodai changed the subject. Oh, let's not talk about this. You guys hurry and help me see how to solve this problem. Li Qingxue glanced at it. I can't do this. I returned it to the teacher long ago. Yinyu, can you do it? I forgot too. Zhao and Yinyu gently shook her head. Then I'll just figure it out myself. Mu Xiaodai seemed determined not to give up. At that moment, Zhao Yinyu remembered something. Xiaodai, what you mentioned before about achieving a major strategic success could also be related to this. Yes. Mu Xiaodai said with a hint of pride. After all, I implemented Qingxue's strategy of catering to his preferences and found out about his type. So what type does he like? Li Qingxue became interested. The little girl thought for a moment, feeling that this information could be shared since her two good roommates wouldn't become her rivals in this regard. He said he likes girls with good academic performance. Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu were both taken aback. Then Li Qingxue immediately burst into laughter. Haha, Xiaodai. I feel like the class monitor said that on purpose to reject you. Mu Xiaodai gently bit her lip, then snorted softly. Even though I can't meet his requirements right now, I will work hard. At least he was willing to share such information with me, which means he is still willing to give me a chance. Mu Xiaodai quickly became full of energy, feeling a bit smug. And I think he must like me just a little bit. No, maybe even more than a little. Cut it out, Xiaodai. Don't get too carried away. Even though you're beautiful and cute, how could someone as outstanding as the class monitor easily like someone else? Li Qingxue legally bota. How could that be impossible? He even gave me a nickname. Little Fortune Butterfly. How affectionate. Little Fortune Butterfly? Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu were both taken aback. Their class monitor even gave Mu Xiaodai such a nickname. In that case, it did seem a bit affectionate. Xiaodai, tell us the backstory. Mu Xiaodai cutely nodded her head and recounted the events. After she finished speaking, Li Qingxue couldn't help but laugh again. Haha, little fortune butterfly. I think the class monitor is using this way to say your intelligence is about the same as that of a kindergarten kid. It's not that he likes you. Mu Xiaodai instantly fell silent. Her heart was already uncertain to begin with. With Li Qingxue saying this, she felt even less sure. Are they still good roommates? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I need to keep working on math problems. Mu Xiaodai continued to struggle. Zhao Nianyu watched all of this with a gentle smile on her lips. Meanwhile, Li Qingxue jokingly tried to undermine Mu Xiaodai's confidence. Xiaodai, do you think you can do it? Can you? Can I? Li Qingxue initially didn't respond right away. After realizing it, she suddenly pounced on Mu Xiaodai. You little girl, dare to take advantage of me. Qingxue, don't scratch there, it's so ticklish. The two quickly started to play around on the lower bunk bed. After a while, Li Qingxue accidentally touched somewhere and unexpectedly exclaimed, Xiaodai, you actually have such a good figure? The impression Mu Xiaodai gave was always one of cuteness. If it weren't for her tall height of 1.70 meters, perhaps anyone would think she was just a little girl. Mu Xiaodai's figure was also on the slender side. But Li Qingxue didn't expect that under Mu Xiaodai's slender frame, there would be such a good figure. It's a bit big. The flesh has grown where it should grow. Qingxue, can you let go first? Mu Xiaodai said a bit shyly. Li Qingxue also let go and looked at Mu Xiaodai in front of her, nodding and commenting. I'm starting to think that if the class monitor and Xiaodai were together, it would definitely be a blessing for the class monitor. I didn't expect our Xiaodai to be so well endowed without showing it. Mu Xiaodai's little face turned a bit red, and she couldn't help but wonder if her figure would please her future boyfriend. After lunch, the new instructor directly announced that there would be no military training in the afternoon. After eating lunch and parting ways with Luo Yuntian and Qi Minglang, he headed home. Upon returning to the villa, after the infrared scan opened the villa door, Luo Yuntian imagined that his sister Ziwe, Wenran Ziwe, should still be at her company, and his sister Mengyin, Xia Mengyin, was probably still outdoors live streaming. The only one at home should be his ninth sister, Mu Shuiyao, who often stayed at home drawing comics. However, when Luo Yuntian entered the villa, what caught his eye was an extremely alluring figure. It was clearly his sister Ziwe. Shu. Wenran signaled him to be quiet, then walked over to him with a sway of her hips. Ziwe guessed right. You'll be back at this time. Sister Ziwe, you have been waiting here for me? Otherwise, if I can't wait for my beloved Yuntian, it would make me sad. Luo Yuntian's face turned slightly unnatural. Wenran Ziwe narrowed her beautiful eyes. Yuntian, do you love Ziwe the most? Luo Yuntian was momentarily stunned. Sister Ziwe, just as he was about to say something, Wenran Ziwe's delicate finger gently pressed against his lips, stopping what he was about to say. You don't need to say anything for now. Since you didn't work out after dinner yesterday, why don't you accompany Ziwe to work out now, okay? Wenran Ziwe gently removed her finger. Okay, Sister Ziwe. Luo Yuntian didn't expect that he would get through so easily. Wenran Ziwe led the way, and Luo Yuntian prepared to follow her. However, he quickly realized that Wenran Ziwe was not heading towards the village gym, but was instead walking towards her room with a sway of her hips. Luo Yuntian was a bit confused. Sister Ziwe, didn't you say we were going to work out together? Did you forget something? Of course Ziwe wants to work out with Yuntian, but working out doesn't necessarily mean going to the gym. Wenran Ziwe turned her gaze slightly, her eyes full of allure. Ziwe is going back to her room to do yoga. Yoga? Luo Yuntian thought for a moment and agreed. After all, his sister Ziwe didn't like running and jumping like his famous live-streaming sister Mengyin. His sister Ziwe preferred static exercises like yoga, which could also provide a full-body workout. However, suddenly realizing something, Luo Yuntian's expression stiffened. Sister Ziwe, about what you just said about us working out together. Wenran Ziwe had a slightly pouting expression. Sigh. Yuntian didn't let Ziwe hug before, making Ziwe so sad. Isn't it unreasonable for you to accompany Ziwe to do yoga? Saying this, Wenren gently breathed hot air into Luo Yuntian's ear. Yuntian, come to Ziyue's room and accompany Ziyue to do yoga. Chapter 28 Intentionally. Sister Ziyue. She is definitely doing it on purpose. Hearing Wenren Ziyue's words made Luo Yuntian a bit dumbfounded. Accompany Sister Ziyue to do yoga? Now he finally understands what his sister Ziyue meant when she said she wanted to work out together. It turns out, she had such an intention. Sister Ziyue, maybe let's not do it. I don't really know how to do yoga. Luo Yuntian tried to excuse himself with a reasonable reason. Wenren Ziyue's eyes remained charming. It's okay if Yuntian doesn't know how to do it. He can just help Sister Ziyue with yoga. Luo Yuntian still wanted to refuse. But Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly at that moment. If Yuntian refuses again, Sister Ziyue will get even angrier. Luo Yuntian. Just as Luo Yuntian was about to say something, ding. Congratulations, the host has triggered the check-in task. Touching with your hand can complete the check-in. This time's check-in location, Wenren Ziyue's snowy back. The system's prompt sounded at that moment. Luo Yuntian didn't expect that he would trigger a system task at this time. The check-in location was still on Wenren Ziyue's back. The system task's check-in time often lasts 30 or 40 seconds. If he helps Wenren Ziyue with yoga, it would indeed be a good way to touch her back for a long time. All right then, Sister Ziyue, I'll help you do yoga. Seeing Luo Yuntian agree, Wenren Ziyue's lips curved slightly. Wenren Ziyue swayed her waist and hips, leading the way to her room. Soon, Luo Yuntian was already accompanying Wenren Ziyue into her room. Bang! After the two entered the room, Wenren Ziyue directly locked the door completely. Ziyue, why are you locking the door? Luo Yuntian felt uncertain. Yuntian, Sister Shui Yao, is still in the villa. She hasn't noticed yet, but aren't you afraid Sister Shui Yao will come in and disturb us after she finds out? Locking the door is the best option. Luo Yuntian moved his lips, but ultimately said nothing. Sister Ziyue, do you not want Sister Shui Yao to come in? Or are you afraid I will go out? What's wrong, Yuntian? Are you afraid Sister Ziyue will eat you? No, of course not. Luo Yuntian said this, but honestly he was a bit afraid. His sister Ziyue was really too charming, too enchanting. Moreover, she always liked to tease him. Luo Yuntian was genuinely worried that one day he wouldn't be able to control himself. At this moment, he heard Wenren Ziyue speak in a somewhat teasing tone. Yuntian, come help Sister Ziyue. Let's do some warm-up exercises. Wenren Ziyue's flirtatious words were both soft and enticing, captivating his heart. Luo Yuntian steadied his mind and walked over. Sister Ziyue, how do I help you with the warm-up? It's simple. Wenren Ziyue giggled. The warm-up moves can be simple. Sister Ziyue will do some sit-ups. As for Yuntian, Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Yuntian just needs to hold Sister Ziyue's feet, making it easier for her to get up. Just holding her feet for sit-ups? Luo Yuntian breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, it's indeed very simple. Moreover, there shouldn't be any traps in it. After completing the warm-up exercise with her, he could find an opportunity to touch her back. At this time, Wenren Ziyue had already laid down on the yoga mat. Come on, Yuntian, hold Sister Ziyue's feet. Luo Yuntian walked over, and as he did, Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes playfully slipped off her shoes. Luo Yuntian was slightly taken aback. Sister Ziyue, is it really necessary to take off your shoes? That won't do. This has been Sister Ziyue's habit since she started doing yoga. Wenren Ziyue blinked her beautiful eyes. Are you saying you dislike Sister Ziyue? Of course not. Luo Yuntian walked over and could only gently bow down to hold Wenren Ziyue's delicate feet. Wenren Ziyue's feet were quite exquisite, and they felt incredibly smooth to the touch, making Luo Yuntian's expression slightly awkward. Wenren Ziyue's lips curved up slightly. Yuntian, Sister Ziyue is going to start doing yoga now. You must hold Sister Ziyue's feet tightly. Luo Yuntian steadied his mind. All right, you go ahead, Sister Ziyue. Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes shimmered, and a hint of charm flowed from them as she began her sit-ups. Luo Yuntian thought it would be fine, but when Wenren Ziyue started doing sit-ups, he was a bit stunned. It turned out there was indeed a trap. Just holding someone's feet to do sit-ups was nothing. But the problem was, Wenren Ziyue's figure was too alluring. Among his 10 sisters, Only his eldest sister and sixth sister could compare to Wenren Ziyue's figure. Wenren Ziyue's curvaceous body, when doing sit-ups, showcased her alluring curves, leaving Luo Yuntian momentarily dazed. He unconsciously loosened his grip. Wenren Ziyue stopped her movements, her beautiful eyes filled with mischief. Yuntian, you're not being obedient. Didn't I ask you to hold my feet properly? After saying that, Wenren Ziyue's expression turned even more pouting. Sister Ziyue knows that Yuntian must be disliking her feet and doesn't want to hold them anymore. Being disliked by Yuntian makes Sister Ziyue really sad. Her voice was both sulky and plaintive, with a tearful expression, making Luo Yuntian's heart soften. Sister Ziyue, of course not. I was just a bit distracted earlier. Now I will definitely hold your feet properly. Luo Yuntian hurriedly tightened his grip on Wenren Ziyue's feet. Wenren Ziyue's expression became incredibly charming. This time, Yuntian really must hold Sister Ziyue's feet tightly and not let go. Saying this, Wenren Ziyue continued her sit-ups. Her devilish figure kept rising and falling, making Luo Yuntian unable to resist, slightly turning his gaze away. Upon seeing this scene, Wenren Ziyue's movements paused again. Yuntian, why aren't you looking at me? I know, it must be because you think Sister Ziyue is ugly, right? Luo Yuntian. Wenren Ziyue wore a tearful expression, leaving Luo Yuntian speechless. Sister Ziyue, you're not ugly at all. You are clearly too beautiful. Each of his 10 sisters was stunningly beautiful, captivating the heart. And how could they be associated with ugliness? No, that's not it. Sister Ziyue is one of the rare beauties in the world. Luo Yuntian's heart was filled with bitter laughter. His sister Ziyue was truly too enchanting. If he had known this earlier, perhaps he shouldn't have agreed to help her with yoga in the first place. Since it has come to this, then Yuntian. Why is no one looking at sister? Wenren Ziyue smiled softly, gently extending her jade hand to rest on Luo Yuntian's cheek. Luo Yuntian was momentarily dazed. During this brief moment of distraction, Wenren Ziyue's jade hand slowly adjusted Luo Yuntian's face so that his gaze was directly on her. Yuntian, you must look at sister properly, not missing even the slightest detail of that exquisitely beautiful face. The most stunning beauty that the finest painting in the world could not capture, complemented by her naturally enchanting and seductive expression. This made Luo Yuntian instinctively nod. That's right, this is the obedient Yuntian that Ziyue wants. Now, Ziyue will continue to do her sit-ups. Wenren Ziyue's gaze was incredibly alluring. This time, Yuntian, you must not let go of my foot, and you must look at sister. After saying this, Wenren Ziyue continued her sit-ups. In terms of figure, Wenren Ziyue was absolutely explosive. Especially certain parts of her upper body were incredibly enticing. As she performed her sit-ups, her alluring figure kept rising and falling, enough to make Luo Yuntian bitterly smile inside. But, coincidentally, Wenren Ziyue's speed in doing sit-ups was unbelievably fast, causing her explosive curves to undulate at an incredible pace. Each time she sat up, the distance between them naturally drew very close. Luo Yuntian could only experience the shock brought by Wenren Ziyue's incredibly enticing figure up close. It was intentional. Sister Ziyue, it had to be intentional. If one were to say that Wenren Ziyue wasn't being deliberate, Luo Yuntian would never believe it now. Moreover, he couldn't let go of Wenren Ziyue's foot, especially since she had said something beforehand. He couldn't shift his gaze elsewhere, so he could only dumbly watch Wenren Ziyue doing sit-up after sit-up in front of him. At one moment, as if noticing something, the corner of Wenren Ziyue's lips curled into an incredibly seductive arc. Oh, Yuntian, why are you bleeding from your nose? With Wenren Ziyue's reminder, Luo Yuntian touched his nose and found that, without realizing it, he was indeed bleeding. Sister Ziyue, it's nothing. I might have eaten too much for dinner. Maybe it's a bit hot. I'll go wash my face. Luo Yuntian hurriedly released her foot and ran towards the bathroom. Behind him came Wenren Ziyue's incredibly charming giggle. Luo Yuntian rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, washed away the nosebleed, and splashed several handfuls of cold water on his face, finally calming down a bit. Sister Ziyue is really too enchanting. Luo Yuntian bitterly smiled inside. His sister Ziyue, Wenren Ziyue, was indeed too mesmerizing, too alluring. Her entire being was captivating and completely natural, making him doubt many times whether his sister Ziyue was a succubus sent from the demon realm to charm the world. After finally calming down, Luo Yuntian washed his face a few more times with cold water before stepping out of the bathroom. As he walked out, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. His sister Ziyue, Wenran Ziyue, was no longer lying on the yoga mat preparing to do sit-ups. Instead, she had changed to lying on her stomach on the yoga mat. Yuntian, come here quickly. It's time to help Sister Ziyue with yoga. Seeing Wenran Ziyue in this state, Luo Yuntian was taken aback. Sister Ziyue, what? What are you doing? Aren't you doing sit-ups anymore? Wenran Ziyue giggled. Hee, Yuntian, you are really adorable. Sister Ziyue has already finished her warm-up. Now, of course, it's time for yoga. Come over and help Sister Ziyue with yoga. Luo Yuntian froze in his tracks. For a moment, he felt a bit afraid to go over. He even thought that even if it was to complete the system task and touch Wenran Ziyue's back, he could use another method. If he really helped such an alluring and captivating Wenran Ziyue with yoga, he felt that who knows what might happen. Chapter 29. Sister Shui Yao's Judgment. The angry little lion. Sister Ziyue, you should be able to complete your yoga poses by yourself, right? Otherwise, I won't help you. You can do it yourself. Luo Yuntian hesitated and said, Sister Ziyue had been doing yoga for several years now. Some yoga poses definitely didn't require help from others. She could complete them on her own. Even the warm-up movements, Wenjin Ziyue could surely do by herself. Asking him to help her before was simply to tease him. No, that won't do. If Yuntian doesn't help Sister Ziyue, she will be sad, he said. Wenjin gently bit her lip, looking as if she might cry. If Sister Ziyue gets sad, then Luo Yuntian immediately had nothing to say. He walked over to Wenjin Ziyue. All right, Sister Ziyue, then I will help you with yoga. Yuntian is so nice. Her enchanting voice was enough to make Luo Yuntian's bones feel weak. Sister Ziyue, how should I help you? This time it's even simpler. Yuntian just needs to hold Sister Ziyue's back for a bit. Wenjin Ziyue smiled sweetly. And her words were just what Luo Yuntian needed to complete his task. It was just that he had just pressed her feet. Now, he was going to press her back. What was next? Pressing. Luo Yuntian steadied his mind and walked in front of her. All right, Sister Ziyue, then I will hold your back for a bit. The corners of Wenjin Ziyue's lips curved slightly. Then Sister Ziyue, let us start doing yoga, okay? Wenjin Ziyue was originally lying on the yoga mat. Now she slowly started to rise slightly, pressing her head gently against the mat, stretching her arms forward flat. Also resting on the mat. Yuntian, you can hold Sister Ziyue's back now. Wenjin Ziyue's sultry words fell. Luo Yuntian held her back. Ding! The check-in is in progress. There is 1 minute left until completion. The system's notification sound rang out. The check-in had already begun. This time, the check-in required touching Wenjin Ziyue's back for 1 minute. At this moment, Wenjin Ziyue's body naturally arched back, forming an incredibly alluring curve, especially that waist-hip curve that could drive countless people crazy, leaving Luo Yuntian completely mesmerized. In Luo Yuntian's heart, it was a bitter smile. Sister Ziyue, she was definitely doing this on purpose. Wenjin Ziyue had always been teasing him intentionally. But now, with Luo Yuntian holding her back, he couldn't move, only able to watch her doing yoga right in front of him. Luo Yuntian was in Wenjin Ziyue's room. Helping her with yoga, it was both painful and pleasurable. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiyao had once again sneaked into Luo Yuntian's room early today, drawing comics and waiting for him to return. However, she had already finished a chapter and was still waiting for Luo Yuntian. Strange, why has Yuntian come back yet? After thinking for a moment, Mu Shuiyao put away her sketchbook and carefully walked out of the room. The second floor was indeed empty. The hall on the first floor was also devoid of people. Mu Shuiyao walked downstairs and saw that Wenjin Ziyue's door was closed. When she saw the villa's main door, she was undoubtedly stunned. The villa's main door had obviously been opened twice already. Yuntian should have come back by now. So where did Yuntian go? Mu Shuiyao instinctively looked towards Wenjin Ziyue's room. It couldn't be that. Oh no, Mu Shuiyao salapit had fordehat. Could it be that she had been foolishly drawing comics in Luo Yuntian's room for so long, just waiting for him to come back, only to have him intercepted by Sister Ziyue? Sister Ziyue, you are too much. Cunning too cunning. Mu Shueiyao was extremely angry and directly ran towards Wenjin Ziyue's room on the first floor. Ding! Congratulations. The master has completed the check-in and received a reward. Bad luck talisman. Inside Wenjin Ziyue's room, Luo Yuntian's check-in task had already been completed, earning a reward like a bad luck talisman. He didn't even have time to look at the reward. Luo Yuntian had just finished helping Wenjin Ziyue with her yoga, and every moment was a kind of torment for him. Sister Ziyue, you can complete the next movements by yourself. I'm going to use your bathroom to take a shower. Yuntian, slow down. Before Wenjin Ziyue could say anything, Luo Yuntian dashed into the bathroom in her room. He didn't even have time to respond to Wenjin Ziyue's teasing smile behind him. Right now, washing his face with cold water wasn't enough. He needed a cold shower to calm down. After Luo Yuntian rushed into the bathroom, outside the door, Wenjin Ziyue's seductive laughter rang out. Not long after, Mu Shueiyao arrived outside Wenjin Ziyue's room, saw the door tightly closed, and tried it, only to find it locked from the inside. Now Mu Shueiyao was about to explode. Bang bang, she knocked on the door. Sister Ziyue, open the door quickly. Yuntian, I know you and Sister Ziyue are inside. The sound of Mu Shueiyao knocking on the door startled Luo Yuntian in the bathroom. When did Sister Shueiyao come over? And why is she coming at this time? Mu Shueiyao knocking on the door made Luo Yuntian a bit dazed. The timing was too coincidental. Who would have thought that Mu Shueiyao would come at such an opportune moment? He was currently not only in Wenjin Ziyue's room, but also in her bathroom, taking a shower. If this was misunderstood, it would be terrible. Fortunately, Sister Ziyue had already locked the door beforehand. Luo Yuntian sighed in relief. Wenjin Ziyue had locked the door when he came to her room. At that time, Luo Yuntian was still worried about what Wenjin Ziyue would do to him. Unexpectedly, now it had turned into a good thing. The door being locked meant he still had time to quickly finish his shower and leave the bathroom. However, Luo Yuntian in the bathroom couldn't see that the corners of Wenjin Ziyue's lips were slightly curled up in a mischievous smile. Clap! A light sound came, making Luo Yuntian in the bathroom slightly stunned. This sound. Was it the sound of the locked door opening? Luo Yuntian was right. It was indeed Wenjin Ziyue who opened the door from the inside. Mu Shueiyao was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect her sister to open the door so easily. But that didn't matter. Sister Ziyue, why did you lock the door? What were you and Yuntian doing in your room? Mu Shueiyao now had an angry expression. A lonely man and a woman staying together, and you still locked the door? There must be something wrong. Mu Shueiyao had a look of accusation. What she didn't expect was that Wenjin Ziyue directly rushed towards her with tears in her eyes. Woo, Sister Shueiyao, Yuntian is bullying me. Wenjin Ziyue threw herself into Mu Shueiyao's arms, looking as if she had suffered a great grievance. Luo Yuntian in the bathroom, upon hearing Wenjin Ziyue's words, was even more dumbfounded. Bullying? Bullying you? Sister Ziyue, you can't just say that. And now, Mu Shueiyao doesn't even have the mind to think about the grievances of the 10th sister. Being embraced by Wenren Ziyue like this. Mu Shueiyao's exquisitely beautiful face couldn't help but stiffen slightly. This is truly a case of someone charging in with a ball. Woo, the 10th sister has such a great figure. I'm so envious of this little fairy. Mu Shueiyao was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure. 10th sister, you just said that Yuntian bullied you. What happened? Yuntian just came to my room, and then he bullied me. Wenren Ziyue looked as if she was about to cry. Mu Shueiyao was somewhat suspicious. Did Yuntian really bully the 10th sister? You have to know, who would dare to bully the 10th sister? Although her 10th sister usually appears enchanting and easy to talk to, she is actually a domineering CEO. With time to be domineering, she can definitely be domineering. 10th sister, did Yuntian really bully you? By the way, where is Yuntian? Yuntian, he's taking a shower in the bathroom right now. What? Mu Shueiyao was instantly stunned. Coming to Wenren Ziyue's room, locking the door was already something, but he actually used the bathroom in Wenren Ziyue's room to take a shower? There's a problem, a big problem. Under these circumstances, Mu Shueiyao began to believe that perhaps her Yuntian really did bully the 10th sister. Mu Shueiyao went to twist the bathroom door handle. It wouldn't budge. It was locked from the inside. There really was someone inside. Mu Shuiyao's little volcano was about to erupt again. Yuntian, open the door quickly. Yuntian, I know you're in there. The sound of Mu Shuiyao banging on the door made Luo Yuntian bitterly smile. He was even looking around to see if there was a place to hide or escape. But unfortunately, the answer was no. In Wenren's Yue's bathroom, apart from the large bathtub in the center where one could temporarily hide, there was simply no other place to conceal oneself. Could it be that he had to just walk out like this? Luo Yuntian couldn't help but bitterly smile in his heart. This time, he was once again set up by his sister Ziyue. At this moment, Wenren Ziyue walked over to Mu Shuiyao. Sister Shuiyao, it's better not to knock on the door anymore. If you hurt your hand, little sister will feel heartache. Wenren Ziyue's words outside the door made Luo Yuntian breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, at such a time, his sister Ziyue was still on his side. However, the next moment, he heard Wenren Ziyue say mischievously, "Little sister has the key to the bathroom. Why don't we use the key to unlock the bathroom and go in directly? Wouldn't that be better?" Luo Yuntian. He was completely stunned. His sister Ziyue was not helping him at all. She was simply digging a pit for him. And Wenren Ziyue's words made Mu Shuiyao's eyes light up. This method is great. 10th sister, where's the key? Hurry and take it out. Immediately, Luo Yuntian heard the sound of Wenren Ziyue searching for the key. Sister Shuiyao. But what if we go in and find Yuntian not wearing clothes? What should we do then? Wenren Ziyue said flirtatiously. Mu Shuiyao's beautiful eyes, however, became even brighter. Without a care, she instinctively replied, Yuntian not wearing clothes? That's even better. Luo Yuntian. Now Luo Yuntian couldn't afford to waste any more time, because he knew that, regardless of his sister Ziyue, his sister Shuiyao was indeed capable of doing something like using the key to burst in. Luo Yuntian had already fully dressed earlier. At this moment, he directly opened the door and walked out. Just as Mu Shuiyao was about to use the key to open the door, she saw Luo Yuntian actually walking out by himself. While feeling a bit disappointed, she was even more angry. Yuntian, what were you doing in the 10th sister's room? Yes, honestly confess, did you bully the 10th sister? Luo Yuntian could only brace himself and speak. Sister Shuiyao, you misunderstood. I just came to Sister Ziyue's room to help her do yoga. No way. I don't believe it. That's right, 10th sister, you tell her, isn't that the case? Mu Shuiyao had a judging look on her face. And after Mu Shuiyao finished speaking, a voice came from behind her. That's right, that's the truth. Mu Shuiyao. Chapter 30, Sister Shuiyao. Are you bold enough? At this moment, Mu Shuiyao's face was filled with question marks. The judgment of Yuntian was going well, but suddenly, Sister Ten said, what does the fact is like this mean? And you were the one who said Yuntian bullied you, right, Sister Ten? Why are you suddenly betraying now? Is this the legendary left-right horizontal jump technique? Sister Tenyu, Xiao Mingyin turned around. Just as she was about to say something, the scene before her made her suddenly freeze. The remaining words could not be said, because her sister Ten's beautiful eyes had narrowed slightly, displaying a dangerous look. Undoubtedly, it was a sign of her domineering CEO side. After all, when Wenren Ziyue had to support such a large group, how could she possibly appear like a fairy outside? If she really showed her domineering CEO side, Mu Shuiyao would indeed feel a bit fearful. Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, then gently opened again. Hee. Sister Shuiyao, I was just joking with you. Don't make things difficult for Yuntian. Yuntian, come out with Sister Ziyue. Wenren Ziyue pulled Luo Yuntian out of the room. Mu Shuiyao wanted to move several times, but ultimately didn't follow right away. Wenren Ziyue gently pulled Luo Yuntian outside the door. Yuntian, just now Sister Ziyue was just joking with you. Don't blame her, okay? Don't worry, Sister Ziyue. I know you were joking. I won't blame you. In Luo Yuntian's heart, he felt an unending ache for his sister Ziyue. His sister Ziyue was born with a captivating and enchanting nature, truly a natural fairy. But after what happened in their childhood, his sister Ziyue vowed to possess the highest wealth, ensuring he would never face financial obstacles. She also gathered many experts to research various gene drugs, just in case his body encountered issues in the future. Besides the fourth sister, the mysterious doctor, she would also have methods to deal with it. With her enchanting personality, She naturally couldn't manage such a large group. In this situation, she forced herself to become cold and ruthless. So when she was outside, especially in the group, she completely became a domineering CEO. Sister Ziyue must have suffered a lot for me. Luo Yuntian understood that his sister Ziyue had undoubtedly gone through many difficulties and hardships to reach the position of the richest person in China. All of this was for him. Luo Yuntian would never forget how much he owed his 10 sisters. So even though when Ren Ziyue particularly liked to tease him and tempt him, he always followed her wishes. Yuntian is really understanding. A thoughtful Yuntian makes me want to hug him. One Ren Ziyue's words made Luo Yuntian unable to help but be shocked. When Ren Ziyue wanted to hug him again, no need, Sister Ziyue. Luo Yuntian instinctively took a step back. Are you avoiding Sister Ziyue again? If you do that, Sister Ziyue will be sad. One Ren Ziyue gently bit her lip, appearing as if she might cry. Luo Yuntian could only continue retreating a few steps. No, Sister Ziyue. When Ren Ziyue followed Luo Yuntian's footsteps, one retreated and the other advanced. Unknowingly, Luo Yuntian had retreated to the corner. Bang! One Ren Ziyue pressed her jade hand against the wall, blocking Luo Yuntian inside once more. Yuntian, now you can't retreat anymore. One Ren Ziyue's eyes were filled with mischief, while Luo Yuntian felt a bittersweet smile in his heart. His sister Ziyue was simply too enchanting, too much of a fairy, and yet she loved to tease him so much. It truly made him feel like he had strength, but no place to use it, like exerting all his force but hitting cotton. Just as Luo Yuntian had nowhere to retreat, Mu Shuai came out of one Ren Ziyue's room and saw this scene. After staring for a moment, she charged over like an angry little lion. Sister Ten, what are you doing? Mu Shuai rushed forward, directly pulling one Ren Ziyue away and shielding Luo Yuntian. Sister Ten, you are teasing Yuntian again. Mu Shuai looked furious. One Ren Ziyue's teasing of Luo Yuntian definitely could not be her domineering CEO side. If it was just her mischievous sister Ziyue, although enchanting and cunning, she was much easier to talk to. She wasn't afraid of anything. Sister Shuai, don't be nervous. I was just playing a small joke on Yuntian. One Ren Ziyue chuckled lightly, feeling a bit regretful inside. She had other matters to attend to, so she would head to the group first. She had gone to the group this afternoon, partly to intercept Luo Yuntian at such a time and to have some time alone with him. The other part was for her business this afternoon. However, she was not really going to the group as she said, but rather to pick someone up. After one Ren Ziyue left, Mu Shuai scoffed, Yuntian, while I'm not around, you deliberately gave Sister Ten special treatment, helping her with yoga, didn't you? Luo Yuntian looked at her, Sister Shuai. Don't say anything. Since you can give Sister Ten special treatment, then now you come and give me special treatment. Let us go to your room. Luo Yuntian was taken aback. Give Sister Shuai special treatment, and also go to his room. He initially thought Mu Shuai was coming to ask for an explanation, but unexpectedly, she wanted him to give her special treatment. Mu Shuai indeed had thought of asking for an explanation, but what benefit would that bring her? It was better to take advantage of this small leverage and have Yuntian also give her special treatment to gain some benefits for herself. Luo Yuntian's mouth suddenly curled into a slight smile. Sister Shuai, why should I give you special treatment? Because I caught you and Sister Ten in the act. Oh, what kind of evidence? I don't know. Seeing Luo Yuntian's refusal to admit it, Mu Shuai paused for a moment, then angrily said, if you don't give me special treatment, I will tell the other sisters about everything that just happened. Also, Master and Mistress. Luo Yuntian's expression became more playful. Sister Shuai, what happened just now? Did you take a picture? Even if you say it, it's just hearsay. Who would believe it? Mu Shuai was stunned for a moment. Could it really be like that? She indeed hadn't taken a picture. This kind of empty threat seemed a bit lacking in power. Mu Shuai felt a bit regretful in her heart. If she had known, she would have taken a picture earlier. Then, how can you come upstairs with me? Mu Shuai slightly lowered her stance. Very simple, unless you beg me. What? Yuntian you. Mu Shuai's heart was about to explode. Clearly, she had discovered something and caught Yuntian and her sister Ten in the act. Now she wanted Yuntian to come upstairs with her, but she had to beg him? She had never seen such a brazen person. But Mu Shuiyao thought for a moment. There was no one else at home. Asking for Yuntian's help didn't seem so shameful. After all, no one would know. Compared to Yuntian cooking for her privately, being able to spend time alone with him seemed more important. Things like pride didn't seem to matter anymore. Yuntian then, is it okay if I ask you? Mu Shuiyao completely surrendered. Luo Yuntian glanced at her. In that case, it's fine. Although the result is the same. It was under the condition of Mu Shuiyao's surrender that Luo Yuntian agreed to her. If he had agreed directly earlier, she might have used that little leverage to threaten him later. Now, letting her surrender eliminates that future risk, which is quite appropriate. With Mu Shuiyao as slightly silly cuteness, it was impossible for her to compete with him. Although, as he said, Mu Shuiyao indeed didn't take any pictures. There was no substantial evidence in her hands to prove it. But if she were to speak out, even if it just raised other sister suspicions, it would have a significant impact. Unfortunately, Mu Shuiyao didn't understand how to leverage the little leverage she had, essentially giving it away to Luo Yuntian. Seeing that Luo Yuntian agreed, Mu Shuiyao felt pleasantly surprised and thought she had gained an advantage, completely unaware that she was the one losing out. Yuntian, you agreed, so we can go upstairs now. Mu Shuiyao immediately wanted to pull Luo Yuntian upstairs with her. But seeing her like this, Luo Yuntian suddenly had a mischievous look. I actually think we can wait a bit before going upstairs. Huh? Mu Shuiyao was still a bit slow to react. Sister Shuiyao, don't forget. There are only the two of us at home right now. Luo Yuntian's words made Mu Shuiyao instinctively cross her arms. Yuntian, what? What do you want to do? Before she could react, Luo Yuntian had already reached for her waist and started to tickle her gently. Luo Yuntian tickled Mu Shuiyao's waist, and in an instant, she couldn't resist. Hee Yuntian, don't. Haha, it's so ticklish. Mu Shuiyao couldn't help but let out a ringing laugh, twisting left and right to alleviate the ticklish feeling, but was of no use. Sister Shuiyao, will you dare to act so brazenly in front of me again? I won't dare anymore. Mu Shuiyao couldn't resist Luo Yuntian at all and could only be bullied by him like this. The corners of Luo Yuntian's mouth curled up slightly. The soft flesh around the waist is particularly ticklish. When he was young, he had often played such tricks on his 10 sisters. And it was precisely through this unintentional action that Luo Yuntian discovered Mu Shuiyao's sensitivity. Her ticklishness at the waist was at least 10 times that of the other sisters. Just lightly tickling her waist through her clothes was enough to make her surrender. Since Sister Shuiyao has begged for mercy, I will temporarily spare you. Luo Yuntian emphasized the word temporarily. We finally let go of Mu Shuiyao. Her body nearly went soft. She leaned against him for support at her waist, only then managing to stand. With their bodies so close, Luo Yuntian's expression became slightly unnatural. He had also been curious why Mu Shuiyao's waist was so sensitive. Perhaps it was because she had such a beautiful and slender waist. You bully me, Yuntian. Luo Yuntian shot her a glance. Sister Shuiyao, how do you address me? Mu Shuiyao immediately felt a bit intimidated. She was the only one who dared not resist Luo Yuntian. Yuntian is the best. Luo Yuntian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This is much more obedient, Shuiyao. Mu Shuiyao's charming face flushed slightly. She felt utterly bullied by Luo Yuntian, but in her heart, it seemed she quite enjoyed being teased by him. Woo, I have no backbone. Chapter 31. The Matter with Sister Shuiyao. Is it going to be discovered by Sister Mengyin? After bullying Mu Shuiyao a little, Luo Yuntian said, All right, Sister Shuiyao, let's go upstairs now. Mu Shuiyao felt entirely drained after being playfully scratched at the waist by Luo Yuntian. Yuntian, carry me upstairs. Luo Yuntian was a bit surprised. Sister Shuiyao, what are you saying? I said, Yuntian, carry me upstairs. I can't walk anymore, and it's because you bullied me just now, so you have to carry me up. Mu Shuiyao pouted and had already opened her arms, looking for a hug. Luo Yuntian thought for a moment. Since there was no one else at home now, carrying Mu Shuiyao upstairs wouldn't be a big deal. However, seeing her with her arms outstretched, Luo Yuntian didn't want to carry her like that. Mu Shuiyao suddenly exclaimed as Luo Yuntian directly picked her up at the waist in a princess carry and walked upstairs. Her pretty face turned a bit red, but she didn't say anything, feeling that she had hit the jackpot. At the same time, her heart inexplicably raced. As Luo Yuntian carried Mu Shui Yao upstairs, neither of them noticed the tiny dot on the wall behind them. Just now, it was aimed directly at the two of them. It was clearly a camera. This camera had been installed in the villa earlier this morning when Xiaoming Yin felt that something was off. Now, the scene of Mu Shui Yao asking Luo Yuntian for a hug and then being carried upstairs was undoubtedly being recorded by this camera. At this moment, the two were still unaware that this little piece of evidence was secretly in Xiaoming Yin's hands. Luo Yuntian carried Mu Shui Yao into his room. After entering, he set her down. Yuntian, you go in first. I'll close the door. There was even a hint of impatience in her voice. Luo Yuntian's lips curled up slightly, probably guessing some of Mu Shui Yao's thoughts. Bang! After Mu Shui Yao locked the door, Luo Yuntian had undoubtedly already walked in front of her. Looking at Luo Yuntian's back, her heart couldn't help but race. Finally, this little fairy found the opportunity. Earlier in the gym, she couldn't leap on a Luo Yuntian, but now, she could finally fulfill her wish. Mu Shui Yao directly lunged towards Luo Yuntian. However, Luo Yuntian swiftly dodged to the side. She missed and landed directly on the bed. Ouch! Mu Shui Yao instinctively cried out. The bed was incredibly soft. She wasn't hurt at all. Sister Shui Yao, why are you so excited? You almost got hurt. Yeah. Mu Shui Yao looked at Luo Yuntian with a bit of annoyance. Fortunately, there's a bed here. Otherwise, I would have been hurt. No. What I mean is Luo Yuntian's lips curved slightly. It's good that I dodged quickly. Otherwise, I would have been hurt. Mu Shui Yao? Did Yuntian just say he almost got hurt? This little fairy is going to be mad. But she could only hold it in for now. Stinky. No, Jun. Yuntian, come over and give Sister Shui Yao a massage. Oh no. Mu Shui Yao paused. Why? Don't you want to give Sister Shui Yao a massage? Why would I give you a massage for no reason? But you just dodged and almost made Sister Shui Yao get hurt. Should you give Sister Shui Yao a massage to comfort her heart? Mu Shui Yao argued passionately. However, Luo Yuntian didn't buy her reasoning at all. That's not enough. You should know, I almost got hurt too. Helping Mu Shui Yao with a massage yesterday was partly for the task, and also because he felt sorry for her learning to draw comics for him. But even though he was definitely going to give her a massage, since she took it so seriously, Luo Yuntian decided to use this to blackmail her a bit. Mu Shui Yao was getting anxious. She had already felt how comfortable Luo Yuntian's massages were yesterday. If he didn't give her a massage now, she would really feel awful. So, what do you want, Yuntian? What do I want? I haven't thought it through yet. So, Yuntian, you give me a massage first. Later, if you think of any requests, I will agree to them, okay? Luo Yuntian's lips had a playful curve. Any requests? Yes. Any requests? Mu Shui Yao said directly. Luo Yuntian was finally satisfied. All right, Sister Shui Yao. Since that's the case, I will give you a massage. Wait. Sister Shui Yao is going to take a shower first. After showering, you can come and give Sister Shui Yao a massage. Mu Shui Yao walked with a light step. Sister Shui Yao is going to take a shower now. Get out of here. Mu Shui Yao. Why does that sound so awkward? Mu Shui Yao didn't mind and turned around beautifully in front of Luo Yuntian. Yuntian, do you think Sister Shui Yao has a good figure? Oh, good. Average. Mu Shui Yao. Just when Mu Shui Yao was a bit happy, she was choked by Luo Yuntian's deliberately exaggerated gasp. Oomph. She snorted lightly and didn't say anything more. She knew that whatever she said would just lead to more teasing. She walked directly towards the bathroom. Splash. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. The bathroom door was made of glass. Through the glass, Luo Yuntian could vaguely see a stunning figure bathing inside. But with that glass barrier, it was impossible to see clearly. Luo Yuntian lay in his room, resting for a while. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Mu Shui Yao was bathing. What a perfect figure. She couldn't help but feel proud while admiring herself in the mirror. Suddenly, she remembered something, and her pretty face turned into a pouty expression. Oomph, stinky Yuntian, rotten Yuntian. How could he say my figure is just average? Remembering Luo Yuntian's earlier words, Mu Shuai felt like turning into a little lion cub and biting him. But unfortunately, she felt a bit helpless. A little lion cub couldn't defeat a big lion. Her Yuntian was so strong. It would be too easy for him to subdue her. It would be fine if there were other sisters around. Although they couldn't defeat Yuntian, she could still put on a brave front. But now, being alone, how could she possibly be a match for Luo Yuntian? Or maybe, Mu Shuai suddenly had a bright idea. I have a plan. Mu Shuai was determined. Creak after a while, the bathroom door opened. Mu Shuai walked out. While Luo Yuntian was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, not paying attention to her at all. Stinky Yuntian, I'm so beautiful right now. How can you not even open your eyes to look at me? Mu Shuai felt a bit frustrated. However, seeing Luo Yuntian resting with his eyes closed, her heart couldn't help but flutter. Yuntian really is handsome. Mu Shuai's gaze was almost mesmerized. Luo Yuntian sensed Mu Shuai walking up to him. Sister Shuai, you finally... Luo Yuntian opened his eyes to look at Mu Shuai. However, before he could finish speaking, he was taken aback, because at that moment, Mu Shuai, after finishing her bath, had not put on any outer clothing or wrapped herself in a towel, but had come out wearing only her form-fitting lingerie. This left Luo Yuntian a bit dazed. Naturally, he had heard Mu Shuai come out, but he had been resting with his eyes closed and didn't think to look at her. Who knew she would come out wearing only lingerie? Now, even if he wanted to cover his eyes, it was too late. The moment he opened his eyes, he was struck by the shock of Mu Shuai's perfect figure. Coming back to his senses, Luo Yuntian hurriedly covered his eyes. Sister Shuai, what? What are you doing? I'm not doing anything. It's just that Yuntian, didn't you say that Sister Shuai has a generally good figure? Mu Shuai said, of course, I want you to judge for yourself. As she spoke, Mu Shuai twirled around like a graceful butterfly, showcasing her great figure to Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Sister Shuai, can't you just let it go? You should put on some clothes first. It would have been one thing for Mu Shuai to come out in lingerie, but her lingerie was a three-piece set, merely covering the important parts. Coupled with her perfect figure, it was indeed quite sexy. Seeing Luo Yuntian covering his eyes tightly, Mu Shuai felt a bit smug. Yuntian, you finally feel embarrassed, right? The little lion temporarily overpowered the big lion, achieving a short-term victory. She felt that she had finally gained a temporary victory. Stinky Yuntian, why are you covering your eyes? Sister Shuai isn't naked. When we were kids on the deserted island, we were even more intimate than this. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. Sister Shuai, that was when we were kids. What's different now that we're grown up? Do you have any thoughts about me, Sister Shuai? Of course not. So what's the big deal if Sister Shuai comes out wearing lingerie? All right. He really couldn't refute Mu Shuai's words. He didn't have any thoughts about her. Looking at it this way, there didn't seem to be much difference between when they were kids and now. Whether she came out in just lingerie or not, it seemed, didn't make much of a difference. Yuntian, you really are making a big deal out of nothing. Even though Sister Shuai is only in lingerie now, isn't it pretty much the same as if I were showing you a bikini? Mu Shuai laughed. Anyway, someday when Sister Shuai swims with you in the villa pool, you'll see it anyway. Just think of it as Sister Shuai wearing a bikini now, okay? As she spoke, Mu Shuai playfully tapped Luo Yuntian's forehead with her delicate finger. Yuntian, you really are a bit cute. Sister Shuai didn't expect you to be so conservative. At this moment, Luo Yuntian finally retorted back. Sister Shuai, how can you say that? Aren't you conservative too? Not to mention just wearing lingerie, even wearing a bikini. I bet no other man has seen you like that. Mu Shuai was momentarily speechless. Then she huffed. I wouldn't let other men have the chance to see. Just letting them take a glance, I feel like I lost out big time. But if it's Yuntian, he can look as much as he wants. Sister Shuai only shows herself to Yuntian. Chapter 32. Giving Sister Shuai a massage. I really got caught. The heavenly voice of Mu Shuai echoed in Luo Yuntian's ears. As she spoke, Mu Shuai gently pried open the fingers covering Luo Yuntian's eyes. Looking at Sister Shuai like this, Luo Yuntian couldn't help but think she looked good. At this moment, he finally looked at her properly. He had to admit that his sister Shui Yao had a really great figure. Although he often teased her about her body, saying she was small in certain areas. Which of his 10 sisters didn't have a good figure? Even if he said she was small, it was only in relative terms. After all, Mu Shui Yao had a solid 36D figure. Looks good, Luo Yuntian said subconsciously. Mu Shui Yao was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Luo Yuntian this time to not deliberately mock her and even admit it so generously. Sister Shui Yao must have made you feel beautiful, right? Men really are big pigs. Mu Shui Yao thought to herself, feeling even happier inside. Meanwhile, Luo Yuntian couldn't help but keep looking at Mu Shui Yao. Just as she said, he could completely view her, who was only wearing lingerie, as if she were in a bikini. But perhaps the difference was that her lingerie was much more seductive, especially with her figure, which was so alluring, making her look extremely tempting at this moment. At this time, Mu Shui Yao directly leaped on a Luo Yuntian's big bed. This bed is still the most comfortable. Mu Shui Yao took a deep sniff of the scent on it. Lying on Luo Yuntian's bed, her little legs swayed lightly from side to side. Luo Yuntian had to admit that his sister Shui Yao was truly a stunning beauty. Even her back was breathtakingly beautiful. Mu Shui Yao's slender waist was undoubtedly the most beautiful, making Luo Yuntian think of her as a waist beauty countless times. But that didn't mean other parts of her body weren't beautiful. Her waist was just her standout feature. For example, his dream's most beautiful feature was her stunning long legs. Compared to Mu Shui Yao, she might be slightly inferior in leg beauty, but compared to other girls, she was still a knockout. Summer Dream might be slightly inferior to Mu Shui Yao in terms of waist, but she also crushed other girls. It could be said that each of their figures was perfect to the extreme. It was just that their standout features made them even more perfect. Mu Shui Yao's good figure made Luo Yuntian unable to take his eyes off her. Yuntian, come on. Help Sister Shui Yao with a massage. Mu Shui Yao said in a spoiled manner. Luo Yuntian hesitated a bit. Sister Shui Yao, maybe we shouldn't. Mu Shui Yao pouted. No, I wanted to give me a massage. You promised me earlier. Are you going to back out now? At this moment, Mu Shui Yao launched her spoiled attack on Luo Yuntian. Yuntian, just think about how much you care for your sister Shui Yao. Help her out, okay? Luo Yuntian felt as if she hit his soft spot and was completely defeated. Mu Shui Yao had many tricks up her sleeve. Crying, throwing a tantrum, and being spoiled were all part of her arsenal. Besides, he did feel a bit sorry for his sister Shui Yao. After all, everything she had done since she started learning to paint was for him. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Yuntian walked over. Okay, Sister Shui Yao. Then I will give you a massage. Yuntian is the best. Hurry up. Mu Shui Yao looked eager, feeling even more delighted inside. At this moment, Luo Yuntian's hands gently pressed on her shoulders. So comfortable. Enjoying Luo Yuntian's massage, Mu Shui Yao lazily closed her beautiful eyes, feeling relaxed and comfortable like a lazy little cat. Yuntian, why do I feel like your massage this time is much more comfortable than last time? Mu Shui Yao couldn't help but say. Sister Shui Yao, it's probably just your psychological effect. Luo Yuntian didn't explain. This time, his massage for Mu Shui Yao was indeed more comfortable than last time. Last time, he just searched for massage methods online, but now he was using a mid-level massage technique produced by the system. It was definitely much better than those massage methods. Psychological effect? Mu Shui Yao didn't think too much about it. It really feels good. Mu Shui Yao comfortably enjoyed Luo Yuntian's massage, while Luo Yuntian wasn't so relaxed. The hand he pressed on her snowy shoulder had to apply a little more force. So comfortable. Luo Yuntian smiled bitterly in his heart and could only continue to massage her. Following the mid-level massage technique, he pressed on her flawless snowy back, and finally, he pressed on her beautiful slender waist. Mu Shui Yao's waist was undoubtedly the most beautiful Luo Yuntian had ever seen. It was even very likely the most beautiful waist in the world. Each touch made Luo Yuntian's heart feel restless. Mu Shui Yao closed her beautiful eyes, enjoying Luo Yuntian's massage. After a while of pressing on her slender waist, Luo Yuntian suddenly withdrew his hand. All right, Sister Shui Yao, that's enough for now. Mu Shui Yao was taken aback. Why stop here? Keep going. There are still Sister Shui Yao's legs. I was just tickled by Yuntian, and now my legs are sore. But Luo Yuntian didn't listen to her anymore. If your legs are sore, just rest. I never massaged your legs before, and they were fine, weren't they? Seeing Luo Yuntian's firm attitude, Mu Shui Yao couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Stinky Yuntian, rotten Yuntian. Luo Yuntian appeared indifferent. But Sister Shui Yao, you should be careful not to anger me. Luo Yuntian's lips curled slightly as he gave a friendly reminder to Sister Shui Yao. Right now, it's just the two of us here. As soon as Luo Yuntian said that, Mu Shui Yao's snowy face froze slightly, and then she fell silent. Remembering the time she had been bullied by Luo Yuntian before, she felt a bit intimidated. Little lion, indeed, can't compare to the big lion. Seeing her silent, Luo Yuntian walked directly into the bathroom, ready to take a shower. In fact, it wasn't that Luo Yuntian didn't want to massage her anymore. It was that Mu Shui Yao's back was too breathtakingly beautiful and alluring. If he continued, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. That's why he made an excuse to go take a shower first. Splash. Soon, the sound of water echoed in the bathroom. Mu Shui Yao, nestled on the bed, felt extremely bored without Luo Yuntian's massage. Creak. The bathroom door opened, and Luo Yuntian walked out. As soon as Mu Shui Yao looked over, she was stunned. That perfect figure, strong physique, and a full 8-pack of abs, along with incredibly developed muscles, were simply better than a top fitness coach. The figure is much more perfect. Yuntian's body's so tempting. Mu Shui Yao was practically drooling. Although the 10 of them had lived on the deserted island with their master and mistress for so many years, she really hadn't seen Yuntian's bare upper body in a long time after growing up. She didn't realize that Yuntian's physique had improved so much unconsciously. There was no way around it. She was just coveting Yuntian's body. Luckily, she and Yuntian were only senior and junior siblings, not biological siblings. Being adopted by the master together with Yuntian since childhood was truly a blessing. Mu Shui Yao secretly rejoiced in her heart, but at the same time, she made up her mind to guard against the other sisters. She couldn't let them have the chance to make a move on Yuntian first. She had to take the initiative. She would definitely make Yuntian fall under her pomegranate skirt sooner or later. Mu Shui Yao thought this way, and somewhat narcissistically looked at her perfect figure. With her impressive physique, she indeed had the capital for self-love. Yuntian, if you're not going to massage my legs, how about you come give Sister Shui Yao a shoulder and waist massage instead, okay? Mu Shui Yao said with sparkling eyes. Is that okay? Mu Shui Yao continued to act cute. All right. After taking a shower, Luo Yuntian felt much better. At this moment, Luo Yuntian couldn't help but teasingly remind her. Sister Shui Yao, you must not forget what you promised me before. I know, Sister Shui Yao won't forget. Mu Shui Yao had previously promised that as long as Luo Yuntian gave her a massage, she would agree to any condition. Now she was only focused on how comfortable Yuntian's massage was, immersed in that feeling, without realizing the big pit she had dug for herself. After Mu Shui Yao finished speaking, Luo Yuntian stepped forward to give her a massage. On the main road of Jinghua City, today's outdoor live broadcast is finally over. Xiao Mengyin was driving a Lamborghini supercar towards the villa. In addition to game live streaming, she also did outdoor live broadcasts. Now that her outdoor live stream had just ended, she could finally take a break. While driving home, Xiao Mengyin remembered something, right? She had set up the camera at home as per the suggestion of the 10th sister in the morning. She wondered if it had captured anything. Xiao Mengyin showed a bit of anticipation. Let me take a look. She prepared to remotely connect to the monitoring device to see if the cameras had any results. But as much as she anticipated, she didn't hold out much hope. After all, the actions between Yuntian and the 9th sister, while indeed suspicious, should still be nothing. It should just be that she and the 10th sister were being overly sensitive. Even if the two really had something going on, it probably wouldn't be so coincidental as to be caught on camera. Beep. The sound of the monitoring video connecting came. Xiao Mengyin looked and casually clicked fast forward with a jade finger. However, when she clicked to see a certain scene, Xiao Mingyin's hands jerked, nearly sending the steering wheel flying. Yuntian and the Ninth Sister. Chapter 33, Flipped? The surveillance footage shows Mu Shuiyao standing in front of Luo Yuntian, who is blocking her. The scene where he is scratching her waist. Then there's Mu Shuiyao striking a pose asking for a hug from Luo Yuntian. Following that, Luo Yuntian hugs Mu Shuiyao as they go upstairs together. Xiao Mingyin is completely stunned. She never expected to see such a scene, especially when Mu Shuiyao asked Luo Yuntian for a hug. The way Luo Yuntian picked Mu Shuiyao up like a princess to take her upstairs feels problematic in every way. Xiao Mingyi now feels that installing this surveillance was absolutely necessary. Virum. The Lamborghini supercar underneath Xiao Mingyin accelerates and speeds toward the villa at the fastest pace. Luo Yuntian is still unaware that his sister Mingyin is on her way to the villa. Right now, he is giving Mu Shuiyao a massage. So comfortable. Mu Shuiyao is lying on the bed, feeling so relaxed that she can hardly keep her eyes open. After a while, Luo Yuntian stops massaging her. Hey Yuntian, why did you stop? Sister Shuiyao, I suddenly thought of a little condition. Call me brother and let me hear it. Mu Shuiyao is slightly taken aback. Call him brother? No way. Yuntian is just Yuntian. How could I call you brother? Such a principled issue cannot be yielded. Is that so? But Sister Shuiyao, didn't you just agree that as long as I help you with the massage, you would agree to any condition? Mu Shuiyao feels a bit hesitant now. She did say that before. If you don't call, then I won't massage you anymore. Mu Shuiyao becomes anxious. If Luo Yuntian doesn't massage her, then her physical condition won't be able to keep up with Sister Mingyin. Should I call or not? Brother. In the end, Mu Shuiyao still yields. Principled issues can actually be bent a little. Good, that's a good girl. Luo Yuntian smirks slightly. Well, since you agreed to any condition, shall we do something else next? Mu Shuiyao instinctively crossed her arms. Yuntian, what? What are you going to do? While others are afraid of being done something to, Mu Shuiyao is actually looking forward to what Luo Yuntian might do. After all, they're just senior and junior students. Not really siblings. Something could happen. At this moment, she wants to put on an unwilling appearance, but it seems quite exaggerated, almost like poor acting. This leaves Luo Yuntian speechless. Forget it, Sister Shuiyao, just lie down obediently. He lightly pats her snowy back. Mu Shuiyao still wants to bargain. Yuntian, can we discuss this? Sister Shuiyao just called you brother. Let us consider that as agreeing to your condition. From now on, you don't have to agree to any conditions anymore, right? Luo Yuntian has a firm attitude. No, that is not negotiable. Sister Shuiyao, you said before that you would agree to any condition of mine. Mu Shuiyao suddenly finds herself speechless. She now realizes that she must have short-circuited her brain earlier. She asked Yuntian to massage her, but gave him the right to do as he pleases with her afterward. Now she's at a huge loss. At this point, Mu Shuiyao can only lie down obediently and let Luo Yuntian massage her. Whoosh! Not long after, accompanied by a sudden screech of brakes, Xiao Mingyin drives her Lamborghini supercar back here. She opens the villa's big door, parks the car in the garage, and hurriedly enters the villa. She glances at the second floor. Sure enough, the door to Jumei's room is wide open, and no one is inside. However, the door to Yuntian's room is tightly shut. Jumei is too much. I'm so mad. Xiao Mingyin rushes upstairs. She originally planned to knock on the door, but then thought if she did that, would it just give Yuntian and Jumei time to prepare? It's better for her to catch them off guard. As a qualified sister control, how could she not have a key to Yuntian's room? Xiao Mingyin takes out the key she prepared long ago, feeling a bit smug, and rushes toward Mu Shuiyao's room. She wants to see what Jumei and Yuntian are doing under such a surprise attack. Bang! Luo Yuntian is in the room, giving Mu Shuiyao a massage when the sound of the door lock suddenly jolts him awake. This sound, could it be? Bang! Before Luo Yuntian could react, the door was pushed open with a loud bang. Yuntian, Jumei, what are you? The scene in the room leaves Xiao Mingyin utterly stunned. Luo Yuntian is actually giving Jumei a massage, and Jumei is lying there comfortably. This scene is enough to make Xiao Mingyin furious. Although it seems that Luo Yuntian only massaged Mu Shuiyao's back and waist, that alone is enough to drive her crazy. Yuntian, Jumeyu, you guys. Luo Yuntian is also taken aback. His sister Mengyin just barged in and happened to catch him with Shuiyao like this. Has it flipped? Flipped over? Coming back to his senses, Luo Yuntian hurriedly removes his hand from Mu Shuiyao's body. Sister Mengyin, it's not. What you think? Meanwhile, Mu Shuiyao is hastily putting on her clothes at an incredible speed. Xiao Mengyin grits her teeth. I saw it with my own eyes. What else do you have to say? Luo Yuntian finds himself at a loss for words. Although he and Mu Shuiyao really have nothing going on, this scene has indeed spiraled into a misunderstanding. How should he explain this now? He heard Xiao Mengyin coming upstairs. But who would have thought that she would rush up so fiercely and immediately barge in with the key, leaving him no time to react? Just then, Mu Shuiyao's beautiful eyes slightly shifted, and then she smiled and said, "Oh, since Sister Mengyin has already seen it, Yuntian, let us just admit it." Luo Yuntian. What do you mean admit it? ISNT that making it worse. Xiao Mengyin grits her silver teeth. You too. I'll tell Master and Masteress wife, and the other sisters too. Go ahead. Mu Shuiyao looks unconcerned. Sister Mengyin, what you just saw. Do you have evidence? Even if you want to take a picture now, it's too late. Mu Shuiyao directly used what Luo Yuntian said to her earlier against Xiao Mengyin. In Mu Shuiyao's view, since her sister Mengyin didn't have evidence at the first opportunity, and now she has already gotten dressed, even if her sister Mengyin wants to take a photo, it would be completely too late. Why should she worry? Xiao Mengyin stops in her tracks, and at this moment, a meaningful smile appears at the corner of her lips. Jume, are you sure? I really have no evidence. Xiao Mengyin's lips curled slightly. Although she didn't have evidence of the previous scene, she did have another piece of evidence from the surveillance footage. That evidence was already enough to threaten Jume. Of course, if you have it, Mengyin, you can show it. Mu Shuiyao thought Xiao Mengyin was bluffing and said confidently, "All right, Jume, come out with me for a moment," Xiao Mengyin said, giving Luo Yuntian a small glare. "Yuntian, wait here. After I finish talking with Jume, it will be your turn." At this moment, Luo Yuntian could only remain silent. Xiao Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao left the room, and Xiao Mengyin simply took Mu Shuiyao directly to her own room. "Okay, Mengyin, about what happened in Yuntian's room just now. You said you have evidence, right? Show it to me," Mu Shuiyao said with a smile. "I really don't have evidence of what happened in Yuntian's room just now." Isn't that just fine? Mu Shuiyao relaxed and wanted to go back. "But I may not have evidence of that scene, but I have this." Xiao Mengyin shook her phone. She had already transferred the surveillance footage to her phone. Mu Shuiyao took a casual look and exclaimed, "Ah!" This was clearly the scene from downstairs between her and Yuntian. In an instant, Mu Shuiyao understood. There must have been a camera installed in the living room. "Mengyin, you're too cunning. You actually installed a camera in the hall." All's fair in war," Xiao Mengyin said proudly. "Jiumei, do you think this evidence satisfies you? Give it to me." Mu Shuiyao tried to snatch Xiao Mengyin's phone. However, her physical ability was not as good as Xiao Mengyin's, so at this moment, how could she succeed? "Jiumei, give it up. Even if you managed to snatch it, it would be useless." "I've already made a backup," Xiao Mengyin said, her beautiful eyes narrowing with a hint of mischief. "Just imagine if I were to give this to Master and Mistress, and to the other sisters to see. What would happen then?" Mu Shuiyao gritted hertit. "Mengyin, you should just hand it over. Anyway, Yuntian and I are just senior and junior sisters, not biological siblings. It's not like anything can happen." Mu Shuiyao comforted herself in her heart. Yes, she and Yuntian were just senior and junior sisters. Anything could happen. Now, there was no need to be afraid of Mengyin. Xiao Mengyin still wore a smile. "Jume, is that really the case? Haven't you heard that it's not about having little, but about having unequal shares? If the other sisters find out about this, you might not even wait for Master and Mistress's permission before being dealt with by the mixed group." "Mixed group?" Mu Shuiyao immediately felt a bit intimidated. "Yes, it's true. It's not about having little, but about having unequal shares. Our 10 sisters have an unwritten rule. No one can monopolize Yuntian, who is just our junior brother. If you manage to monopolize Yuntian," she was truly afraid of getting dealt with by the mixed group. Just thinking about how the other sisters would beat her made Mu Shuiyao shiver. It was really terrifying. Mengyin, what? What do you want? At this moment, Mu Shuiyao finally began to yield. Xiao Mengyin smiled and said, my request is very simple. You first answer me a few questions. Have you and Yuntian developed a romantic relationship? This question was also the most important one for Xiao Mengyin. Mu Shuiyao initially thought about being tough, but upon seeing Xiao Mengyin shake the phone in her hand, as if she was ready to send it to the other sisters at any moment, she completely caved. And no, it's not. Then why did you let Yuntian give you a massage? Mu Shuiyao's answer made Xiao Mengyin's heart leap with joy, and she continued to press. Because I discovered yesterday that Yuntian's massages are indeed very comfortable. So, I insisted on Yuntian giving me a massage. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was home, I wanted him to give me a special treatment. Xiao Mengyin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Then why were you wearing so little in front of Yuntian just now? Mu Shuiyao gritted hertit. Because Yuntian always finds opportunities to bully me, and he always mocks my bad figure on purpose. I can't fight back against him, so I thought I'd use my own method to make him feel embarrassed for once. Chapter 34. Is the seventh sister back? A new check-in task. Mu Shuiyao said this. At that moment, she couldn't help but recall a truth. It's better to hit your brother early. Once your brother grows up, you won't be able to beat him. This saying is simply too true. However, it seems that it's not entirely accurate. Even when Luo Yuntian was a child, due to his innate strength, she couldn't really overpower him. Xiao Mengyin looked into Mu Shuiyao's eyes and felt that her ninth sister must not be lying. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Her ninth sister and Yuntian weren't that kind of relationship. That's good. Xiao Mengyin then remembered something. Wait, what was going on just now in the lobby on the first floor? Just now, in the lobby, there was clearly some intimacy between the two of them, especially the moment when Mu Shuiyao asked Luo Yuntian for a hug. Sister Mengyin, can't you tell from the surveillance that Yuntian was just deliberately bullying me? Later, when I asked him for a hug, it was only because there were no one else in the villa at that time that he hugged me like that. Xiao Mengyin thought back, and indeed, when she saw that scene just now, she felt like she was about to explode with anger and didn't think it through. Now that she thinks about it, there might not necessarily be anything else. So that is how it is. I knew it. How could Yuntian's taste be so poor? Sister Mengyin, you? Mu Shuiyao looked furious. If it weren't for the leverage in Xiao Mengyin's hands, she would have rushed up to argue with her. Sister Mengyin, I've already told you everything I needed to. Now, that should be enough, right? Mu Shuiyao gritted her teeth as she spoke. Although what she said was true, she still concealed something. She hadn't mentioned to Xiao Mengyin that Luo Yuntian's massages could enhance physical fitness, and this point was her hope of regaining face in front of Xiao Mengyin. No matter what, she wouldn't easily let it slip. Once Yuntian gives me a few more massages and enhances my physique, just wait and see how I turn the tables. Mu Shuiyao thought happily in her heart. Xiao Mengyin, however, spoke with a smile. Ninth sister, thank you for your honesty. However, besides all of this, I have a small condition. What condition? Mu Shuiyao asked. Xiao Mengyin became even more proud. I also want to go to Yuntian's room now and have him cook a little for me too. Mu Shuiyao. Xiao Mengyin's words left Mu Shuiyao stunned. Sister Mengyin is going to Yuntian's room now? This. What kind of small condition is this? This is simply asking for a lioness share. Mu Shuiyao pinched her slim waist and angrily exclaimed. Why should I? Sister Mengyin, you don't want me to monopolize Yuntian, yet now you're thinking of monopolizing him. Isn't this double standard too much? Mu Shuiyao was quite furious, looking like she was ready to argue with Xiao Mengyin. Xiao Mengyin smiled slightly. Yes, I just want to monopolize Yuntian. Ninth sister, what can you do about it? After Xiao Mengyin finished speaking, Mu Shuiyao felt a surge of frustration in her heart. She really couldn't do anything to Xiao Mengyin. After all, who told her that she had leverage in Sister Mengyin's hands? What a big mistake. Ninth sister, do you still not want to agree? Xiao Mengyin's tone was full of teasing. Mu Shuiyao looked aggrieved, but didn't dare to say a word against it. At most I can agree that I want to go to Yuntian's room now. As for the other sisters, I can't control them. Mu Shuiyao could only say this. After all, she couldn't control the thoughts of the other sisters anyway, right? Implicitly, it meant that if one Ren Ziyue wanted to go to Luo Yuntian's room, Xiao Mingyin would also not be able to succeed. Xiao Mingyin smiled slyly. It's nothing. As long as ninth sister you agree, that's enough. In Xiao Mingyin's view, her 10th sister would be much easier to deal with, as long as she could eliminate ninth sister as an enemy. Her 10th sister wouldn't compete with her for Yuntian. Ninth sister, remember our agreement. Then I'll go find Yuntian first. Xiao Mingyin hummed a little tune and walked out of the room. With her beautiful long legs, she headed towards Luo Yuntian's room. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiyao stayed in the room, feeling quite depressed. What a blunder. How careless. I didn't dodge. Now I've been caught by my sister Mingyin. In the future, I'm afraid I'll be at her mercy. If I want to turn the tables again, it might be difficult. At this moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Mu Shuiyao's mind. Since her sister Mingyin could find her leverage, could she not find an opportunity to grab her sister Mingyin's leverage as well? Sister Mingyin, just wait. When the time comes, let us see how I deal with you. Mu Shuiyao lightly snorted and, after stomping her feet on the floor of Xiao Mingyin's room in anger, she finally left Xiao Mingyin's room. Luo Yuntian was in his room, waiting like he was awaiting judgment, feeling somewhat anxious. Not long after, Xiao Mingyin pushed the door and walked in. When she looked at Luo Yuntian, her voice immediately took on a slightly stern tone. Yuntian, I've finished talking with ninth sister. Do you now realize your mistake? I know my mistake, sister Mingyin. Then what did you do wrong? I was wrong for being alone with sister Shuiyao. Luo Yuntian could only say this. But in reality, even he didn't know where he went wrong. Xiao Mingyin was furious. Stinky Yuntian, when did sister Mingyin say you were wrong here? Luo Yuntian was slightly taken aback. Wasn't it? Then sister Mingyin. Where did I go wrong? Sister Mingyin means, if you can give ninth sister a massage, why can't you give me a massage? Luo Yuntian was left with a face full of question marks. What is this operation? Before he could think much more, Xiao Mingyin had already grabbed his hand. Come on, Yuntian, you come and give sister Mingyin a massage. You have to give me the same massage you gave ninth sister at the very least. Luo Yuntian was somewhat caught off guard. His hands could only be pulled over by her. At this moment, Wenren Ziyue was driving her sports car towards the villa. The car was carrying their Platinum Rider, 7th sister, on Wenren Ziyue's car. She was currently carrying their Platinum Rider, Yi Bingley. Their Bingley sister had just attended a writers' gathering and was just returning. Giggling, Bingley's sister, was the gathering successful? Wenren Ziyue asked charmingly. It was fine. Yi Bingley's expression showed no signs of fluctuation. 10th sister, how is Yuntian? Sure enough, as soon as she opened her mouth, she asked about Yuntian. Giggling, of course. Yuntian as well. Yuntian misses Bingley's sister so much that he can't even eat or sleep. Wenren Ziyue exaggerated the facts slightly. Yi Bingley could somewhat guess the truth, but she only slightly tilted her head and said nothing. Wenren Ziyue smiled charmingly and continued to drive towards the villa. Inside the villa, Mu Shuiyao, who had been cut off by Xiao Mingyin, was almost bursting with frustration. She never expected that her sister Mingyin would install cameras. She was really too careless. As if she thought of something, Mu Shuiyao's expression brightened slightly. If Mingyin could install cameras, could she not do the same? With this thought, Mu Shuiyao felt a bit excited. This is great. Let's do it. Since Mingyin dared to install cameras to trap her, she could also install cameras and see if she could catch Mingyin in the act. Mu Shuiyao tiptoed out of the room. She could imagine that Mingyin was definitely in Yuntian's room, reluctant to leave. Although she felt quite jealous, it was just the right time to set up her own camera. Mu Shuiyao went downstairs and decided to install it. In the kitchen, Mu Shuiyao quickly locked on her target. Xiao Mingyin installed the camera in the living room, catching her in a trap. Now, the daily meals at home were all managed by Xiao Mingyin. The kitchen was undoubtedly the place Mingyin visited most often. If she installed the camera there, sooner or later, she would catch Mingyin in a compromising situation. Without hesitation, Mu Shuiyao knew there was a camera in the living room. She acted nonchalant as she walked towards the kitchen, gauging the distance from the camera, and took out her simple installation tools to start setting up the camera in the kitchen. In Luo Yuntian's room, his hand was pulled over by Xiao Mingyin, leaving him a bit dazed. Yuntian, hurry up. Come give Mingyin a massage, Xiao Mingyin said in a somewhat spoiled tone. Sister Mingyin, are you serious? Of course, if I wasn't serious, would it be a joke? At this moment, Xiao Mengyin had already walked over to Luo Yuntian's bed and lay down. Her delicate calves kicked around restlessly. Yuntian, hurry up and give Mengyin a massage. Seeing Xiao Mengyin's actions, Luo Yuntian finally confirmed that she was indeed not joking. Realizing this, he could only walk over. Well, Sister Mengyin, I'm going to... Just do it, Xiao Mengyin encouraged. Luo Yuntian began to massage her using the technique he used on Mu Shuiyao. So comfortable. The moment Luo Yuntian started the massage, Xiao Mengyin felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. No wonder Jiao Mei insisted on having Yuntian massage her. It felt so good. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but smile bitterly. His sister Mengyin and Shuiyao really were sisters. Even their ways of expressing themselves were so similar. Yuntian, a bit harder, Xiao Mengyin said, making Luo Yuntian's heart ache. Sister Mengyin, can you please not shout like that? I'm not shouting. I'm just asking you to apply a bit more pressure. Luo Yuntian had no choice but to follow her instructions and added a bit more force. Xiao Mengyin looked extremely content, which made Luo Yuntian feel even more helpless. Xiao Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao really were like sisters who grew up together. Luo Yuntian almost suspected that the things they said were prearranged. Meanwhile, Xiao Mengyin was lying on the bed, enjoying it to the fullest. She only just realized how comfortable Yuntian's massages were. No wonder Jiao Mei kept bothering him for massages. She even felt that after being massaged by Luo Yuntian. Her physical condition seemed to improve overall. It was simply amazing. Yuntian, where did you learn this massage technique? I just learned it by watching. Xiao Mengyin casually asked, but nearly choked on Luo Yuntian's answer. Just learned it by watching? Is this the world of a top student? Even her Yuntian was not just a top student, but a genius. It was truly hard to comprehend. As for the intermediate massage technique provided by the system, Luo Yuntian definitely wouldn't tell her. Xiao Mengyin stopped asking and quietly enjoyed Luo Yuntian's massage. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have triggered the check-in task. Using the intermediate massage technique will complete the check-in. This time, the check-in location, Xiao Mengyin's legs. Chapter 35. Sister Bingley returns. The most exquisite, but... The system's notification sound rang out, and Luo Yuntian paused for a moment. He didn't expect that a system task would be triggered at this time. Moreover, the task requirements were no longer limited to just touching with his hands. He needed to use intermediate massage techniques to massage. Fortunately, it was relatively easy to complete at this moment. After Luo Yuntian finished massaging Xiao Mengyin's shoulders and waist, his hands continued downward, gently resting on her legs. Following the techniques of intermediate massage, he gently massaged her legs. Ding! The check-in is in progress, and there are 80 seconds remaining until completion. 80 seconds was not a long time in this situation. As Luo Yuntian used intermediate massage techniques to massage Xiao Mengyin's beautiful legs, she felt extremely comfortable. However, Luo Yuntian felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, what made his Mengyin's sister the most beautiful was her unparalleled legs. Massaging her beautiful legs inevitably made him feel awkward. Fortunately, she had not taken off her clothes at this time. Otherwise, Luo Yuntian would have felt even more embarrassed. Luo Yuntian finally managed to collect his thoughts and continued to massage Xiao Mengyin. Meanwhile, in the kitchen on the first floor, the task is complete. Mu Shuiyao installed her camera in a rather hidden corner of the kitchen. The more she looked at the camera she installed, the more satisfied she became. Next, she just had to wait for it to work. Mengyin's sister. Just wait until I capture your secret. Let's see how I turn the tables then. Mu Shuiyao thought happily to herself. At this moment, the sound of the villa's front door opening could be heard. Mu Shuiyao walked out of the kitchen and looked towards the door, instantly surprised. Sister Bingley, you're back. I'm back, Jiao Mei. Yi Bingley lightly nodded her head and then instinctively asked, Is Yuntian home? What? As expected, the first thing Sister Bingley cares about is Yuntian. Mu Shuiyao pouted in her heart. But soon, she had a somewhat mischievous look in her eyes as she pointed towards Luo Yuntian's room on the second floor. Yuntian is in his room now. However, just now, Mengyin's sister went to Yuntian's room. The two of them, who knows what they are doing now? Mu Shuiyao directly threw the blame onto her Mengyin's sister, diverting her sister Bingley and Shimmy's attention. What? As soon as Mu Shuiyao's words fell, Both Yi Bingli and Wenren Ziyue's expressions changed. Xiao Mengyin went to Luo Yuntian's room, and they don't know what they are doing? This is simply intolerable. I'm going to take a look. Yi Bingli left a sentence and headed towards Luo Yuntian's room on the second floor. Meanwhile, Luo Yuntian was in the final stage of massaging Xiao Mengyin's legs. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the check-in. Reward: God-level hearing. After this system reward was received, Luo Yuntian felt like the entire world became much clearer in his ears. Just as Luo Yuntian was experiencing this feeling with his newly acquired God-level hearing, he suddenly heard something. The strength of the footsteps. Is Sister Bingli back? Luo Yuntian was somewhat surprised, and at that moment he snapped back to his senses. Mengyin's sister, hurry up. What are you doing? Yuntian, you haven't finished massaging Mengyin's sister yet. Sister Bingli is back. She is almost here. Xiao Mengyin hurriedly got up, frantically tidying her clothes. Although nothing was going on between them, Sister Bingli's sudden arrival made it seem like something was happening. Slap! Just after the two tidied everything up, the door swung open. Yi Bingli walked in from outside. Sister Bingli, you're back. Xiao Mengyin pretended to be nonchalant. Eighth sister. What are you doing in Yuntian's room? I missed Yuntian, so I came to see. Xiao Mengyin searched for a reason. Yi Bingli wanted to say something more. Sister Bingli, you finally returned. I missed you so much. Luo Yuntian's words made Yi Bingli's heart blossom with joy. Sister Bingli also misses Yuntian. For a moment, the doting sister and her overwhelming affection for her brother made her lose interest in pursuing the matter with Xiao Mengyin. Then Sister Bingli, you and Yuntian can chat first. I'll go start preparing dinner. Xiao Mengyin breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and hurriedly left the room. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but think that if he had received the God-level hearing reward earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have been caught by Mengyin's sister regarding his matter with Shui Yao's sister. Unfortunately, all of this could only be thought of now. Sister Bingli, was the journey smooth? Not bad. Yi Bingli walked over and quietly sat down beside Luo Yuntian. Sister Bingli, writing must be tiring, right? Yi Bingli smiled faintly, like 1,000 ice lotuses blooming, leaving Luo Yuntian in a daze. It is tiring, but for the readers who have been supporting me, I still have to persist. But Sister Bingli, you don't lack money. To be precise, none of us lack money. It's not about the money. Perhaps when Yuntian reaches that day, he will understand. Only when facing Luo Yuntian could Yi Bingli let down her cold demeanor. Yuntian, during this time, have you met any pretty girls? Luo Yuntian. Why is it that the first question Sister Bingli and the others ask is always like this? Before he could say anything, a giggling voice came from outside. Sister Bingli, you should come out of Yuntian's room. Don't drive away Mengyin's sister. You're monopolizing him. Yi Bingli's snowy complexion slightly changed. Then she stood up directly. Yuntian, Sister Bingli is going out first. You rest well in the room. As Yi Bingli got up, Luo Yuntian's gaze was slightly startled. The bed where Yi Bingli had just been sitting had directly sunk down into a round and deep pit. Undoubtedly, it was created by her bottom, and from the curve of this deep pit, one could tell how exquisite her but was. Seeing Luo Yuntian's gaze fixed on this deep pit, Yi Bingli's snowy face became slightly unnatural, and she quickly left the room. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory of Jinghua University, Mu Xiaodai was still struggling with her math problems. Boo-hoo, it's so hard. They say that when a person is pushed to the limit, they can accomplish anything. She had always believed this. But if someone tells her this again, she would definitely reply, math problems are impossible. To fulfill her small promise with Luo Yuntian, Mu Xiaodai was diligently studying math problems. She initially thought that as long as she was pushed to the limit, she could accomplish anything. But reality told her that math problems are really impossible. Qingxue, Ninyu, can anyone help me? This math department is so difficult. Mu Xiaodai sought help from Li Qingxue and Zhao Ninyu. Xiaodai, please spare me. I finished these things in high school and just handed them to the teacher. Now that I have to do them, I really can't. Li Qingxue shook her head repeatedly. I've basically forgotten too. Zhao Ninyu also shook her head. Mu Xiaodai's little head drooped a bit. Who else could she turn to for help? There are already so few girls in civil engineering. If she asked the boys for help, she wasn't familiar with them since she had just joined the class. The only ones she had spoken to a few times were her future boyfriend, Yin Tian, and his roommates. However, Today, she heard through someone that the grades of Qi Minglang and the others were just average. If she asked the other boys with better grades for help, what if her little boyfriend got jealous? Mu Xiaodai thought about this serious problem. She couldn't let her future boyfriend get jealous. This route wouldn't work either. Li Qingxue was almost laughing on the side. Oh, it's not even the beginning. And you're already thinking about whether our class leader Yuntian will be jealous of you, Xiaodai? Li Qingxue wondered if Luo Yuntian should talk to Mu Xiaodai a bit more. Their Xiaodai was already thinking about the names for their future children. Who said it was too early? The first stroke was already drawn, and the second one was coming soon. Mu Xiaodai felt a bit unconvinced. But seeing the advanced math problems in front of her, she was still a bit troubled. Li Qingxue and the others couldn't help her. Asking other boys for help made her worry about her little boyfriend getting jealous. If only. Mu Xiaodai's starry eyes brightened slightly. Right? I can ask my little boyfriend for help. Li Qingxue and Zhao Nianyu were a bit puzzled by Mu Xiaodai's thought process. This agreement was clearly set between Luo Yuntian and her. Now she wanted him to help her. Xiaodai, you're not joking, are you? Zhao Nianyu asked softly. Of course not. I know what you want to ask. He just asked me to rank in the top 50 for my major. He never said I couldn't ask him for tutoring. Mu Xiaodai's starry eyes sparkled with a mischievous light. Li Qingxue and Zhao Nianyu understood Mu Xiaodai's thoughts. So that's what their Xiaodai was planning. They had to admit, she was quite clever. Our Xiaodai really has quite a bit of this little cleverness. Mu Xiaodai didn't mind, and took it as Li Qingxue complimenting her. Facing her cute and beautiful future girlfriend, her little boyfriend would definitely help her with tutoring. And since her little boyfriend was so amazing, being a top scorer in the college entrance examination, those math problems would definitely be easy for him. When she asked her little boyfriend for tutoring, she could increase her interaction with him. That was just too great. Mu Xiaodai cupped her little face, thinking of Luo Yuntian, and couldn't help but show a lovesick expression, full of energy and anticipation. In Luo Yuntian's room, he looked at the place where Yi Bingley had just sat, noticing the round and deep indentation left behind. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. He had always known that if his sister Ziyue had the most exquisite chest, his sister Shuiyao had the most exquisite waist, and his sister Mengyin had the most exquisite legs, then what he had undoubtedly was the most exquisite, but, judging by the depth of this indentation, it was enough to see how curvy his Bingley sister's figure was. At this moment, Yi Bingley had already awkwardly left, while Wenren Ziyue's lips curved slightly. She had originally wanted to go in and find Luo Yuntian, but was directly met with a glance from Yi Bingley. What's wrong, tenth sister? Are you thinking of going in to find Yuntian again? What are you talking about, Bingley? How could I possibly have such thoughts? With Yi Bingley watching, Wenren Ziyue couldn't proceed as she wished. The two quickly left the doorway of Luo Yuntian's room. Luo Yuntian stared at the deep indentation for a while until it slowly rebounded due to elasticity. He had gained a profound understanding of Bingley's figure. Chapter 36, Personal Creation. Mu Xiaodai's cleverness. Smooth out the entire bed. Luo Yuntian finally withdrew his gaze. Bingley Jia. Yi Bingley returned. Thinking of what Yi Bingley had just said to him about writing, for the readers who have always supported him, he still had to persevere. This isn't about money. When Yuntian has that day, he will understand. To be honest, Luo Yuntian really doesn't understand Yi Bingley's words right now. After all, he isn't written like Yi Bingley, so he can't empathize. Since that's the case, why not give writing a try? With Luo Yuntian's top student mindset, he quickly thought of this. His typing speed is definitely among the best in the world. His speed in typing is correspondingly top-notch. Having observed Yi Bingley write many times, he figured there was nothing else to do. So why not try writing himself? Luo Yuntian directly opened his laptop and started writing the opening. As for the pen name, let's call it Shuiyu. For the book title, it's just a test. Luo Yuntian casually typed a book title. Shuiyu is the handsomest in the world. It's true anyway, so let us treat it as a personal biography. Luo Yuntian felt a bit narcissistic, but it was indeed a fact. When it comes to being handsome, if he claims second place, no one would claim first. Tap, tap, tap. With Luo Yuntian's typing speed, It didn't take long to write a 10,000-word opening. Then he found a very authoritative website online, Yuntian Chinese Network. He uploaded his written opening. A few minutes later, it was approved and entered the database. All right, this should be fine. Luo Yuntian let out a sigh of relief, waiting to see what kind of response his novel would receive. After Yi Bingli left Luo Yuntian's room, she returned to her own room. As a top writer on Yuntian Chinese Network, she still had the habit of browsing new books today, constantly recharging herself to write something that readers would like even more. While browsing new books today, her gaze slightly paused. Shui Yu is the handsomest in the world. What a strange book title. The title and the synopsis are the first impression a book gives to readers. From a commercial perspective, such a title is bound to flop. After all, this kind of title is hard to inspire a desire to click. Yi Bingli's jade-like fingers instinctively wanted to scroll away, but for some reason, she was compelled to click in. Yi Bingli entered this book, initially with a try-it-out attitude, but without realizing it, she became completely absorbed. Before she knew it, she had already flipped to the last page. It's over already? Yi Bingli was so engrossed that she didn't even realize she had finished reading. She couldn't help but take a small gasp. This could be a book that overturns the market. Judging solely by the title, it had no standout features. Moreover, this book didn't even have a cover. The synopsis was just like the title, with only one sentence. Shui Yu is the handsomest in the world. It could be said that it stepped into almost all the pitfalls that newcomers would fall into. But surprisingly, the quality of the main text of this book was exceptionally high. It truly realized the saying, the writing is good enough to break through. This writing style shouldn't be from some big shot using a small account. If it were really an old author using a small account, they wouldn't deliberately step into these pitfalls. Yi Bingli quickly concluded that this was a new author, relying on the quality of the main text. It was enough to cover up all its shortcomings. It definitely deserves her evaluation as a book that overturns the market. Given Yi Bingli's personality, she didn't like to comment actively, so she added this book to her bookshelf and marked it as a favorite. After calculating the time, her eighth sister should be preparing dinner soon. Yi Bingli walked out of her room and went downstairs. During dinner, for Luo Yuntian, it was no different from usual. The only difference was that the sisters who serve him food increased from 3 to 4. All right, I'm full. Basically, Luo Yuntian didn't need to pick food himself. After the several sisters served him food, he was full. As Luo Yuntian went upstairs, Xiao Mengyin and the others exchanged glances. As the saying goes, 3 monks have no water to drink, let alone now with 4. Because they had other sisters watching, it was basically impossible for anyone to go find Luo Yuntian alone. Luo Yuntian, however, was quite stable. He returned to his room. Feeling bored, he flipped through the novel he had written earlier and was somewhat surprised. Already hundreds of collections? The prompt on his bookshelf showed that he had accumulated several hundred. That is quite a number. After all, he was currently in a state with no recommendations, what is commonly referred to as running naked. Just relying on the most basic entry into the database had achieved this level, which could be considered quite good. Luo Yuntian browsed the comment section. Woo, author. It's so good. Author, please update quickly. I've never seen such a good novel. Shui Yu is the handsomest in the world. I'm already attracted by this catchy title. The author's name is Shui Yu, so the author must be the handsomest in the world. Seeing the comment section starting to heat up, Luo Yuntian felt a strange sensation in his heart. This feeling seemed indeed quite wonderful. After browsing the comment section, Luo Yuntian's interest was piqued. For a top student, or even a genius, boredom is a terrifying thing. After all, any exam question can be solved at a glance. Playing chess at the highest difficulty can easily defeat the computer. Boredom had led him to only play chess and gamoku with himself. It was rare that now, after writing Shui Yu is the handsomest in the world, his heart wasn't so bored anymore. After looking at the comments for a while, Luo Yuntian fell asleep. The next morning, under the care of several sisters, Luo Yuntian finished breakfast and went to school as usual. When he walked through the school gate, a familiar figure jumped out from behind a big tree. Hiding behind the tree was, of course, Mu Xiaodai. Luo Yuntian, hello. As soon as Luo Yuntian got close, Mu Xiaodai jumped out, her big eyes sparkling. pretending as if they had coincidentally met. Luo Yuntian nodded. When Mu Xiaodai appeared, even Ling Ling and the others' auras became less restless. Clearly, they saw that the young master didn't dislike Mu Xiaodai, so they naturally had no intentions of regarding her as an enemy. What a coincidence. Luo Yuntian, we could go to school together again. Luo Yuntian glanced at Mu Xiaodai, a slight smile on his lips. Little Feudy, do you think this is a coincidence? Or was someone waiting for me here on purpose? Mu Xiaodai's little face paused for a moment. Then she somewhat nervously spoke. Where? There's so many people in school. It's very normal for us to meet. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but smile. This girl even finds such a clumsy excuse just because there are so many people in school. They met by such coincidence, which seemed unusual. At this moment, Mu Xiaodai realized something. A brilliant light suddenly burst forth from her starry eyes. Classmate Luo Yuntian, you call me little lucky butterfly. That sounds so nice. Mu Xiaodai instantly became full of energy, immersed in Luo Yuntian's nickname for her. Luo Yuntian glanced at her. Little lucky butterfly, have you forgotten our agreement? Of course. I haven't forgotten. Then how are you doing with it? I studied really hard yesterday. Seeing her expression, Luo Yuntian could see through everything. And the result? The result doesn't matter. Even if my previous results weren't great, I've now found an excellent tutor to help me catch up. Who is it? Luo Yuntian thought for a moment. He had glanced at the grades before. Mu Xiaodia's two roommates, Li Qingxue and Zhao Ninyu, didn't seem to have good grades either. Other than them, she probably wasn't familiar with anyone else. It's you, classmate Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian? He was now full of questions. This little girl had so many tricks. Little lucky butterfly, you'd better realize one thing. The agreement I made was for you to rank in the top 50 of the mock exam. And now, you're asking me to tutor you? Of course. She knew that was the agreement Luo Yuntian had made. A hint of cunning flashed in Mu Xiaodia's starry eyes. But you never said I couldn't ask you for tutoring. It turned out this little girl was waiting for him. I never said that. Luo Yuntian's words gave Mu Xiaodai a glimmer of hope. But I never said that, and you never mentioned it either. Now that you bring it up, it's equivalent to making a request to me. Since it's a request, I have to decide whether to agree or not. Mu Xiaodai was taken aback. Can it still be played this way? Relying on her little cleverness. She realized that she still couldn't easily take advantage of Luo Yuntian, the academic powerhouse. At this moment, Luo Yuntian had already sped away. Classmate Luo Yuntian, wait. Mu Xiaodai hurriedly chased after him. As the two walked together, they quickly attracted attention throughout the campus. With Luo Yuntian's stunning good looks, it was easy to imagine the commotion he would cause in the campus. Not to mention, Mu Xiaodai beside him was also quite beautiful, a real beauty. Together, they caused an enormous stir. Wow, what a handsome guy. Is he the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Luo Yuntian, who spoke at the freshman meeting? Ah, how can he be so handsome? I can't take it. Who is that girl next to him? Why is there another girl walking beside him? I saw them together yesterday. Could they be a couple? Oh, mama, I'm heartbroken. Countless girls were secretly discussing. Many recognized Luo Yuntian, and some even realized that he and Mu Xiaodai had walked together yesterday. Today, seeing them together again undoubtedly led many girls to misunderstand the situation. It felt as if they were experiencing heartbreak. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaodai felt quite pleased. She enjoyed the feeling of being misunderstood as Luo Yuntian's girlfriend. So many people are misunderstanding. That's great. Who knows? Maybe I can really use this public opinion to be with him. Mu Xiaodia's little face flushed slightly. She stole a glance at Luo Yuntian with her sparkling starry eyes. Moreover, he didn't even explain when others misunderstood them. Maybe he has already liked me in his heart, and I don't even need to rely on public opinion to be with him. Mu Xiaodai imagined. Even thinking about how to respond if Luo Yuntian confessed to her in the future. Stay away from me. Mu Xiaodai. Luo Yuntian's words instantly pulled Mu Xiaodai back to reality. The corners of her beautiful lips slightly drooped, looking pitiful. Classmate Luo Yuntian. Chapter 37. Shopping with Sister Mengyin, couple restaurant? Faced with Mu Xiaodai's pitiful appearance, Luo Yuntian still had an unyielding expression. Xiaodai, have you forgotten? We should maintain our distance. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaodai could only move aside a bit. Seeing that Luo Yuntian's expression remained unchanged, she continued to move. She kept moving until she was 99 centimeters away when Luo Yuntian's expression finally softened. Taking this opportunity, she stopped in her tracks. 99 centimeters, 1 centimeter closer than yesterday. Mu Xiaodia's beautiful eyes sparkled. Thanks to her plan to be with her boyfriend for 100 days, she had practiced measuring countless times. Now, her steps could be perfectly precise to the centimeter. Compared to yesterday's 1 meter, she was now just 99 centimeters away from Luo Yuntian. Indeed, she had made progress of 1 centimeter. If this continued, after 100 days, she would be able to walk right next to him, achieving zero distance contact. Mu Xiaodia's starry eyes were filled with little stars. By the 101st day, she might even reach negative distance. Oh my, how embarrassing. While Mu Xiaodai was lost in her fantasies, she felt a bit uncertain. He wouldn't be unaware that I'm just 99 centimeters away from him today, would he? Although she had made progress of 1 centimeter. She couldn't help but wonder if Luo Yuntian didn't notice this centimeter of distance and was just allowing her to do so. Who knows, by tomorrow, she might retreat back to a meter. Sigh. So anxious. Mu Xiaodai felt a bit unsure. Although she had indeed moved 1 centimeter closer today, he might still think she was a meter away from him, which is why he didn't push her away. After all, a 1 centimeter difference is hard to notice. Perhaps Luo Yuntian really didn't feel it. However, soon her heart filled with confidence as she huffed. My boyfriend is so smart and a top student. He definitely wouldn't miss such a detail. He must have allowed me to move 1 centimeter closer and is fully accepting me in his heart. As Mu Xiaodai thought this, she became energetic again. Luo Yuntian glanced at her, seemingly thinking that this girl truly didn't know what giving up meant. She always looked so full of energy. While Mu Xiaodai was happily lost in her thoughts, Luo Yuntian had already walked far away. Luo Yuntian, wait for me. Mu Xiaodai hurriedly chased after him. Today's military training was much simpler than yesterday's. Yesterday, Yang Wei had arranged for the instructor to create trouble, and subsequently reported it to the director, Ma Pijing, hoping to have Luo Yuntian disciplined. However, after Zhang Meng's arrival yesterday, the instructor had changed and was incredibly polite to Luo Yuntian's entire class. Yang Wei had completely calmed down now. The scene of being reprimanded fiercely by Ma Pijing yesterday was still fresh in his mind, until he figured out Luo Yuntian's background. He dared not create trouble for him again. However, don't think that I've just given up. Yang Wei secretly vowed that no matter what, he would get Mu Xiaodai. The morning passed quietly like this. As noon approached, Luo Yuntian's phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he found it was his sister Mengyin. Xiao Mengyin calling. After a moment's thought, Luo Yuntian answered. Yuntian, what are you doing? The military training just ended. Yuntian, Sister Mengyin remembers you don't have military training this afternoon, right? That's right. That's good. Come accompany Sister Mengyin shopping now. Luo Yuntian was momentarily taken aback. Accompanying Sister Mengyin shopping? Accompanying a woman shopping could be considered one of the most terrifying things. It's even more exhausting than doing anything else. Yuntian, there's no negotiation. The ninth sister just knows how to occupy you in the villa. She hasn't properly accompanied you yet. Last time when you gave her a massage, it wasn't long before Sister Bingley came back. It's rare to have outdoor time. You must accompany her shopping. Luo Yuntian felt a bit speechless. However, his sister Mengyin was right. During this time, they had spent much time together. He had nothing to do this afternoon, so he might as well accompany her shopping. All right, Sister Mengyin, I'll go shopping with you. Sister Mengyin knew Yuntian is the best. Time, location. The time is now. The location. Xiao Mengyin provided an address. After hanging up, Mu Xiaodai approached. Luo Yuntian, shall we go have lunch together? I'm going to leave the school and probably want to be back in the afternoon. Mu Xiaodai was slightly taken aback. Then, how will you help me with my studies? Luo Yuntian smirked slightly. Did I promise to help you with your studies? Even if I do, it doesn't have to be today. Then, what am I supposed to do today? Math is so hard. Figure out yourself. Throwing down that line, Luo Yuntian left. Mu Xiaodai's little head was a bit dazed. Figure it out myself? What kind of answer is that? Seeing that today, Mu Xiaodai could only rely on herself. After a while, Luo Yuntian arrived at the place he had agreed upon with his sister Mengyin, Xia Mengyin. He quickly saw his stunningly beautiful sister. Especially those long legs, they were simply eye-catching. Let us go, Yuntian. Xia Mengyin directly linked her arm with Luo Yuntian's. That softness rubbed directly against his arm without any hesitation. Sister Mengyin, where are we going first? We still haven't had lunch, of course. We're going to eat first. The two walked for a while when Xia Mengyin's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up because she saw a sign. Today, couple meals are half price. Yuntian, shall we eat there? A hint of mischief flashed in Xia Mengyin's eyes. Luo Yuntian looked at the restaurant Xia Mengyin was pointing at. There wasn't anything particularly special about it, and it was rather small. However, since his sister Mengyin wanted to eat there, he certainly wouldn't refuse. All right. Before they headed to that restaurant, Xia Mengyin pointed at the sign. Yuntian, look, today couple meals are half price. Yeah, but it has nothing to do with us. How does it have nothing to do with us? A glimmer of mischief flashed in Xia Mengyin's beautiful eyes. We can also eat at half price. Luo Yuntian. Soon, he realized that his sister Mengyin wanted to pretend to be a couple with him. No way, absolutely not. Why not? If we pretend to be a couple, no one will know. Besides, who says we don't look like a couple? Xia Mengyin tightened her hold on Luo Yuntian's arm, looking very happy. In an instant, countless passers-by felt their hearts break. That man next to her, is he really that beauteous boyfriend? I don't want to believe it, but they are so close. It must be true. I refuse to accept it. In terms of height and looks, where do I fall short? But in reality, you really do fall short in both height and looks. Can you even compare to that young man? Oh, such a handsome guy. How come he has a girlfriend? Xia Mengyin's lips curled up even more. Luo Yuntian, however, slightly shook off her arm. No, we can't go eat this half-price deal. Why not? We can save money. Sister Mengyin, we're not short on money. Even if we're not short on money, we can still save some. Sister Mengyin, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Luo Yuntian's last words left Xia Mengyin a bit at a loss for words. Luo Yuntian was well aware of what kind of trick Xia Mengyin was playing. She definitely wasn't trying to save money. His pocket money was 100 million, while Xia Mengyin and her friend's pocket money started at several hundred million. To join such a half-price event just to save money would really be suspicious. His own sister Mengyin clearly wanted to pretend to be a couple with him. Then she would show off to her other sisters. If things got serious, he might end up being beaten up by his sisters. Yuntian, can we just do it this once? No way. Sister Mengyin, if you insist on participating in this half-price event, then I want to go in. Hey, no. All right. We want to pretend to be a couple. Can we just walk in like this? In the end, Luo Yuntian agreed to Xia Mengyin's request. Okay, let's do it this way. But remember, when we're outside, you still call me little brother. I'll call you Sister 8. Got it, little brother. Luo Yuntian didn't let her call him Yuntian outside. He mainly worried that others might misunderstand them as a couple. He didn't mind much, but it could have some influence on Xia Mengyin. The two walked towards the restaurant. The hostess at the entrance saw the two, especially when she saw Luo Yuntian. Her eyes practically sparkled to the point of stopping her brain. However, upon seeing Xia Mengyin next to Luo Yuntian, she knew she had no hope. Hello, are you two a couple? Today, couples eat at half price. Before Luo Yuntian could say anything, Xia Mengyin hugged Luo Yuntian's arm. Just when Luo Yuntian thought Xia Mengyin was going to pretend to be a couple again and was ready to pull her away, Xia Mengyin cunningly spoke up. Excuse me, if we're not a couple, can we be siblings? Only then did Luo Yuntian stop. In that case, it was still somewhat true. Siblings? The hostess was slightly stunned. Could it be that Luo Yuntian and Xia Mengyin aren't a couple, but rather siblings? However, the affectionate look in Xia Mengyin's eyes towards Luo Yuntian made the hostess conclude that there was no way they were just siblings. They must be a couple. Even though Xia Mengyin claimed she and Luo Yuntian weren't a couple, to the hostess, they were definitely a couple. Xia Mengyin was just intentionally covering it up, using the sibling angle to disguise the fact that they were a couple. The sibling option won't work? Oh. The hostess chuckled, trying to get Xia Mengyin or Luo Yuntian to admit that they were indeed a couple. Xia Mengyin felt a bit deflated. It was hard for Luo Yuntian to back down now, just when she was thinking about whether to really leave and go to another place. The female manager of the restaurant approached. The sibling option is, of course, acceptable. A high-profile pair of siblings like you two can definitely enjoy this half-price deal. That's great. Little brother, let us go. Xiao Mingyin hooked her arm around Luo Yuntian's, speaking affectionately. Luo Yuntian had no choice but to accompany her as they walked into the restaurant. After they ordered, the dishes were quickly served. Xiao Mingyin was eating happily, even seeming to have a much larger appetite than usual. Sister 8, slow down. I didn't see you this happy when you were eating Sister 6's food. Their Sister 6 is a world chef. But even when Xiao Mingyin was eating dishes made by Sister 6, she hadn't shown such enthusiasm. Who said Sister 6's food is the best? Hee, but besides Sister 6's cooking, this place's food is the best. Luo Yuntian knew very well that the food here wasn't particularly good. It could only be described as mediocre. Compared to the dishes made by Sister 6, it was completely inferior. The reason Xiao Mingyin was enjoying her meal so much was undoubtedly because she was eating with him, while Luo Yuntian was eating normally. He soon noticed something. Sister 8, it seems there are many couples over there taking pictures. Chapter 38. The first time, a little painful, but still very happy many couples are now standing by the wall, having their photos taken by the restaurant staff. It's nothing unusual. Here, couples get half price, so it can be considered a couple's restaurant. If they want to take photos here, there's nothing wrong with that. Xiao Mingyin is indifferent. Luo Yuntian, however, feels that something is off. After all, this is too much, and almost every couple is doing it. Luo Yuntian called over a waiter. Excuse me, what's going on with all those couples taking pictures over there? Sir, it's our restaurant's couple half-price service. We invite couples to take photos and hang them on our couple's wall. Sure enough, Luo Yuntian didn't say anything further. However, Xiao Mingyin's beautiful eyes lit up. Taking couple photos and hanging them on the couple's wall? That sounds great. Let's pay the full price then. We won't be using the half-price service. No. Don't do that, little brother. Xiao Mingyin hurriedly interjected. It's not every day there's such a good opportunity. She wouldn't let slip by. The previous floor manager approached. Sir, madam, I mentioned earlier that sibling pairs are fine. We chose you because of your high looks and would like to use your photos to promote our restaurant. But if you can't accept it, we won't take your photos. You can still pay 75 of the original price. The female floor manager's attitude was quite sincere. Xiao Mingyin also acted a bit coy. Little brother, just take a picture with me, okay? Luo Yuntian felt a bit helpless. If they had to take the picture, that would be fine. But it absolutely couldn't be hung on the couple's wall. If it was put there, it would cause too many misunderstandings. His other sisters would flip out if they found out. All right, that's no problem at all. The floor manager readily agreed. Luo Yuntian indulged Xiao Mingyin at this moment. But there's an old saying, when yellow mud falls in the pants, it's not a matter of whether it's a big deal or not. After the photo is taken, even if it's not hung on the couple's wall, can this matter be explained clearly if his other sisters find out? Little brother, we can take the photo now, Xiao Mingyin said excitedly, affectionately linking her arm with Luo Yuntian. Click. The sound of the photo being taken quickly echoed. The photo of the two was completed. Can we get the photo now? If so, could you give us one? Yes, actually we can give you both. The female manager smiled as she spoke. Xiao Mingyin quickly ran to the photographer. Her photo with Luo Yuntian was prioritized for printing. She soon returned with 2 photos. Look, little brother, it turned out really nice, right? Yeah, not bad. Mostly because I look good. Xiao Mingyin. So full of yourself. She commented slightly. But she also knew this was indeed a fact. In her eyes, it was because this little fairy was too beautiful. At this moment, Luo Yuntian suddenly snatched the 2 photos from her hands. Little brother, give them back to me, Xiao Mingyin exclaimed, as if her favorite toy had been taken away. She anxiously tried to get them back. Meanwhile, Luo Yuntian seemed to be deliberately teasing her by not giving them back. On the other side, the female manager and the photographer smiled at the affectionate scene between the two. Such closeness made it hard to imagine they were siblings. They really looked like a couple. The female manager, looking at the backup of the photos and then glancing at Xiao Mingyin not far away, felt that she looked very familiar. You are the famous streamer Xiao Mingyin. What? The attention of the other people in the restaurant turned toward them. Thanks to the manager's reminder. They also recognized that the person next to Luo Yuntian was none other than Xiao Mingyin. They never expected to see their idol in real life. Countless people were excited at that moment. At the same time, many were wondering about Luo Yuntian's identity. Xiao Mingyin covered her forehead. She was recognized again. It's nothing. I'm just out having a meal with my little brother. Her beautiful eyes sparkled slightly. All right, I can start a live stream at this moment. How could she not share such a happy moment with her fans? Xiao Mingyin quickly opened her live streaming room. However, when editing the title, she glanced at Luo Yuntian beside her. She had a little thought and edited the title to having a meal with the one I love, super happy, heart. As soon as Xiao Mingyin's live stream started, her chat room exploded. First, the goddess is live streaming again. I'm first. This title is causing trouble. What does it mean to have a meal with the one I love? Has Goddess Mingyin found a boyfriend? My youth is over. Tell me who it is, or I'll die without any regrets. Today's live stream is simply a critical hit for me. The entire chat room was flooded with comments. It was clear just how terrifying Xiao Mingyin's popularity was. Of course, the title also played a significant role in this explosion. Luo Yuntian glanced at the title of her live stream and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Having a meal with the one I love? Sister, do you have to use such words that can easily lead to misunderstandings? Is it that hard to add the one I cherish? It was intentional. His sister was definitely doing it on purpose. However, Luo Yuntian really couldn't say anything about it. After all, love between siblings is still love. Moreover, the two of them weren't even real siblings. Good afternoon, everyone. Xiao Mingyin greeted the viewers in her live stream. Instantly, rows of not good comments flooded in. After all, the goddess had gotten a boyfriend. Many viewers who were eating felt their meals were less tasty. I'm currently in a restaurant having lunch with my little brother. Do you all want to take a look? It's so lavish. Xiao Mingyin swept the camera over the food on the dining table. What? The brother of the goddess Mingyin? Does it mean that the person the goddess Mingyin loves is just her brother? So, the goddess Mingyin is having lunch with her brother. My youth has returned. Thanks to goddess Mingyin for saving my love. Hey, upstairs, don't think I didn't TC you. You were also the one who just said my youth has returned. Goddess Mingyin, I'm not married. You're not married. We are perfect for each other. If Goddess Mingyin were with me, I would give you a whole sky in return. The bullet comments in the live stream were flooding in. Many people expressed that their lost youth has returned. Some are teasing about how to pursue Xiao Mingyin. Xiao Mingyin's live streaming nickname is Mingyin Liantian. The fans in the live stream thought that Xiao Mingyin loved the sky. But actually, Xiao Mingyin secretly glanced at Luo Yuntian. Goddess Mingyin, we want to see what the national brother looks like. That's right. I want to take a look at my future brother-in-law and future little brother. Hey, that's my little brother. The viewers in the live stream clamored to see Luo Yuntian's appearance. At this moment, Xiao Mingyin chuckled and pointed the camera at Luo Yuntian. Upon seeing Luo Yuntian's stunningly handsome face, the audience was stunned. Even the bullet comments momentarily came to a halt. This is simply ridiculously handsome. Is this the power of genetics? The incredibly beautiful goddess Mingyin even has such extraordinary looks in her brother. But they didn't know that Xiao Mingyin and Luo Yuntian were not biological siblings. Essentially, they were just senior and junior disciples. The female manager at this moment hesitated to say something. Clever Xiao Mingyin immediately understood. Right, my little brother and I are currently at. Xiao Mingyin completely reported the name of the restaurant. The food at this place is quite good. Everyone can come and try it when you have the time. My little brother and I still have to eat, so I want to chat with everyone for now. Xiao Mingyin chatted with her fans and then temporarily ended the live stream. This happiness shared is so delightful. Thank you. Great streamer Mingyin. The female lobby manager was extremely excited at this moment. The promotion from Xiao Mingyin just now is truly invaluable. She quickly headed to the back to tell the boss this good news. Xiao Mingyin was still happily daydreaming. Luo Yuntian gently pinched her arm. Little brother, what are you doing? Sister, haven't you made enough noise? Luo Yuntian said helplessly. Where did I make noise? Doesn't little brother think that such a happy moment should be shared? Xiao Mingyin pouted. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like this is the first time she's having a meal outside with her little brother. And she's even being pinched by him. Such things should also be shared. Just turning on a live stream, isn't enough. Xiao Mingyin took a picture of the spot that Luo Yuntian had pinched. Soon, She edited a moment's post. With a little thought, she decided not to let her little brother, as well as her master and mistress, and others see it. She only shared it with her sisters, Mu Shueiyao and the others. She sent it out. For the first time, it hurt a bit, but she was still very happy. As soon as Xia Mengyin posted this on her moments quickly exploded. She had only chosen to share it with her 7 sisters. But that was enough. Xia Mengyin's moments quickly accumulated countless comments. At this moment, Xia Mengyin didn't even look. She was feeling quite blissful inside. Envy let you all envy. Undoubtedly. The other sisters must be extremely envious of her right now. Ding ding ding. Soon, Xia Mengyin's phone rang. She looked and saw it was Mu Shueiyao calling. Since Luo Yuntian was still beside her, Xia Mengyin directly hung up. Ding. Just after hanging up, her WeChat notification sound rang. Without a doubt, it was still Mu Shueiyao. 8th sister, were you posting on moments? What's wrong? Can I share my joyful time with my little brother? What's there to share? ISNT, it just going out to eat with my little brother? Hee, 9th sister, it seems you're very envious. I'm not envious at all. On the other side, Mu Shueiyao, who was lying on the bed drawing comics, could hardly control herself. Not envious? She was simply exploding with envy. Going out shopping with her little brother. What a great idea. How come she didn't think of it? Chapter 39. I have 10 sisters like this. 8th sister. Watch your wording in your social media posts. What is wrong with my wording? What first time? A little painful. Why do you have to use such a misleading title? Just now, I was pinched by my little brother for the first time. Of course, it's the first time. It hurt a bit. Besides, when I posted it, I chose it carefully, only for you few sisters to see. That is still not okay. Just be jealous, 9th sister. I sent the message to avoid being discovered by Luo Yuntian. Xia Mengyin immediately set her phone to silent. She didn't reply to Mu Shueiyao's messages afterward. Stinky 8th sister, I was just thinking about you. Just now, Xia Mengyin's title really shocked Mu Shueiyao. If she had glanced at Xia Mengyin's live stream while it was happening, she might have known that Xia Mengyin was referring to Luo Yuntian. But she was drawing manga just now and didn't watch Xia Mengyin's live stream at all. Suddenly seeing Xia Mengyin's social media post almost scared her to death. She thought her 8th sister was in a relationship, and that things were moving so fast. They were already involved. Clicking to take a look, she realized it was just about having a meal with her little brother. In that case, Mu Shueiyao felt even worse. I'm so envious of this little fairy. Mu Shueiyao rolled around on the bed. In her heart, she secretly made up her mind. She must find an opportunity to compete for her little brother again. Xia Mengyin happily finished her social media post. The food was almost eaten up. She felt that today was simply the happiest day. At this time, besides the lobby manager, the restaurant owner also came out. She was also a female boss. Thank you, Mengyin the great streamer, for promoting our store. You are in your brother's expenses today, as well as future expenses in our store. We will waive them all. The female boss was very excited, fully aware of what Xia Mengyin's previous promotion meant for the store. Xia Mengyin shook her head. That won't do. The money that should be paid still has to be paid. But let us stick to what we said before. Half price after taking photos is fine. The female boss hesitated for a moment. Mengyin the great streamer, it really doesn't matter to our small shop to waive this little bit. All right then. We'll charge half price. Mengyin the great streamer. This couple's silver ring is a gift for you. This is the prize for the most good-looking combination from this photo shoot. If you don't mind in the future, you can consider giving it to your boyfriend. Boyfriend Xia Mengyin seemed to have a little thought. Then thank you. Xia Mengyin took the ring. After Luo Yuntian finished paying, the two of them walked out of the restaurant. At this time, Xia Mengyin took out one of the silver rings. Little brother, this ring, I'm giving it to you. Xia Mengyin wanted to give the couple silver ring she received during the visit to Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian was a bit surprised. 8th sister, didn't the boss just say this is a couple silver ring? Xia Mengyin's snowy face turned a little red. Oh, what couple ring? It's just a ring. I don't have a boyfriend. Little brother, you just wear it for now. Luo Yuntian looked at her a little more. At this moment, Xia Mengyin looked a bit puffed up. Little brother, are you going to wear it or not? All right, I'll wear it. Luo Yuntian put the ring on, and only then did Xia Mengyin feel happy. Come on, little brother, stretch out your hand. I want to take a photo. Xia Mengyin also put the other ring on her hand and reached out to Luo Yuntian. Click, accompanied by the phone's shutter sound. Xiao Mingyin's phone already had this photo of the two of them. Xiao Mingyin felt very pleased. She was somewhat reluctant to post this photo on social media. She planned to keep it well for now. Let us go, little brother. We've finished eating. Let us go shopping. Xiao Mingyin pulled Luo Yuntian's arm and walked towards the distant shopping street. And this pair of handsome man and beautiful woman walked on the street. The rate of people turning their heads was almost 100%. Xiao Mingyin didn't take care at all along the way. She kept affectionately linking her arm with Luo Yuntian, looking very happy. Let us go, little brother. There's a luxury watch store here. Let us go in and take a look. All the way, Xiao Mingyin kept wanting to buy things for Luo Yuntian. On the contrary, she seemed to care less about herself. However, Luo Yuntian knew very well. If she really started buying, she might end up buying the whole street for him. Luo Yuntian? As soon as they walked into this luxury watch store, voices came from inside. Luo Yuntian looked over and saw some of his high school classmates. 2 boys and 2 girls. Zhang Tian, it's me. Luo Yuntian responded, but Zhang Tian's mind was somewhat not on Luo Yuntian anymore. His gaze was entirely focused on Xiao Mingyin beside Luo Yuntian. Beautiful, truly stunning. He had never seen such an incredibly beautiful woman. Among the 2 girls in Zhang Tian's group, one of them had a look of disbelief in her eyes. It was hard to imagine that she encountered someone even more beautiful than herself. And this person was someone Luo Yuntian knew. It was one of the 4 school beauties from Luo Yuntian's high school days, Yang Wanyue. Yuntian, is this your girlfriend? Zhang Tian looked somewhat incredulous. Xiao Mingyin felt very pleased in her heart, seemingly enjoying this misunderstanding. Just as she was about to say something, another girl beside Yang Wanyue exclaimed, You are the famous streamer Xiao Mingyin. Xiao Mingyin suddenly had to swallow back what she wanted to say. She originally wanted to play along and say she was her little brother's girlfriend. But now that she had been recognized, she had just said in her live stream that Luo Yuntian was her little brother. If she said she was Luo Yuntian's girlfriend now, it would undoubtedly be even more awkward if it got exposed. Sigh, if only I had a profession like Ninth Sister, a cartoonist. Then I could come out without anyone recognizing me and pretend to be my little brother's girlfriend however I wanted. Xiao Mingyin felt a bit regretful. At this moment, she smiled and spoke. Yes, I am Xiao Mingyin and also 8th sister to my little brother. The store owner had now personally rushed over. Great streamer Xia. What would you like to buy? Take a look in the store. Is there anything you like? He knew that with Xiao Mingyin's purchasing power, whatever she bought would certainly not be cheap. Xiao Mingyin boldly stated, I want one of every brand and style of luxury watch in the store. I want to buy them for my little brother to change and wear every day. The store owner almost fainted from shock. Zhang Tian and the others were even more astonished. One of every brand and style of luxury watch? Oh my goodness, this sister is too generous. I wish I had a sister like this. Zhang Tian and the others were now so envious of Luo Yuntian that they could hardly contain it. Xiao Mingyin's bold action completely stunned Zhang Tian and the others. They were envious to the extreme of Luo Yuntian. Meanwhile, the store owner was so excited that he was about to faint. Great streamer Xia. Are you sure? You want one of every brand and style of luxury watch in the store, of course. Just wrap them all up. I'm taking them back for my little brother to change and wear every day. As soon as Xiao Mingyin finished speaking, the shop owner didn't ask anything further. He quickly arranged everything as soon as they entered the store. One luxury watch after another was packaged up. Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, Patek Philippe. Zhang Tian and the others felt their hearts racing. Back in high school, Luo Yuntian's family restricted his pocket money. He was probably given around 10 million to spend freely, but Luo Yuntian never flaunted it. Zhang Tian and the others only knew that Luo Yuntian was extraordinarily handsome. They had no idea that his family was so wealthy. The famous streamer Xiao Mingyin was actually Luo Yuntian's sister. This was simply unbelievable. Classmate Luo, how about we add each other on WeChat? At this moment, the school beauty Yang Wanyue spoke up. She had pursued Luo Yuntian in high school, but had ultimately failed. Now that she ran into him again, she certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. No, my little brother didn't bring his phone. We can't add WeChat. Xiao Mingyin quickly interjected, feeling a slight sense of crisis. You little girl, trying to add my little brother on WeChat? What are you scheming? Yang Wanyue thought for a moment and replied with a smile. Then how about classmate Luo gives me his WeChat ID, and I'll add him? Classmate Luo should be able to remember his own WeChat ID. After all, he's an academic genius. This little girl, she's really my little brother. Seeing that it seemed hard to evade, Xiao Mingyin spoke up directly. All right, then I'll give you my little brother's ID. His WeChat ID is... Xiao Mingyin recited a WeChat ID. Yang Wanyue had already strained her memory to remember it. Even the girl next to her was trying hard to memorize it, hoping to see if she could add Luo Yuntian's WeChat later. Luo Yuntian looked at Xiao Mingyin in surprise. His eighth sister, she really. He felt a bit helpless in his heart. Yang Wanyue had already sent a friend request. Classmate Luo, I've sent you a friend request. Remember to accept it on your phone when you get back. However, Luo Yuntian knew that this friend request would not be accepted because the ID Xiao Mingyin just gave was not his WeChat ID at all. Who knows where she randomly pulled that ID from? Let's talk about it when we get back. Let us go, little brother. Xiao Mingyin linked her arm with Luo Yuntian's as she spoke. Okay, eighth sister. Earlier, Xiao Mingyin had introduced herself as Luo Yuntian's eighth sister. And now Luo Yuntian also referred to her as eighth sister. Zhang Tian finally couldn't help but ask Yuntian, Do you have eight sisters? No, not. Zhang Tian was somewhat puzzled. Why did they use the term eighth sister? Was this a unique way of addressing each other between them? Luo Yuntian's lips curled up slightly. Actually, I have 10 beautiful and wealthy sisters. After saying that, without caring about Zhang Tian and the others' shock, he directly left with Xiao Mingyin. Zhang Tian and the others were now even more stunned. 10 such beautiful and wealthy sisters. I'm so jealous I could die. I can't take it anymore. I want to go back to my mother's womb and be reborn. Don't stop me. Chapter 40. Praise from Sister Bingli and the secretly delighted Luo Yuntian, under the envious and explosive gazes of Zhang Tian and others. Xiao Mingyin and Luo Yuntian left the luxury watch store. The two continued to shop for quite a while, buying many things of various sizes, especially Xiao Mingyin, who took many beautiful photos, almost all of which included her and Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian could only indulge her. After all, it was a rare opportunity to accompany Xiao Mingyin on a shopping trip. Mingyin, it's time for us to head back, right? Not to mention anything else. You still need to prepare dinner at home, Luo Yuntian said to Xiao Mingyin when only the two of them were left and the time was getting close. Now, he no longer needed to call her Sister 8, and Xiao Mingyin naturally didn't need to call him little brother anymore. Xiao Mingyin had intended to shop a bit longer, but Luo Yuntian was right. If she didn't go back, no one would prepare dinner. Sigh, I really don't want to go back right now. I wish Sister 6 could come back during this time. Their Sister 6 was a world-class chef. If Sister 6 were home, she wouldn't have to worry about dinner at all. Now, she could only accompany Luo Yuntian back. The two got in the supercar that Xiao Mingyin had left behind. Yuntian, you drive, take me back. Luo Yuntian glanced at her, a slight smile on his lips. Okay, Mingyin, I'm the best driver. I drive very steadily. Xiao Mingyin. For some reason, she felt that his words were a bit awkward. Was she being teased by Yuntian? Stupid Yuntian, drive quickly. All right, I'm driving now. Luo Yuntian drove the supercar, speeding toward the villa. Before long, they returned to the villa. As they walked into the villa, carrying bags of various items, Mu Shuiyao, who usually stayed in her room drawing comics, suddenly rushed over. Sister Mingyin, where did you and Yuntian go? Yuntian, and I went shopping, of course. How could you drag Yuntian to go shopping with you? Mu Shuiyao looked very annoyed. Sister 9, I see you're jealous. Xiao Mingyin said smugly. Jealous? How could I be jealous? Mu Shuiyao was very insincere. Luo Yuntian felt a bit helpless. After all, the two sisters had been bickering over him for quite some time. Suddenly remembering something, Mu Shuiyao angrily put her hands on her waist. Sister Mingyin, what kind of nonsense did you post on your moments? Delete it quickly. Moments? Luo Yuntian was slightly surprised. When Xiao Mingyin posted on her moments before, she chose not to let him see. He really didn't know what she had posted. Xiao Mingyin wished she could punch her ninth sister for her loose lips. I won't delete it. It was just a normal post showing off some food. She didn't want Luo Yuntian to think of anything else. Mu Shuiyao wanted to say something more, but suddenly noticed the rings on Xiao Mingyin and Luo Yuntian's hands. Sister Mingyin, what is this? This is a ring I gave to Yuntian. How is it pretty, right? Sister Mingyin actually gave Yuntian a ring. Then I must give Yuntian something too. just as the two were turning their solid sisterhood over Luo Yuntian into a plastic sisterhood again. The door to Yi Bingli's room upstairs opened. The stunning Yi Bingli walked out. Sister 8, Sister 9, what are you doing downstairs? Yuntian? Seeing Luo Yuntian. Even Yi Bingli's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine. Sister Bingli. Luo Yuntian smiled back. Mu Shuiyao's heart sank. Could it be that she hadn't dealt with one competitor before another one appeared? By the way, Sister Bingli, what were you doing in your room? Why did it take you so long to come down? Mu Shuiyao intentionally changed the subject. I was in my room, of course, writing. By the way, I recently discovered a very promising new book called Shui Yu, the most handsome in the world. I recommend it to you. Luo Yuntian was momentarily stunned. Shui Yu, the most handsome in the world? Isn't that the novel he casually wrote? Shui Yu, the most handsome in the world was only a few tens of thousands of words long. He didn't expect that his Bingli's sister would find it. Sister Bingli, since you say it has great potential, it must be really good, right? Mu Shuiyao's eyes lit up slightly. The comic and novel circles are somewhat interconnected. After all, both involve creation, and they can learn from each other's experiences. Many novels have been adapted into comics, and famous comics have also been presented in novel form. Her Bingley sister was a platinum author. If even she said it was good, it must really be a great new book. Mu Shuiyao was indeed very interested. Although the title and synopsis are terrible, it has truly good writing. It's definitely a good book. Yi Bingli praised, while Luo Yuntian's mouth twitched slightly. The title and synopsis are terrible. Forget it, considering what his Bingli's sister said afterward. He would take it as a compliment. Yuntian accompanied Sister Mingyin back to her room to put things away. Xiao Mingyin's eyes sparkled. No way, Sister Mingyin, you can carry your own things. Why trouble Yuntian? Ninth sister, didn't you see how much I bought? Then just take a few more trips. You'll be able to carry it all eventually. The gazes of Xiao Mingyin and Mu Shuiyao met in the air, almost sparking. I don't care. I can't move anymore. I can't take any more trips. Okay, then I'll help Sister Mingyin carry it. Don't trouble Yuntian. Xiao Mingyin was about to turn into an angry little lion. Her ninth sister was going to any lengths to keep her and Yuntian apart. Ninth sister, when did you become so diligent? I've always been very diligent, okay? Mu Shuiyao picked up half of the items and urged Xiao Mingyin to hurry up. The two headed toward Xiao Mingyin's room, while Mu Shuiyao kept glancing back at Luo Yuntian and Yi Bingli, afraid her Bingley sister would cling to Luo Yuntian again. Being a perfect younger sister was too stressful. Once Xiao Mingyin and Mu Shuiyao entered the room. Sister Bingli, the novel you mentioned earlier, is it really good? Luo Yuntian pretended to just learn about this novel. It's really good. The opening of this novel is very captivating, and the writing is quite strong. It will definitely be an author who has the chance to soar. Yi Bingli's evaluation made Luo Yuntian feel secretly delighted. His Bingley sister had no idea that the person who wrote this novel was standing right in front of her. Sister Bingli, I'll head back to my room now. Luo Yuntian walked toward his room, and Yi Bingli wanted to ask him to stay a little longer. However, seeing that Luo Yuntian had already returned to his room, she didn't say anything. As soon as Luo Yuntian closed the door, why did Yuntian go back to his room? Sister Bingli, why didn't you stop him? A wail came from outside the door from Mu Shuiyao. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but chuckle. After closing the door, he opened his laptop. He logged into his author backend and only then realized how explosive the comment section of his novel was. Moreover, it steadily held the first place on the non-contracted list, remaining high. Besides that, he discovered that a contract invitation had already come through the backend. The backend had sent a message for signing a contract. After signing, there was no doubt he could get rid of this state of running naked. He could reach the website's recommendation section, allowing more readers to see his work. After signing, he would officially become a contracted author, right? It would also let him experience the kind of mindset that Ice Glass Sister mentioned back then. Upon carefully looking at the contract invitation, Luo Yuntian found that there were several editors sending contract information. It seemed that the outstanding performance of his novel in the Naked Run had made many editors compete for it. He flipped through the contract information, but didn't compare which editor was stronger. He always followed his heart and preferred what he found pleasing to the eye. After browsing the current contract information, his gaze finally settled on the first message. Chi Yao Yao, it's you. The editor's name contained the character Yao. Yao is quite similar to Tian, and it seemed to have good affinity. Moreover, this editor was the first to message him. At that time, his novel had just been released, and the data shouldn't have exploded yet. He didn't expect Qi Yaoyao to discover his novel back then. Good eye. Luo Yuntian confirmed the contract information in the back end. Soon, a message came through. Hello, I am Qi Yaoyao, an editor from Qdian Chinese Network. May I ask if the author is interested in signing a contract with our website? I am interested, but does signing a contract require sending a physical contract? No, we have switched to electronic contracts now. You can sign electronically with one click. Okay, let's do electronically. After the contract document was sent over, with Luo Yuntian's excellent memory and quick comprehension ability, he quickly scanned through the contract and found no hidden traps. The entire signing process went smoothly. Luo Yuntian's the most handsome fish in the world officially became a contracted work on the website. He also added Qi Yaoyao as a friend. Author, remember to keep updating. Editor Yaoyao, I have something else to do, so I'll log off for now. Okay, see you later, author. Luo Yuntian logged off temporarily. And he didn't realize that Qi Yaoyao was actually just a new female editor who had just joined Qdian Chinese Network and had no real power. However, this was not important to Luo Yuntian. To him, a good affinity was the most important thing. At the Qdian Chinese Network editorial department, a beauty whose looks couldn't compare to Luo Yuntian's 10 sisters, but still scored above 95, was extremely excited. I signed this future bestseller. Qi Yaoyao was thrilled. Even though she was just a new editor, she could tell that Luo Yuntian's book would definitely become a future hit. So many senior editors with more recommendation power had sent messages to Luo Yuntian. She thought she had no hope left. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuntian chose to sign under her. This way, her performance was completely guaranteed. Other female editors in the same department looked at Qi Yaoyao with extreme envy and jealousy, especially the jealousy that was about to explode. It was one thing for Qi Yaoyao to have such perfect looks and figure, but now she was also so lucky. How could they not be jealous? After signing the contract, Luo Yuntian's book naturally transitioned from the ordinary list to the contracted list. Soon, his book jumped from the last place on the contracted list to the first place. Recently, a big name at Qdian Chinese Network had just released a new book, and the first place on the contracted list was originally his. Unexpectedly, before he could even settle into the position, he was directly pushed down by Luo Yuntian. Where did this new book come from? Chapter 41. Why are there suddenly so many negative reviews? The great god, Yin Hongbing of Qdian Chinese Network, was sitting in front of his computer, his face filled with disbelief. Recently, no other great gods or platinum writers had started new books on the website. Moreover, he had already informed everyone that he would be launching a new book during this time. Other great gods would generally give him face and delay their own book launches. He thought he was definitely the number one on the signed contract list. Unexpectedly, out of nowhere, the book by Luo Yuntian appeared. The data for this new book was quite impressive. Let me see if you're just inflating your numbers. Yin Hongbing snorted coldly, feeling very unconvinced. He directly clicked on Luo Yuntian's novel and began to read. However, before he knew it, he became somewhat speechless. Is it over? After finishing, he realized that he had completely immersed himself in it. He now understood that this book was definitely not just inflated numbers. The quality of this book alone deserved the explosive data. However, Yin Hongbing still felt unconvinced. He was indeed narrow-minded and couldn't stand seeing such a newcomer's new book overshadowing him. Just wait and see how I won't let you take this number one spot. Yin Hongbing quickly opened his pitifully small fan group to post something. In fact, Yin Hongbing was already an outdated great god. His achievements no longer warranted the title of a great god. He was just lucky in his early years, arrived at the site early, and was awarded the title of a great god. Even when launching a new book to compete for the signed contract list, he had to inform other great gods first, letting others give him some face to help him climb to the top of the signed contract list to satisfy his pathetic self-esteem. No matter what, he couldn't let his number one spot be snatched away by Luo Yuntian. In Luo Yuntian's room, after completing the signing, he temporarily logged off. When Luo Yuntian walked to the door, despite the good soundproofing of the villa's room, it couldn't stop Luo Yuntian, who had godlike hearing. He could already hear voices from outside the door, including Yi Bingli and others. Eighth sister, ninth sister, tonight I want to go to Yuntian's room for a while. I haven't seen Yuntian for a long time. Why not, Bingli's sister? I also want to get close to Yuntian. Mu Shuiyao's voice clearly expressed her discontent. Ninth sister, don't think I can't guess. When you were drawing comics at home, you must have been pestering Yuntian a lot. Mu Shuiyao was momentarily speechless. Remembering how Luo Yuntian had given her a massage, her confidence wavered even more. What about me, Bingli's sister? I certainly didn't pester Yuntian at home. Eighth sister, you were pestering Yuntian to go out in the afternoon and even posted about it on social media. Thinking we didn't know? Xiao Mingyin said, feeling a headache. How could I forget that? All right, I'm the biggest here, so it's settled. Under the tyranny of Bingli's sister, Xiao Mingyin and Mu Shuiyao could only give up resisting. Luo Yuntian secretly found it amusing to hear them fight over him. Their scenes of competing for him truly gave him a special feeling. Luo Yuntian pretended to be nonchalant as he walked out. Upon seeing Luo Yuntian, Xiao Mingyin and the others' beautiful eyes lit up at the same time. Just as Xiao Mingyin was about to say something, Mu Shuiyao jumped in first. Mingyin's sister, go cook, or what if you end up starving Yuntian? Xiao Mingyin wanted to refute, but ultimately gave up. Indeed, no matter what, they couldn't let Yuntian go hungry. Sixth sister, I miss you, come back soon. Xiao Mingyin sighed internally as she was urged to go downstairs by Mu Shuiyao. Given Yi Bingli's personality, she wasn't good at conversation. When she saw Luo Yuntian standing in front of her, she instinctively spoke. Yuntian, have you read that novel I recommended to you? I have, and it's indeed well written. Luo Yuntian enjoyed the feeling of praising himself at that moment. Meanwhile, Yan Hongbing was organizing his fan group to leave negative reviews on Luo Yuntian's novel. Right now, Yan Hongbing didn't even realize what a huge mistake he was making. Luo Yuntian's Bingli sister, Yi Bingli, was a top-tier platinum writer. Moreover, she was one of the top platinum writers on Cutie and Chinese Network. The level of a platinum writer is far above that of an ordinary great god author. For an ordinary or even outdated great god author like Yan Hongbing to dare to leave negative reviews on Luo Yuntian's novel, which was beloved by Yi Bingli, was simply like a dung beetle lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death. If Yi Bingli knew all this, she would absolutely explode. And at that moment, Yan Hongbing was still digging his own grave, making it worse. Outside Luo Yuntian's room, he looked at Yi Bingli, enjoying the feeling of praising himself. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Bingli's sister, if I told you that the book you mentioned, The Most Handsome Fish in the World, is actually written by me, would you believe it? Yi Bingli smiled lightly, like 1,000 ice lotus blooming. Yuntian, are you trying to make Bingli's sister happy? How could this novel possibly be written by you? Luo Yuntian raised his eyebrows slightly, contemplating whether he should just tell his Bingli's sister. Before he could say anything, Mu Shuiyao had already walked over. Bingli's sister, it's time to go downstairs. Mingyin's sister is cooking. Let us see if we can help with anything. After just dealing with Xiao Mingyin, the number 1 enemy, Yi Bingli, the number 2 enemy, naturally couldn't be let off easily. Letting Bingli's sister and Yuntian stay together was a serious danger. Yuntian, then Bingli's sister will go downstairs first. Yi Bingli felt a bit reluctant, but could only follow Mu Shuiyao downstairs. Upon seeing Yi Bingli go downstairs, Luo Yuntian also decided to hold back what he wanted to say. Since it was like this, he could just talk about it later. After Xiao Mingyin finished cooking dinner, Luo Yuntian's sister, Wenren Ziyue, had also returned. During dinner, the 4 of them vied to serve Luo Yuntian dishes, making him eat only their food until he was full. After dinner, Yi Bingli directly spoke up. I haven't seen Yuntian for a long time. Tonight, I want to go to Yuntian's room for a while. 8th sister, 9th sister, 10th sister, do you have any objections? Wenren Ziyue's eyes slightly narrowed. Bingli's sister wants to go to Yuntian's room for a while. She didn't speak first, but waited for Xiao Mingyin and Mu Shuiyao to respond. Knowing the two, she was sure they would oppose it immediately. However, to her surprise, I have no objections. No objections. Xiao Mingyin and Mu Shuiyao said one after another. Wenren Ziyue quickly understood what was happening. It seemed that Bingley's sister had already informed Mingyin's sister and Shui Yao's sister. Wen Renziu's beautiful eyes slightly flickered. Haha, Bingley's sister, it's okay for you to monopolize Yuntian today. But what about tomorrow? Yi Bingley's expression showed no change. Tomorrow, I won't monopolize Yuntian like this. If she were to monopolize Yuntian like this again tomorrow, let alone her 10th sister, her 8th and 9th sisters would really rebel. After receiving Yi Bingley's promise, Wen Renziu didn't say anything more. That's good. But Sister Bingley still needs to be careful and avoid anything special happening with Yuntian. Yi Bingley retracted her gaze. Yuntian, let's go back to your room first. Okay, Sister Bingley. Unlike my Sister Bingley, Dream Mean and Shui Yao can't help but pounce on me. Spending some time with Yi Bingley is nothing for Luo Yuntian. After returning to the room, Luo Yuntian first walked over to his laptop. Sister Bingley, I'll write some updates for my novel first. Yuntian, are you still trying to make Sister Bingley happy? What novel are you even writing? Yi Bingley chuckled lightly. However, when she got closer and saw the author dashboard that Luo Yuntian opened, she was a bit stunned. The world's most handsome waterfish. This is your novel. Yuntian? Of course. Didn't I tell you about it before, Sister Bingley? Seeing Yi Bingley's shocked expression, Luo Yuntian felt quite pleased. Don't believe me? Look, I've already changed it to assigned status. Yi Bingley instinctively opened her phone to check Luo Yuntian's novel. However, after checking, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Yuntian, your novel. Why did it suddenly get so many negative reviews? Yi Bingley could clearly see that Luo Yuntian's novel was now flooded with overwhelming negative reviews. Negative reviews? Luo Yuntian was also a bit surprised. The website's backend and comment section are separate. You need to open the app to see the comments. He genuinely didn't know there were negative reviews. Luo Yuntian opened the comments to take a look. Sure enough, the comment section was filled with an avalanche of negative reviews. What kind of novel is this? It's written too poorly. Honestly, I wouldn't even read this novel if they paid me. Using poor to describe this book is already being polite. I don't know how the author had the courage to publish it. Such negative reviews were everywhere in the comment section. Under normal circumstances, it's not unusual for a novel to have negative reviews. 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. Even books written by top authors or platinum writers will definitely have negative reviews. But having so many negative reviews suddenly seems too abnormal. Moreover, they all appeared within a certain time frame, all negative. Many readers who supported Luo Yuntian's novel also began to argue with these negative reviews. But even though Luo Yuntian's novel topped the sign list, the readers drawn in by exposure were still not particularly many. In the wave of negative reviews, it seemed a bit powerless. Yuntian, Sister Bingley will handle everything. Yi Bingley said this while quickly browsing through the comment section. Today's incident is undoubtedly premeditated. Since it's premeditated, it's very likely that clues will be left behind. The negative reviews in the comment section seem to be cliché. However, soon Yi Bingley's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, because she saw a comment like this. What a poor novel. How can it compare to our god Yin Hongbing's novel? Yin Hongbing. This is a top author on the website, and Yi Bingley knows this. Looking at it now, today's incident is very likely the work of Yin Hongbing. Yi Bingley scrolled down. Before long, she saw another similar comment. It can basically be confirmed that Yin Hongbing's suspicion is quite high. However, it's still not possible to completely determine that it's Yin Hongbing. It could also be other authors deliberately trying to frame him. It's also possible they are trying to blacken Yin Hongbing's name. Just as Yi Bingley was thinking this, Luo Yuntian asked Sister Bingley, how did this data increase so quickly? Chapter 42, Premeditated and Surprisingly Cold. The data on Luo Yuntian's novel backend suddenly surged. Although he was ranked first on the sign list, the previous traffic had never reached this level. Now, with so many negative reviews, could negative reviews actually increase data? At that moment, Luo Yuntian's backend received a message. Dear author, your work, The Most Handsome in the Fish World, is suspected of data manipulation and has been taken down. Thank you for your understanding and support. Luo Yuntian's novel was taken down due to this surge in data, which was suspected of manipulation. Yi Bingley's icy gaze was now as cold as the dark night stars. Clearly, someone was not only leaving negative reviews, but also intentionally boosting Luo Yuntian's novel data. leading to this surge that caused the website to take it down. How dare they treat a novel written by Yuntian this way? Some people are truly asking for trouble. Yi Bingli's gaze was extraordinarily cold at this moment. Someone had left negative reviews on Luo Yuntian's novel and reported it for data manipulation, crossing Yi Bingli's bottom line. Yi Bingli immediately began investigating the matter. The online literature circle is not that big, and with Yi Bingli's influence, it wouldn't be difficult to investigate. Narrowing it down to the entire Cutie and Chinese network made the circle even smaller. Yi Bingli believed she would uncover the truth soon. Meanwhile, in the Cutie and Chinese network's editorial department, Qi Yaoyao was arguing with the website's vice president. Mr. Liu, someone clearly manipulated the data for that hot new book and then reported it. This takedown is too unfair. Qi Yaoyao's beautiful face was slightly flushed with excitement. Someone manipulated the data? I see it as that author doing it themselves. I've seen many such authors, and I noticed their previous popularity was also due to data manipulation. The vice president, Liu Damao, casually replied. But Mr. Liu, just because of this. Fine, no need to say more. If this book has issues, let it be sealed off. No need to bring it up again. You'd be better off signing a few new books. Liu Damao said impatiently. Given that Qi Yaoyao was such a beautiful woman, Liu Damao normally wouldn't treat her this way. However, after hinting several times at Qi Yaoyao, she remained indifferent, and Liu Damao was losing patience. After all, it was just a new book with no background. Sealing it off was no big deal. Even if it started with a great premise, there are plenty of examples where the follow-up writing fell apart. Liu Damao probably knew who was behind the report against Luo Yuntian's novel. He just chose to turn a blind eye. Yin Hongbing was incompetent and only good at fawning over the higher-ups. Liu Damao had received many benefits from him, and it was easy to choose between a great author and a newcomer with no background. However, Qi Yaoyao wanted to continue arguing, but Liu Damao had already walked away. Qi Yaoyao felt helpless. She was just a new editor. How could she compete with the vice president of the website? Other female editors saw Qi Yaoyao's plight and felt delighted, their hearts filled with satisfaction. At that moment, Yi Bingli had already figured out who was behind this. Yuntian confirmed it was the great author Yin Hongbing from Cutie and Chinese Network. Yi Bingli's voice was cold to the bone. Yin Hongbing? He truly lives up to his name. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but comment. Sister Bingli, what do you want to do? Of course, we'll return the favor in kind. It must be 1,000 times worse. Let Yin Hongbing feel what it's like. Anyone who dares to do anything detrimental to Luo Yuntian has crossed Yi Bingli's bottom line. Yi Bingli immediately opened her main reader group. Luo Yuntian glanced at the group name, which contained both Li and Tian. Undoubtedly, the other character was formed by combining his name. Yi Bingli was directly sending a message in the group. Ladies, I need your help with something. Let's rally all the friends in the reader group to completely flood Yin Hongbing's novel's comment section. Yi Bingli's words surprised the readers in the group. Their icy goddess, who was usually indifferent to everything, was suddenly calling for an attack on a fated great author's comment section. Goddess Bingli, what's going on? Did Yin Hongbing offend you? If so, please tell us, and we'll support you. The readers asked. Yi Bingli openly shared her findings about Yin Hongbing leaving negative reviews on Luo Yuntian's novel, manipulating data, and reporting Luo Yuntian's novel. All the evidence was revealed in the reader group. Since Yin Hongbing dared to be jealous of my Yuntians, the most handsome in the fish world, don't blame me for being ruthless. Through the screen, many readers could feel her cold fury from the words Yi Bingli typed. Moreover, her statement revealed a crucial piece of information. What? The most handsome in the fish world is actually written by Goddess Bingli S. Yuntian? It's written by the national little brother? Such talent is simply on par with her Goddess Bingli. Ah, is that novel written by Goddess Bingli S. Yuntian? I was just reading it. Has it really been reported and taken down? I'm going to check. Damn, it's really down. This Yin Hongbing is inhumane. Goddess Bingli, just wait. We're going to flood his comments section. Not only is this about Goddess Bingli, but one of my favorite books has also been taken down by this jerk, and I can't stand it. The readers in the group were filled with righteous indignation. The cohesion in Yi Bingli's reader group was already strong, and with her rare proactive involvement, Luo Yuntian's novel gained the halo of being written by the national little brother. Countless readers were infuriated. Additionally, many readers in Yi Bingli's group were fans of Luo Yuntian's novel. Imagining their favorite novel being reported, they were bound to explode with anger. All the readers in the group began to mobilize other subgroups, calling on all readers to flood Yin Hongbing's comment section. While the readers were attacking Yin Hongbing's novel comment section, Yi Bingli was already preparing to return the favor. Let Yin Hongbing also taste the feeling of having his novel completely taken down after being reported. Watching Yi Bingli do all this, Luo Yuntian felt both warm and grateful. He didn't expect his sister Bingli to have such a side. At Yin Hongbing's home, he was leisurely sitting in a chair, having manipulated the data and reported Luo Yuntian's novel. He originally ranked second on the contract list, but has now risen to first. One can imagine how his data will improve significantly. Yin, brother Yin, your novel has suddenly gained a lot of comments. Yin Hongbing's fan leader, Qin Yambing, called in. Suddenly gain a lot of comments? Yin Hongbing's eyes brightened. That means the effect of being first on the contract list has already started to show. A lot of readers have been drawn in. Haha, I really am a genius. Yin Hongbing felt proud of his previous decision. No, brother Yin, you should go take a look, and you'll know. Yin Hongbing frowned slightly. Could there be something different about this? When Yin Hongbing opened his comment section, he was completely stunned. It was simply overwhelming, all negative reviews. Seeing these countless negative reviews, Yin Hongbing was completely dumbfounded. He never expected this situation at all. He originally thought it was the result of being first on the contract list. He didn't expect that now. It was all these negative reviews. Now, it could no longer be any kind of traffic effect, because there were at least tens of thousands of negative comments displayed in the comment section. It was many times more than the total number of comments he had before. There was no doubt that someone was deliberately giving him negative reviews. Brother Yin, your novel's data is also skyrocketing, Qin Yambing exclaimed on the phone. The next moment, Yin Hongbing saw that his novel's data had completely entered a skyrocketing mode. The number of favorites was doubling. Then his backend displayed a huge warning message. His novel was suspected of data manipulation and had been banned. At this point, Yin Hongbing was completely stunned. His face had turned extremely ugly. Who on earth is trying to mess with me? It was obvious that someone was deliberately targeting him. Moreover, they were using the same method they had used before against Luo Yuntian's new book. If this continues, if I find out, I won't let them off, Yin Hongbing said hatefully. However, he didn't know that all of this didn't even require him to investigate. The entire website's page flashed with the Diamond Alliance's rewards. Shui Yu is my Yuntian. Whoever dares to target him is against me. Shui Yu is my Yuntian. Whoever dares to target him is against me. The Golden Alliance's rewards can already include site-wide messages. Not to mention the Diamond Alliance. A Diamond Alliance reward costs 100,000. And now, there were lines of Diamond Alliance rewards, flooding the entire Qdian Chinese website. At this moment, Yin Hongbing was completely stunned. In this statement, only I was used, and no identity was directly stated. But the person who issued this Diamond Alliance reward was directly the top platinum writer of Qdian Chinese, Bing Liantian. This indicates, brother Yin, that author of Shui Yu is the brother of Bing Liantian. Qin Yambing's voice trembled slightly. I can see that, I know. Yin Hongbing felt a chill all over his body. He thought he was just bullying a completely background-less small author. He had even figured out the editor behind Luo Yuntian. It was just a small editor with no power. He didn't expect that now. The situation had completely changed. Luo Yuntian had become someone he couldn't afford to provoke at all. This author, named Shui Yu, is the brother of Bing Liantian. He even thought of an even more terrifying consequence. That novel. Could it be that Bing Liantian wrote it under a pseudonym? Luo Yuntian's novel, with its writing style, made him extremely envious. And if it were Bing Liantian, reaching this level and writing such an explosive novel would be completely possible. Apart from the writing style being somewhat different, he didn't dare to think any further. At this moment, Yin Hongbing's editor also sent him a message. Yin Hongbing, what are you doing? You even dared to provoke Bing Liantian's brother. Do you not want to continue on this website? Do you not want to be in the entire online literature circle anymore? Chapter 43. The Apology Plan. How terrible. The editor, Yin Hongbing, was met with a barrage of scolding. Luo Yuntian was not only the top platinum writer on Dian Chinese network, but also one of the best in the entire online literature circle. How dare Yin Hongbing cause trouble for her brother? This was likely digging her own grave. Yin Hongbing was trembling and dared not rebut anything. Editor, enough. You don't need to say anything. The editor interrupted. The website has decided to handle this matter seriously, so wait for the notification. The editor's response left Yin Hongbing's heart feeling even colder. This serious handling was clearly not going to be light. Meanwhile, the comment section of Dian Chinese network was exploding. It wasn't just because of this incident. The Diamond Alliance members of Yi Bingli were likely to bring out even more people. Damn, the Diamond Alliance. That's 100,000 each. Who has that much money? Bingli Lian Tian. Rich and beautiful author. I don't want to work hard anymore. Just look at me. Is the most handsome character in the world written by Bing Li Lian Tian's brother? No wonder it's so well written. The genes in this family are too powerful. Countless readers were shocked and amazed. Not only were they surprised by Yi Bingli's extravagant spending, but also by the strength of this writing gene. The question of genes was something these readers were overthinking. Luo Yuntian and Yi Bingli were essentially just senior and junior disciples, with no real blood relation. Speaking of genes, if the two were to be together in the future, their children would inherit both of their genes completely. As the situation escalated, Lu Damao could no longer sit still. However, as the vice president, he had no opportunity to intervene. The website's president urgently contacted Yi Bingli to confirm a solution. Yi Bingli's demands were quite simple. First, immediately unseal and list my brother Yuntian's novel, and give all the recommendations that are due within his achievement range. This is only fair. The president agreed immediately. Yi Bingli's request was completely reasonable. The recommendations given would be within the range of achievements, with no extra demands for recommendations. Of course, even without additional requests, Luo Yuntian would receive the best recommendations, as he was the top of the contract list. Second, the website would issue a notice to inform readers of Yin Hongbing's malicious behavior, so that all readers of Dian Chinese network would know the truth. The president also agreed to this second condition. Although this meant abandoning Yin Hongbing compared to a top platinum writer like Bing Li Lian Tian, a once popular author like Yin Hongbing was nothing. Third, relevant personnel would be investigated. This included everyone who facilitated Yin Hongbing in this matter. After a brief hesitation, the president agreed to this condition as well. After all, the commercial value Yi Bingli brought, along with Luo Yuntian's potential future value, was too significant. Punishing some related personnel was hardly a concern. Fourth, Yin Hongbing must publicly apologize. To prevent him from avoiding the main issue, I will provide the template for the apology letter. All right, no problem. The president agreed to the last condition as well. Since he was already prepared to abandon Yin Hongbing when agreeing to the second condition, a public apology was not much of a concern. The president quickly coordinated with all parties to handle these matters. Luo Yuntian glanced at the apology letter Yi Bingli was drafting. Sister Bingli, this apology letter isn't quite suitable. How about I write one instead? Luo Yuntian typed out an apology letter. Yi Bingli was slightly puzzled. Luo Yuntian's letter, while longer than hers, was not as intense in tone. Luo Yuntian then playfully suggested, Sister Bingli, how about we make Yin Hongbing send this apology letter in the form of a Diamond Alliance post? Yi Bingli quickly understood Luo Yuntian's intent, and the corners of her beautiful lips curled up slightly. Her Yuntian was really too wicked. The harshest method was akin to killing someone's heart. Completely destroying what they cared about the most was the most despairing way. Now, Yin Hongbing's two main concerns were simple. First, his novel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to get it to the top of the contract list. Second, the most direct concern, income. Yin Hongbing cared about his novel and wanted it to have better data. He no longer cared about face. All he cared about was the profit his book could bring. To maintain better data for the novel was also for profit. Only by destroying Yin Hongbing's income, or even his previous earnings, could one truly strike at his heart. Each Diamond Alliance post could include site-wide messages, but was limited to about 20 words. A Diamond Alliance post costs 100,000 RMB. Therefore, even if Yin Hongbing wanted to send an 800-word apology letter via the Diamond Alliance, it would cost him 4 million renminbi. The length of Luo Yuntian's drafted apology letter was, to deal with specific individuals, one must use specific methods, right, Sister Bingley? Luo Yuntian did not deny Yi Bingley's statement about him being too wicked. Dealing with someone like Yin Hongbing required this method. Yes, Yuntian, you're right. Yi Bingley nodded slightly. Luo Yuntian smiled at this moment. This way, it could also prevent any impact on Sister Bingley. After all, if the language of the apology letter was too intense, and Yin Hongbing later leaked it, some detractors might find a way to attack her. Yi Bingley felt warmth in her heart. Without a doubt, Luo Yuntian's revision of the apology letter was for her sake. If the letter was too intense, and Yin Hongbing leaked it, some detractors and trolls would definitely take the opportunity to attack her, claiming she was suppressing Yin Hongbing. Now, Luo Yuntian's approach would effectively avoid this issue. It would not focus on the intensity of the apology, but rather on its length. It could punish Yin Hongbing without causing any impact on Yi Bingley. This Yuntian was truly worth the trouble. Yi Bingley was pampering Luo Yuntian in her own way. Once Luo Yuntian's apology letter template was finalized, Yi Bingley sent it to the website's president along with their specific requests. The president then communicated this to the entire website and various departments. When it reached the editorial department, the editor informed Yin Hongbing, "The website's handling results regarding you have come out. Take a look for yourself." The editor sent Yin Hongbing the official document regarding the website's actions. Full website notice. Investigation of relevant personnel. Public apology. Each word made Yin Hongbing's face turn pale, but he knew that at this moment, he could only endure it all. After all, he had provoked someone he couldn't afford to offend. This is a template for an apology letter. Take a look. When apologizing, just send it as it is according to this template. Yin Hongbing glanced at the template, feeling somewhat puzzled. The content of this apology letter was somewhat different from what he had imagined, it seemed. There were a lot of unnecessary words. Remember, the website requires that the content of your apology letter be sent in the form of a Diamond Alliance additional message. At this point, Yin Hongbing was completely shocked. 2. To send it in the form of a Diamond Alliance additional message. If this is true, this could cost him his life. The price of a Diamond Alliance is a full 100,000 yuan. Moreover, the number of words that can be added in a Diamond Alliance is quite limited. If this apology letter is sent in the form of a Diamond Alliance, this would be several million. Yin Hongbing was someone who valued money greatly. In this case, it was almost like taking his life. Editor, you must be joking. Who's joking with you? Sending it in the form of a Diamond Alliance is a mandatory requirement. The editor's words made Yin Hongbing's heart sink even more. This is not a joke. So it really has to be sent in the form of a Diamond Alliance. He finally understood why there were so many seemingly useless words in that apology letter. All these words had to be sent with real money. For a moment, Yin Hongbing was thinking about whether to not send this apology letter at all. Just refuse to apologize and run away. Yin Hongbing, I know what you're thinking. If you want to quit the online literature world, you can certainly do that. Even if the website's influence isn't enough, with Bingley Yuntian's influence, you can completely avoid this industry in the future. Yin Hongbing's editor sent him a series of messages. Besides, I know all about the shady dealings you've been involved in. If this gets out, it will be enough to send you to jail for a few years, right? Yin Hongbing's heart jolted. Editor, it can't be that ruthless. After all, I've been with you since the beginning. Not that ruthless. Open your eyes and take a good look. Can't you understand the words related personnel investigation? Yin Hongbing's editor was practically ready to curse him out. Do you know how much trouble I've gotten into because of you? I've made it clear that I've reported all the shady things you've done, and the website is already aware of it. Either you apologize properly using the Diamond Alliance, or you can forget about working in this industry forever, face a few years in jail, and confront fines that will definitely not be small. You choose. Yin Hongbing was sweating profusely. Is there even a choice? Even a fool knows what to choose. Now, he had no choice but to obediently apologize. Yin Hongbing felt an endless regret rising in his heart. If only he hadn't provoked Luo Yuntian from the beginning. Unfortunately, it was all too late now, too late. At this moment, the official announcement regarding Yin Hongbing's incident was also released. Many readers on Kudian Chinese Network were still amazed by Yi Bingli's Diamond Alliance before. Upon seeing the website's announcement, they instantly understood the situation. Almost everyone was about to explode. Damn, is Yin Hongbing really this disgusting? At least he's a big shot. Why suppress newcomers like this? Damn it, he really isn't thinking about improving himself, only about taking these crooked paths. Damn, that previously popular novel, The Most Handsome in the Fish World, is still on my shelf. And I was wondering why it was taken down. Turns out this scumbag reported it. If this author were just an ordinary newcomer, they would probably be ruined for real, right? An apology is a must. It must be a public apology. Chapter 44, Killing with a Heart. Lu Daomao's thoughts readers who understood the whole story were filled with indignation, especially when many thought that if Luo Yuntian were just an ordinary newcomer and not the brother of Bing Luo Yuntian, he might really have been suppressed. As fellow workers, these readers had also faced unfair treatment in society, but they didn't have an elder sister like Yi Bingli to back them up. At this moment, they felt this sentiment even more deeply. Even if the website didn't allow Yin Hongbing to apologize, they wouldn't permit it, seeing that public opinion couldn't be suppressed any longer. Yin Hongbing ultimately trembled as he transferred several million into his own account, emptying his years of savings. He prepared to start rewarding the Diamond Alliance with an apology. Readers of Kudian Chinese Network were all outraged. Just at this explosive moment of public opinion, a message from the Diamond Alliance appeared in many people's sites. At first, many didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just Yi Bingli brushing the Diamond Alliance again. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that this time, it was actually Yin Hongbing who was doing it. The Diamond Alliance message also included the information, "I am Yin Hongbing, male born in." Upon seeing this message, countless readers were left dumbfounded. What was Yin Hongbing up to? Sending a self-introduction through the Diamond Alliance? Especially the fact that he mentioned being male. Was that even necessary? Before the readers could fully process this, another Diamond Alliance message popped up. "I'm an author on Kudian Chinese Network, registered on." Many readers were even more confused. Was Yin Hongbing out of his mind? Was he really using the Diamond Alliance to send a self-introduction? A Diamond Alliance costs 100,000. Using it to send an apology letter. Was this just burning money? At this moment, the official website also released an announcement. One line in the public account caught the attention of many readers. Author Yin Hongbing's apology to author Shui, you will be executed through the Diamond Alliance's attached message method. At this point, readers finally understood why Yin Hongbing was doing this. Many couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh wow, so that's how it is, no wonder. Huh, apologizing through the attached message of the Diamond Alliance. Whose idea was that? So clever, really clever. Haha, using the Diamond Alliance to send messages. Starting with so much nonsense. Yin Hongbing must be on the verge of a mental breakdown. After knowing the whole story, the entire comment section was filled with signs of joy. Apologizing through the attached message of the Diamond Alliance was just too clever. But it must be said, dealing with someone like Yin Hongbing was an extremely brilliant method. Just as many readers said, using the Diamond Alliance to apologize while sending so much self-introduction nonsense. At this moment, Yin Hongbing was not just on the verge of a mental breakdown. He was practically in tears, and the truly nonsensical part was still to come. My author name. Yin means strict, Hong means red, Bing means soldier. Sending all this nonsense through the Diamond Alliance. And it was just filler text. Yin Hongbing felt like his heart was bleeding, but he had no choice but to send it, because the consequences of not sending would only be more severe, until he sent all these filler lines. After hitting the last Diamond Alliance and sending the final apology to Luo Yuntian, Yin Hongbing glanced at his account. $6.66. Yin Hongbing felt as if a 666 appeared above his head. Everything went black, and he fainted. The comment section of Kudian Chinese Network was in a frenzy of excitement and joy. Meanwhile, the boss of Kudian Chinese Network was already messaging Yi Bingli. "Goddess Bingli, is the way we are handling this acceptable?" The website needed to ask not for my opinion, but whether Yuntian forgave. Yi Bingli replied very straightforwardly. The website boss hurriedly sent a message to Luo Yuntian from the back end. "Let's leave it at that. Just ensure similar incidents don't happen again." Of course. Seeing that Luo Yuntian seemed satisfied, the website boss felt a sigh of relief. Luo Yuntian glanced at Yi Bingli's response to the website boss and couldn't help but speak. Bingli Jia, that's the website boss. Are you really okay with this attitude toward him? I haven't pursued his responsibility for not supervising his subordinates properly and blocking her novel, Yuntian. That's enough. If he dares to disagree, I'll just acquire his website. At this moment, Luo Yuntian couldn't help but laugh. No wonder she was as Bingli Jia, truly domineering. Yi Bingli said she would acquire the website if he disagreed. Luo Yuntian knew that his Bingli Jia wasn't joking. His few sisters just pocket money. Started from several hundred million to over $1 billion. And Yi Bingli's assets could easily allow her to acquire the entire Qdian Chinese network. Not to mention, his Bingli Jia could even have his Ziyue Jia help. His Ziyue Jia, Wenren Ziyue, was the richest person in China. What was there that she couldn't acquire? Although she could, it wasn't necessary. Treating this as a platform for writing was also fine. Yi Bingli nodded. The final handling of this matter was satisfactory to her. As long as Luo Yuntian felt satisfied, she naturally felt content. At this moment, readers of Qdian Chinese Network saw that after Yan Hongbing sent the last apology through the Diamond Alliance, he fell silent. Everyone was about to burst out laughing. Is the once prominent Yan Hongbing still around? How about sending a few more Diamond Alliances to entertain us? I think this once prominent Yan Hongbing might not have that much money left. Not only does he not have that much money, but I think this once prominent Yan Hongbing might have fainted from anger. If that's the case, it would really be fun. The comments section of Qdian Chinese Network was bustling with excitement and joy. And it must be said, many readers really guessed correctly about Yan Hongbing's current situation. After all, with so many readers on Qdian Chinese Network, each guessing a line, someone was bound to get it right. Moreover, given Yan Hongbing's petty and greedy nature, he was likely to be truly furious right now. Rewarding the Diamond Alliance was one thing, but also rewarding the novel he was jealous of and reported. According to Qdian Chinese Network's 50-50 reward rules, Yan Hongbing was surely going to be even more furious. Having spent millions to apologize through the Diamond Alliance was already enough to give Yan Hongbing a heart attack. And according to the website's rules, the Diamond Alliance rewards Yan Hongbing gave to Luo Yuntian's novel would indeed allow Luo Yuntian to receive half of that amount. While it was just pocket change for Luo Yuntian, it was quite different for Yan Hongbing. Not only did he fail to succeed in reporting the novel he painstakingly targeted, but he also had to split the reward money with Luo Yuntian. Under all this accumulated frustration, Yan Hongbing directly fainted from anger. After this incident was resolved according to Luo Yuntian and Yi Bingli's wishes, the website manager still felt it wasn't enough. He still needs to find a way to please Luo Yuntian and Yi Bingli. However, if he goes directly to do it now, it will easily provoke their dislike. Perhaps he could find a roundabout way to win over Luo Yuntian. Qing Yanbing, you are failing in your supervision, allowing your subordinate author Yan Hongbing to do such things. You might as well not hold the position of editor-in-chief for now. Qing Yanbing felt extremely aggrieved but couldn't say much. After all, he was Yan Hongbing's editor. In his heart, he nearly cursed Yan Hongbing's ancestors for 18 generations. Qi Yaoyao, you will take on this vacant editor-in-chief position. Qi Yaoyao was slightly taken aback, not expecting that after working hard for so long. She had not been promoted to the chief editor, but would achieve her wish to be promoted at this moment. Thank you, boss. Qi Yaoyao said this. But she was not foolish. She knew that this editor-in-chief position was essentially given to her by Luo Yuntian. This filled her heart with gratitude towards Luo Yuntian. With such superb writing skills, the brother of the platinum author Bingli Liantian. What kind of person is he really? Qi Yaoyao suddenly felt a longing in her heart. When will she be able to meet Luo Yuntian? When Luo Yuntian and Qi Yaoyao signed a contract. It was done electronically. Qi Yaoyao had never seen a photo of Luo Yuntian's ID. Otherwise, she would definitely be fascinated by his handsome photo now. It was precisely because she hadn't seen it that her anticipation for meeting Luo Yuntian grew even stronger. She never expected that Qi Yaoyao would actually be promoted to editor-in-chief. The vice president of the website, Lu Damao, who had previously harbored ill intentions toward Qi Yaoyao, now felt a hint of threat. Originally, Qin Yanbing, the editor-in-chief for Yin Hongbing, was his confidant. Yin Hongbing even used to be an author from his faction. Even Yin Hongbing's author name was derived from Qin Yanbing's name to please him. Yin Hongbing himself was also a supreme sycophant. Now that Qin Yanbing's position as editor-in-chief was revoked and Qi Yaoyao was promoted, it would be much harder for Lu Damao to have any thoughts about her in the future. Moreover, Qi Yaoyao had signed an author like the brother of Luo Yuntian, who might rise even higher in the future. I don't believe you can still threaten my position in the future. Qi Yaoyao, you will eventually not escape from my grasp. Chapter 45. Sister Bingley isn't leaving? Mu Xiaodai's video call in Luo Yuntian's room. Seeing that everything had been perfectly resolved, Yi Bingley was also preparing to leave. She had originally wanted to spend a relaxing and enjoyable time with Luo Yuntian today, but that was ruined by the issue with Yin Hongbing. However, Yi Bingley didn't feel too regretful. For the first time, she felt that the path she had chosen was indeed the right one. If it weren't for her being a top platinum writer on Cutie and Chinese Network today, Luo Yuntian's novel might have really been blocked and taken down. Her profession could still help Yuntian one day, which made Yi Bingley feel quite relieved. Yuntian, it's getting a bit late, so I'll leave first, Yi Bingley said as she prepared to exit. Okay, Sister Bingley, Luo Yuntian replied. Yi Bingley got up from the bedside, and where she had been sitting, a round and deep depression formed again, slowly rebounding. This scene inadvertently caught Luo Yuntian's attention, making him a bit dazed. Noticing Luo Yuntian's gaze, Yi Bingley's stunningly beautiful face turned slightly red. However, at that moment, she took a small step forward. Yuntian, how about Sister Bingley? Stays tonight to keep you company, okay? Luo Yuntian was even more astonished. Sister Bingley isn't leaving tonight? He then smiled. Of course, I have no problem with that. But if Mengyin, Shui Yao, and Ziwe find out, Sister Bingley, you probably still can't stay here properly. Hearing this, Yi Bingley was momentarily speechless. The other sisters were indeed a problem. She wasn't joking earlier. She really wanted to stay with Luo Yuntian. But there were indeed many obstacles in various aspects. All right, then Sister Bingley will leave for now. Yi Bingley felt a bit regretful, but still left Luo Yuntian's room. After Yi Bingley left, the deep pit beside the bed gradually rebounded and flattened. Looking at the surging data of his novel, Luo Yuntian wondered whether he should update another chapter. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he saw that it was a video call from Mu Xiaodai. What does this little butterfly want to do so late at night? Luo Yuntian didn't expect Mu Xiaodai to initiate a video call. What does this little girl want to tempt me at this hour? Luo Yuntian thought with a hint of amusement. Even he felt that this speculation was unlikely. However, teasing the little girl was quite interesting. After a moment of thought, Luo Yuntian answered the video call. At that moment, Mu Xiaodai, who was lying on her dormitory bed, was incredibly excited to see that Luo Yuntian had actually picked up the call. Luo Yuntian, hello. She waved excitedly at the phone screen. Luo Yuntian was a bit surprised because Mu Xiaodai was only wearing pajamas at that moment. Although she was bundled up tightly, one couldn't completely rule out the suspicion of her attempting to tempt him late at night. Of course, her pajamas weren't sexy, but purely cute. Mu Xiaodai was wearing pure white bunny pajamas, with 2 bunny ears standing upright on her head, looking very adorable. As she waved, the ears flopped around. What are you up to, little butterfly? Luo Yuntian asked with a slight smile. What am I up to? I really have something to ask you. Mu Xiaodai pouted her lips. At this moment, her dorm mates Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu were both startled. They had thought Mu Xiaodai was just on a phone call. It was only when they saw her waving that they speculated whether she was on a video call. However, they also thought it might be that this little girl was being her usual quirky self. When Luo Yuntian's voice came through, Li Qingxue and Zhao Yinyu realized that Mu Xiaodai was indeed on a video call, and she was video calling their incredibly handsome class monitor. That wasn't a big deal. But they were also wearing pajamas. If Luo Yuntian accidentally saw them, how embarrassing would that be? Li Qingxue wanted to say something to Mu Xiaodai, but was afraid Luo Yuntian would hear, so she could only send a message. Xiaodai, what are you doing video calling so late? Turn it off quickly. No way. He finally picked up my call. What if he doesn't answer again after I hang up? I just want to chat with him for a bit, just a little bit, Mu Xiaodai said, sending a cute emoji in the background. I promise I absolutely won't turn the camera to you, in Yin Yu. Seeing Mu Xiaodai say this, Li Qingxue felt even more speechless. Xiaodai, your promise? I believe you, right? With your personality, you might inadvertently turn the camera around. Li Qingxue laughed and replied, It doesn't matter. If the camera turns to us, it's fine. After all, if our handsome class monitor sees us, we won't lose out at all. Li Qingxue's reply made Mu Xiaodai serious immediately. Be careful. Since Qingxue said so, I have to pay more attention. I can't let the camera point out. Otherwise, what if her future little boyfriend falls for Qingxue or Ninyu? At this moment, Li Qingxue had already comfortably laid down. She knew that scaring the little girl would ensure that no matter what, she wouldn't turn the camera around. Go ahead. What do you need me for? Luo Yuntian asked, looking at the cute bunny pajama-clad Mu Xiaodai. Mu Xiaodai's starry eyes lit up. Luo Yuntian, what I want to say is, how about you teach me some problems now? Luo Yuntian, video calling to discuss problems at this hour? This little butterfly-esque brain circuit is indeed a bit different. Mu Xiaodai called herself just to ask him to explain questions to her. Wearing such cute bunny pajamas at night, while video calling him and asking him to teach her problems. Luo Yuntian began to understand Mu Xiaodai's unique way of thinking. However, he could also guess that Mu Xiaodai probably didn't plan to ask him to teach her questions at first. She likely thought of that reason only after the video call connected. Nope, Luo Yuntian said directly. Mu Xiaodai became a bit anxious. Why not? We agreed on extra lessons before. I didn't agree to that. But you didn't completely refuse either. Mu Xiaodai argued. Come on, Luo Yuntian, just agree to it, okay? I'll agree to any conditions you propose in the future. Any conditions? Seeing hope, Mu Xiaodai quickly spoke up. Yes, any conditions. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but smile. This little butterfly really likes to dig her own pit to jump into. Although he hadn't thought of what conditions he would ask her to agree to yet, capturing her promise first was definitely not a loss. Moreover, teasing this little girl was indeed quite interesting. All right, then I'll explain the problems to you. You have to remember what you just said. Mu Xiaodai's starry eyes sparkled brightly. Okay, I will definitely not forget. Right now, all she could think about was how Luo Yuntian could explain problems to her. Any promises she made to Luo Yuntian were completely forgotten. All right, then take out the questions you don't understand. Luo Yuntian didn't even take out any calculation paper or pen, let alone a book. With his academic prowess, even high school or university problems were child's play for him. Mu Xiaodai pulled out a workbook. Luo Yuntian glanced at it. Which part of this workbook doesn't she understand? Mu Xiaodai's heart raced a little. Actually, I don't understand any part. Luo Yuntian. He was starting to doubt if this little lucky butterfly was just trying to create trouble for herself. How could she not understand any part of the workbook and still get into school? But looking at her expression, it didn't seem fake at all. All right, then I'll explain it to you. He turned to the very beginning. After Luo Yuntian finished speaking, Mu Xiaodai hurriedly flipped to the start of the workbook, just like a well-behaved student in class. She had never been this obedient, even when her real teacher was lecturing. Okay, since you don't understand this problem, I'll start explaining. During Luo Yuntian's explanation, Mu Xiaodai was completely captivated. Her future boyfriend had such a nice voice. While she was enchanted, she didn't dare to lose focus, fearing that if she didn't learn well this time, Luo Yuntian wouldn't explain her again next time. Mu Xiaodai diligently took notes, feeling for the first time that studying could actually be this interesting. One was explaining, the other was listening. At one moment, all right, let us stop here. Mu Xiaodai was slightly stunned. But Luo Yuntian, you haven't finished explaining. Little lucky butterfly, if I explain everything, then we won't be able to sleep tonight. All right, Mu Xiaodai finally accepted this reality. Li Qingxue and Zhao Ninyu in the dormitory let out a sigh of relief. Finally, this video lecture was over. However, the next second, Mu Xiaodai brightened her eyes and said, Luo Yuntian, how about tomorrow night? You explain problems to me like this again. Li Qingxue, Zhao Ninyu. Chapter 46, The Awkward Check-In Task. With Sister Bingley, Mu Xiaodai's words left Li Qingxue and Zhao Ninyu utterly confused. Tomorrow, Mu Xiaodai still wants the handsome class monitor, Luo Yuntian, to explain questions to her? That's just too greedy. Moreover, she wants to do it tomorrow night via video call. This. Luo Yuntian was also somewhat surprised. This little fortune butterfly really thinks differently from many people. Little fortune butterfly, you are indeed a bit insatiable. Tomorrow night, I won't explain questions to you like this again. Why not? Mu Xiaodai became a bit anxious. It's rare for her to start enjoying this feeling of studying. More importantly, it's because the person she loves is explaining questions to her. If Luo Yuntian doesn't explain questions to her tomorrow night, her heart will really go crazy. The corners of Luo Yuntian's mouth lifted slightly. Because little fortune butterfly, you no longer have anything to bargain with me. You already said today that I explain questions to you, and you will agree to any conditions I propose in the future. What other bargaining chips do you have to impress me? Mu Xiaodai's expression froze slightly. Oh no, the stakes have been raised. If she had known, she would have said that. Yes, Luo Yuntian explaining questions to her can already exchange for her agreeing to any of his future conditions. So, it seems that Luo Yuntian really doesn't need to explain questions to her tomorrow night. Just when Luo Yuntian thought she was going to give up, she said, "How about you explain questions to me during the day, Luo Yuntian?" Luo Yuntian? Alright, this girl might really be full of energy. She never knows what it means to give up. Tomorrow's matters will be discussed tomorrow. Luo, beep. Before Mu Xiaodai could say anything else, Luo Yuntian had already ended the video call. Seeing that the video call had ended, Li Qingxue couldn't help but speak up. Xiaodai, are you out of your mind? Tomorrow night, you still want our class monitor to explain questions to you? Yes, what's wrong with that? Mu Xiaodai looked a bit silly. Unfortunately, he didn't agree. It's good that he didn't agree. Xiaodai, do you think it's appropriate for you to wear pajamas and have the class monitor explain questions to you every night via video call? Huh? Mu Xiaodai looked a bit silly, clearly not understanding. If Mu Xiaodai continues to have video calls like this with Luo Yuntian every night, not to mention others, even she and Zhao Yunyu would feel embarrassed. It's nothing, anyway, if you continue to have video calls like that with the class monitor. I'll wear sexy pajamas to seduce him. Li Qingxue didn't explain, still scaring Mu Xiaodai like this. Mu Xiaodai felt a bit nervous in her heart. But soon, she didn't feel so nervous anymore. After all, he already said he wouldn't explain questions to her tomorrow night. There's a high probability he wouldn't in the future either. Mu Xiaodai mumbled to herself, seemingly with nothing to worry about. Soon, she fell into her dreamland without a care. After hanging up the video call with Mu Xiaodai, Luo Yuntian smiled slightly. Just as he was thinking about whether to update a chapter of his novel or just rest, he suddenly heard footsteps outside with his previously acquired super hearing. That sound is Sister Bingley? Without a doubt, the voice outside was Yi Bingley returning. After a while, knock, knock, knock. Luo Yuntian's door was gently knocked on. Yuntian, are you asleep? Not yet, Sister Bingley. Then, Sister Bingley came in. Without receiving any objection from Luo Yuntian, Yi Bingley gently pushed the door open and walked in. At that moment, she was holding a tray. On the tray, there was actually a late-night snack. Yuntian, I thought you might be hungry at night. This is the frozen dish that Sixth Sister prepared for me, and I haven't eaten it yet. I just heated it up. You can eat it. Left by Sixth Sister? Luo Yuntian's eyes brightened slightly. His Sixth Sister is a world-class chef. Food made by his Sixth Sister is nothing less than delicious. Before leaving, Sixth Sister prepared a lot of dishes in advance to prevent him and the others from not being accustomed to the food and froze them. However, most of the food in the villa had already been finished by the greedy Mu Shuiyao and Xia Mengyin. Unexpectedly, there was still a portion left at Yi Bingley's. Thank you, Sister Bingley, Luo Yuntian said as he took the steaming late-night snack from Yi Bingley's hands. Smelling the rich aroma, he instantly felt his appetite wide open. But soon he realized something. Sister Bingley, you haven't eaten either. Let us eat together. A hint of a shallow smile appeared on Yi Bingley's snow-like cold face. No, Sister Bingley just ate, so I'm not hungry now. Looking at her expression, Yi Bingley indeed should have eaten a late-night snack. It's just that it wasn't this food. And she saved this frozen dish left by Sixth Sister, definitely not, because she said she wasn't hungry. Moreover, she didn't want to eat it. She wanted to save it for him. Luo Yuntian felt a bit moved inside. His Sister Bingley is really too indulgent towards him. To be precise, each of them is pampering him in their own way. Well then, thank you, Sister Bingley. since Yi Bingli has already heated this frozen dish. It naturally couldn't be frozen again. Luo Yuntian was also ready to finish it. Well, Yuntian, eat quickly. Luo Yuntian quickly picked up his chopsticks. He soon felt his appetite wide open, feeling as if he was floating at the peak of the clouds. This feeling is simply wonderful. Watching Luo Yuntian eat the late-night snack she sent over, Yi Bingli's lips, which rarely moved, slightly curved up. Luo Yuntian finished eating the late-night snack that Yi Bingli sent, and by the end, he felt so full that he didn't even want to move. Since Yuntian has finished eating, then Sister Bingli will clean this all up. Yi Bingli stood up, wanted to tidy everything, and Luo Yuntian remembered what Yi Bingli had said in his room before about not leaving tonight and staying to accompany him. Combined with her act of bringing him a late-night snack, Luo Yuntian knew that his sister Bingli definitely wanted to spend more time with him. Luo Yuntian thought of something and suddenly spoke. Sister Bingli, why don't you stay a bit longer? I can give you a massage. Now, he has mastered the intermediate massage technique produced by the system, and the relaxation effect is quite significant. It's just right to give Sister Bingli a massage, just like when he massaged Mu Shuiyao before. Mu Shuiyao spends all day drawing comics, which makes her easily tired. Her back and waist are prone to injury. Yi Bingli writes every day, so she must also be very tired. It's perfect for him to massage her to help her relax. Besides, he still cares for his sister Bingli if others don't. Massage? Yi Bingli was a bit surprised, then smiled beautifully. I've heard from Ninth Sister and the others about all this. Yuntian, you really seem to have a great massage technique. All right, then Bingli Jie will enjoy it. Luo Yuntian smiled and nodded. Okay, Bingli Jie, just lie down on the bed first. Yi Bingli lightly nodded her head. Following what Luo Yuntian said, she lay down on the bed. Luo Yuntian walked over to her. Using the techniques of intermediate massage, he began to massage her fragrant shoulders. Once he started the massage, Yi Bingli felt an extremely surprising sensation. She felt a warm flow of energy, as if it was flowing from his shoulders into her entire body. Yuntian, where did you learn this massage? It's so comfortable. Mu Shuiyao and Xiaoming Yin had also asked this question. Luo Yuntian naturally couldn't mention the system, so he could only say, I found a few ancient massage techniques online. After casually looking at them, I learned how to do it. Yi Bingli was already aware of Luo Yuntian's incredible learning ability, although she was shocked at the moment. She didn't say anything else and simply enjoyed Luo Yuntian's massage. After he had massaged her shoulders for a while, Luo Yuntian moved on to her waist. At this point, Yi Bingli felt completely relaxed. She felt like she didn't want to think about anything at all. While Luo Yuntian was massaging Yi Bingli, suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have triggered a check-in task. You can complete the check-in with intermediate massage techniques. The check-in location this time, Yi Bingli's hips. The sudden task prompt from the system left Luo Yuntian momentarily stunned. This time's check-in location. Moreover, it was the same as when he massaged Xiaoming Yin last time. Touching with hands wouldn't complete the check-in. He had to use intermediate massage techniques to do so. Doesn't that mean he has to use his hands? Chapter 47, Sister Bingli. Misunderstanding? System, what's going on? Why is there such a task being issued? Replying to the master, the task release content is completely random. This system has no authority and cannot decide on its own. Luo Yuntian felt like complaining. Even the task content cannot be determined. What use is this system? So if I can't complete the task, do I still face the random punishment of losing a sister? Yes, Master. Luo Yuntian wanted to smash this system in his heart. But given the current situation, this clock-in task must be completed. What's wrong? Yuntian? Feeling Luo Yuntian's massage, Yi Bingli could clearly sense that Luo Yuntian's earlier movements had noticeable pause. Luo Yuntian didn't know how to explain it to Yi Bingli. Just then, while massaging Yi Bingli, he could only grit his teeth and speak. Sister Bingli, my massage technique is fixed. Once I start, I must follow the fixed method. Yi Bingli didn't feel anything wrong. Then it's fine to follow this fixed method. What's the problem? Luo Yuntian could only respond. But this massage technique involves the buttocks. Yi Bingli's whole body slightly stiffened. Even someone as cold as Yi Bingli blushed in an instant. She didn't doubt what Luo Yuntian said. Just thinking about that scene made her face feel a bit hot. Yuntian, can we not do it? Yi Bingli had been so cold and domineering while handling the novel reporting incident for Luo Yuntian. But now, faced with this situation and Luo Yuntian, her voice had clearly weakened. It can't be done, Sister Bingli, it must be done. Moreover, once this massage technique starts, it can't be stopped. If I stop, it would also be harmful to me. Luo Yuntian randomly found a reason, saying that once the massage began, it couldn't be stopped. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to massage her properly. Yi Bingli's face turned even redder, and her heart was a bit chaotic, hearing that it couldn't be stopped once it started. Especially since it was harmful to Luo Yuntian, she finally made up her mind. She valued Luo Yuntian far above herself. No matter what, she couldn't let anything happen to him. Yuntian, then, you can proceed. At this moment, Yi Bingli completely dared not look at Luo Yuntian. Luckily, she was lying on the bed with her back to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to face Luo Yuntian right now. Okay, Sister Bingli, then, I'm coming. After getting Yi Bingli's permission, Luo Yuntian's hands slowly moved down. Ding! Clocking in. There are still 3 minutes until the clock in is completed. Luo Yuntian wanted to smash this system. This time, the clock in task duration was actually 3 minutes, longer than any previous clock in time. And during the clock in period, his hands couldn't leave. This damn system is truly a scam. Luo Yuntian gritted his teeth, but he couldn't skip the clock in. He could only follow the intermediate massage technique. Throughout this process, Yi Bingli's body was tense. Her face was incredibly hot. She completely dared not look at Luo Yuntian or even think about all this. However, Luo Yuntian's intermediate massage technique was produced by the system. During the massage, warm air currents continuously flowed into her body. All these sensations kept reminding her that everything happening now was real. Yi Bingli buried her face deep into the pillow, even more afraid to look up. Yi Bingli's heart began to feel a bit chaotic. The way Yuntian is treating me, could it be that he has, like me, for a long time? Yi Bingli's mind was a bit disordered, and the fact that once it starts, it can't be stopped, otherwise, it would be harmful to the body. She didn't know in advance, but as the one giving her the massage, Luo Yuntian surely knew. Luo Yuntian knew all this beforehand. Why would he still give her a massage? Moreover, it was Luo Yuntian who had actively offered to massage her. Doesn't that mean that Luo Yuntian wanted to massage her back then? Yi Bingli misunderstood at this moment. She even completely misunderstood whether Luo Yuntian had secretly liked her for a long time. If Luo Yuntian knew all this, he would probably shout that he was wronged. When he had proposed a massage, Yi Bingli, he was merely thinking of helping her massage her shoulders and back to help her relax after sitting at her desk, writing for so long. Who would have thought this damn system would suddenly issue a task? Meanwhile, while Yi Bingli was lost in thought, Luo Yuntian continued to follow the system's clock-in task, massaging Yi Bingli. This clock-in time had to last for 3 minutes. This damn system was truly going to kill him. However, gradually, Luo Yuntian's heart began to have some different thoughts. Yi Bingli and Mu Shuiyao, they all had their own body characteristics. Luo Yuntian's mind gradually wandered. He even began to develop a kind of. After a while, Luo Yuntian suddenly woke up. What was I thinking? She's my sister Bingli. Luo Yuntian was startled. Just now, he had actually developed an inappropriate thought. He hurriedly retracted that thought, but soon he couldn't help but think. Speaking of which, Sister Bingli is just my senior sister. It seems that no matter what happens, there's nothing wrong. Luo Yuntian's heart began to waver. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have completed the clock-in and received the reward. Advanced Massage Technique. Chapter 48 What? The 3 minutes ended. The system's prompt sound rang out, and Luo Yuntian received a reward of Advanced Massage Technique. At this moment, he was still a bit dazed. Feeling Luo Yuntian's hands, it seemed there was a trend of not stopping. Yi Bingli's icy face inadvertently turned even redder. Yuntian, can we stop for now? Yi Bingli finally managed to speak. Luo Yuntian then came back to his senses. Oh, okay, Bingli Jia. Luo Yuntian hurriedly withdrew his hands. He then realized that the system's check-in task had already been completed. After withdrawing his hands, Yi Bingli also got up from the bed and sat on the edge. Although Luo Yuntian was no longer massaging her, Yi Bingli still felt a warm sensation behind her. It was as if Luo Yuntian's hands were still massaging her. This made Yi Bingli's icy face heat up even more. A heart that was usually as calm as ice and snow was now in complete disarray. Yi Bingli sat on the edge of the bed, silent for a long time. Luo Yuntian also didn't know what to say. An awkward atmosphere silently spread between the two. After a while, Yi Bingli finally spoke first. Yuntian, thank you for the massage. I'll take my leave now. Yi Bingli didn't know how to face Luo Yuntian at this moment. She just wanted to escape first, not wanting to stay with Luo Yuntian any longer. Otherwise, her heart would only become more awkward. All right, Bingli Jia. Luo Yuntian said this, but his gaze subconsciously looked at the spot where Yi Bingli had just been sitting. His eyes widened slightly in shock, because the place where Yi Bingli had just sat had sunk down into a round and deep pit. Undoubtedly, it was caused by her sitting on the edge of the bed. Noticing Luo Yuntian's gaze, Yi Bingli's icy face turned even redder. She said nothing more, only wishing to return to her own room quickly to avoid further awkwardness. Just as Yi Bingli was about to leave, a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for triggering the check-in task. Let Yi Bingli check in for 8 hours in the Master S room. Completing the task will yield a mysterious reward. Luo Yuntian was slightly stunned. His god-level check-in system had triggered so many check-in tasks, but this was the first time it triggered a check-in task. Moreover, this check-in task required Yi Bingli to complete it for him. The task's reward seemed to be some mysterious reward. However, Luo Yuntian didn't care about the reward. He was more concerned about the punishment. System, what kind of punishment will there be if the task is not completed? Replying to the Master. If the task is not completed, the Master will randomly lose one sister. The punishment for this task was completely the same as when failing to complete a check-in task. Seeing Yi Bingli about to leave his room, Luo Yuntian hurriedly spoke up. Bingli Jia, wait a moment. Yi Bingli stopped in her tracks. Yuntian, what's wrong? Due to the awkwardness between them earlier, Yi Bingli still wanted to quickly return to her room. Luo Yuntian also didn't know how to start. Suddenly, he remembered what Yi Bingli had said before. Didn't Yi Bingli Jia say she wouldn't leave and would stay here with me? How about not leaving tonight? Fortunately, this statement was something Yi Bingli had said before. Using this reason to keep her here shouldn't be too forced. Yi Bingli was momentarily taken aback. But Yuntian, didn't you say that if Bingli Jia stayed here, Jiuzhong and the others would find out and there would be many obstacles? Luo Yuntian could only respond. I was just thinking, actually, if Bingli Jia stays for one night, it should be fine. Luo Yuntian spoke with difficulty. Meanwhile, Yi Bingli's heart was even more confused. Yuntian is directly asking me to massage him, and now he wants me to stay tonight. Does Yuntian really have feelings for me? Yi Bingli's misunderstanding deepened, even more than before. Meanwhile, Luo Yuntian felt more wrong than Do Yi. None of this was his original intention. If it weren't for the system task, he wouldn't be in this situation. Bingli Jia, I want you to stay. Luo Yuntian's words made Yi Bingli's heart soften instantly. After all, she was a doting sister. Okay, fine. In the end, Yi Bingli agreed. Luo Yuntian sighed in relief. This way, he could complete the system task, as long as Yi Bingli stayed with him until tomorrow morning. The 8-hour check-in task would definitely be completed. He wouldn't have to face the punishment of randomly losing one sister. Bingli Jia, don't worry. The beds in the villa's rooms are equipped with mechanisms and are separate. We don't have to sleep in the same bed. Luo Yuntian said. Each room in the villa had large beds that could accommodate several people and could be completely separated in the middle. Even if 2 people slept there, they didn't have to share the same bed. Luo Yuntian's words made Yi Bingli's stunningly beautiful face turn even redder. It was as if the 2 of them were originally going to sleep in the same bed. Luo Yuntian also felt that he was making things worse and couldn't help but cough lightly. Well, I'm going to take a shower first. Bingli, yeah. You should wash up too. Luo Yuntian's statement about going to take a shower sounded even more misleading. Feeling the atmosphere between them growing increasingly awkward, Luo Yuntian could only stop talking and hurriedly headed toward the bathroom. Yi Bingli waited outside. Although she had said earlier that she would stay here with Luo Yuntian, when it came time to actually stay, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Moreover, Luo Yuntian's previous series of actions really seemed like he had feelings for her. Why am I feeling so nervous? Could it be that I also like Yuntian? Yi Bingli asked herself. Suddenly, she realized that she didn't even have an answer to this question in her heart. She seemed a bit confused about it. Chapter 49 Caught? Invisibility Charm. Yi Bingli felt somewhat confused in her heart. Right now, she was even more uncertain. Did she really like Luo Yuntian? Especially after the way Luo Yuntian had just massaged her. The reason that it would be harmful to Luo Yuntian if he didn't continue the massage seemed flimsy no matter how she looked at it. Just as Yi Bingli was thinking this, the bathroom door opened, and Luo Yuntian walked out. When Yi Bingli looked at Luo Yuntian, she couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. At that moment, Luo Yuntian, having just taken a shower, was only wearing a pair of shorts. His incredibly fit physique and perfect 8-pack abs were all in Yi Bingli's line of sight. Even Yi Bingli's usual calm demeanor was somewhat flustered. Just like Mu Shuiyao had felt when she first saw Luo Yuntian, Yi Bingli realized now that Luo Yuntian's body had become so good without her even noticing. Ahem, Bingli Jieyu should go wash up too. Luo Yuntian also felt a bit awkward, especially since he and Yi Bingli had just had that kind of incident. Coming out like this could easily lead her to misunderstand. However, he was indeed used to coming out in just his shorts after taking a shower. Yi Bingli nodded slightly and quickly headed towards the bathroom, not daring to look at Luo Yuntian. As Yi Bingli entered the bathroom, Luo Yuntian felt somewhat helpless in his heart. What the hell was this? Previously, due to the system's check-in task, he had to massage Bingli Jie like that. Now, because of the system's sign-in task, he had to keep Bingli Jie here for the night. Wasn't this completely setting her up for misunderstandings? It's all this damn system's fault. Luo Yuntian thought bitterly, but the system had no response. Splash! Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom, undoubtedly indicating that Yi Bingli had started bathing. Luo Yuntian's gaze inadvertently looked over, and he found it hard to look away. Each room's bathroom door was made of half glass. Although he couldn't really see anything, he could vaguely make out a stunning silhouette bathing. It was this hazy feeling that made it even harder for one's heart to remain calm. Luo Yuntian could only force himself to calm down and turn his gaze away. He pressed a button on the bed, and the bed emitted a low rumbling sound. The knob in the middle of the bed activated, splitting Luo Yuntian's entire bed in half, and the other half of the bed automatically slid away a bit, just enough to serve as a resting place for a second person. Phew! Thankfully, the bed in the room could be separated. If tonight, not only did Yi Bingli have to stay in his room, but they also had to sleep on the same bed. It would truly be hard to explain in the future. Now that it was like this, it could still be a bit better. Women usually take much longer to bathe than men. Creak! After a while, the bathroom door finally opened, and Yi Bingli walked out, having tidied herself up. At this moment, she was still wearing her own clothes. There was no doubt that after finishing her bath, she had changed back into her clothes. Luo Yuntian's room didn't have any clothes for her change into, and Luo Yuntian also didn't know whether, once the sign-in task began, it would allow Yi Bingli to leave his room. What if Yi Bingli left his room for just a short while and the task got interrupted? That would be bad. Moreover, if Yi Bingli went back to her room to get clothes and came back, it would increase the chances of being discovered by Mu Shuiyao and the others. It was better to just get through tonight smoothly. Bingli Jie, let us rest quickly. Yi Bingli. Luo Yuntian wanted to slap himself hard. What he said was too misleading. Bingli Jie, I meant, let us rest separately. I know. Yi Bingli nodded slightly and walked over to lie down on the other bed. Well, Bingli Jie, good night. Luo Yuntian felt extremely awkward. After saying that, he turned off the lights. Although the room darkened and it was time to sleep, neither Luo Yuntian nor Yi Bingli felt the slightest bit sleepy. In Luo Yuntian's heart, he was cursing the damn system countless times. If it weren't for this damn system, he wouldn't have done so many things that could easily lead to misunderstandings. On the other hand, Yi Bingli's heart was in turmoil. The way Luo Yuntian had massaged her not only didn't he make her leave, but instead made her stay overnight. This made her even more uncertain about whether Luo Yuntian liked her. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Luo Yuntian woke up first. Seeing Yi Bingli's sleeping face on the other bed, he felt embarrassed, but his gaze softened. Bingli Jie really is beautiful. Whether it was Mu Shuiyao or Yi Bingli, they were undoubtedly stunning beauties. As Luo Yuntian looked at Yi Bingli, her beautiful eyes slowly began to open. Seeing this, Luo Yuntian hurriedly looked away to avoid further awkwardness in the morning and chose to pretend to be asleep. Yi Bingli, noticing Luo Yuntian on the other bed, felt her cheeks flush as she recalled what happened last night. Without delay, she quickly tidied up her clothes and headed for the door of Luo Yuntian's room. Yi Bingli left Luo Yuntian's room without any incidents along the way, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. However, when Yi Bingli wanted to hurry back to her own room, halfway there, she suddenly froze. She happened to see Wenren Ziyue coming out of her room on the first floor. Wenren Ziyue also spotted Yi Bingli and felt somewhat surprised. Yi Bingli didn't dare to meet Wenren Ziyue's gaze and hurriedly returned to her own room. Wenren Ziyue, seeing Yi Bingli return to her room, continued to watch her with her gaze fixed on Yi Bingli's room. Could it be that seventh sister stayed in Yuntian's room last night? It seems that I've inadvertently discovered something significant. Interesting, truly interesting. A beautiful arc appeared on the corner of Wenren Ziyue's lips. After Yi Bingli returned to her room, even her heart, which was as calm as ice and snow, began to race. How could she have been discovered by the 10th sister? She should have gotten up early enough today. To be precise, she and T slept well at all last night. She wanted to leave Luo Yuntian's room early today, but she still ended up being caught by Wenren Ziyue. Now, she was at a loss about what to do next. However, what troubled her the most was still the matter between her and Luo Yuntian. In Luo Yuntian's room, having pretended to be asleep and allowed Yi Bingli to leave, he did so to avoid awkwardness between them. Moreover, Yi Bingli had already stayed in his room for more than 8 hours at that point. Now, the sign-in task should have been completed. Damn system, you really put me in a tough spot. This time, don't let me down with the reward. Luo Yuntian has always been indifferent to rewards. As long as he completes the task and doesn't suffer the punishment of randomly losing a sister, that's enough. But this time, the damn system has really put him in a difficult position. No matter what, it must give him a useful reward to soothe his soul. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have completed the check-in task. Reward: Invisibility Talisman. Chapter 50. Timo's Invisibility Potion. Did Sister Mingyin have doubts? The notification sound from the system left Luo Yuntian momentarily stunned. Invisibility Potion? He didn't expect to receive such a reward from this sign-in. By the looks of it, this should be a good item that allows invisibility. In that case, it could barely soothe his somewhat hurt soul. Timo's Invisibility Potion. The full name of this invisibility potion is quite adorable. After glancing briefly at the invisibility potion in the system backpack, he figured it was about time. Luo Yuntian quickly walked out of the room and then went downstairs. Yuntian, you're up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Just wait a little longer, Xia Mingyin said sweetly when she saw Luo Yuntian coming down. Thank you, Sister Mingyin. Luo Yuntian replied simply. Hearing this, Xia Mingyin was overjoyed. It's no trouble at all. Making breakfast for Yuntian is not a hassle at all. What trouble? Mu Shuiyao came down from upstairs and heard their conversation. After all, Sister Mingyin has to eat breakfast too. She could just consider it as making breakfast for herself, right? Xia Mingyin was momentarily taken aback by Mu Shuiyao's words and felt a bit angry. Jumei, if you're so capable of making breakfast, then you shouldn't eat what I make in the future. Mu Shuiyao chuckled mischievously. Well, I still have to eat today, but in the future. Hee. Anyway, Lu Jie is coming back soon. By then, I'll want to eat the dishes you make, Mingyin. Her own Lu Jie is a world-class chef. Although Sister Mingyin's cooking is good, it surely pales in comparison to Lu Jie's. Xia Mingyin continued to make breakfast angrily. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiyao sneakily glanced around and moved closer to Luo Yuntian, trying to hug him. Hee, Shuiyao, what are you trying to do? Mu Shuiyao. Before Mu Shuiyao could get close to Luo Yuntian, she was spotted by Wenren Ziyue. It's nothing. I just wanted to get a chair for Yuntian to sit on. Mu Shuiyao hastily made up an excuse and brought over a chair for Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian felt a bit helpless. Thinking about the situation with Bingli, his heart felt a bit chaotic. After they all gathered on the first floor, Yi Bingley finally came down slowly from upstairs. Bingley, why did you get up so late today? Mu Shueiyao asked, feeling a bit curious. It's nothing. Just got delayed by some matters. Yi Bingley said, avoiding eye contact with Luo Yuntian. Wenren Ziyue chuckled lightly. Huh, it seems like it's quite an important matter. Who knows, it might even be a lifelong event. Even Yi Bingley felt a bit embarrassed by Wenren Ziyue's teasing. After all, just a moment ago, Wenren Ziyue had really seen something. Why ask so much? It must just be that Bingley just got back and is still a bit unaccustomed. It's normal not to sleep well last night, Xiao Mengyin said. Hearing this, Yi Bingley felt a bit relieved. Mu Shueiyao didn't think much of it either. Only in Wenren Ziyue's eyes was there an enchanting glimmer. After a while, Xiao Mengyin finished making breakfast. Luo Yuntian and all of them sat down at the dining table. Yuntian, here, eat a piece of chicken. Yuntian, Sister Shueiyao will give you a piece of pork rib. Yuntian, eating fish will make you smarter. His sisters were competing to serve him food. Even the usually cool Yi Bingley, despite not saying much and feeling a bit flustered, also served him some food. Luo Yuntian ate everything his sisters served him. I'm full now. I'm heading to school. Staying here felt a bit awkward, especially since he didn't know how to face Yi Bingley. It was better to head to school early. Yuntian, wait a moment. Ziyue Jie heard that today is Yuntian's last day of military training. Tomorrow, the official university life will begin. Yes, that's right. Wenren Ziyue said softly. What a memorable day. How about Ziyue Jie and Yuntian share a commemorative hug? Okay? No way. 10th sister. Before Luo Yuntian could say anything, Xiao Mengyin and Mu Shueiyao spoke in unison. Hugging Yuntian in front of us? Do you think we're just going to let that happen? Either none of you hug, or all of you hug. 10th sister wanting to have him all to herself is unacceptable. 10th sister, you actually want to hug Yuntian? Dream on. That's right, 7th sister. Do you think it's appropriate for 10th sister to do that? While Xiao Mengyin was opposing 10th sister, she didn't forget to pull Yi Bingley into the fray. In the villa now, Yi Bingley had the most authority among them. However, at that moment, Yi Bingley didn't say anything, but silently continued to eat. After all, she still had leverage in Wenren Ziyue's hands. If she upset Wenren Ziyue, it might not be good for her. Strange. Why does Bingley Jie seem a bit off this morning? Mu Shueiyao didn't sense anything and thought it was just Yi Bingley's cool personality. But Xiao Mengyin felt a bit perplexed. Even if Bingley Jie had a cool personality, she wouldn't just let 10th sister have her way when it came to Yuntian. After all, while their sisterly bond was always strong, it often turned into a plastic sisterhood when it came to Yuntian. Sigh. I can't go against my two older sisters' words. It seems I won't be able to hug Yuntian this time. Before Xiao Mengyin could think more, Wenren Ziyue spoke with a hint of pouting. Luo Yuntian felt a bit guilty, not knowing if his Ziyue Jie was hinting at something. Speaking of which, he still owed his Ziyue Jie a hug. A big hug. This hug, according to their previous agreement, should still be on the table. Well, if there is nothing else, I'll head to school first. Luo Yuntian quickly left the villa. Wenren Ziyue only slightly curved her lips, not saying anything more. After Luo Yuntian left the villa, he let out a deep sigh of relief. If it were someone else, having so many outstanding older sisters or seniors would probably feel incredibly happy. But for Luo Yuntian, it was really a bit overwhelming. Luo Yuntian could feel that 01 and the others were all around him. Usually, there was no need to call them out. Luo Yuntian headed directly to school. As he walked into the school, a familiar stunning figure suddenly jumped out from behind a tree. Hello, Luo Yuntian. Undoubtedly, it was Mu Xiaodai. Chapter 51, Training. Myself. Seeing Mu Xiaodai jump out, Luo Yuntian felt somewhat accustomed to it. Luo Yuntian nodded lightly and walked towards the school. Luo Yuntian. Wait a moment. Seeing Luo Yuntian about to leave, Mu Xiaodai hurriedly chased after him. Just as she was about to catch up to Luo Yuntian, he glanced at her, causing her steps to falter. Then, cautiously, she took a few steps back. During this process, she carefully observed Luo Yuntian's reaction. Her delicate feet seemed to measure out the distance perfectly. Each step back was just right. Luo Yuntian noticed her inner thoughts as well. Once she retreated to a certain point, he withdrew his gaze. Mu Xiaodai felt a bit excited. 98 centimeters. Indeed, I've made another centimeter of progress today. At this rate, In 100 days, I can stand beside him. Although 100 days might seem long to many, it didn't feel long at all to Mu Xiaodai. For the chance to be with the person she liked, what was 100 days? Luo Yuntian. I also want to thank you for helping me with my studies last night. Then I should thank a certain little butterfly for keeping me up all night. Luo Yuntian replied. In truth, he indeed hadn't slept well last night, but it had little to do with Mu Xiaodai. It was mainly affected by what happened with Yi Bingli afterward. Luo Yuntian said this to see her reaction and to see if he could make her retreat. However, Mu Xiaodai's starry eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Luo Yuntian, were you thinking about me all night last night? Luo Yuntian. Now he understood. This little girl's thought process was indeed different from that of ordinary people. He looked at her somewhat silly and oblivious expression. Oh, so you mean you didn't sleep well because you were helping me with my studies last night? I'm sorry. I just want to fulfill our agreement faster. The little girl then appeared a bit shy. However, this didn't last long, and her starry eyes lit up again. How about after we're together? You make up for all the sleep you missed? You can sleep as long as you want, I won't mind. Luo Yuntian. He glanced at this little girl, clearly realizing she didn't have the intelligence to deliberately tease him. Moreover, Mu Xiaodai herself didn't yet realize that her previous words had a certain ambiguity. It could even be understood as, once we are together, you can sleep as long as you want, and it wouldn't matter to me. Luo Yuntian didn't say anything further and continued walking towards the school, while Mu Xiaodai hurriedly followed. Luo Yuntian, I still want to thank you for helping me with my studies last night. I was just bored, Luo Yuntian said lightly. Mu Xiaodai's starry eyes became even more radiant. Luo Yuntian, you look a lot like a domineering CEO from a novel right now. Do you think I might be the female lead in the story? According to the plot development in the novel, the domineering CEO always ends up with Cinderella. Luo Yuntian no longer wanted to comment on this girl's thought process and quickened his pace towards the military training area, while Mu Xiaodai hurriedly kept up. The two of them maintained that 98 centimeters of distance as they moved forward. In the campus, many students who saw the two couldn't help but gossip about them. After all, with Luo Yuntian's looks and the halo of being the top student in the college entrance examination, he was a focal point wherever he went. When Luo Yuntian and Mu Xiaodai reached the playground, soon, other students gathered as well. Damn it! Seeing Luo Yuntian and Mu Xiaodai together again, Yang Wei felt an overwhelming jealousy. He had just been thoroughly taught a lesson by Ma Pijing after reporting Luo Yuntian. It was obvious that Luo Yuntian had a certain background. Even Ma Pijing didn't dare provoke him. But Yang Wei felt very unwilling. Yuntian, you're here. Qi Ming Lang and the others came over from the dormitory, calling out to Luo Yuntian. Hee, Xiaodai beauty, you're with Yuntian again. Qi Ming Lang said with some curiosity. Yes, we just happened to run into each other. Mu Xiaodai felt a bit uneasy as she finished her sentence. Hee, we all understand, we all understand. Mu Xiaodai's little face turned slightly red. At the same time, she couldn't help but think if her relationship with Luo Yuntian were really like this, how wonderful that would be. Unfortunately, there was still a long way to go. Mu Xiaodai's heart felt a bit dejected, but soon her fighting spirit reignited. None of this would defeat her. Li Qingxue and Zhao Nunyu lightly covered their foreheads. Their precious roommate was being too obvious in her affections. Yang Wei finally couldn't hold back anymore. He walked over directly from their class. Class leader Luo, today is the last day of military training. Yang Wei profochatifully spoke to Luo Yuntian. However, Luo Yuntian completely ignored him, not even bothering to acknowledge him. Seeing that he was being ignored, Yang Wei's heart burned with anger. But he quickly sneered. Lowering his voice, he said, Class leader Luo, I know you have some background. Even Ma Pijing doesn't dare touch you, and the new instructor is practically bowing down to you, afraid of being too strict. But because of this, the military training effect in your class these days must be quite poor, right? Yang Wei had a look of schadenfreude. Don't think that just because a small director Ma doesn't dare touch you, you can act all high and mighty. Is your background really the principal? Luo Yuntian didn't say anything, but he did glance at Yang Wei. It had to be said that Yang Wei was somewhat right. Yang Wei was just speaking casually, unaware that what he said at that moment was already somewhat close to the truth. Class leader Luo, even if your background is the principal, During the formation inspection ceremony after military training, if your class looks a complete mess, even the principal wouldn't forcefully award you first place in front of all the new students, right? Yang Wei felt increasingly pleased with himself, feeling utterly delighted. When that time comes, let's see how Luo Yuntian, the class leader, continues to lead. Mu Xiaodia's heart would eventually belong to him. Luo Yuntian didn't pay him any mind. However, what Yang Wei said was somewhat of concern. The military training effect in the class these past few days was certainly not as good as other classes. If the formation really did look a mess, it would indeed be inappropriate. The newly appointed instructor was just walking over from a distance. Luo Yuntian directly stepped forward to meet him. This morning's military training, you don't need to lead anymore. I will lead the class myself. Upon hearing Luo Yuntian's words, Yang Wei couldn't believe it. Luo Yuntian wanted to train without the instructor? Chapter 52, Cinderella Act? Dreamy Sister also discovered. Seeing Luo Yuntian wanting to train the class without the instructor, Yang Wei was momentarily stunned. Then he couldn't help but laugh internally. This Luo Yuntian really thinks too simply about everything. Even if those instructors are outsourced, they still understand professional training methods to some extent. If he tries to train by himself, wouldn't that have the opposite effect? Yang Wei completely disregarded Luo Yuntian at this moment. Not to mention that Luo Yuntian's training would likely be inferior to those instructors. Even if he could match them, it was already the last day of military training. More accurately, the last morning. In the afternoon, they would have to march in formation. Did Luo Yuntian really think he could achieve results training the class for just this last morning? That was simply impossible. Yang Wei could already imagine the embarrassing scene when it came time for the formation, and he would leak the news that the training was conducted by Luo Yuntian. That would definitely make Luo Yuntian lose face. After Luo Yuntian finished speaking, the instructor nodded and left, as he had been sent by Zhang Meng with strict instructions not to offend Luo Yuntian. Now, with the last day of training not needing him, he was quite happy about it. All right, I'll take over the military training for everyone this morning. Luo Yuntian walked to the front of the class, and Mu Xiaodai clapped her hands excitedly, nearly turning them red. It was clear how thrilled she was. Okay, then trouble the class monitor to train us, Li Qingxue said. Meanwhile, Yang Wei and his group began their military training, but he was watching Luo Yuntian's side with an amused expression. Soon, however, he was stunned. Luo Yuntian's training was surprisingly impressive. It wasn't just impressive. It was making the entire class progress rapidly. Luo Yuntian's training methods were undoubtedly those of a top student or even a genius. Furthermore, his authority in the class, whether among boys or girls, was extremely high, making the execution very efficient. In a short amount of time, the military training results of the class had soared. Yang Wei stared blankly. It didn't take half a day. The results of Luo Yuntian's half-hour training surpassed what they achieved in 3 days. Why? Why was this Luo Yuntian so outstanding in every aspect? Yang Wei felt like he could bite his own teeth in frustration. He never expected Luo Yuntian could achieve such excellent results in military training in such a short time. At this moment, Yang Wei felt that the instructor for his class was very much hated. Our class's instructor is really useless, Yang Wei said resentfully. His words were overheard by the instructor, whose expression immediately turned cold. They didn't dare provoke Luo Yuntian, but they weren't afraid of Yang Wei. Class monitor Yang Wei stepped forward. Do 300 push-ups. Yang Wei realized only then what he had said, and that the instructor must have heard it. Instructor, 300. What if I can't finish? You must complete them, or you'll have to do an additional 500. Yang Wei could only feel extremely aggrieved as he started doing push-ups. Meanwhile, Luo Yuntian saw that half an hour of training was sufficient. All right, everyone, take a break. After finishing the military training, Luo Yuntian let everyone rest. Yang Wei, who was struggling with push-ups, saw that Luo Yuntian's class was resting, making him feel like he might vomit from frustration. After sitting down, Luo Yuntian was approached by Mu Xiaodai, who brought a workbook. Classmate Luo Yuntian, please help me with my homework. Luo Yuntian glanced at her and thought that since he had nothing to do, he might as well help this little girl. Okay, what do you not understand? I don't understand anywhere. All right, let us continue from where we left off last night. Luo Yuntian felt somewhat defeated by this girl. Mu Xiaodai felt delighted in her heart. At this moment, she remembered something and took out a clean bag. Inside was a white glove. Classmate Luo Yuntian, this is the white glove you dropped in the alley when you saved me last time. How about I return it to you? Mu Xiaodai said cautiously. Luo Yuntian took a glance and recognized that it was the glove he had worn to catch the bricks thrown by some punks in the alley, which he had thrown away because it got dirty. He had never had the habit of keeping such gloves. No need, you can keep it, Luo Yuntian said. And to his surprise, Mu Xiaodai did not feel disappointed, but instead looked excited. All right, I was actually reluctant to return it to you. Now that I keep it, we'll have a pair of couple gloves. Luo Yuntian. This girl's thought process is truly beyond comprehension. Oh, this is just like the Cinderella and Prince scenario. But isn't the Cinderella and Prince act a bit reversed? This is the prince's lost glove, which was picked up by Cinderella. Qi Minglang happened to pass by and overheard their conversation, teasing them. At this moment, their scene was quite reminiscent of the Cinderella act. However, in the original Cinderella act, it was Cinderella's lost shoe that the prince picked up. This time, the roles seemed somewhat reversed. Mu Xiaodai felt a bit shy, while also looking forward to everything between her and Luo Yuntian coming true. Hee, you two continue. After teasing them, Qi Minglang walked away. Luo Yuntian calmly said to Mu Xiaodai, the other glove, I will eventually throw it away too. Mu Xiaodai paused slightly. Don't throw it away. If you do, we want to have couple gloves. The little girl thought for a moment. How about this, classmate Luo Yuntian? Tell me where you will throw it, and I will go pick it up later. Then I can see the gift you gave me. Luo Yuntian. He no longer wanted to comment on this girl's thought process. Let us stop talking about this and go back to the lesson. Don't. Let us continue. Mu Xiaodai waved her little hands, urging Luo Yuntian to help her with her homework. Seeing the intimate scene between the two, Yang Wei, who was doing push-ups, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. At this moment, in the villa, Xia Mingyin was just thinking about going out for an outdoor livestream today. After some thought, she decided to check the surveillance footage first. Let me see if there's anything interesting. The surveillance she had set up previously had captured the scenes of Mu Shuiyao and Luo Yuntian, which had proven quite useful. Now, she wanted to see if anything had been captured from that time until now. However, deep down, she instinctively felt there probably wouldn't be anything significant. After all, it had been less than a day since then. But when she looked, Xia Mingyin nearly spat out the water she had just drunk. Sister Bingley spent the night in Yuntian's room yesterday. Chapter 53, The Pain and Joy of Choice. Xia Mingyin was somewhat stunned. She originally thought that there wouldn't be anything else to capture. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, she recorded something again, and even if she thought about it, she initially believed that Mu Shuiyao might become a threat to her, or perhaps Wenren Ziyue could also be a threat. But what she never expected was that the cold and aloof Yi Bingley, who had just returned, would become a threat to her. Xia Mingyin's surveillance was set up in the hall on the first floor. This position could capture the second floor. From the surveillance footage, it was evident that Yi Bingley entered Luo Yuntian's room last night and came out once. However, after she entered Luo Yuntian's room for the second time, she never came out again. It wasn't until this morning that she finally left Luo Yuntian's room. Moreover, at that moment, Wenren Ziyue appeared in the footage on the first floor. Clearly, Wenren Ziyue had discovered that Yi Bingley stayed overnight in Luo Yuntian's room last night. No wonder Sister Bingley had no response this morning when Shimi mentioned hugging Yuntian. Xia Mingyin recalled all of this. This morning, when Wenren Ziyue said she wanted a commemorative hug with Luo Yuntian, both she and Mu Shuiyao strongly opposed it. Only Yi Bingley remained silent. At that time, she found it a bit strange. Even if Sister Bingley had a cold personality, she shouldn't have been completely unresponsive regarding the issue of Yuntian. The truth turned out to be like this. Yi Bingley had a handle in Wenren Ziyue's hands. Speaking of which, Shimi had just gone upstairs. Could it be that she went fine? As Xia Mingyin thought of this, she felt increasingly irritated and headed straight for the second floor. Meanwhile, in Yi Bingley's room on the second floor, Wenren Ziyue stood in front of Yi Bingley with her arms crossed, a sly look on her face. Sister Bingley, You stayed overnight in Yuntian's room last night, right? Yi Bingli knew she couldn't avoid it, so she simply admitted it. At such an early hour, even if she explained that she had come to Luo Yuntian's room in the morning and then left, it would still be a bit inappropriate. Besides, she had no reason to go to Luo Yuntian's room in the morning. Shimmy, will you tell anyone? Tell anyone? Hee hee. How could I be so careless to say it out loud? Wenren Ziyue spoke charmingly. I just want Sister Bingli to agree to a small condition. What small condition? Hee hee. Since Sister Bingli stayed overnight in Yuntian's room yesterday, then I should also stay overnight in Yuntian's room today. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Wenren Ziyue naturally had her own plans. Just like when Mu Shuiyao encountered Luo Yuntian in Wenren Ziyue's room and had just given her a massage. Xiao Mingyin, who discovered the incident from the surveillance footage, was similar. It wouldn't benefit them to expose it. So it was better to use this handle to exchange for a favorable condition for themselves. Wenren Ziyue thought the same way. It was of no benefit to her to reveal it. So it was better to use it to get Sister Bingli to agree to let her stay in Luo Yuntian's room tonight. After all, Yi Bingli had stayed overnight in Luo Yuntian's room yesterday. It wouldn't be excessive for her to go tonight, right? Could it be that Sister Bingli could only allow the officials to set fire while forbidding the common people from lighting lamps? Yi Bingli knew she was in the wrong. Shimmy, I agree. However, it could only be my agreement. I can't control the opinions of Bai Mei and Zhu Mei. Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes sparkled. That's fine, as long as Sister Bingli agrees. Once Yi Bingli agreed, even if Xiao Mingyin and Mu Shuiyao opposed it, accurately, the two of them would almost certainly oppose it. It would still be a 2-against-2 situation, which wasn't too bad. Bang! At that moment, the door to Yi Bingli's room was pushed open. Due to the villa's tight security, it was impossible for anyone else to enter. The two hadn't locked the door. The person who pushed the door open was Xiao Mingyin. Sister Bingli, did you stay overnight in Yuntian's room last night? Yi Bingli, how did this matter? Besides Wenren Ziyue, come to Xiao Mingyin's knowledge? When she left Luo Yuntian's room earlier, it was clear that only Wenren Ziyue saw her. Xiao Mingyin hadn't noticed her at that time. Could it be that Shimmy told Bai Mei about this? As soon as Yi Bingli had this thought, she dismissed it. Wenren Ziyue definitely wouldn't leak it. Even if she wanted to use this little handle to exchange conditions, telling another person would mean sharing the spoils, which wouldn't benefit Wenren Ziyue at all. Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Sister Mingyin, how did you discover all of this? Did you install surveillance on the first floor? At that time, there were no other people present. This point Wenren Ziyue could confirm. Since Xiao Mingyin knew everything, it undoubtedly meant there was surveillance involved. Yes. Facing Xiao Mingyin, Yi Bingli directly admitted it. Since Xiao Mingyin dared to say so, she must have evidence. All right, since that's the case, then I will stay in Yuntian's room tonight. Yi Bingli felt a bit surprised. The soundproofing in the villa's rooms was exceptionally good, especially the one-way soundproofing. The sounds inside the room couldn't possibly be heard outside. When she discussed with Wenren Ziyue earlier, Xiao Mingyin definitely hadn't heard anything. She just didn't expect that when Xiao Mingyin made a request, it was the same as Wenren Ziyue's request. It really was a meeting of minds. Shimmy also said so. Anyway, I won't go to Yuntian's room tonight. The rest is for you to discuss. Xiao Mingyin looked towards Wenren Ziyue. Wenren Ziyue also looked at Xiao Mingyin. What a good opportunity to be with Yuntian. I didn't expect to have to share it with Shimmy. Xiao Mingyin thought to herself, feeling helpless. After all, from the surveillance, it was clear that Wenren Ziyue had indeed discovered everything. Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly. Sister Mingyin, I have a suggestion. Why don't we let Yuntian choose for himself among the three of us? When the time comes, whoever Yuntian chooses will accompany him to the room overnight. Isn't that fair? Xiao Mingyin secretly gritted her teeth. If that were the case, it would truly depend on their own abilities and charms. However, she didn't believe that she would lose to Shimmy. All right, I agree. Let Yuntian choose actively. At the very least, Sister Bingli had already confirmed she wouldn't go. Zhu Mei still didn't know any of this. 2 against 1. Her odds weren't too low. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiyao still had no idea. Without grasping critical information, she had already been quietly excluded from this battle for Luo Yuntian. And at this moment, Luo Yuntian was completely unaware that he had been unconsciously arranged in such a pain and joy choice akin to selecting a consort. Chapter 54. The Bad Luck Charm. The Little Rascal Who Loves to Lie. On the military training playground, Luo Yuntian was explaining problems to Mu Xiaodai, while Yang Wei was still struggling to do push-ups. Seeing Mu Xiaodai asking Luo Yuntian for help and her eyes sparkling with excitement made Yang Wei feel like he was about to explode with jealousy. After completing 300 push-ups, Yang Wei collapsed onto the ground. I refuse to believe that your results this morning can really compare to the training results of other classes after nearly 3 days. Yang Wei gritted his teeth, still holding on to that last shred of hope. However, when he thought of the training results in Luo Yuntian's previous class, he began to waver. Luo Yuntian had almost finished explaining the problems to Mu Xiaodai. Since there would be a formation practice in the afternoon, he planned to take another half hour to train the class a bit more. However, Yang Wei was always in the neighboring class, acting like this, which was really annoying. Although it didn't have a big impact, it still affected his mood. As for having 001 and the others take care of Yang Wei, he preferred to win people over with virtue and didn't want to be so rough. Earlier, when he checked in, he received a bad luck charm as a reward. Luo Yuntian's mind probed into the system space and found the bad luck charm, glancing at the system description. Ding! Bad luck charm. Low level can only be used for basic pranks, no harmful effects. The person affected will experience various misfortunes within 5 minutes. Due to the low-level effect of this charm, it is ineffective against those with a strong will. A low-level bad luck charm is just right for pranking someone. Alright, let us stop here. Luo Yuntian got up from his seat and walked a few steps towards Yang Wei. He flicked the bad luck charm, which stuck directly to Yang Wei's back. Yang Wei had just finished doing push-ups and was lying on the ground, trying to regain some strength, thinking about getting up quickly. Suddenly, he didn't know where a soccer ball flew in from and hit him on the back. Yang Wei was hit by the soccer ball and fell back to the ground again. Yang Wei hadn't even cursed it out loud when he lifted his head, and another basketball came flying towards him. Yang Wei's head hit the ground, and he went face first into the dirt. Yang Wei screamed in agony. This face-first fall made his head hit the ground so hard that he lost 2 of his front teeth, especially since he was about to speak. Holding his mouth in pain, Yang Wei quickly got up, but the soccer and basketball had already bounced away, making it impossible for him to find where they came from. Yang Wei held his mouth, eyes closed, and his head spinning from the pain. However, he was paying attention and bumped into a cup placed next to the basketball hoop. The cup was filled with hot water. The hot water splashed down, hitting right between Yang Wei's legs. In that instant, Yang Wei's face turned green. Yang Wei screamed even more pitifully than before. This is just too unlucky. It's like the god of misfortune has possessed him. Many people were stunned watching. Yang Wei couldn't be this unlucky, could he? Finally, some students from Class 3 came over to ask, "Class leader, are you okay?" Some were thinking about taking Yang Wei to the infirmary. However, with Yang Wei in his current state, he couldn't even walk straight due to the pain. The students from Class 3 brought a stretcher, and just as they placed Yang Wei on it and took a few steps, the stretcher broke, and Yang Wei fell hard onto the ground again. After this scream, Yang Wei thought about how he must have made a huge fool of himself. Embarrassed and angry, he fainted. The students from Class 3 had no choice but to carry him manually, stumbling and dropping him several times. They finally managed to get him to the infirmary only after the 5-minute effect of the bad luck charm had worn off. The surrounding students were in an uproar, with many unable to contain their laughter. Yang Wei's misfortune was beyond their imagination. Alright, let us continue the military training. After Yang Wei left, Luo Yuntian had the class continue training. Following Luo Yuntian's method, after half an hour of training, even the instructors training other classes were stunned. Not to mention anything else. Just the level of the formation in Luo Yuntian's class was far more professional than theirs. Alright, everyone disperse. After this half hour of training, Luo Yuntian was confident that everything was fine. He dismissed the class, and it was now time for lunch. Mu Xiaodai rushed over immediately. Luo Yuntian, let us go have lunch together. No, I'm having lunch with my roommate. Luo Yuntian flatly refused. Mu Xiaodai looked a bit dejected, but quickly regained her spirits and motivation. After lunch, during the afternoon formation, after the competition among the various classes, Luo Yuntian's class undoubtedly won first place in the formation. Not only that, they won first place in the entire school. Naturally, with Yang Wei's condition, he was absent from class 3. Unexpectedly, he really does have some skills. Shower watching, dressed sharply in professional attire, watched from the audience. She had also heard that this formation training was entirely trained by Luo Yuntian himself. She didn't expect such results to come from it. However, she quickly scoffed. What does it matter to have some skills? No matter what. P.S. just a little rascal who loves to lie. Clearly, due to the misinformation she received during their previous blind date, she still believed that the 1 billion pocket money that Luo Yuntian mentioned was fake. But what she didn't know was that it was simply because her level had not yet reached the point of accessing the correct information. Chapter 55, Check-in Task. How to eliminate the awkwardness with Sister Bingley. After finishing the formation, Luo Yuntian and the others were walking back. Along the way, everyone in the class was very excited. Yuntian, we are first. Moreover, we are the first in the entire school, Qi Minglang said excitedly. Zhou Junjie and Lu Gaoyang also echoed. That's right, Yuntian is really amazing. No wonder he's a top student. He knows so much. Luo Yuntian didn't react much. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaodai was almost lost in her own thoughts. My future little boyfriend, he is so outstanding. No wonder I have my eye on him. Mu Xiaodai thought happily to herself. Seeing that the formation competition had ended, Mu Xiaodai eagerly said, Luo Yuntian, why don't you explain some problems to me? Luo Yuntian thought for a moment. Just as he was about to agree to this little girl, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a check-in task. You can complete the check-in upon reaching the location. This check-in location, Yi Bingley's bedroom. The system's task prompt surprised Luo Yuntian a bit. This time, the check-in was at a relatively large location. Sister Bingley's bedroom? This was much more normal compared to the previous check-ins like with when Renzi used stockings or Mu Shuiyao's back. Although Sister Bingley often rode in her room, it shouldn't be too hard to find a time when she wasn't there. Luo Yuntian thought this way. Seeing that the system's check-in task had already been triggered, he directly said, No, I have something to do. I need to go back first. Little Feudy, you can research by yourself. Luo Yuntian quickened his pace and headed off into the distance. Mu Xiaodai didn't even have time to shout anything. He's really so aloof. It seems I still have a long way to go. Mu Xiaodai secretly clenched her little fist, determined. Thinking about how Luo Yuntian kept calling her little Feudy, she felt a bit pleased. After all, he still affectionately called her by that nickname, and she hadn't heard him call any other girl that. Her position in his heart must be different. Mu Xiaodai was originally a girl who was easily satisfied and energetic. At this moment, she was full of motivation. After leaving school, Luo Yuntian directly chose a supercar from the nearest garage and drove back to the villa at the fastest speed. Upon returning to the villa, after scanning to enter and parking the car, Luo Yuntian walked inside. I hope I don't run into Sister Bingley. Yesterday's matter between him and Yi Bingley might still be a bit awkward. However, as soon as Luo Yuntian walked into the villa and glanced toward the kitchen, he saw Yi Bingley. It seemed she was preparing to get something to eat. Yi Bingley also saw him. Luo Yuntian. Well, sometimes, what you fear really does come true. Sister Bingley. Luo Yuntian greeted awkwardly while thinking about how to perfectly check in at Yi Bingley's room. Yi Bingley's expression, however, seemed completely natural. She smiled lightly and waved at Luo Yuntian. Yuntian, come here. Luo Yuntian walked over. What's up, Sister Bingley? Yi Bingley smiled gently, like 1,000 ice lotuses blooming. Yuntian, the massage you gave me yesterday was really comfortable. Why have you never mentioned your excellent massage skills before? Luo Yuntian had intentionally avoided talking about yesterday's massage to prevent further awkwardness between them. He didn't expect Yi Bingley to bring it up at this moment. I just learned it not long ago. I saw that Sister Bingley was really working hard, so I gave you a massage. Why didn't you mention the part about massaging the buttocks earlier? Luo Yuntian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Yi Bingley to bring that up. She shouldn't have mentioned it at all, right? If you had mentioned it earlier, Sister Bingley would have just asked you to do it directly. It wouldn't have made us both feel awkward later. Yi Bingley said with a gentle smile. With her cool demeanor, her smile seemed to bloom only for Luo Yuntian. Yuntian, that last massage technique for the buttocks was really comfortable. Why don't you give Sister Bingley another massage? Luo Yuntian was taken aback again. That kind of butt massage. Give Sister Bingley another massage? Come on, let us give Sister Bingley another massage. What is the big deal about physical contact? Essentially, we're just senior and junior who have grown up together. There are many more intimate things than this from when we were kids. Saying this, Yi Bingley directly took Luo Yuntian's hand and placed it on her snowy bottom. Yuntian, give Sister Bingley another massage. The whole process felt extremely natural. While Luo Yuntian was in a daze, he finally understood Yi Bingley's intention. So that is how it is. Sister Bingley's emotional intelligence is really high. The check-in task from the system yesterday undoubtedly created some awkwardness between the two. If today Yi Bingley avoided his gaze or felt uncomfortable seeing him, even blushing, then the awkwardness would continue. Their daily interactions wouldn't be as natural as before. It was only by showing that she didn't care at all that Yi Bingley could alleviate or even eliminate this awkwardness between them. And only Yi Bingley could do this. No matter how indifferent Luo Yuntian pretended to be, to some extent, Yi Bingley was the victim. Only if she showed that she didn't care about all this could their relationship become less awkward. And to show that she didn't care, simply saying it wasn't enough. The best way was to act on it. If she could naturally accept Luo Yuntian giving her that kind of massage again, then the awkwardness between them would naturally lessen. This was undoubtedly a reflection of Yi Bingley's high emotional intelligence. All right, Sister Bingley, then I'll do it. Go ahead. Yuntian. Luo Yuntian quickly used the system's intermediate massage technique to massage Yi Bingley's buttocks. Throughout the process, Yi Bingley appeared extremely natural. However, with Luo Yuntian's keen observation, he still noticed some subtle signs of her discomfort. After all, his Sister Bingley had a cool personality. How could she completely accept all this? She was doing this more for her own sake. After all, if the two of them ended up feeling extremely awkward later, and didn't say anything whenever they met, Luo Yuntian would definitely feel guilty. They needed to eliminate the awkwardness between them. Luo Yuntian thought he could stop after a few presses, but the system's intermediate massage technique also had a time requirement. Only after giving her enough time and hitting the right pressure points did Luo Yuntian gently speak. All right, Sister Bingley. Yi Bingley gently shook her body, brushing Luo Yuntian's hand away. At this moment, her icy face had a barely noticeable hint of redness, but she concealed it well. Look, Yuntian, this kind of massage is really nothing. Don't take what happened before to heart. Okay, Sister Bingley. Luo Yuntian agreed. If you want it in the future, you can also press Yi Bingley like this anytime. Yi Bingley's words made Luo Yuntian pause slightly. However, he quickly realized that this was Yi Bingley deliberately saying this to show her indifference. I understand, Bingley Jia. Luo Yuntian smiled. All right, then Bingley Jia will leave first. Bingley Jia, where are you going? I'm going to the gym to work out. Working out in the gym? Luo Yuntian's eyes brightened slightly. Yi Bingley going to the gym meant she wouldn't return to her room for a while. Now, he could perfectly go to her room to sign in. And right now, Luo Yuntian and Yi Bingley were still unaware that there were cameras installed by Mu Shuiyao in the kitchen. The scene between the two, just now, had already been captured by the camera. Chapter 56, Sister Bingley. Is she going to take a shower? Mu Shuiyao set up a camera in the kitchen. It was originally to film Xia Mengyin. After all, with their sixth sister not back, all the meals at home were handled by Xia Mengyin. In the kitchen, it was easy to capture Xia Mengyin's activities. As long as she caught any small leverage, she could completely turn the previous threats from Xia Mengyin back against her. However, Mu Shuiyao never expected that the camera she installed would inadvertently capture the scene of Luo Yuntian and Yi Bingley. Currently, Mu Shuiyao was busy drawing comics and hadn't had time to check the surveillance. Otherwise, she would definitely explode in an instant. Sister Bingley went to the gym, which was a great opportunity. After Yi Bingley went to the gym, Luo Yuntian went upstairs towards Yi Bingley's room. Since Yi Bingley was at the gym, she definitely wouldn't be back anytime soon. The task assigned by his system was to check in at Yi Bingley's bedroom. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity. Luo Yuntian carefully walked up to the second floor and directly entered Yi Bingley's bedroom. However, after he closed the door, the system's check-in notification did not come. Luo Yuntian was a bit surprised. System, what is going on? ISNT, the check-in location, supposed to be Sister Bingley's bedroom? Returning to the master. Yi Bingley's bedroom is a range-based check-in location. The specific check-in spot still needs the master to discover on their own. Luo Yuntian felt a bit helpless. It turned out that just being in Yi Bingley's bedroom wasn't enough to check in. Every room in the villa was undoubtedly large. Luo Yuntian spent time exploring every area in Yi Bingley's bedroom. Finally, when he walked into the bathroom of Yi Bingley's room, he heard a notification. Ding. Check-in in progress. 30 minutes remaining until completion. 30 minutes? Luo Yuntian didn't know what to say. This check-in task was too long. Perhaps because this range-based check-in task was relatively easy to complete, the time was extended a bit. 30 minutes was 30 minutes. Sister Bingley went to the gym. She definitely wouldn't be back in that time. Unlike previous tasks that were specifically about Mu Shuiyao's waist or Xia Mingyin's legs, where the check-in areas were small and not easy to complete, simply touching their waists or legs reasonably took effort. Now, just being in Yi Bingley's bathroom could complete the check-in. The task range had expanded significantly, making it relatively easier to complete. For tasks that were easier to complete, the check-in time would be extended accordingly. This was undoubtedly reasonable. Fortunately, Yi Bingley went to the gym. Exercising for less than 30 minutes wouldn't have much effect on burning fat. Given Yi Bingley's habits, she definitely wouldn't return before then. Sister Bingley's bathroom was quite nice. Flower petals were floating in the bath. Anyway, he had to stay here for 30 minutes. Luo Yuntian began to observe everything around him. The rooms in the villa featured a combination of shower and bath. Of course, Luo Yuntian had never used the bath. He always just used the shower to rinse off. But it was clear that Yi Bingley used her bathtub. The floating flower petals, along with the warm water, would definitely make for a great experience. However, at that moment, Luo Yuntian suddenly heard something. Is that Sister Bingley coming back? With his newly acquired super hearing, he could definitely tell. The weight of the footsteps was unmistakably Yi Bingley's. Luo Yuntian was slightly taken aback. He checked the time. It had only been 5 minutes. How could Yi Bingley have gone to the gym and returned so quickly? It had only been about 10 minutes since he entered Yi Bingley's room. Creak. The sound of the door opening came from outside. It was Yi Bingley entering. Luo Yuntian's heart raced. If Yi Bingley only came in to rest and didn't enter the bathroom, that would be fine. At worst, when the check-in time was up, he could wait for Yi Bingley to leave the room and slip out. However, as if fearing the worst, Yi Bingley walked directly towards the bathroom after entering the bedroom. Oh no, there was nowhere to hide in this bathroom. Perhaps the only place was under the bathtub, but that wasn't a long-term solution. Luo Yuntian looked around and saw a long shower curtain. He immediately hid behind it. Creak. At the same time, Yi Bingley walked in. Luo Yuntian's heart was pounding. Although the shower curtain was long enough to block his current figure, it was one-sided. From Yi Bingley's perspective, she couldn't see him from the front. However, if she came over to get something, she would surely spot him from the side. If Sister Bingley found him hiding in her bathroom, that would be really hard to explain. Luo Yuntian suddenly realized that this seemingly easy system task wasn't so easy to complete. If Yi Bingley discovered him hiding here, would she think he was a pervert? Wait, I still have an invisibility charm. Luo Yuntian remembered he still had an invisibility charm, called the Timo invisibility charm. If he could go invisible in this situation, he wouldn't have to worry at all. However, the bathroom door had already been closed by Yi Bingley. Even if he could go invisible now, he still couldn't get out of here. After all, the door was closed tightly. If he pulled it open directly, Yi Bingley would definitely think she saw a ghost. It's better to observe a little longer. Yi Bingley walked to the sink. Perhaps she would just wash her hands or face and then leave. Splash. Yi Bingley turned on the faucet and cupped her jade-like hands to splash water on her stunningly beautiful face. It seemed Yi Bingley's mood calmed down a bit. After all, when feeling chaotic inside, it was hard to focus even on exercising. Listening to Yi Bingley's monologue, Luo Yuntian began to understand. No wonder Yi Bingley returned from exercising so early. It turned out she was still quite troubled. After working out for a bit, she felt she couldn't continue and just came back. Seeing Yi Bingley wash her beautiful face, Luo Yuntian hoped she would leave soon. However, at that moment, he heard Yi Bingley muttering to herself, but I did sweat a bit. Maybe I should take a shower. Shower. taking a shower? Luo Yuntian was dumbfounded. No way. Sister Bingley is she really going to take a shower here now? Chapter 57. The annoying invisibility spell, completely stunned. Hearing that Yi Bingley was going to take a shower in the bathroom, Luo Yuntian was truly a bit dumbfounded. He initially thought that washing her face would be enough for Yi Bingley. Unexpectedly, she wanted a shower here. Yes, girls like to be clean. Even if Yi Bingley had only exercised for less than 10 minutes, she would definitely want to take a shower to freshen up and relax. As Luo Yuntian hid behind the shower curtain, he could already see Yi Bingley placing her hand on her dress, preparing to undress. Luo Yuntian dared not look any longer and hurriedly averted his gaze, his face flushed red. He could only lower his head. He never expected things would develop to this point. Now, using a normal method, even if he wanted to find an excuse to leave, it would be impossible. In this situation, if Yi Bingley discovered him, it would be impossible for her not to misunderstand. Luo Yuntian kept his gaze low, and at this moment, he could see Yi Bingley's dress had already slipped down to the floor. From below the shower curtain, he could also see her exquisitely beautiful feet. It was easy to imagine that Yi Bingley was probably undressed completely. Even if she wasn't completely naked, she at least had only her underwear left. No matter what. I can't watch Sister Bingley take a shower. Luo Yuntian was already ready to use the invisibility spell. He absolutely could not watch Yi Bingley shower. Moreover, Yi Bingley would definitely take her time in the shower, and the probability of him being discovered during that time was indeed too high. After using the invisibility spell, he could just walk over, pull open the bathroom door, and leave invisibly, even if Yi Bingley thought it was a ghost when the bathroom door opened by itself. It would be better than being caught watching her shower. Luo Yuntian took out the Timo invisibility spell from the system space. However, even though retrieving items from the system space was through thought, using this kind of spell still required his hands. Just like when he dealt with Yang Wei before. He also retrieved the misfortune spell from the system space with his mind, but to use it, he had to stick it to Yang Wei or flick it at him with his hand. Because this invisibility spell also required a hand action to trigger. When Luo Yuntian took out the Timo invisibility spell and attempted to crush it to activate it, it caused a slight movement of the shower curtain. Yi Bingley instantly became alert and quickly wrapped a towel around herself. Seeing that he was about to be discovered, Luo Yuntian hurriedly crushed the Timo invisibility spell. At that moment, Yi Bingley directly yanked open the shower curtain. Luo Yuntian had indeed crushed the invisibility spell. But the annoying thing was that this Timo invisibility spell did not take effect immediately after being crushed. When Yi Bingley pulled open the shower curtain, Luo Yuntian, who was hiding behind it, appeared directly in her line of sight. Boom! Seeing Luo Yuntian behind the shower curtain, Yi Bingley's mind went completely blank. The villa's defenses were so tight that she thought no one could sneak in. She hadn't considered anyone else. She thought it was Mu Shuiyao or Xia Mengyin playing a prank on her. But she never expected it to be Luo Yuntian. What was he doing hiding there? Was he trying to peek at her showering? Luo Yuntian was also a bit stunned. The two of them exchanged glances for only a moment before Luo Yuntian slowly disappeared in Yi Bingley's eyes. Yi Bingley! Seeing Luo Yuntian disappear like that, Yi Bingley could hardly believe her eyes. After rubbing her eyes, she still saw no one in front of her. Even Yi Bingley's brain was a bit frozen at this moment. Ding! Timo invisibility spell activated. Maximum invisibility time. 30 minutes. At the same time, Luo Yuntian finally let out a deep sigh of relief. He was cursing the system in his heart. This damn system. What kind of Timo invisibility spell is this? It's simply ridiculous. After crushing this Timo invisibility spell, it didn't take effect immediately. He had previously read the introduction of the Timo invisibility spell, which only mentioned that the method of use was to crush it. There was no other explanation at all. Who would have thought that after crushing it, there would be a very short delay before it took effect? However, for now, he was invisible. Although Sister Bingley saw him just now, he then disappeared in front of her. This scene would undoubtedly be even more unbelievable. She should consider what she saw as an illusion. Luo Yuntian thought about all this in his heart. For a person to disappear right in front of someone is undoubtedly something that defies logic. Yi Bingley would most likely think she had misseen it. It seems I was just hallucinating, Yi Bingli murmured. Luo Yuntian felt a sense of relief in his heart. If Yi Bingli thought this way, considering everything as her own hallucination, then it would be much easier to handle. However, just then, Luo Yuntian heard Yi Bingli's next words. They say that what one thinks about during the day, one dreams about at night. Is this what I see because I think of it? Yi Bingli's words surprised Luo Yuntian. Thinking of it, seeing it, Sister Bingli was thinking of me before? Luo Yuntian felt a bit uncertain in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. Now was not the time to think about that. It was more important to find a way to get out. Although Luo Yuntian was currently invisible, the bathroom door was still closed. If he opened the door to leave now, from Yi Bingli's perspective, it would be as if the door opened by itself. Not to mention how much that resembled a ghost. Yi Bingli had already seen him, and then he disappeared in front of her. If he opened the door now, it would be easy for her to connect these two events. After all, one strange occurrence might be explainable, but if two strange things happened consecutively, Yi Bingli would easily become suspicious. There was a good chance she would suspect him again. It seems that unless Sister Bingli opens the door, I won't be able to get out. In that case, I should find a corner to hide with my back to Sister Bingli and wait for her to finish showering. Anyway, Luo Yuntian was currently in an invisible state, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. When Yi Bingli was showering, he could just turn away and not look at her showering. The maximum invisibility time of the Timo invisibility spell was 30 minutes. By then, Yi Bingli should be about done with her shower. Luo Yuntian thought this way. And just as he was about to take action and turn around, ding. This system reminds the master that once the master moves, the Timo invisibility spell will automatically deactivate. Luo Yuntian? Move, and it will automatically deactivate? Why the hell didn't you say that earlier? Now it means he can't even turn around. Just then, Yi Bingli also snapped back from her dazed state. Just an illusion. I should just shower first. Luo Yuntian had no time to stop her now. He couldn't even stop her right now. Before he could react, Yi Bingli had already yanked off the bath towel she had just wrapped around herself. Boom! At this moment, Luo Yuntian felt completely stunned. Even more so than when he had locked eyes with Yi Bingli just moments ago. Inside Bingli's bath towel, she was actually wearing nothing at all. Chapter 58. Check-in task completed. I can see more clearly now. After taking the scene of Luo Yuntian just now as an illusion, and with Luo Yuntian currently in the invisibility state of the Timo invisibility potion, Yi Bingli thought there was no one here. She directly removed her bath towel and prepared to bathe. Her actions left Luo Yuntian completely stunned. A very beautiful, beautiful body. Luo Yuntian was mesmerized, completely unaware of how long it had been. All his sisters, to be precise, senior sisters, were all exceptionally talented. Yi Bingli belonged to the category with an incredibly hot body. The way she stood before him, without any cover after removing her bath towel, completely shocked Luo Yuntian. After coming back to his senses, Luo Yuntian instinctively wanted to turn his head, but the Timo invisibility potion required him not to move. Otherwise, it would break the invisibility state. If he were to break the invisibility state under such circumstances, explaining it would be quite a challenge. Since he couldn't move, Luo Yuntian instinctively wanted to close his eyes. But at that moment, he suddenly realized something. The system stated that the Timo invisibility potion required him not to move. Moving his eyelids shouldn't break the invisibility state, right? Luo Yuntian wanted to close his eyes, but even moving his eyelids counted as movement. It wouldn't, therefore, break the invisibility state, right? From the time the invisibility potion took effect until now, he indeed hadn't blinked even once. He couldn't determine whether the invisibility potion would be disabled that way. However, in response to Luo Yuntian's inquiry at that moment, the system was completely silent. Damn system. At this time, you're playing dead. Seeing that there was no response from the system, Luo Yuntian thought resentfully. However, regarding the reward effect from the task, it seemed the system had indeed never answered him. He had to explore it himself. The Timo invisibility potion shouldn't be disabled just by blinking. Otherwise, that would be too inhumane. Ordinary people blink in less than a minute. If blinking once would disable the invisibility effect, then the effect would last less than a minute. Logically, it shouldn't be like that. But the problem is, this is a system-produced invisibility potion, which can't be judged by common sense. If he blinked and the invisibility effect was disabled while facing Yi Bingli, who was preparing to bathe without clothes, that wouldn't just be social death. It would be beyond that. Luo Yuntian could only widen his eyes, not daring to blink. His special physique meant that even if he didn't blink for a long time, it wouldn't be a problem. But looking at the stunning Yi Bingli at that moment, Luo Yuntian felt a bitter smile in his heart. Bingli, I'm begging you. If you have to bathe, please use the bathtub. Just don't take a shower. Luo Yuntian thought in his heart. Now, due to this troublesome Timo invisibility potion, he couldn't move and didn't dare to blink. Next, he would undoubtedly have to watch Yi Bingli's bathing process. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in Luo Yuntian's heart. He hoped that Yi Bingli would use the bathtub to wash. If she bathed in the bathtub, many parts of her body would be covered by the water surface. Plus, if the bathtub were filled with petals, he definitely wouldn't see much. That wouldn't be so torturous. However, perhaps it was true that what you fear most comes to pass. Or rather, the Murphy's Law was at work. At this moment, Yi Bingli unexpectedly didn't plan to soak in a bathtub, but was preparing to take a shower. Luo Yuntian. Now Luo Yuntian truly had no words to say. Perhaps really, the heavens were intent on tormenting him. In fact, Yi Bingli indeed loved to bathe in a soak. Usually, she mostly bathed this way, but that was only when she was calm. Now her heart was very unsettled, and she urgently needed to rinse off to calm down. At this moment, Luo Yuntian somewhat understood why this invisibility potion was called the Timo Invisibility Potion. The Timo Invisibility Potion, once crushed, didn't take effect immediately. It had to wait for a while before becoming effective. In League of Legends, Timo's passive indeed also requires standing still for a period before becoming invisible, and you can't move or be harmed. Once you move, it will break that invisibility state. Luo Yuntian completely understood now. It turned out that when he received this Timo Invisibility Potion reward, the pit had already been dug. This damn system. There wasn't even a brief introduction about this Timo Invisibility Potion. Luo Yuntian thought resentfully in his heart. But at this moment, he felt a bit helpless. He could only avoid blinking, fearing that the invisibility state would be broken. Quietly watching Yi Bingli bathe in front of him. Yi Bingli undoubtedly loved cleanliness. During her bathing process, she meticulously washed every part of her body with her hands. Even though she had just worked out in the gym for a few minutes and wasn't dirty at all, she still took it seriously. And Luo Yuntian could only watch it all. His heart was practically in torment. After a while, Yi Bingli still hadn't finished washing. Luo Yuntian felt that this was a kind of torture for him. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well try to accept it. If he had to endure this torture for 30 minutes while checking in, it would be too agonizing. Luo Yuntian tried to accept everything. Regarding Yi Bingli, who was bathing at that moment, the pain of not wanting to watch, but having to watch transformed into a proactive appreciation. He couldn't help but admit that Bingli Jie's figure was indeed great. Luo Yuntian had never doubted how Yi Bingli's figure was. He just didn't expect that Yi Bingli's figure would be even better than he imagined. As Luo Yuntian looked at her with an appreciative mindset for a while, he suddenly woke up. Appreciation was one thing. He absolutely couldn't move now. Otherwise, the effect of his invisibility might be broken. If that really happened at that time, it would be an explosion in an instant. Luo Yuntian managed to suppress his thoughts and could only grit his teeth, waiting for Yi Bingli to finish washing and for the time to complete his check-in task. Just at the moment when Luo Yuntian's check-in task in the bathroom reached 30 minutes, the system's prompt sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have completed the check-in and received the reward. God-level vision. Luo Yuntian. The reward for the check-in task is God-level vision. Now, I can see even more clearly. Chapter 59. Did Sister Bingli's matter get discovered by Sister Shui Yao? Luo Yuntian never expected that the reward for this time's check-in task would actually be God-level vision. It was one thing to have obtained God-level strength and God-level hearing before, but now gaining God-level vision as well, especially in this kind of situation, made everything so much clearer for him. Luo Yuntian instantly felt that his current vision was even comparable to that of an eagle. And because of this, he could see the details of Yi Bingli's showering even more clearly. Luo Yuntian almost couldn't control himself. Sister Bingley, hurry up and finish washing. If this goes on, I really won't be able to hold on any longer. Just standing there for so long, unable to move or blink, was already difficult enough. Moreover, he was currently invisible, and Yi Bingley didn't know he was right in front of her, casually showering. How could he withstand this? In addition, Luo Yuntian was even more anxious because the maximum duration of the Timo invisibility talisman was about to end. The maximum invisibility time for this talisman was 30 minutes. Luo Yuntian had probably been in this bathroom for about 10 minutes after signing in. Yi Bingley walked in, leaving him unable to shatter the invisibility talisman. The 30-minute check-in task had been completed, meaning aside from the initial 10 minutes, he had already used up 20 minutes of invisibility time. Next, he only had 10 minutes left. If Yi Bingley didn't finish showering and leave soon, his invisibility would end, and he would be completely finished. Luo Yuntian's heart was practically in his throat. Finally, the heavens seemed to favor him. After about 8 minutes, Yi Bingley finally finished washing up. After being naturally dried by the equipment, she changed her clothes and prepared to leave the bathroom. Luo Yuntian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. However, when Yi Bingley reached the door, her footsteps paused slightly. After thinking for a moment, she turned back. Sister Bingley, why aren't you leaving? What do you want to do? Luo Yuntian's heart was in his throat again. There was now less than a minute until his invisibility would end. Yi Bingley walked over to the corner, glanced at the shower curtain she had previously pulled aside, and after some thought, she pulled it back to its original position before finally leaving the bathroom. Almost the moment Yi Bingley stepped out of the bathroom, the effect of the Timo invisibility talisman was also lifted. Phew! Luo Yuntian took a deep breath. He had finally made it through. Otherwise, if his invisibility had been lifted just now, it would have been a disaster. However, now Luo Yuntian faced another problem. Sister Bingley was still in the room and hadn't left. I still can't find an opportunity to escape. Yi Bingley had exited the bathroom and was no longer showering, but she was still in the room and hadn't left. Luo Yuntian still couldn't open the bathroom door to go out. Moreover, he no longer had any invisibility talismans left, even if it was a useless one like the Timo invisibility talisman. But there was one good thing. Yi Bingley had just taken a shower, so she definitely wouldn't be coming back to the bathroom anytime soon. Luo Yuntian could still hide here and wait for Yi Bingley to leave the room before finding an opportunity to escape. Yi Bingley sat on the edge of the bed. Even after showering, her mind couldn't settle down. I might as well write a chapter of a novel, Yi Bingley murmured, and with Luo Yuntian's God-level hearing, he heard everything. He was dumbfounded. Sister Bingley wanted to write another chapter? How long would that take before she would leave? Luo Yuntian almost forgot that his sister Bingley was actually a platinum author, like Mu Shueiyao, who was a best-selling comic artist. She was the type to stay in her room and not go out easily. How long would he have to wait to leave here? For now, Luo Yuntian could only continue to wait. The sound of Yi Bingley typing on the keyboard reached his ears, and while quietly waiting, he even found it somewhat boring. Unconsciously, he recalled the scene he had seen in the bathroom earlier. He had to admit, Sister Bingley had a great figure. The images from the bathroom replayed in his mind. Luo Yuntian shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel those thoughts. No, Sister Bingley has been so good to me. How can I think about these things? Forget it, forget it. Luo Yuntian suppressed these thoughts, wanting to forget them. But how could he easily forget that scene? System, is there any way to seal away the memory of seeing Sister Bingley's body? Or can you just delete that memory? Luo Yuntian asked the system, but there was no response. Damn system, Luo Yuntian complained, realizing that this system was not very user-friendly. It seemed to only respond when it involved tasks. Luo Yuntian could only quietly wait for an opportunity. At this moment, Yi Bingley finished writing a chapter of her novel and uploaded it. She unconsciously thought of Luo Yuntian, who had bizarrely disappeared in front of her in the bathroom. It made her feel as though she must have imagined it. But why did she see Luo Yuntian? Why did I have a hallucination and see Yuntian? It seems I really like Yuntian a bit. Luo Yuntian. Yi Bingley's words left Luo Yuntian in shock. Sister Bingley likes me? If it weren't for the fact that he had already obtained God-level hearing, he might not have believed his ears. Yi Bingley sighed, feeling a bit complex in her heart. She couldn't settle down in the room. So she finally opened the door and went downstairs. For Luo Yuntian, Yi Bingli leaving was undoubtedly a great opportunity to escape. However, thinking about Yi Bingli's earlier self-talk, his heart couldn't settle down. Sister Bingli really likes me? As soon as he had that thought, he shook his head vigorously. Now was not the time to think about this. He needed to leave quickly while Yi Bingli was out of the room, or else he wouldn't be able to leave when she returned. With his god-level hearing, Luo Yuntian heard that there was no movement outside. Yi Bingli had gone downstairs. He hurriedly rushed out of Yi Bingli's room, closed the door behind him, and quickly dashed back to his own room. Phew! Back in his room, Luo Yuntian finally felt a sense of safety. Recalling the scenes of Yi Bingli from earlier, he felt as though it had all been a dream. At this moment, Yi Bingli had gone downstairs to the kitchen to get something. In the room, Mu Shuiyao had just finished drawing a comic and checked the camera she had set up in the kitchen. It seemed there had been some footage earlier, but she hadn't checked it right away because she was busy drawing. Now that the sketch in hand is finished, Mu Shuiyao also has the time to take a look. It's Sister Bingli. Mu Shuiyao immediately lost interest. She set up the camera to catch Xia Mengnin's wrongdoing. On the other hand, she didn't think much of Yi Bingli. However, since she had finished the sketch and was feeling bored, Mu Shuiyao flipped through the footage. But with that flip, she nearly froze in shock. Sister Bingli and Yuntian actually, there was no doubt she saw it. The scene between Yi Bingli and Luo Yuntian in the kitchen earlier. Chapter 60. How about sleeping together? Yesterday, due to the system's check-in task, Luo Yuntian had to give Yi Bingli a massage on her buttocks. To avoid further awkwardness between them, Yi Bingli pretended to be nonchalant in the kitchen today and asked Luo Yuntian to massage her buttocks again, wanting him to treat it as if they were kids again. She even said that if he wanted to massage her, he could do so any time in the future. This scene went unseen by anyone, but Mu Shuiyao had installed a camera in the kitchen to catch Xia Mengnin's secrets. The entire scene of Yi Bingli and Luo Yuntian was recorded perfectly, making Mu Shuiyao furious. Damn it, Sister Bingli is going too far. I'm going to find her. Mu Shuiyao angrily left the room, heading towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the room, Xia Mengnin was looking at the surveillance monitor she had set up in the hall, sighing a bit. Sigh, why is this monitor broken? It seemed that monitoring such a large area in the villa was indeed too much of a stretch. The monitor she installed earlier in the hall had helped her catch Mu Shuiyao and Luo Yuntian in a compromising situation and had recorded Yi Bingli coming out of Luo Yuntian's room, confirming that she had spent the night there. But now this monitor was broken. The surveillance she was using was undoubtedly specially manufactured, arguably the best in the world. However, the villa had a powerful shielding device, making it impossible to install regular surveillance equipment. Only this specially manufactured monitor could still function, but it could only monitor a small area. For someone like Mu Shuiyao, monitoring just the kitchen wasn't a big deal. She wanted to monitor the hall and capture footage from the second floor, which was indeed a bit too much. It seemed she would have to find time to reinstall it and reduce the monitoring range. Because this monitor was broken, Xia Mengnin naturally didn't capture the moment Luo Yuntian entered Yi Bingli's room and then later came out after a long time. However, Xia Mengnin was unaware that her camera was not simply broken due to the shielding in the villa. When Wenren Ziyue went to talk to Yi Bingli about conditions that morning, suggesting that she spend the night in Luo Yuntian's room, Xia Mengnin charged in angrily, asking if Yi Bingli had spent the night there. From that moment, Wenren Ziyue knew Xia Mengnin must have installed surveillance. Today, while Xia Mengnin was live streaming, Wenren Ziyue intentionally strengthened the shielding device, disrupting and damaging Xia Mengnin's camera. Even Wenren Ziyue herself didn't know that her actions inadvertently helped Luo Yuntian. Otherwise, the fact that he went to Yi Bingli's room today would definitely have been exposed. Mu Shuiyao stormed into the kitchen. Jimei, what's wrong? Seeing Mu Shuiyao looking flustered, Yi Bingli was somewhat puzzled. Sister Bingli, what is going on between you and Yuntian? Yi Bingli was slightly taken aback, almost dropping the things in her hands. Jimei, I don't understand. What you mean? Yi Bingli slightly avoided her gaze. Mu Shuiyao, looking furious, said, Sister Bingli, you don't need to lie to me. I already know. Yi Bingli was well aware that Mu Shuiyao wasn't good at hiding her feelings. Her angry demeanor clearly indicated that she knew something. Seeing this, Yi Bingli could only speak up. Yes, last night I did spend the night in Yuntian's room. Yi Bingli thought that this information must have been told to Mu Shuiyao by Wenren Ziyue or Xiao Mengyin. She was just somewhat puzzled as to why Wenren Ziyue or Xiao Mengyin would tell Mu Shuiyao about such a matter, which was of no benefit to them at all. Mu Shuiyao was momentarily stunned. What? Sister Bingli spent the night in Yuntian's room last night. She didn't expect such an unexpected gain. Mu Shuiyao was almost furious. She had initially thought of confronting them, but then reconsidered. Such confrontation wouldn't benefit her at all. If she pressed Yi Bingli about what happened in the kitchen, there was no doubt that Yi Bingli would know about the camera installed there, since she had accidentally discovered that Yi Bingli spent the night in Luo Yuntian's room. She could use this to negotiate for some benefits. All right, since Sister Bingli, you spent the night in Yuntian's room last night, I won't say anything more. I also request to spend the night in Yuntian's room tonight. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Mu Shuiyao didn't want to bring up the kitchen incident for now. It was good that she didn't have to expose the camera. Keeping it might help her capture some secrets about Yi Bingli, Xiao Mengyin, or even Wenren Ziyue in the future. Sure enough, seeing that Mu Shuiyao had said this, Yi Bingli felt even more certain that Wenren Ziyue or Xiao Mengyin had said something to her. The request she made was indeed exactly the same as theirs. At this moment, Yi Bingli also directly stated, this matter Bame and Shimi also already know. Jimei, you should also be aware that they know, right? So if you want to spend the night in Yuntian's room, you might have to compete with them. Mu Shuiyao was slightly taken aback. This matter besides me. Xiao Mengyin and Wenren Ziyue also know. In that case, I'm the last to know. If they're essay competition, then let us compete. I don't believe I'll lose to them. Mu Shuiyao thought to herself, snickering inside. When it came to issues involving Luo Yuntian, they had indeed reverted to being plastic sisters. Sister Bingli, then it's settled. Anyway, you can't participate in the competition tonight. Yi Bingli nodded slightly. The three of them now had leverage over her. She couldn't possibly participate in any competition. Moreover, she had already spent the night in Luo Yuntian's room last night. If she tried to do so again tonight, they would really explode. Once the terms were settled, Mu Shuiyao left, somewhat satisfied. By the time Luo Yuntian returned home after triggering the check-in task, it was already afternoon. Plus, he had spent so long in Yi Bingli's room that it was almost dinner time. Wenren Ziyue returned not long after, and after Xiao Mengyin prepared dinner, the four of them gathered to eat together. During dinner, all four were serving Luo Yuntian food, and he naturally ate everything they served him. Delicious, Luo Yuntian said, making all four feel somewhat satisfied. But thinking that Yuntian treated the other sisters the same way and didn't favor anyone in particular. They couldn't help but feel like they hadn't gained much. Recalling the earlier conversation with Yi Bingli, Mu Shuiyao couldn't wait any longer and decided to take the initiative. Yuntian, how about tonight, like when we were kids, you let me sleep in your room? Chapter 61. Plastic Sisterhood. Are they arguing? Mu Shuiyao's words left Luo Yuntian feeling a bit dazed. Mu Shuiyao wanted to come to his room and sleep with him like they did when they were kids. Her shocking ability to speak has only become more formidable. Xiao Mengyin was also taken aback. And then her little volcano erupted completely. Ninth sister, what did you say? I said, I want to go to Yuntian's room to sleep. No way. Why not? When we were kids, Yuntian and I did the same. That was when we were kids. Xiao Mengyin directly rejected her, looking unyielding. You occupied Yuntian's room for a while before, and now you want to occupy him for the whole night? That's just intolerable. When it comes to Luo Yuntian, even the best sisterhood can turn into plastic sisterhood. At the same time, Xiao Mengyin also felt a bit alert. Did ninth sister know something? Mu Shuiyao was now even asking to spend the night in Luo Yuntian's room. She had just been about to say something. Bingli Jia, what do you think? Xiao Mengyin deliberately looked at Yi Bingli. You all discuss it. I won't express an opinion, Yi Bingli said. She had dirt on them and could only remain silent at this moment. Mu Shuiyao was about to explode. Eighth sister, this isn't fair. There is no such thing as fair. Since Bingli Jia isn't expressing an opinion, then I'm the biggest here. I have the final say. Why? Just because you're older than me. Oh, ninth sister, do you want to compare sizes in other areas? Xiao Mengyin said with some pride. Mu Shuiyao gritted her teeth, but couldn't say a word. There was no way. Even if they compared in that area, she couldn't compete with Xiao Mengyin. Just a little bit short. But it just happened to be that little bit. Mu Shueiyao quickly counterattacked. If we're talking about that area, you're just bullying me. Are you bigger than 10th sister? According to what you said, we should listen to 10th sister. Mu Shueiyao spread the flames of war to Wenren Ziyue. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to win Yuntian over today. Xiao Mengyin had no way to refute. After all, who could compare to her 10th sister in that area? Not even her, and even the other sisters couldn't compare to 10th sister. Only the first sister and 6th sister could compete with 10th sister. Besides that, it was just her 7th sister Yi Bingli. And since she was going to express her opinion now, they couldn't consider her. However, Xiao Mengyin's lips still curled into a proud smile. All right, then let 10th sister say something fair. 10th sister, do you think 9th sister's reasoning is appropriate? Xiao Mengyin was confident that her 10th sister Wen Ti let her 9th sister smoothly go to Yuntian's room. Wenren Ziyue's gaze flickered slightly, her eyes flashing with a hint of mischief. I actually think what Shueiyao Jie said makes sense. Yuntian is still Yuntian, and we are still us. It's no different from when we were kids. Xiao Mengyin? Wenren Ziyue's words left Xiao Mengyin completely puzzled. What did her 10th sister mean? How could she suddenly be on 9th sister's side? Could it be that she had received some benefit from 9th sister? But her 10th sister wasn't short on money. What benefit could sway her? She was the richest person in Huagua. Mu Shueiyao was also somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Wenren Ziyue to speak up for her. Ha! 10th sister is right. 10th sister is indeed the most understanding. Mu Shueiyao felt extremely happy. It was indeed necessary to pull her 10th sister to her side. However, she didn't know that Wenren Ziyue hadn't finished her sentence. Since what Shueiyao Jie said makes sense, I think I should go to Yuntian's room and sleep with him. Mu Shueiyao. Mu Shueiyao was somewhat stunned. She thought Wenren Ziyue was on her side, but unexpectedly, she had such intentions. 10th sister also wanted to go to Yuntian's room and sleep with him? Xiao Mengyin's mood calmed down. That's more like it. She wasn't afraid of Wenren Ziyue competing for Luo Yuntian with them. What she feared was if Wenren Ziyue accepted some benefit from Mu Shueiyao and was pulled to her side, then she would have a hard time competing. Now that they were each fighting for themselves, who was afraid of whom? All right, it turns out 10th sister also has her eyes on Yuntian. Since that's the case, what you said does make sense. Then I also want to sleep with Yuntian. Xiao Mengyin lifted her beautiful neck. Who's afraid of whom? It's like everyone is just a little brother complex. Even though Luo Yuntian was essentially just their little junior brother, that didn't stop her from being a little brother complex. Mu Shueiyao felt like she was about to explode with frustration. Clearly, this suggestion was hers, and she wanted to take the lead, but she didn't succeed and ended up in a dispute. Mu Shueiyao directly huffed. Then there's nothing more to say. Let us leave the choice to Yuntian. We three, who do you want to sleep with? Luo Yuntian. Mu Shueiyao's words left him speechless. Who do you want to sleep with among the three of you? He hadn't even agreed yet. Even if he did, it would likely end up being one on the bed and one on the floor. Did it have to be said in such a way that could be misunderstood? If someone who didn't know heard it, they might think he wanted to sleep with them. I've made my choice. Who does Yuntian choose? Xiao Mengyin's beautiful eyes sparkled. Wenren Ziyue's alluring gaze also turned to him. I choose none of you. Xiao Mengyin. Luo Yuntian's words left both Xiao Mengyin and Mu Shueiyao stunned. None of you? Dream on. Yuntian, what did you just say? Mengyin Jie didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again? Xiao Mengyin said with a smile, but her beautiful eyes shot a glare at Luo Yuntian. The wind at home seemed a bit strong. She truly didn't hear clearly. Yuntian, why don't you say it again for Shueiyao Jie? Mu Shueiyao also smiled, but in her smile, there was a dangerous meaning. It seems Ziyue Jie didn't hear clearly either. Wenren Ziyue giggled, but her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Luo Yuntian. All right, looking at the current situation, choosing none would offend all three of them. Choosing one would at least only offend the other two. Looking at it this way, it seemed better to choose one. But how was he supposed to choose now? Throughout this process, Yi Bingli had remained silent. Luo Yuntian could roughly guess what was going on. They must have reached some sort of agreement. Bingli Jie could be ruled out for now. The awkwardness between the two has finally eased a bit, So there's no way to let Yi Bingley stay overnight in his room again tonight. That would only increase the awkwardness. Even without Yi Bingley, facing his stunningly beautiful sisters Shui Yao, Meng Yin, and Ziyu, each with their own unique charm, Luo Yuntian is completely at a loss. After all, who should he let sleep with him? Chapter 62, Check-in Task, the Final Choice. Just when Luo Yuntian was in a dilemma, Wenren Ziyue quietly approached. Yuntian, if you choose Sister Ziyue, she can offer you support. Wenren Ziyue's words left Luo Yuntian stunned. If he chose Sister Ziyue, she could support him? He knew that his sister Ziyue was the most alluring among all his senior sisters. At least, Mu Shuiyao and Xia Mengyin could not compare to her in terms of figure. Even just leaning against her would surely be an unparalleled experience. Looking at Wenren Ziyue's incredibly attractive figure, Luo Yuntian couldn't help but swallow hard. 10th sister Yu. Xia Mengyin was furious. Her 10th sister was too good at cheating, trying to tempt Yuntian, and she deliberately didn't clarify. What else could this be if not intentional? Yuntian, don't listen to 10th sister. If you choose Sister Mengyin, her legs are available for you to touch freely. Luo Yuntian. Choosing Sister Mengyin meant he could freely touch her legs? His sister Mengyin was really going all out to compete with Sister Ziyue. Yuntian, don't listen to Sister Mengyin either. If you choose Sister Shuiyao, Sister Shuiyao's waist is also available for you to touch freely. Mu Shuiyao, now also angry, spoke up. Luo Yuntian was at a loss for words. Her waist could also be touched freely? They were really laying out their most advantageous features. Xia Mengyin locked eyes with Mu Shuiyao, sparks practically flying. All right, since the conditions are laid out, Yuntian, you choose. Make a fair choice. Who do you really want to choose among the three of us? Xia Mengyin said directly. Luo Yuntian was momentarily speechless. Whether what they said was just for the sake of competition or in the heat of the moment aside, judging purely by the conditions they presented, the most attractive was undoubtedly Wenren Ziyue. After all, in terms of allure, neither Xia Mengyin nor Mu Shuiyao could compare. But precisely because of this, Luo Yuntian wouldn't choose her. He didn't even dare to choose her. His sister Ziyue was simply too enchanting. Luo Yuntian was genuinely afraid he wouldn't be able to resist her charm. Although he had no blood relationship with any of his 10 sisters, having grown up with his master and mistress, it seemed they didn't mind him having any kind of relationship with them. But Luo Yuntian truly didn't want to act on impulse and do anything to them. Of course, what he feared even more was that if he really did something, it might ruin the brother-sister relationship they had. His 10 sisters had already become an inseparable part of his life. Losing any one of them was something Luo Yuntian couldn't even imagine. After eliminating Wenren Ziyue, it was equally difficult to choose between Mengyin and Shuiyao. In the end, Luo Yuntian directly employed his method. I'll choose whoever the little rooster points to. He silently counted in his mind, just as he was about to count to Mu Shuiyao ding. Congratulations, Master, you have triggered the check-in task. Completing a high-level massage on Mu Shuiyao's slender waist will fulfill the check-in. Luo Yuntian didn't expect to trigger another check-in task. This time, the task was also related to Mu Shuiyao. Luo Yuntian made his final choice. Then I'll choose Sister Shuiyao. What? Xia Mengyin exclaimed in shock. Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes also flashed with deep surprise. Only Mu Shuiyao was momentarily stunned before she excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, Yuntian is the best." Sister Shuiyao knew Yuntian liked her the most. Mu Shuiyao was extremely excited, thinking she was more important in Luo Yuntian's heart, or that her figure was more attractive than the other sisters. But what she didn't know was that Luo Yuntian chose her not only because of the system's check-in task, but also because while counting the little rooster, he just happened to land on her. Yuntian, why did you choose ninth sister? Xia Mengyin still found it hard to believe and couldn't help but ask. If she didn't understand where she lost, she wouldn't accept it. Xia Mengyin looked incredulous, while Mu Shuiyao protectively stood by Luo Yuntian, her expression wary. What's wrong? Eighth sister? We agreed on a fair choice. Yuntian has made his choice. You can't go back on it. After all, this fair choice was something Xia Mengyin had stated herself. With Mu Shuiyao saying this, Xia Mengyin was suddenly left speechless. After all, She couldn't go back on her own word and slap herself in the face. But why did I lose? Xiao Mingyin still couldn't understand. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Mu Shueiyao in front of her, she felt she was equally unmatched. If she had to say what was most beautiful about her ninth sister, it was undoubtedly her incredibly slender waist, a genuine little waist. But what she had was a pair of flawless, fair, beautiful legs. These stunning long legs surely should be enough to move Yuntian's heart, right? Moreover, although both she and Mu Shueiyao were wearing super short skirts, Mu Shuiyao's slender waist was somewhat concealed by clothing, while her own perfect legs were completely exposed. Even so, she still lost. Could it be that Yuntian had a thing for waists? Xiao Mingyin could only think of this explanation. Otherwise, how could she explain Luo Yuntian choosing her ninth sister? But having lived together with Luo Yuntian for so many years, she had never seen any signs of him having a waist fetish. Xiao Mingyin's heart was practically crushed. Meanwhile, Mu Shueiyao felt quite proud. Let us go, Yuntian, back to the room. Wait. As soon as Mu Shueiyao finished speaking, Xiao Mingyin called out to her. What is it, eighth sister? Are you having second thoughts? I won't go back on my word. Xiao Mingyin's eyes flashed with cunning. But although I agreed to let you go to Yuntian's room, I never said you could go right now. You have to finish your post-meal workout first before you can go to Yuntian's room. Mu Shueiyao. Now Mu Shueiyao was left with a face full of question marks. Her eighth sister was simply shameless. This was simply taking advantage of a little fairy. Chapter 63, another. A fierce hug? Eighth sister, I don't want it. Anyway, it won't matter if I skip this post-workout meal for a day. In response to Xiao Mingyin's words, Mu Shueiyao expressed strong resistance. Really? Xiao Mingyin looked as if she had Mu Shueiyao under her thumb. Hey, what is the phone number of master and mistress? If we call master and mistress, right? Should we also call the other sisters to let them know? Mu Shueiyao. Oh, seeing Xiao Mingyin's sly expression, Mu Shueiyao gritted her silver teeth tightly. Eighth sister, you're ruthless. Working out is no big deal. Hee. If you agree earlier, wouldn't it be better? Xiao Mingyin appeared to be in a good mood. Yuntian, 10th sister, let us go work out first. Afterwards, we can let 9th sister go to Yuntian's room. Luo Yuntian. Given that things have come to this point, Luo Yuntian knew he couldn't say no. They wouldn't fight over me one day, would they? Luo Yuntian thought uncertainly. It's hard to imagine. His 10 doting sisters, or rather, his 10 doting senior sisters, were usually closer than real sisters. But when it came to everything related to him, it was practically a plastic sisterhood. Eighth sister and ninth sister are really in high spirits. Then, as eighth sister said, let us go work out. When Renduet giggled, her beautiful eyes slightly flickering, as if she had some ideas in mind. 10th sister is right. Ninth sister, let us go. If you want to go, who's afraid of you? Xiao Mingyin and Mu Shueiyao were equally stubborn as they walked towards the gym in the villa. I've already worked out today, so I want to join you. We'll go back to my room first. After Yi Bingley left this sentence, she headed upstairs to her own room. She was feeling very unsettled today, and indeed needed to go back and rest properly. Luo Yuntian glanced at Yi Bingley, and then awkwardly withdrew his gaze, fearing that he would recall that scene in the bathroom. Seeing that Xiao Mingyin and Mu Shueiyao were going to work out, Luo Yuntian also wanted to follow. However, Wenren Ziyue, who was already swaying her hips, suddenly intercepted him midway, almost causing Luo Yuntian to bump into her alluring body. Luo Yuntian hurriedly stopped. Ziyue, what are you doing? Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly. Yuntian, it's happened several times now. What happened several times? Why didn't you choose Sister Ziyue just now? Wenren Ziyue took a step closer to Luo Yuntian. Luo Yuntian could only back away. Sigh. Yuntian didn't let Sister Ziyue hug him earlier, and didn't choose her just now. It really made Sister Ziyue a bit sad. Wenren Ziyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. It's over. Her gesture made Luo Yuntian realize that his sister Ziyue seemed really angry. Ziyue, I have my reasons. What reasons? Is it that Sister Ziyue really has no charm in your heart? As she spoke, Wenren Ziyue moved closer to Luo Yuntian again. Luo Yuntian could only back away once more, feeling bitterly amused in his heart. What do you mean, Sister Ziyue has no charm? It's because you're too charming that I don't dare to choose you, Sister Ziyue. The corners of Wenren Ziyue's lips curled up slightly, seemingly pleased by Luo Yuntian's reaction. Yuntian, Sister Ziyue won't pursue the reasons anymore. You still owe Sister Ziyue a fierce hug. Do you remember? Wenren Ziyue said sweetly. And how could Luo Yuntian possibly forget this matter? Sister Ziyue, I definitely remember. Wenren Ziyue's gaze narrowed slightly. Just when the other sisters are not around. Let us fulfill our promise of that fierce hug now. How about it? Luo Yuntian paused slightly. Now, to be honest, he usually tried to avoid this matter. However, it seemed that there was no escaping it now. And with Xia Mengyin, Mu Shuiyao, and Yi Bingli all absent, it indeed seemed like a good time to complete this task. Well, fine. Luo Yuntian gritted his teeth and agreed. The corners of Wenren Ziyue's lips lifted even more. Good. Then let us go to Sister Ziyue's room for the hug. Wenren Ziyue's words left Luo Yuntian momentarily stunned. Go to Wenren Ziyue's room? Who knows what might happen? Sister Ziyue, can't we do it here? That won't do. It's not easy to have this opportunity for a fierce hug with Yuntian. I don't want to waste it carelessly. Wenren Ziyue giggled. If we hug here with Luo Yuntian, it's certainly possible. Although there are surveillance cameras installed by Xia Mengyin in the hall. She activated the anti-monitoring device today and broke it. Plus, since the others are not around, even if we hug here, we won't be discovered. But as she said, she didn't want to waste this opportunity. It had to be treated well. After speaking, Wenren Ziyue swayed her hips and walked toward her room. Seeing this, Luo Yuntian could only follow. Once the two entered the room, Wenren Ziyue immediately locked the door. Sister Ziyue, it's just a hug. Why? Why did you lock the door? Wenren Ziyue's action made Luo Yuntian's heart skip a beat. I just said I want to cherish this opportunity. Seeing Wenren Ziyue say this, Luo Yuntian could only comply. Besides, it was just locking the door. Although people outside couldn't come in, he could still leave if he wanted to. Sister Ziyue, then, let us hurry and hug? Luo Yuntian made a gesture of opening his arms. Wenren Ziyue's figure was simply too alluring. If it weren't necessary, he really didn't want to hug her. It wasn't that it was uncomfortable. It was just that the feeling of being embraced by her was so pleasant that it always made him awkward. I don't want to hug like that. Yuntian is so smart. Don't you know that there are many forms of hugs? There are many forms of hugs? Luo Yuntian was slightly puzzled. His arms, which had just opened, were now slightly withdrawn. At that moment, Wenren Ziyue's delicate hand suddenly pushed against Luo Yuntian's chest. In terms of strength, Luo Yuntian's strength was more than 100 times that of Wenren Ziyue. However, he didn't expect her to suddenly push him. Caught off guard, he fell back onto the bed. Wenren Ziyue then pressed down on him, her entire body on top of his. The two of them directly fell onto the bed like this. Chapter 64. Sister Shui Yao and Sister Meng Yin have arrived. Wenren Ziyue pressed down on him, causing both of them to fall onto the bed. This scene left Luo Yuntian completely stunned. Sister Ziyue, what were you doing? Sister Ziyue is, of course, hugging Yuntian. Wenren Ziyue giggled. Luo Yuntian felt extremely uncomfortable all over. He wanted to push Wenren Ziyue away. Sister Ziyue, even if I owe you a hug, can't we just have a normal hug? However, Wenren Ziyue clung to him tightly, not allowing Luo Yuntian to push her away. Who says a hug like this between Sister Ziyue and Yuntian is not normal? Sister Ziyue just said there are many forms of hugs. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Even if there is such a hug, what kind of hug is this? It's simply Wenren Ziyue deliberately letting them fall onto the bed, making her body stick to his. Plus, with Wenren Ziyue's figure being so alluring, her actions were simply making Luo Yuntian feel extremely embarrassed. Sister Ziyue, it should be enough now, right? Luo Yuntian wanted to push Wenren Ziyue away with force. That won't do. As long as the hug hasn't loosened, it definitely isn't over yet. With Luo Yuntian's innate strength, especially after gaining god-level power from completing the task, if he wanted to push Wenren Ziyue away, it would be effortless. But he was afraid that he might accidentally hurt Wenren Ziyue, so he didn't dare to use too much strength. and Wenren Ziyue was undoubtedly far weaker than Luo Yuntian in terms of strength. She noticed that she was about to be pushed away, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flicker. She immediately hugged Luo Yuntian's waist and rolled over, neutralizing the force he was using to push her away. Sister Ziyue, stop messing around. This is really enough. Messing around? Does Yuntian think that completing the promised hug with Sister Ziyue is just messing around? Wenren Ziyue's gaze pretended to be slightly annoyed. With that, she couldn't let go of Yuntian even more. Wenren Ziyue hugged Luo Yuntian and rolled around on the bed. Sometimes one of them was on top, and sometimes the other was on top, their bodies continuously pressed tightly together. This made Luo Yuntian feel extremely embarrassed, but at the same time, he was also ignited with a bit of fire by Wenren Ziyue's actions. Ninth sister, you're still no match for me, right? In the gym, Xia Mingyin wore a proud expression. She was a famous streamer. Besides streaming games, outdoor streaming was also a mandatory course for her. Trying to defeat Mu Shueiyao, this homebody comic artist, was simply too easy. Huff, huff. Mu Shueiyao panted lightly. After just a short while of exercising, especially after running with Xia Mingyin, she was already out of breath. Eighth sister, don't be so smug. Just wait and see. I will definitely defeat you. Xia Mingyin's beautiful lips curled up slightly. All right, I'll be waiting for that day. As the two were talking, they suddenly realized a problem. Where were Yuntian and the 10th sister? Although the time they had been competing wasn't long, it wasn't short either. Why hadn't they come yet? Not good. Xia Mingyin was the first to react and ran towards the living room. Mu Shueiyao's reaction was a beat slower, but she quickly followed. In her heart, she was almost turning into an angry little lion. She was almost about to explode. Today, she had finally managed to get Yuntian to choose her. No matter what, she couldn't let Wenren Ziyue cut in. The two rushed towards the living room. Meanwhile, in Wenren Ziyue's room, Wenren Ziyue and Luo Yuntian were still hugging and rolling. After another roll, Luo Yuntian had already been ignited with passion by Wenren Ziyue. This time, after rolling to be on top, he directly pressed down on her without rolling again. Facing her enchanting beauty that could topple nations, he propped himself up slightly, resembling a wall slam position on the bed. Wenren Ziyue's lips curled up slightly. Yuntian, you're not being good. You don't want to eat Sister Ziyue, do you? Luo Yuntian secretly gritted his teeth. His gaze was already fixed on Wenren Ziyue's beautiful red lips. He indeed didn't dare to eat Wenren Ziyue, but right now, he really wanted to kiss her fiercely and teach this enchantress a lesson. Let's see if this enchantress can still be so arrogant at that moment. Just then, with Luo Yuntian's god-level hearing, he suddenly heard something. Xia Mingyin and Mu Shueiyao were actually running towards here. Luo Yuntian was a bit shocked and didn't have time to think about anything else. He instinctively wanted to let go of Wenren Ziyue and leave. However, Wenren Ziyue noticed Luo Yuntian's intention and tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, not letting him go. What's wrong, Yuntian? This hug with Sister Ziyue isn't finished yet. Are you trying to escape? Her voice was both sultry and playful, making Luo Yuntian feel like his bones were going soft. Sister Ziyue, I have something to do. I really need to leave now. Luo Yuntian wanted to get out quickly. However, Wenren Ziyue just hugged him tightly, not letting him leave. If you don't explain clearly, then you can't go. Luo Yuntian gritted his teeth. Sister Ziyue, Mingyin, and Shueiyao are coming. If we're found out, you won't get away with it either. Luo Yuntian could only tell the truth. Wenren Ziyue was slightly surprised. It wasn't because she was surprised that Xia Mingyin and Mu Shueiyao were coming, but because she hadn't heard anything yet. She didn't expect Luo Yuntian to have already heard them coming. Although Luo Yuntian had enhanced many parts of his body after drinking that reagent when he was young, it seemed that hearing wasn't one of them. Could it be that the evolution of that reagent gave Yuntian enhanced hearing now? Perhaps this was still a good thing for Yuntian. Wenren Ziyue thought to herself. Her enchanting face still bore a charming smile. What if they found out? They only hugged for a moment. If 8th sister and 9th sister really misunderstood something, then she could just become Yuntian's woman. Luo Yuntian was slightly taken aback. Then he felt a bit helpless in his heart. Sister Ziyue, stop joking around. Although Wenren Ziyue is essentially just his senior sister, something could happen between them. Luo Yuntian subconsciously felt that Wenren Ziyue was just joking. In fact, Wenren Ziyue's charming face showed a hint of unnaturalness, but it quickly disappeared. She still smiled charmingly and said, no matter what, it seems like it's too late now. At this moment, Wenren Ziyue also heard the footsteps of Xia Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, there was a loud knocking sound on the door. Chapter 65, The Second Personality, Wenren Bingwe. Yuntian, Tenmei, hurry up and open the door. Hurry up and open the door, or we're coming in. Xia Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao were knocking on the door. Mu Shuiyao even said that if they didn't knock, they would just go in. But actually, Wenren Ziyue had already locked the door earlier. How could they get in? It was precisely because of this action of locking the door that Xia Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao were even more furious. Why would they lock the door for no reason? There must be something suspicious. Hearing the banging on the door, Luo Yuntian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know whether Wenren Ziyue locking the door was good or bad. The advantage was that the door was locked, and Xia Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao couldn't come in for now. Otherwise, if they saw him and Wenren Ziyue cuddling on the bed, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself. The downside was that the door was locked, and no matter what happened next, it would easily lead to misunderstandings from Xia Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao. Ziyue, can you let go of me now? Otherwise, things are really going to get serious. What did I do? I just hugged Yuntian for a bit. Wenren Ziyue looked like she was about to cry. Luo Yuntian was speechless. Ziyue, you may have hugged me, but you haven't let go from the beginning until now. Wenren Ziyue's eyes sparkled slightly. If Ziyue let go of Yuntian now, it would be fine, but it would mean that Yuntian had to take the initiative to let her go. This meant that Yuntian still owed Ziyue this hug, and next time, she would have to hug him again. Wenren Ziyue's words left Luo Yuntian a bit stunned. Is this considered incomplete? Ziyue, you're really... Bang, bang, bang. Yuntian, Tenmei, hurry up and open the door. The knocking from Xia Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao continued. Luo Yuntian felt a bit defeated. Fine. If it's incomplete, then it's incomplete. At most, next time when Mengyin and Shuiyao aren't around, or even when Bingli isn't around, I'll hug Ziyue again. Luo Yuntian thought this in his heart. He decided to get through this moment first. All right, Ziyue, I promise you. The soundproofing of the rooms in the villa was exceptionally good. Both Luo Yuntian and Wenren Ziyue could hear the sounds outside the room, but the people outside couldn't hear anything from inside. Of course, for Luo Yuntian, who now had god-level hearing, this was an exception. However, for Xia Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao, they couldn't hear the conversation between Luo Yuntian and Wenren Ziyue at all. Wenren Ziyue's eyes shimmered, and a seductive light flickered within them. Yuntian must remember your words. Then I'll let go of you. Wenren Ziyue released Luo Yuntian. He hurriedly climbed out of bed, tidied his clothes, and rushed to the door to unlock it. Xia Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao were about to knock when they saw the door suddenly open, and they were momentarily taken aback. Then they both looked a bit angry. Yuntian, why did you lock the door for no reason? What were you and Tenmei doing inside? The two of them, who had almost turned into plastic sisters because of Luo Yuntian, were now united on the same front. Luo Yuntian felt a bit of headache. He had locked the door for a while, and now it was really hard to explain. Just then, a voice came from behind Luo Yuntian. Eighth sister, ninth sister. I was just chatting with Yuntian in the room. Is that a problem? The voice was extremely cold, lacking any charm. Luo Yuntian was stunned for a moment, while Xia Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao were even more shocked. Bingwe. In the room, aside from them and Luo Yuntian, there was only Wenren Ziyue. But now, they were addressing Wenren Ziyue as Bingwe. This was not a mistake in their address. It was because the person in front of them was Wenren Ziyue, but it was also not Wenren Ziyue. The current one was Wenren Ziyue's second personality, Wenren Bingwe. Tenmei, you misunderstood. Yes, Tenmei, we didn't say there was a problem. Xia Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao, who had been fierce just a moment ago, instantly softened. Especially Mu Shuiyao, who felt a bit scared. Last time when she came to confront her, she almost forced Wenren Ziyue's second personality out. But in the end, with Wenren Ziyue's restraint, her second personality didn't emerge. Now that Wenren Bingwe had come out, Mu Shuiyao and Xiao Mengyin had no choice but to back down. They knew very well that if Wenren Ziyue was a charming fairy, then Wenren Bingwei was definitely a cold and domineering CEO. Most of the Group S affairs were supported by this cold personality, Wenren Bingwei. Moreover, Wenren Bingwei was absolutely doting on Luo Yuntian to the core. Although they were Wenren Bingwei's 8th and 9th sisters, they really didn't dare to meddle with this special Bingwei Tenmei. As long as they're S, no problem. Also, you shouldn't question Yuntian. Don't you know what kind of character he has? Anyone who dares to trouble Yuntian is my enemy. At this moment, Wenren Bingwei fully displayed her characteristic of being a doting sister. Xiao Mengyin, Mu Shuiyao. Since Bingwei said so, what could the two of them say? Bingwei, Luo Yuntian thought to himself, feeling a bit complicated. He understood that all of this was not an act by Wenren Ziyue. She truly had this second personality to support such a large group, especially the largest in Huagua in the world. It wasn't enough to simply transform from a charming fairy into a cold-hearted person. In that environment, the originally enchanting Wenren Ziyue had also triggered this pure and cold second personality, becoming a fearsome ice queen in the business world. Facing her like this, the strongest emotion in Luo Yuntian's heart was actually pity. After all, if it weren't for him, Wenren Ziyue wouldn't have to be like this. Yuntian, we didn't chat enough just now. Let us go out and continue chatting, okay? Wenren Bingwei smiled gently at Luo Yuntian. It seemed her smile was only for him. This cold yet stunning smile made Luo Yuntian feel a bit dazed. All right, chapter 66. Fortunately, Sister Bingley doesn't know. Otherwise, Wenren Bingwei's smile is absolutely beautiful. Like a blooming ice lotus, it makes Luo Yuntian feel a moment of daze in his heart. Wenren Bingwei walked over to Luo Yuntian and gently took his hand. Upon seeing this, Xiao Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, they didn't say anything, because the two of them really couldn't afford to provoke the Ice Moon's 10th sister. Wenren Bingwei walked over, took Luo Yuntian's hand, and walked toward the door. The two walked quite a distance before Wenren Bingwei finally stopped, turning her back to Luo Yuntian. Although Luo Yuntian felt a bit reluctant, he still calmly withdrew his hand. Thank you, Sister Bingwei. Otherwise, if I had been entangled by Sister Shuiyao and Sister Mengyin today, it would have been hard to explain. Luo Yuntian smiled at Wenren Bingwei, although the reason was that he was held tightly by her earlier. At that time, it was Wenren Ziyue who was holding him, and it had nothing to do with Wenren Bingwei. Besides sharing a body, the two were practically two completely independent personalities. After Luo Yuntian finished speaking, however, Wenren Bingwei did not turn around. She still had her back to him. Sister Bingwei? Luo Yuntian tentatively called out. How is Yuntian addressing me now? The current Yuntian is a bit disobedient. The enchanting smile came again, leaving Luo Yuntian somewhat stunned. When she turned around, he saw Wenren Ziyue's unparalleled beauty. Luo Yuntian couldn't help but freeze for a moment. There was no doubt that she was now Wenren Ziyue and not Wenren Bingwei. Yuntian, just now Sister Ziyue didn't have enough hugs. Why don't we continue hugging now, okay? Wenren Ziyue's soft voice made Luo Yuntian's bones feel weak. Wenren Ziyue swayed her waist and hips, leaning closer to Luo Yuntian. He could only retreat. As Wenren Ziyue continued to close in, Luo Yuntian found himself backed against a wall, with no way to retreat. Bang! Wenren Ziyue directly extended her arm, pinning Luo Yuntian against the wall. Luo Yuntian was momentarily stunned. Was he being wall-banged by Sister Ziyue? Yuntian, don't even think about escaping from my hands. Wenren Ziyue was almost pressed against him. At that moment, Xiao Mengyin and Mu Shuiyao also came out of Wenren Ziyue's room. Seeing the scene between Wenren Ziyue and Luo Yuntian, both of them were momentarily stunned. Then Mu Shuiyao was almost about to explode with anger. She rushed up and pulled Wenren Ziyue away. "Tenth sister, what are you doing?" In front of Wenren Bingwei, also known as Wenren Ziyue's cold personality. Mu Shuiyao felt a bit intimidated. But in front of Wenren Ziyue, she wasn't that intimidated. This kind of teasing action towards Luo Yuntian could only be done by Wenren Ziyue, not Wenren Bingwei. Sister Shuiyao, don't be so agitated. I was just playing a little joke with Yuntian. Wenren Ziyue said charmingly. She hadn't really intended to go too far. Luo Yuntian had already agreed to her just now, and their previous hug was incomplete. Next time, she could still continue to hug Luo Yuntian. She didn't want to waste such a precious opportunity. Wenren Ziyue swayed her hips lightly and headed back to her room. Seeing Wenren Ziyue leave, Mu Shuiyao felt a sigh of relief in her heart. No matter what, as long as Wenren Ziyue left, it was fine. According to their previous agreement, tonight she undoubtedly had the right to spend the night in Luo Yuntian's room. Let's go, Yuntian. Sister Shuiyao will go upstairs with you, Mu Shuiyao said, and Luo Yuntian also came back to his senses. He nodded and glanced at Xiao Mengyin, who was still not far from Wenren Ziyue's door. Sister Mengyin, then I and Sister Shuiyao will head upstairs first. TCH, no need to say anything to 8th sister. Luo Yuntian and Mu Shuiyao went upstairs. Once they entered Luo Yuntian's room, they immediately closed the door. Meanwhile, Xiao Mengyin was nearly about to explode with anger. Ah, 9th sister, when my surveillance is fixed, or if I simply change to a new one, just wait and see. I will definitely catch you in the act. Xiao Mengyin was fuming. Although she had won against Mu Shuiyao on the treadmill today, when it came to a big issue like Yuntian, she felt like she had lost to Mu Shuiyao. This little fairy is not convinced. Thinking about the surveillance that had been damaged by the anti-screening device, Xiao Mengyin subconsciously wondered about something. During the time when the surveillance was down, there shouldn't have been any important scenes missed, right? Xiao Mengyin didn't know that she had not only missed important footage, but also the crucial moment when Luo Yuntian went to Yi Bingli's room, leaving only after she finished bathing. Knowing that thinking wouldn't yield answers, Xiao Mengyin could only set those thoughts aside for now. After Luo Yuntian and Mu Shuiyao entered Luo Yuntian's room, Mu Shuiyao took a deep breath of the air in his room. It still smells like Yuntian's room. Even more intoxicating. Seeing the big bed in Luo Yuntian's room, Mu Shuiyao instinctively wanted to jump on it. However, recalling that she had just finished running on the treadmill, she didn't want to get her slight sweat on Luo Yuntian's bed, so she restrained herself. Yuntian, I won't talk for now. Sister Shuiyao is going to take a shower. Mu Shuiyao walked toward the bathroom, humming a little tune along the way, clearly in a very good mood. Luo Yuntian waited for her in the room, thinking that all girls are inherently beautiful, and his sister Shuiyao is even more beautiful. She probably wouldn't come out in less than half an hour. Splash! The sound of running water soon came from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass door, Luo Yuntian could vaguely see a stunning silhouette bathing, but he couldn't see clearly. Yet, this scene made Luo Yuntian's heart feel somewhat chaotic. Not because of Mu Shuiyao, but because of Yi Bingli. Previously, due to the system's check-in task, he could only go to Yi Bingli's bathroom. Plus, to avoid being discovered by Yi Bingli and to complete the check-in task, he used a certain invisibility charm. But unexpectedly, Yi Bingli would be bathing in the bathroom. And because of that troublesome invisibility charm's effect, he couldn't move or blink, forcing him to witness Yi Bingli's entire bathing process without clothes. Although he and Yi Bingli were just senior and junior siblings, recalling that scene still made him feel very embarrassed. Fortunately, Sister Bingli still doesn't know about all of this. Otherwise, Chapter 67, Check-in Task, Mu Shuiyao's Unusual Behavior. Remembering the incident with Yi Bingli made Luo Yuntian feel quite embarrassed. He had accidentally seen Yi Bingli in the shower. Naturally, Yi Bingli was unaware that he had seen her. After all, he was in stealth mode at the time due to the Timo invisibility spell. Sister Bingli even seemed to say that. She might have developed feelings for me? What troubled Luo Yuntian the most was not just that he accidentally saw Yi Bingli, but that she had murmured something that suggested she liked him. This left him feeling quite flustered. Although he and Yi Bingli were essentially just senior and junior, and dating was not a problem, he still couldn't overcome his own mental barrier. Just when Luo Yuntian's mind was in disarray, the bathroom door creaked open. It was undoubtedly Mu Shuiyao stepping out. Oh, Sister Shuiyao, why are you out so soon? Luo Yuntian looked at her, but the moment he saw her, he was momentarily stunned. Mu Shuiyao had come out wearing a bikini. A regular bikini could be uncomfortable if worn for long periods and couldn't replace underwear. However, the bikini in the villa was made of top-quality materials and designed to completely substitute for underwear without any issues. It was clear that Mu Shueiyao was now wearing this bikini instead of any outer clothing. Especially Mu Shueiyao's stunningly slender waist was simply too captivating. Why'd you come out so quickly? Luo Yuntian finally managed to finish his sentence. With Yuntian outside, how could I bear to waste more time bathing? A quick rinse is enough. Mu Shueiyao giggled. Noticing Luo Yuntian's slightly dazed gaze, she playfully waved her hand in front of his eyes. What's wrong, Yuntian? Are you a bit stunned? Mu Shueiyao felt a sense of pride in her heart. Yuntian used to tease me about my figure, but now he can't even look away. Men are indeed all big clumsy oafs. No, Luo Yuntian coughed lightly. Sister Shueiyao, why didn't you put on any outer clothes before coming out? Mu Shueiyao confidently replied, I didn't bring any clothes to change into. The clothes I was wearing got soaked with sweat while I was on the treadmill. After taking a shower, of course, I just came out like this. Seeing Luo Yuntian's slightly evasive gaze, Mu Shueiyao teased, What's wrong, Yuntian? Are you shy again? You've seen me before. I haven't. Luo Yuntian was provoked by her words and turned his gaze back to Mu Shueiyao, not just looking but scrutinizing her from every angle. At this moment, Mu Shueiyao felt her face flush slightly under his gaze. Quickly, she placed her hand on her waist and showcased her figure. So, how do you think Sister Shueiyao's figure is? Oh, it's just average. Luo Yuntian's words almost left Mu Shueiyao speechless. She couldn't help but huff softly. Yuntian knows how to say the opposite of what he means. He says he doesn't want it, but his eyes are so honest. Mu Shueiyao didn't press further. She knew that even if Luo Yuntian thought her figure was good, he would never admit it out loud. At this moment, she opened her arms and leaped onto Luo Yuntian's big bed. Lying on the bed, Mu Shueiyao took a deep breath of the scent in Yuntian's room, a smell that belonged to him, which utterly captivated her. Meanwhile, Luo Yuntian's gaze was still a bit awkward, instinctively avoiding Mu Shueiyao. She was now lying on the bed, her delicate legs swaying unconsciously, truly breathtaking. Yuntian, now is finally our time together. Come on, give Sister Shueiyao a massage. Mu Shueiyao eagerly awaited Luo Yuntian's massage because it felt incredibly good, and she was starting to get addicted to that feeling. Luo Yuntian's lips involuntarily curled up. Sister Shueiyao, have you forgotten your identity? The right to do anything to you is all in my hands now. Mu Shueiyao was taken aback and remembered how last time, to get Luo Yuntian to massage her, she had pitifully called him brother and surrendered her rights to him. Thinking back, it felt like a huge loss. Then, can Sister Shueiyao plead with Yuntian to massage her? Is that not okay? Mu Shueiyao looked at him with a pitiful expression. Luo Yuntian couldn't resist and lightly patted her back. All right, just lie down properly. Put your legs down. Oh, okay. Mu Shueiyao obediently complied. Luo Yuntian's hands slowly covered her shoulders, starting to use the advanced massage technique from the system to massage Mu Shueiyao. She quickly immersed herself in the comfortable sensation, and soon she realized something. Yuntian, why does your massage feel even better than last time? Of course, don't forget, I'm a top student. Luo Yuntian casually replied. But in reality, it was not just that. The main reason was that his massage technique had significantly improved. Previously, he had only used ordinary massage techniques. Later on, he had reached intermediate techniques at most. Now, after completing the check-in, he had acquired advanced massage techniques, making the experience completely different. Yuntian's massage is really comfortable. Mu Shueiyao thought to herself, feeling like a lazy little cat, so lazy that she didn't even want to open her eyes. Luo Yuntian's purpose for the massage was naturally to focus on Mu Shueiyao's waist, since this check-in task required him to check in on her waist. After finishing the massage on her shoulders and back, Luo Yuntian's hands traveled down and finally rested on her delicate waist. The moment he used the advanced massage technique on her waist, a notification rang, ding, check-in in progress, 2 minutes until completion. The total check-in time required was 2 minutes, which wasn't too long. Just as Luo Yuntian thought that he could finish the check-in after massaging Mu Shueiyao's waist for 2 minutes, something seemed off about her.